when Smith Dorr brings forth the Dragon Balls, capable of fulfilling any wish, into the Marvel Universe. All factions are instantly set ablaze with fervor. Hydra harbors ambitions of world domination. Captain America yearns to complete a dance he never performed. Ultron seeks to eradicate humanity, and Thanos is left pondering. Is this more potent than the Infinity Stones? What is most heart-wrenching is the humble wish of the God Slayer, Jel, who wonders if the dragon can truly resurrect his daughter. A battle for wishes that transcends dimensions is poised to ignite the most chaotic confrontation in Marvel history. Chapter 1. The Birth of a God. Marvel Cinematic Universe, Non-Sacred Timeline. New York Assassin Alliance Headquarters, Textile City. At this moment, Sloan is in a room housing the sacred weaving machine, preparing to check for any new mission objectives. Peering through a magnifying glass at the information emerging from the divine loom, he immediately begins to record upon noticing new encrypted messages. As he deciphers the code, one name materializes before him. Sloan. Staring at the revelation, Sloan is momentarily paralyzed, then murmurs, "How is this possible? How can it be my name? It must be a mistake of the loom." Yet he resolutely asserts, the fate weaving machine does not err. After a few seconds of silence, Sloan surveys his surroundings, ensuring that no other members of the Assassin Alliance are present, and he cautiously cuts away the piece of fabric bearing his name. Gazing at the cloth in his hand, Sloan cannot fathom why his name would appear upon it. It is worth noting that in the over 1,000 years since the Assassin Alliance's inception, no member has ever been indicated on the fate weaving machine. However, the loom does not make mistakes. Those who appear upon it are destined to perish. Could it be that his future self is destined to become a nefarious villain? According to the rules of the fate weaving machine and the Assassin Alliance, he should now draw his weapon and take his own life, but he does not wish to die. Just as Sloan grapples with this inner turmoil, a streak of light appears from beyond the earth, hurtling toward it. Enveloped within the luminescence is an infant, surrounded by 7 Dragon Balls. The light descends upon New York, piercing through the rooftop of the Assassin Alliance's textile factory, and tragically crushes the contemplative Sloan. Boom! The violent shock wave obliterates the fate weaving machine, scattering its components, while the 7 Dragon Balls encircling the infant transform into shooting stars, soaring away. After their departure, the Dragon Balls morph into stones, cascading to various locations. Upon hearing the tumultuous commotion from above, X, Cross, and the pharmacist call out at the door. Sloan, Sloan, Sloan. After 3 calls with no response, they can no longer contain themselves and rush inside. According to the Assassin Brotherhood's customs, aside from the initial encounter with the wonders of the fate weaving machine upon becoming an assassin, this place is reserved solely for the leader. Staring at the scene before them, the group stands in stunned silence. A gaping hole marred the ceiling, beneath which lay an infant amidst the wreckage of weaving looms. Beside the child sprawled the lifeless form of Sloan, clutching a piece of fabric in his hand. The apothecary gasped, "Heavens, what has transpired?" Cross hastened to Sloan's side, promptly conducting an examination, before shaking his head at the assembled crowd, declaring, "There is no hope." He then removed the fabric from Sloan's grasp. In the conference room, the senior members of the Assassin Alliance had gathered. The gunsmith spoke first. "What discoveries have been made?" Mr. X replied, "The loom of fate has been destroyed, and Sloan has perished. We endeavored to save him, but ultimately, we have lost both the leader of the Brotherhood and the guiding loom of our destinies." The butcher inquired, "Who is the enemy?" To which Cross responded, "There is no enemy." Those who had not immediately arrived at the scene were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "What?" Cross then tossed a document onto the table, accompanied by the piece of fabric and the answer to its enigma, stating, "This is the fabric Sloan held when he died." The assembly perused the document. "Heavens! How can this be? Why is Sloan's name inscribed here?" Mr. X solemnly asserted, "Indeed, Sloan did clutch this fabric, refusing to release it even in death." The realization settled upon the group. Sloan's name was unequivocally present, and he was irrevocably deceased. Mr. X continued, "Moreover, an infant appeared at the scene, seemingly descended from the heavens. What thoughts do you hold?" The group found themselves momentarily bewildered, their minds racing with unspoken words, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. The apothecary finally spoke. "This child signifies the end of the Assassin Alliance's past and present a choice for Sloan. He is a divine gift, the Holy Child." Upon hearing the apothecary's words, Cross shrugged. "I concur with this notion indeed. This child is a heavenly blessing." After a moment of contemplation, Mr. X declared, "Henceforth, This child shall be named Smith Dor, bearing the title of God. Cross, with a grave demeanor, remarked, a deity? It seems you hold great expectations for this little one. The gunsmith added, it appears you place significant importance on this child. One can only wonder if he can bear the weight of our hopes. The butcher interjected, I am not overly concerned about this child's future. The pressing matter is how we shall act now that we have lost the loom of fate. Previously, it provided us with a nefarious list, guiding our judgments of destiny. With its absence, now transformed into a god, what course shall we pursue? All eyes turned toward Cross and Mr. X, the two strongest figures within the Brotherhood. Mr. X pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us pause our actions and summon the members back. He added, as for future developments, let us set them aside for now. At this juncture, the Cross expressed a differing opinion. Indeed, we must gather the members. I have a proposal regarding our next course of action. In the past, we relied on the list provided by the fateful loom to carry out judgments and assassinations, some preventive, others targeting those already steeped in sin. The gunsmith interjected, are we to judge them as Robin Hood would, or akin to a superhero like Captain America? After a moment of contemplation, Mr. X responded, this is a commendable suggestion worthy of consideration. Soon, through the discourse of the assembly, the future trajectory of the Assassin Brotherhood was solidified and arrangements were made for the newly emerged Smith Doyle. Whether he could truly ascend to become the god of the Brotherhood would depend on his own growth and development. However, the Brotherhood would provide him with the finest cultivation. After all, a child who had seemingly descended from the heavens, having completed the final task of the sacred loom, carried an aura of profound mystery. Chapter 2. The 7 Dragon Balls. 18 years swiftly passed. At this moment, within a training ground of the textile factory, Smith Doyle stood before Mr. X, the Cross, the Butcher, the Mechanic, the Gunsmith, and the Exterminator. Despite facing the onslaught of 6 individuals, he felt no trepidation within. Had this confrontation occurred prior to today, he would have been at a loss, being merely an ordinary person who had undergone training. Yet now, he stood unafraid. With a swift motion, Smith Doyle lowered his stance, his hands claw-like, and, in the next heartbeat, he charged toward the group. Wolf Fong Fist. Witnessing Smith Doyle's rapid approach, both Mr. X and the Cross were utterly astonished, immediately activating Bullet Time. Bullet Time not only enhanced accuracy during shooting, but also proved invaluable in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. In the very next instant, they sensed a ravenous wolf barreling toward them, and soon, all were sent sprawling. Even X and the Cross, who had activated Bullet Time, were dispatched in an instant. Fox, observing the unfolding events, exclaimed, good heavens, Smith, you are astonishingly powerful. Beside him, Wesley echoed, incredible. The god is truly formidable. Gazing upon the fallen 6, a smile graced Smith's face as he remarked, gentlemen, it seems there is no further need for this sparring session. The Butcher, sitting up and examining his bruised body, remarked, Smith, it appears we need not engage in such exercises any longer. He added, at least in the realm of combat, it is no longer necessary. Others promptly rose from the ground, gesturing in unison, you have triumphed. We concede that in the realm of combat, you, as a god, are undoubtedly proficient. Upon hearing these remarks, a smile graced Smith's face. His effortless victory over the 6 adversaries could be attributed to the successful loading of the system just days prior. It is noteworthy that Smith Doyle is not a native of this universe. Originally, he was Fong E, an ordinary individual from Earth who had been engrossed in playing the mobile game Dragon Ball Z, Dokkan Battle. After an exhausting night of gameplay, he had laid his phone beside him while it charged and succumbed to slumber, only to awaken in a realm that encompassed both the Marvel Universe and American comics. The reason for his arrival in the Marvel Universe, rather than another, was due to his encounter with the exhibits of Captain America and the Howling Commandos at a museum, as well as the colossal Stark Industries advertisement that adorned Times Square. However, the narrative of this universe has taken a perplexing turn, devoid of the Black Leader Sloan, and the Son of the Cross has not experienced the life of an ordinary person, but rather remains within the ranks of the Assassin Brotherhood. It is worth mentioning that the Dragon Ball Z, Dokkan Battle game he played prior to his transmigration has become his unique advantage, though regrettably, the system remained in a perpetual state of loading until he turned 18, which was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, throughout these years, he has acquired a plethora of skills under the tutelage of the Assassin Brotherhood. From the apothecary, he learned the art of wax bath preparation under the gunsmith's guidance. He mastered the technique of shooting with curved bullets. He gleaned combat skills from the mechanic. The Butcher taught him the art of slicing bullets, and from the Exterminator, he learned to create mouse bombs. Unfortunately, he was unable to learn the bullet time techniques from Mr. X and the Cross due to bloodline issues. Overall, these 18 years have been immensely beneficial, and Wesley and Fortes can be considered as companions throughout this journey. Naturally, during these years, he also participated in various missions for the Assassin Brotherhood, enduring a period as a child laborer. However, on his 18th birthday, his unique advantage finally completed its loading phase, offering him a delightful surprise. No longer would he have to fear being powerless during the flickering events. The abilities of his advantage differ significantly from those in Dragon Ball Z: Dokkan Battle. Upon accessing the interface, the elaborate features of the game vanished, leaving only 3 functions, or rather, 3 wishes. The first is a lottery for item wishes, the second is a character card lottery for wishes, and the third is a partner wish lottery, alongside a backpack. Through the system, he learned that these 3 wish functions require no payment or recruitment scrolls. However, there is a singular rule. Upon the first use, the 7 Dragon Balls he was born with will activate. Only after successfully wishing upon the Dragon Balls can he engage in further wish lotteries. The Dragon Balls had dispersed across the world at the time of his birth, and currently, he possesses none. In simple terms, the cooldown period for the Dragon Balls is 1 year. Upon a successful wish, the collector can beseech the Eternal Dragon to fulfill a desire, while he is entitled to 3 limited wish lotteries. The power of the Eternal Dragon's wishes is intrinsically linked to his strength. The greater his prowess, the more formidable the dragon's power, enabling the realization of grander wishes. Upon grasping this information, he felt a certain kinship with the creators of Dragon Ball, the Eternal Dragon and the Grand Elder of Namek. Subsequently, Smith proceeded to utilize his 3 wish draws. Within the system interface, Smith first engaged in a wish draw for items. His figure materialized below, while above him floated a diminutive celestial body, within which lay an array of various items. Upon closer inspection, he beheld items such as a Scion single-person spaceship, a Namekian spaceship, Super Holy Water, Dragon Ball Radar, Combat Suit Generation 1, Combat Suit Generation 2, a space capsule, a box of space capsules, a battle power detector, a gravity chamber, and Senza beans, among others. Naturally, there were numerous items he could only discern as mere points of light, their details obscured from view. As Smith selected the wish draw, his form unleashed a Kamehameha towards the celestial body above, shattering one of the luminous points. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for acquiring a battle power detector, 2nd generation. Although it was not the Senzu beans or combat suit he had hoped for, disappointment lingered in his heart, for Senzu beans equated to a life, and the combat suit was vastly superior to any mundane bulletproof vest. Nonetheless, the battle power detector, while seemingly of limited use, fulfilled a long-held dream from his previous life. Next, he engaged in a character card wish draw, gazing at the points of light within the celestial body that represented early Dragon Ball characters. Little Goku, Little Krillin pre-mastering, Bulma, Tan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Young Shishi, the Ox King, Nam, Master Roshi, and Launch. It appeared that all were characters from the early days of Dragon Ball. With another Kamehameha, the draw concluded. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for obtaining the character card for Yamcha. Observing the character card depicting Yamcha in his bandit attire, complete with a blade, it was evident that this was the pre-mastered version of Yamcha. Skills: Wolfang Fist Barrage. Upon utilizing the character card, he inherited Yamcha's lineage and abilities. The third wish draw was for a partner card, predominantly featuring early Dragon Ball characters: Puar, Oolong, the Turtle, the King, UPA, the Ox King, Bora, and Android 8. He acquired the battle partner Puar. Puar, Blade Attack, assistance from Puar. After reviewing the partner's abilities, akin to those in Dragon Ball, Fierce Fight, the advantage was clear. He could directly bring them into the present world, and recruiting healing-type partners later would be immensely beneficial. With Smith Doyle having completed his 3 wish draws, the Dragon Balls scattered across the globe restored themselves from their stony forms to their original state. Chapter 3. John Wick. The other side. John Wick was suddenly beset in his own home, roused from slumber by a group of assailants. They mercilessly struck him with baseball bats, leaving the once retired legendary assassin, known in the underworld as Baba Yaga, momentarily dazed. In their ruthless attack, they not only took his beloved car, but also murdered the last gift his late wife, Helen, had bestowed upon him, a beagle named Daisy. After the intruders departed, John Wick buried his dog in the garden, reflecting on his cherished memories with Helen and the poignant significance of her final gift. Resolute in his desire for vengeance, he decided to respond to violence with violence. Upon discovering the identity of his attackers, he returned to his residence, intent on retrieving the weapons and gold coins from the Continental Hotel that he had concealed in the basement. With a mighty swing of a sledgehammer, he began to strike the concrete floor beneath him, each blow echoing the day's harrowing events, growing more forceful with each successive strike. Soon, the concrete cracked open, revealing a hidden chest beneath. Tossing aside the hammer, he knelt to clear away the debris surrounding the box. Upon opening it, he found the chest divided into 2 compartments. The left side contained 4 handguns for magazines and 4 grenades, 2 of which were equipped with silencers, while the grenades included 2 explosive devices and 2 smoke bombs. The right side housed a chest filled with gold coins from the Continental Hotel, and at its center lay a mysterious 1-star Dragon Ball. As he gazed at the amber-hued crystal sphere, John Wick furrowed his brow, if memory served. He had previously placed a perfectly round stone in this very spot upon his retirement. He recalled that the stone had been a gift from Helen, collected from the beach specifically for him. Could it be that Helen had secretly placed it there? John Wick murmured to himself, but the thought puzzled him. With lingering curiosity, he reached for the crystal sphere before him. At the Assassin's Guild headquarters, Smith was attending a meeting when an unexpected thought flitted through his mind. Someone had swiftly come into contact with the Dragon Balls. He was eager to discover which fortunate individual had obtained his 1-star sphere. As the creator of the Dragon Balls, Smith could pinpoint their locations at will and witness the scenes surrounding anyone who interacted with them. Soon, Smith beheld the environment around the 1-star ball and the figure of John Wick holding it. Recognizing the familiar face, he mused, "It's him, the Night Demon of the Continental. John Wick. It seems the Russian mafia in New York is doomed. What a misfortunate fellow. Perhaps I should grant him a glimmer of hope." In the next moment, John Wick noticed the sphere in his hand flicker, and simultaneously, information flooded his mind. The Dragon Ball. Collecting all 7 would summon the dragon and grant a wish. Gazing at the single star within the Dragon Ball, John Wick whispered, "Is this truly the 1-star ball? If this is real, Helen, could I bring you back?" Subsequently, John Wick carefully tucked a small star into his pocket, as he had a score to settle before embarking on the quest for the Dragon Balls. At the same time, he felt a tinge of skepticism regarding the legend of the Dragon Balls granting wishes. After all, he had not heard a whisper of such tales in many years. Meanwhile, a figure known as the Cross spoke up. "We are prepared to assign you a mission as your initiation into the Assassin's League." The gentleman continued, "This will not be a simple solo task, but rather a mission aimed at dismantling a nefarious organization." The gunsmith glanced at the two and remarked, "Gentlemen, isn't it a tad excessive to target an entire organization?" The butcher interjected, "What about the leader of this organization? Perhaps we could leave the other high-ranking officials to the other members of the Assassin's League?" Listening to their discussion, Smith stated, "I have no objections. Let us select an organization as our target." He then inquired, "Have you gentlemen decided on this malevolent target?" Upon hearing Smith's agreement, the gentleman replied, "We need to gather intelligence during this period. As for the adversary, you will be able to make your choice in due time." Realizing that it was indeed a matter of selection, Smith stood up and said, "I will attend to some other matters for now. Please notify me once the target has been determined." With that, Smith exited the conference room and approached the sofa where Fox sat. "Fox, let's go," he called out. Fox rose and joined Smith as they made their way outside, where a sleek black Dodge Viper awaited them. As Fox drove, he inquired, "Where to, Smith?" Smith gazed at the slowly rising sun and replied, "We are headed to the Continental Hotel. You still have their coins, don't you?" Upon hearing the destination, Fox asked with curiosity, "I do have some coins left. I collected them while assassinating certain targets and organizations. You're not planning to take them down, are you? We wouldn't stand a chance against them." Smith chuckled at Fox's words. "No, I'm taking you to witness a spectacle. I have no intention of storming the Continental Hotel with just the two of us." Intrigued by the prospect of a show, Fox pressed the accelerator to quicken their pace. Elsewhere, the phone at John Wick's home began to ring. Ding ding ding. Upon answering, a familiar voice was immediately heard on the other end. "Hello, John." The call was from Vigor, the Russian mafia boss, whose son had assaulted John Wick. Noticing John's silence, Vigor continued, "I have heard about your wife's tragedy. I am deeply sorry. Please accept my condolences. It seems this is fate, or perhaps mere coincidence, that brings us together once again." After a moment of silence, Vigor called out, "John, let us not be driven by our baser instincts. Instead, let us resolve this matter as civilized beings." Upon hearing this, John Wick deemed it unnecessary to continue the conversation and abruptly terminated the call. He had already deduced that the perpetrator behind the theft of his vehicle and the murder of his dog was none other than the son of his former employer. Observing the call's abrupt end, Vigo recognized that the situation could no longer be resolved amicably and instructed his associate, prepare the men. Chapter 4. The Continental Hotel. At the Continental Hotel in New York, Smith and Fox entered after bestowing 2 Continental coins upon the doorman. Upon entering, Smith bypassed the lobby and led Fox directly to the underground bar. Meanwhile, Sharon at the front desk, upon seeing Smith and Fox head towards the bar, promptly picked up the phone to make a call. Manager Winston, the individual you instructed me to monitor, Smith, has arrived with Fox at our hotel and is now proceeding to the bar area. Understood, came Winston's reply. After hanging up, Sharon murmured to himself, fortunately, I reside within the hotel and need not leave. Winston, rubbing his temples post-call, casually remarked, what brings these two here? Could the Assassin's Guild be planning an attack on my Continental Hotel? Or perhaps some unfortunate soul has crossed paths with Smith. As the manager of the Continental Hotel in New York, Winston possessed a certain awareness of the Assassin's Guild. 18 years prior, the organization was notorious for inexplicable assassinations. But it had since shifted its modus operandi to target only those individuals steeped in malice and wrongdoing. Numerous crime lords and unapprehended serial killers within the city had fallen victim to the Guild's precision, with not a single failure to their name. Consequently, the Continental Hotel, along with various criminal factions, had reported this alarming trend to the high table, yet no decisive action was taken. They merely dispatched a judicator to converse briefly with the Guild before departing. However, Winston had gleaned some insider information suggesting that the high table had, during its inception, extended an invitation to the Assassin's Guild, even offering a seat at the Elders' table, which the Guild had declined. Of course, the registered assassins at the Continental Hotel had not escaped the Guild's wrath. Many had been slain by Guild operatives, particularly by Smith, who had a notorious reputation for targeting black assassins. Nevertheless, as long as the killings did not occur within the hotel premises, Winston remained indifferent. Reflecting on this, he quickened his pace, pondering whether Smith had come merely for reconnaissance. After parting with another 2 Continental coins, Smith and Fox descended into the underground bar. As they entered, the assassins within the establishment cast both intentional and unintentional glances their way. Despite the Continental Hotel's strict prohibition against violence, and the bar serving as a hub of information, it was instinctual for every assassin present to take note of the identities of newcomers. Upon recognizing the arrival of Smith, several assassins remained indifferent, even raising a glass in a gesture of acknowledgement. However, a few African-American assassins, upon glimpsing Smith, immediately turned away or made their way towards the restroom, while others shielded their faces with hats. Fox observed the dynamics unfolding before him and leaned towards Smith, remarking, "You are on the verge of becoming a true hunter of assassins. Look at how you frightened those few black assassins." In response to Fox's comment, Smith chuckled lightly and replied, "Isn't our duty to cleanse the world of its filth? I have eliminated them all, not a single mistake among them." Fox nodded solemnly at Smith's words. All present were killers, mercenaries devoid of moral distinction, and their demise bore no fault. However, Fox perceived that Smith harbored a particular disdain for African Americans, to the extent that the Assassin's Guild had ceased recruiting individuals of that ethnicity ever since they became aware of his preferences. As they spoke, Smith approached the bar and addressed the bartender, Eddie, saying, 2 glasses of Thunder Bourbon. After Eddie poured 2 whiskeys, he smiled at Smith and remarked, "Smith, every time you visit, our business seems to decline a bit. I suspect they are undoubtedly sending messages to other African American assassins, advising them to steer clear of the Continental Hotel for the next few days." Smith shrugged, responding, "In truth, I would prefer everyone to seek refuge here at the Continental. After all, killing is prohibited, is it not?" Eddie chuckled in disbelief. "Come to seek refuge, only to risk being remembered and hunted down later? How may I assist you?" The entrance fee to the bar was not merely a cover charge, but also a means to procure valuable information. Smith produced a piece of paper and sketched the emblem of a 4-star Dragon Ball, stating, "If anyone inquires about this or something similar, direct them to me." Eddie examined the drawing and remarked, "A crystal ball adorned with stars, is it?" "Understood." As Eddie departed, Fox, intrigued, inquired, "What is this? And what about the thrilling spectacle you mentioned?" Just as Smith was about to respond, Winston approached them, greeting them warmly, "Mr. Smith, Miss Fox." Smith raised his glass. "Manager Winston, it has been quite some time." Fox also acknowledged him. "Good to see you, Mr. Winston." Winston snapped his fingers, prompting Eddie to return. "Eddie, bring me that bottle of Macallan whiskey from 1972 in my stock. I wish to treat Smith and Fox to a drink." Upon hearing the vintage of the whiskey, Smith remarked, "Winston, that Macallan is not inexpensive." Winston smiled and replied, "No matter the cost, the true value of fine liquor lies in its enjoyment. Moreover, Fine wine paired with heroes is a trivial expense for you too. Shortly thereafter, Eddie returned with 3 glasses of whiskey, placing them before Smith and the others. Smith lifted his glass, inhaled its aroma, and then took a sip. He remarked, "This vintage Macallan is quite commendable, though I have heard that the 1926 vintage is truly exceptional." Winston responded with a smile, "This year's Macallan is difficult to come by, and even I would hesitate at such a price." Smith, hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. Indeed, the 1927 Macallan commanded a price of £200 and was quite elusive. Winston continued, "For those of us managing platforms, we should not fall within the purview of the Assassin's Guild. So, Smith, you wouldn't dream of disrupting the regulations of my hotel, would you?" Smith regarded Winston and shrugged, saying, "Surely, you don't believe we have come to dismantle the Continental Hotel in New York. As for the hotel's regulations, I find them quite agreeable." Upon hearing this response, a smile graced Winston's face. "Thank you." At that moment, Fox interjected, "A new contract just emerged from the Continental Hotel, offering $200. Smith, could this be what you referred to as the excitement? Chapter 5. Price increase. After expressing his gratitude, Winston departed from Smith's side and seated himself in a vacant booth, picking up a newspaper to read. Smith, catching Fox's words, inquired, "Which unfortunate soul is the target?" Fox glanced at the information and replied, "A fellow named John Wick." Upon hearing that name, Smith chuckled, "He's the very target I brought you to observe today." Fox, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Observe? I had thought you might take the opportunity to complete the bounty, but what is there to observe about a retired hitman?" Both Smith and Fox were familiar with the night demon, John Wick, as Smith had introduced him to Fox when she learned of the Continental Hotel. Fox generally held the assassins of the Continental Hotel in disdain. In her eyes, the Assassin's Guild resembled Robin Hood-like heroes, especially after learning that a failed mission had led to a tragedy in her family. This realization further solidified her admiration for the organization, which, despite having lost its sacred loom, continued to uphold its former ideals. Conversely, the assassins of the Continental Hotel were mere mercenaries, driven by money, a stark contrast to the noble cause she perceived in the guild. Furthermore, in terms of capability, the members of the Assassin's Guild were overwhelmingly superior, particularly exemplified by the sniper skills of the Gentleman and the Cross. Noticing Fox's indifferent tone, Smith replied, "Take your time to understand. There's no rush." Meanwhile, John Wick, having dealt with a wave of assassins sent by Vigo, now drove towards the Continental Hotel. With a suitcase in his left hand and a canvas bag slung over his right shoulder, he approached the reception desk with steady steps. His demeanor was grave, an air of lethal intent surrounding him, as he resembled a volcano ready to erupt, having just dispatched numerous adversaries the night before. John Wick approached the hotel front desk when a stunning assassin, having just completed her check-in, turned to him and said, "It's a pleasure to see you again, John." "Likewise, Perkins." After exchanging pleasantries, John completed his check-in while Perkins departed the hotel lobby. Once settled into room 818, John took out his phone to watch a video of his late wife. With a heavy heart, he retrieved a Dragon Ball from his pocket and murmured, "Helen, if this is all real, I shall wish for your revival." Subsequently, he placed the Dragon Ball into a drawstring pouch, secured it, and hung it around his neck, believing that close to his heart was the safest place for it. Having finished his preparations, John donned his attire, rose, and made his way to the underground bar. Upon reaching the entrance, he inserted a coin from the Continental Hotel and stepped inside. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the absence of any African-American assassins, furrowing his brow in concern. Typically, the presence of such individuals was abundant within the Continental. He proceeded further into the bar and even acknowledged Perkins with a nod. Navigating through the crowd, John spotted Winston seated in a booth and approached him directly. "Hello, Winston." Winston set his newspaper aside and looked up at the man before him, a smile gracing his face. "Jonathan." John Wick's full name was Jonathan Wick, and while most referred to him simply as John, those close to him called him Jonathan. As he settled into the seat across from Winston, the latter removed his glasses and remarked, "If memory serves me right, you are the one who never cleans up after the mess." John chuckled lightly, replying, "That sounds about right." Winston continued to scrutinize him. "What brings you here?" "Ruthless Tarasov," John stated. Winston raised an eyebrow. "What about him?" "I wish to have a word with him." Taking a sip from his glass, Winston responded, "A word, huh? I'm quite familiar with your terminology, Jonathan. May I inquire, have you truly turned over a new leaf?" Upon hearing Winston's inquiry regarding his return after supposedly retiring, John remained composed and replied, "Just a visit." The gravity of John's response prompted Winston to ask earnestly, "Have you truly considered this?" "Thoroughly. You evaded once. Yet you are entwined too deeply." You might discover a way to extricate yourself, but you will only find yourself further ensnared. Ignoring Winston's insinuations, John interjected, "Where can I find him?" In response to John's insistence, Winston cautioned, "You know the rules here. Refrain from causing trouble under my roof to avoid severe repercussions." He then took another sip of whiskey, adding, "First, have a drink, and then relax." At that moment, as Winston reached for his pen to jot down the address, John Wick rose and interjected, "This is a private matter." Observing John Wick's departure, Winston shook his head, internally contemplating, "When you step back into this place, do you genuinely believe that others will regard your retirement as absolute?" John Wick proceeded toward the bar, seeking information. Eddie, spotting him, exclaimed, "My goodness, Jonathan." "Hey, Eddie," John Wick replied, as Eddie pulled him into a friendly kiss on the cheek. "It's been 4 years since we last met, hasn't it?" John Wick corrected him, saying, "It's been over 5. Curiously, Eddie asked, "So, how's retirement treating you?" John Wick responded, "Quite well, Eddie. Far better than I deserve." Eddie's tone then shifted to a somber note as he said, "Hey, I'm really sorry about your wife." John Wick interjected, "Thank you." Eddie looked at John Wick with a serious expression and remarked, "I've never seen you like this." John Wick, puzzled, inquired, "Like what?" Eddie gazed earnestly at him and slowly replied, "Haggard." Taking a deep breath, John Wick stated, "I am retired." Upon hearing this, Eddie chuckled and replied, "As long as you're here drinking, it means you aren't." He then gestured to the liquor cabinet behind him, asking, "The usual?" "Sure," John Wick affirmed. Meanwhile, at a nearby booth, Fox glanced at a message on his phone before casting a look toward John Wick at the bar and remarked, "Smith's price has risen to 400. By the way, it also includes 4 complimentary coins from the Continental." Chapter 6, The Relic. Fox continued, "If I'm not mistaken, that scar on his face is a result of an injury. It seems this retired knight demon isn't all that formidable after all. Is he returning to the Continental for a comeback? If so, I wouldn't mind making a little extra on the side." Smith grasped Fox's hand and said, "Look, you're getting ahead of yourself. The main event hasn't even begun." Eddie, holding a glass of whiskey and a napkin adorned with lip prints and an address, noted, "The hotel is treating." Upon hearing this, John Wick turned to look at Winston, who was seated in the booth, raising his glass in a toast. Acknowledging this first clue, John Wick pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone and a Continental coin from his pocket. He displayed a photograph of a Dragon Ball with a star and stated, "I seek information regarding this item, or perhaps where a similar one might be found." As he spoke, John Wick slid the coin toward Eddie. Eddie picked up his phone to examine it, his surprise evident upon confirming the item's identity. Upon receiving the commission from Smith Door today, the intelligence system at the Continental Hotel sprang into action. Although no information regarding this item was available, it was unexpected that John Wick would arrive so swiftly with something similar in hand. Eddie accepted the gold coins before him and remarked, "How fortuitous. Had this occurred before today, you might have found yourself utterly at a loss." John Wick, taken aback by this statement, inquired, "How so?" Eddie continued, "Today, a guest has submitted a commission regarding a similar image. If anyone seeks this or a comparable item, they may approach him directly for information. By the way, he is currently at the bar." As he spoke, Eddie gestured towards Smith Door's location. Upon hearing this, John Wick paused momentarily. This intelligence was not what he had anticipated. He had assumed that the Continental Hotel would possess no knowledge of the matter, or at best, only some legendary texts. He had not expected such a result. Contemplating for a moment, he then turned and walked towards Smith Door. Fox nudged Smith with her shoulder, teasingly stating, "400 is making his way over to us." Smith chuckled, showing no concern for the amount. The Assassin's Guild, with a legacy spanning over 1,000 years, possesses an unfathomable depth of heritage. Money holds little significance for them. It is noteworthy that the United States has only a little over 200 years of history, whereas any item from their inception is likely a valuable antique. John Wick approached the two and placed his phone on the table before him, displaying a photo of a star sphere. He then stated, "Eddie informed me that if I wished to learn about this item, I should come directly to you." Fox glanced at the photo on the phone and, curious, turned to Smith, as she was unfamiliar with the crystal-like object. At that moment, Smith examined the image and smiled, saying, "It appears you have acquired a star sphere." John Wick, taken aback, sat down and, with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, asked, "Is the legend true?" The smile on Smith Door's face remained unchanged as he replied, "Indeed, it is true." Hearing this, John Wick took a deep breath to steady his emotions before responding, "Thank you for the information. May I ask your name?" "I am Jonathan Wick." Upon hearing Wick introduce himself, Smith replied, "I am Smith Door, and this is Fox." John Wick organized his thoughts and slowly spoke, "Mr. Smith, May I inquire how much you know about this item? Or do you possess something similar? What would be required of me to obtain the item in your possession? Noticing John Wick's slight tension, Smith carefully assessed him. We are members of the Assassin's Guild, and this item is a sacred relic we protect. John Wick. This is hardly an appropriate venue for such discussions. As he spoke, Smith gestured towards the phone before him and continued, Moreover, you have significant matters to attend to. However, it is worth mentioning that you are currently under our observation. Upon hearing Smith's words, John Wick felt compelled to respond, but after a brief pause, he finally said, Indeed. I have certain affairs to address. I wonder when we shall converse regarding the matter of the 1-star. Smith replied, Once you have concluded your current tasks and are prepared, you may find us in room 819 at the Continental Hotel for a more detailed discussion. John Wick nodded, then rose and made his way outside. He was on his way to seek out Vigo's son, Tarasov. Watching John Wick depart, Fox inquired with curiosity, What exactly is this 1-star that Smith mentioned? Why has it become our sacred object? And what are we to observe about John Wick? Noticing that John Wick had already exited the bar, Smith stood and said, As for the specifics of this object, I shall explain shortly. And do remember to maintain control over your expressions and demeanor. Do not appear surprised. As for what to observe, let us follow him and see what he intends to do. Fox rose, leaning in to whisper in Smith's ear, I hope the conclusion of this tale brings surprises. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. With that, Fox playfully twisted Smith's waist, eliciting a feigned expression of pain from him. Hurry now, or you may find yourself unable to keep pace with John Wick, Smith urged. At that moment, John Wick was driving towards the Red Circle Club, his mind reflecting on the earlier conversation with Smith. He had heard tales of the Assassin's Guild, an organization that operated on the periphery, never accepting assassination contracts. Its members were reputed to possess extraordinary combat prowess. However, having been retired for 5 years, much of the intelligence he possessed was outdated, leaving him uncertain about the changes that had transpired over the years. As for their intentions and what they were investigating, John Wick had his speculations. He touched the dragon pendant hanging over his heart, his resolve firming as he thought, I must resurrect you, Helen. Chapter 7. The Aladdin lamp is the 7 Dragon Balls within the Red Circle Club. The battle involving John Wick had essentially concluded, and Smith and Fox had witnessed everything firsthand. Back in the car, Smith turned to Fox and remarked, 31 kills, for by dagger. How do you feel about it? Fox glanced at the already fleeing Tarasov, then expressed with a hint of regret, decisive and ruthless. Employing the Mozambique drill, 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, he left no survivors. While he certainly dispatched many, his true target appears to be that young man who just escaped. Smith nodded in agreement, acknowledging the accuracy of Fox's assessment. Let's go. We have seen his capabilities. Back to the Continental Hotel. Fox pressed the gas pedal, swiftly departing. At that moment, John Wick emerged, dragging his injured frame, while Tarasov had long since fled the scene. Inside room 819, Fox leaned against the wall, arms crossed, contemplating. Surely you do not intend to recruit him into the Assassin's Guild? Given his prowess, he is certainly adequate. With a bit of training, he could become one of us. However, are you certain he can embrace our ideology? I even suspect he might be a target we are all too familiar with. Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith pondered briefly before shaking his head. I currently have no intention of inviting him into the Assassin's Guild. Nevertheless, your suggestion is intriguing and worthy of consideration. Fox, somewhat resigned, poured himself a glass of bourbon from the table, took a sip, and remarked, I hope the ultimate resolution does not prove overly mundane. Time passed slowly. Back at the Continental Hotel, John Wick, after receiving treatment from the hotel physician, returned to his room to prepare for rest. The sound of the door opening was not subtle. Smith Doyle in the adjacent room recognized it was John Wick returning. Indeed, within minutes, sounds of a struggle erupted from next door. Clearly, Fox had also heard the commotion, as she swiftly rose from her bed, dressed, and remarked, It seems the rules of the Continental Hotel are not universally adhered to. If I am not mistaken, that is John Wick's room. Smith smiled, already aware of the events unfolding next door, including the altercation. Had it not been for John Wick's friend firing a warning shot outside the hotel, Wick might have fallen victim to the ambush orchestrated by the assassin Perkins. Rules are inherently meant to be broken, yet one must be prepared to bear the cost of such transgressions. Fox chuckled slightly before stating, It appears some individuals are destined for misfortune. Clearly, the one who broke the rules will face the consequences. Such a ruckus surely has alerted the guests at the Continental. After a brief pause, the sounds of the struggle ceased, signifying John Wick's victory. At that moment, Smith Doyle opened his door and observed Perkins crawling down the hallway. Turning to Fox and saying, It seems we have an overreaching individual here. John Wick, having concluded a phone call with the hotel, stepped out of his room, seizing Perkins while pressing a gun to her head, ultimately extracting the information he sought. After rendering Perkins unconscious with the butt of his gun, Wick looked up at Smith and asked, "Smith, could you kindly look after this sleeping beauty? I am willing to part with a gold coin, and come dawn, you can hand her over to the Continental. As you know, killing is not permitted within the hotel." Smith chuckled at this, contemplating the Continental's rules. "Very well. Bring her in. I have some matters to discuss with you." John Wick nodded, then returned to his room to retrieve a pair of handcuffs and a gold coin from the Continental. He secured Perkins' hands behind her back and escorted her into Smith Doyle's room. Upon witnessing John Wick placing Perkins in a chair and depositing a Continental Hotel coin upon the table, Smith spoke. "Fox, please pour John a glass of bourbon." Fox approached, poured a glass of bourbon for John Wick, then stood aside, her curiosity piqued by the ensuing conversation. John Wick stepped forward and drank deeply from the glass. "This whiskey is quite good. Sharon recommended this brand to me as well." Smith smiled and nodded, then continued, "John Wick, your personal matters remain unresolved. However, before we proceed, I must inquire about your desire." Upon hearing Smith's mention of desire, John Wick set down his glass and, with a serious demeanor, replied, "My desire." After a brief pause, he continued, "is to resurrect my deceased wife." Smith, recognizing the sincerity in John Wick's words, scrutinized him for 3 seconds before responding. "I believe you are not lying at this moment." Fox, somewhat perplexed, could not comprehend how the conversation had veered towards resurrection, yet she maintained a stoic expression, gazing calmly at John Wick. The Assassin's Guild is an organization with a legacy spanning over a millennium, within which the Dragon Balls are regarded as sacred relics. You possess one of the 7 Dragon Balls. By gathering all 7, one can summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish. John Wick nodded, already aware of the Dragon Ball significance from his prior encounter. "It sounds reminiscent of Aladdin's lamp." Smith nonchalantly remarked, "That is merely a tale modified by bards after hearing the legends of the Dragon Balls." John Wick, taken aback by this response, posed a question that lingered in his mind. "If the Dragon Balls are sacred to your organization, why were they found in my home?" Smith replied, "After a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls automatically disperse across the world, concealing themselves as stones, only to regain their original forms after a period. The Assassin's Guild does not seek to hoard the Dragon Balls entirely. Rather, upon an individual encountering a Dragon Ball, we evaluate that person to discern their desires. If the individual passes this assessment, and their wish is not rooted in selfishness or destruction, the Assassin's Guild will guide them to seek the remaining Dragon Balls." John Wick nodded. Though uncertain of the truth, he had gleaned some understanding of the situation. And if an individual's wish is malevolent, driven by selfish desires, what actions would you take? Smith slowly responded, "How does your world of assassins perceive our Assassin's Guild?" Reflecting on the legends surrounding the guild, John Wick considered that they do not accept assassination contracts, yet individuals or factions often mysteriously perish at their hands. Could it be that these individuals had failed the guild's assessment? It was no wonder the tales of the Dragon Balls were scarce. Those in the know had seemingly vanished. Chapter 8. Battling the 6 scoundrels. Observing the beads of cold sweat forming on John Wick's forehead, Smith smiled silently. At that moment, Fox was internally lamenting how Smith was truly a master of persuasion. When had the mission of the Assassin's Guild transformed into one of assessment and guidance? Yet, one must ponder, does the fabled Dragon Ball truly exist? Can it genuinely grant any wish? Why does John Wick hold such unwavering belief in it? Is it that crystalline orb he clings to? Ignoring the perspiration trickling down his brow, John Wick inquired, I simply wish to resurrect my wife, Helen. Also, have I passed your observation?" Smith smiled before responding, "You are still under evaluation." Upon receiving this answer, John Wick rose and stated, "I hope to succeed in your assessment. But for now, I must attend to personal matters." Concerning his beloved dog and car, John Wick felt compelled to gain clarity. These were treasures left to him by Helen. He understood that if he faltered, not only might he fail the evaluation, but also Vigo and his son, Rurik Tarasov, would become obstacles in his forthcoming endeavors. Smith nodded, his expression gentle as he said, "Go attend to your affairs. Your evaluation is ongoing." "Thank you," John Wick replied before departing from Smith's chamber. Once the door closed behind him and assured that no one was outside, Fox scrutinized Smith from head to toe. "Is what you said true?" Smith chuckled lightly, replying, "Partially." Fox's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "So, the matter of the Dragon Balls is indeed real?" Seeing Smith nod in affirmation, Fox, though having suspected as much, was nonetheless astonished. "As for the remaining part, I believe it shall soon become reality." After a few moments of silence, Fox queried, "Since it is true, do you not wish to make a wish?" Smith shook his head, stating, "I have no need." Fox opened his mouth to speak, yet words eluded him. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Truly, you are remarkable. Your level of understanding is unparalleled." Noticing Fox's look of confusion, Smith chose not to elaborate. After all, the Dragon Balls were conceived from his own power. He had no desires to fulfill. What he could not achieve through his own strength, the dragon could not accomplish either. Moreover, he required no assistance from the dragon for what he was capable of achieving. With his foresight concerning the Marvel Universe, he was already at a distinct advantage. Smith then took out his phone and dialed Winston. Within moments, the call connected. "Smith, calling an elderly person at this hour is quite impolite." Winston's voice echoed through the line. Smith chuckled, unfazed by any social faux pas, and straightforwardly declared, "Winston, someone has violated the regulations of the Continental Hotel. As a good Samaritan, I shall help you clear out the trash." Upon hearing Smith's words, Winston sat upright in bed, fully alert, and gravely inquired, "Are you certain he violated the regulations of the Continental Hotel? What exactly did that fellow do?" Smith glanced at Perkins, who was seated in a chair, then replied. Perkins had set his sights on the bounty for John Wick and initiated an assassination right within the hotel. "I believe the surveillance footage in the hallway will elucidate everything." After speaking, Smith drew his handgun and shot Perkins in the head. The gunshot echoed, and a bullet pierced Perkins's skull, killing him instantly. After a brief silence of 3 seconds, Winston responded, "I understand." Smith hung up the phone and remarked, "I do not wish to see this individual until dawn. We have other matters to attend to." Fox rolled her eyes and said, "You realized she had been awake all along, eavesdropping on our conversation, didn't you?" Smith nodded. That rapidly beating heart betrayed her long ago. "It seems the news of the Dragon Balls truly is enticing. We should head to Little Russia and observe John Wick's next moves." With that, Smith and Fox departed from the Continental Hotel. Shortly after their exit, Winston arrived at room 819 with his associates, checked the neighboring rooms, and removed Perkins's body. Before dawn broke, Smith and Fox arrived near the church in Little Russia, a significant stronghold for the Russian mob led by Vigo Tarasov, housing crucial evidence of bribery, political leverage, and a stash of cash. Upon reaching the location, they scouted the church's surroundings and discovered a warehouse suspected of holding John Wick. They then chose a rooftop with a favorable yet concealed vantage point to wait. As daylight arrived, Fox, equipped with binoculars, observed John Wick entering the church with a large canvas bag. "Smith, John has arrived," she announced, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. The Night Demon commenced his deadly performance. At that moment, Smith retrieved a second-generation combat power detector from his system backpack, donned it, and began to assess the situation. 4, 5, 5, 4, 3. Oddly, the Russian gang had such weak combatants. "Let me see what John Wick's combat power is." 6, he noted, somewhat surprisingly high, even slightly surpassing the 5th-tier fighters. John Wick unleashed a series of shots, each one lethal, executing the entire process with fluidity and precision, devoid of unnecessary dialogue or superfluous movements. His unique charisma shone through, unlike some who ramble on even in the midst of a fight, lost in their own delusions. It was precisely this unambiguous and decisive manner of killing that compelled Smith to invite Fox to witness this spectacle of slaughter. At this moment, Fox was filled with curiosity about the object Smith was carrying, diverting her attention from the ongoing carnage to inquire, "Smith, what is that you have? I have never seen anything like it." Smith gestured towards his possession and replied, "This is a combat power detector, capable of observing a target's energy and quantifying an individual's combat prowess through numerical values." Chapter 9. The Combat Power Detector. Upon hearing Smith's words, Fox was utterly astonished. It was a day replete with incomprehensible phenomena. "Quick, let me try this combat power detector you mentioned. Is it truly as remarkable as you say? I wish to ascertain my own combat power." Smith turned to Fox, and, shortly thereafter, a value of 6 appeared on the screen. Upon seeing this number, Smith felt no surprise. Although Fox was stronger than John Wick, her superiority lay primarily in her tactical shooting skills, rendering their energy levels relatively comparable. 6, Fox echoed, momentarily taken aback, and uncertainly asked, "Is that high or low?" After a moment of contemplation, Smith responded, "It's a couple of points higher than that of an average person. You can compare for yourself." As he spoke, Smith removed the combat power detector and placed it in Fox's hands. She adjusted the device and then turned her gaze towards Smith. The digits on the lens began to fluctuate before stabilizing at a value. 9. "Smith, your combat power is 9. That is 15 times mine. Let me see the combat powers of others," she exclaimed, subsequently directing her attention to the skirmish within the chapel. The device scanned and displayed another silhouette along with its combat power, 5. This one is also 5. Goodness, there's even one with 3. John Wick has 6? How is that possible? I believe eliminating him would not pose much difficulty for me. After her brief experimentation, Fox returned the combat power detector to Smith. Once he donned it again, he explained, this device primarily measures an individual's biological energy. The higher the biological energy, the greater the combat power. If the value exceeds the opponent's by 13 times, a crushing victory is assured. Your belief that defeating John Wick is easy stems from the combat techniques of our Assassin's Alliance. Such skills do not manifest in numerical form. Upon hearing Smith's explanation, Fox grasped the criteria by which the combat power detector operated. Just as she marveled at the utility of this device, John Wick's battle concluded. At that moment, 2 women emerged from the chapel, and shortly thereafter, smoke began to billow from within. Smith, it seems John has set a fire. This will incur significant losses for Vigo. Smith nodded in acknowledgement, yet neither of them expressed any interest in the cash, antiques, or artworks that had been consumed, nor in the evidence implicating Vigo Tarasov in collusion with government officials. Amidst the gaze of 2 observers, John Wick emerged. Not to flee, but to select a strategic vantage point. Witnessing Wick's actions, Fox remarked, I must admit, I am beginning to appreciate this fellow. His skills are undeniably impressive. John Wick concealed himself within an abandoned shipping container outside the church, oblivious to the presence of Smith and Fox, who lurked atop a nearby building. Soon enough, Vigo received a call from the surviving personnel at the church, hastily driving over with his men. After a thorough inspection of the basement, he stormed out in a fit of rage, executing the priest who had unlocked the underground vault for Wick on the spot. Damn it, they've been reduced to ashes. Vigo cursed, turning to his advisor and part-time lawyer, inquiring, is there any way to salvage this? The advisor shook his head, responding, Vigo, you know what lies in the basement. That money is insignificant. Wick's actions incited Vigo's fury. At that moment, Wick emerged from the shadows, brandishing a 415 assault rifle, and opened fire on Vigo's men. The crack of gunfire echoed as Vigo turned to see one of his underlings fall, struck by a bullet. Realizing Wick had arrived, he quickly crouched behind the side of a car. Damn it, time to retaliate. His accompanying men immediately drew their weapons, engaging in a shootout with Wick, who utilized the surrounding vehicles as cover, occasionally returning fire. Unfortunately, Vigo's men, lacking precision, failed to inflict any damage on Wick, suffering significant casualties instead. Fox, peering through binoculars, commented on the unfolding gunfight. These gangsters are atrociously poor shots, wasting bullets and offering themselves up as targets. Smith nodded in agreement, adding, John Wick is a former Marine, having earned the moniker Baba Yaga at the Continental Hotel. If he hadn't possessed remarkable skills, he wouldn't have survived this long. Interestingly, he once served Vigo's Russian syndicate, completing an impossible mission to secure his discharge. Yet, now his son is in such dire straits. As the two conversed, Wick had managed to eliminate 8 of Vigo's men. However, misfortune struck when one of Vigo's loyalists rammed a car into him, sending Wick flying. The impact sent him sprawling, yet he did not perish. He merely lost consciousness. Fox observed the scene, remarking, Smith, your chosen subject appears to be done for. Smith chuckled, replying, rest assured, he won't die. With the gunfire subsiding, Vigo ordered his men to restrain Wick and transport him to a warehouse for a discussion. Fox, witnessing this, expressed a hint of incredulity. Is Vigo out of his mind? He.s. not even killing Wick. Smith turned to Fox, stating, when faced with an enemy, even if they are unconscious, one must ensure they are finished off. Excessive chatter can provide adversaries with opportunities to turn the tide. If Vigo were aware that his superfluous actions would not only lead to his own demise, but also to that of his son, one wonders what sentiments he might harbor. Smith and Fox, stealthily trailing behind Vigo and his cohorts, concealed themselves outside a window above the storeroom. With Smith's adeptness, he and Fox made not a sound. At that moment, Vigo Tarasov commanded his subordinates to bind John Wick to a chair and disarm him of all his weapons, simultaneously discovering the Dragon Ball concealed upon John's person. Holding the Dragon Ball, Vigo scoffed, what is this? A child's toy. He carelessly tossed it among the assortment of weapons, 3 daggers, for handguns, and 2 grenades, culled from John Wick. Unbeknownst to Vigo, Smith had not divulged the Dragon Ball's capabilities, leaving him ignorant of its true nature. As John slowly regained consciousness, Vigo remarked, let us put it this way, my men will certainly disassemble you limb from limb. At that juncture, one of Vigo's subordinates positioned a chair opposite John, and Vigo stepped forward to commence his lengthy monologue. Chapter 10, blood oath. John Wick awakened, taking a moment to survey his surroundings, noting the weapons and Dragon Ball that had been stripped from him lying on the ground. Let us put it this way. I will have my men tear you to shreds. You are ever so audacious, are you not? John Wick raised his gaze to Vigo, responding, is that so? Vigo chuckled, indeed. I dare say, 5 years have passed, yet you, John Wick, remain as formidable as ever. John inquired once more, is that so? Vigo leaned closer, stating, people do not change much, you know. Time does. Recalling the flames John had ignited, Vigo's temper flared as he declared, do you have any idea what lies in the basement? Art, cash, perhaps of little value. However, the criminal network I have established in this city, video footage, evidence, extortion, these are priceless. As he reached the climax of his tirade, Vigo's voice rose in intensity, accentuated by his gesticulations, revealing his profound anger. Priceless. Observing Vigo's fury, John Wick maintained an expressionless demeanor, his tone indifferent as he replied, is that so? I rather enjoy this. Vigo, incensed by John's demeanor, erupted in laughter. Yes, indeed. You certainly do enjoy it. Are you laughing? With that, Vigo lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on John's face, nearly toppling him and the chair together. Meanwhile, Fox and Smith, hidden by the window in the storeroom, exchanged glances of disbelief, questioning how a mafia boss could be so verbose. In a hushed tone, Fox asked, given the circumstances, do you think John Wick can still turn the tables? Smith remained silent, merely gesturing in a particular direction. Fox, holding a pair of binoculars, peered into the distance and spotted a man on the rooftop outside the warehouse, aiming a sniper rifle at the interior. It appeared that someone had indeed come to his rescue. Vigo had been engaged in a lengthy discussion with John Wick, yet ultimately, the tone of the latter had been rather severe. As he departed, he waved his hand, instructing his men to take care of John Wick. With Vigo's exit, 2 of his subordinates placed a plastic bag over John Wick's head, intending to suffocate him. At that moment, Smith acted swiftly, firing 2 shots at Vigo's men. The bullets shattered the glass, arcing gracefully before finding their marks in the heads of the assailants. Smith then scooped up Fox and leapt down from the heights, landing before John Wick. Meanwhile, Marcus, who was prepared to assist outside the warehouse, witnessed the sudden intervention of the 2 and the demise of the gang members. Realizing that John Wick was now safe, John Wick gazed at the 2 before him, surprised that they had intervened to save him. Thank you for rescuing me. Fox produced a knife to sever the bindings on John Wick's wrists. Smith looked at John Wick and remarked, you appear rather disheveled, John. I thought you were about to join Helen. At Smith's words, John Wick nodded, recalling that he had indeed believed he was on the verge of reuniting with his beloved wife. Thank you, Smith. I owe you my life. If you ever need my assistance, I shall give my all. After speaking, John Wick began to gather his scattered gear, meticulously stowing away his weapons and placing the dragon's pearl into the pocket of his suit lining. He then picked up the shotgun from the ground and inquired, is my assessment still ongoing? Smith nodded in affirmation, it is still in progress. Fully armed, John Wick then stated, Smith, once I conclude my current affairs, I will bring the blood oath to the Continental Hotel to find you. For now, let me resolve this matter swiftly. Upon receiving Smith's nod of agreement, John Wick charged out of the warehouse. Fox turned to Smith and asked, blood oath? Smith explained, it is a vow backed by the Continental Hotel, allowing the bearer to compel the signatory to undertake a task, anything at all. Should they violate this oath, they will face the consequences from the Continental. After speaking, Smith waved in Marcus's direction. At that moment, Marcus realized he had been discovered. However, reflecting on the extraordinary display of strength he had just witnessed, someone leaping from such a height while carrying another was indeed daunting. Was this the prowess of the Assassin's Guild? With no unnecessary movements, Marcus stowed away his sniper rifle and turned to leave. He was fortunate not to be an outsider, otherwise, he might have met his end here today. Nevertheless, he was pleased that his old friend had been saved without him having to intervene. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how John Wick had become entangled with the Assassin's Guild, considering he had been retired for 5 years. Fox observed Smith's actions and remarked, you have effortlessly acquired a blood oath contract. It is no wonder you are on the verge of becoming a leader. Smith chuckled lightly, refraining from rebuttal, and simply replied, let us return to the Continental Hotel. At that moment, outside, John Wick had already maneuvered his vehicle to block Vigo, standing resolutely in front of Vigo's car. He discharged a shotgun, eliminating Vigo's driver, and inquired, Vigo, where is he? Noticing Vigo's silence, John Wick fired a shot beside him. The barrel now aimed directly at Vigo's face, indicating that should he remain mute, the next bullet would be intended for him. Aware of the gravity of John Wick's threat, Vigo understood that his silence could lead to his demise. He promptly divulged the whereabouts of his son's south hiding place to John Wick and, under duress, rescinded the bounty placed on Wick's head. After receiving the desired information, John Wick paused for a brief moment, choosing not to retaliate against Vigo. This was merely a personal vendetta. As John Wick departed, Vigo exhaled in relief. Smith, indifferent to the unfolding events concerning John Wick, chose not to follow and observe. Upon arriving at the Continental Hotel, Fox stated, "The bounty on John Wick has been lifted." Smith nodded, acknowledging. It appears a truce has been established between John Wick and Vigo. Fox, bewildered, responded, "A truce? No decisive action taken?" Clearly, Fox found it difficult to comprehend this situation. Previously, Vigo had been thoroughly overturned, yet now it seemed that John Wick had merely compelled Vigo to withdraw the bounty and clarify the information. While Smith understood the underlying reasons for Wick's decision, he opted not to elucidate this to Fox. Chapter 11. Gold Coins. After parting with 2 gold coins, Smith and Fox re-entered the Continental Hotel. Smith lamented the dwindling number of gold coins in his possession, as the entry fee was rather steep. Upon hearing Fox mention the gold coins of the Continental Hotel, Smith felt a twinge of exasperation. Perhaps before long, you will no longer be burdened by such concerns. Fox's eyes brightened, as if a thought had struck him, and he regarded the Continental Hotel with a sense of wistfulness. The gold coins of the Continental Hotel were exclusively minted, issued, and promoted by the establishment itself. Although crafted from fine materials, their relative cost was not high, and their value fluctuated significantly, making them challenging to procure yet remarkably convenient to use. Specifically, entry to the Continental Hotel, 1 gold coin, ensuring safety. Lodging at the Continental Hotel, 1 gold coin, single stay. Up to 17 days. Access to the hotel bar, 1 gold coin, includes a piece of information. Medical treatment, 1 gold coin. Body disposal, 1 gold coin, discreetly clearing the scene and the body. Purchase of weapons and bulletproof vests, 1 gold coin. In essence, any single service within the Continental Hotel commenced at a price of 1 gold coin, with the exception of assassin services, which required the base fee plus the corresponding task bounty. The value of a single gold coin can be as trivial as covering the cost of a haircut at a hotel. Yet it can also be substantial enough to ensure one's safety within the confines of a Continental Hotel, or even to hire an assassin for a nefarious task. It is noteworthy that John Wick, a notorious killer known as the Boogeyman, has a bounty of merely 4 gold coins on his head, a sum that is sufficient to entice assassins to breach the hotel's strict regulations. With the promotion of Continental Hotels worldwide, these coins have become the de facto currency of the assassin community, as long as one offers an ample supply of gold coins. Even in the absence of US dollars, assassins will be willing to serve. Most assassins globally have registered as members of Continental Hotels, utilizing the establishments around the world to post and accept contracts while enjoying the hotel's amenities. The Continental, as a platform for assassins, also possesses its own enforcers, specifically tasked with punishing those who violate the hotel's rules. Each Continental Hotel manager maintains a personal armed force. Behind the Continental Hotels stands a more formidable organization known as the High Table. The High Table is an alliance formed by major crime syndicates worldwide, comprising 12 seats. With its headquarters nestled in a desert near Casablanca, these 12 positions represent the governing body of the High Table, occupied by factions such as the Camorra, the Mafia, the Honor Legion, and the Triads. Wherever there are people, conflict is inevitable. The High Table, comprised of these powerful gangs, is rife with undercurrents and intrigue. To the Assassin's Guild, of which Smith is a member, this is a corrupt entity that must be eradicated, a festering blight that needs to be purged. One wonders if the High Table has been infiltrated by HYDRA. Such an organization would likely have at least 1 or 2 of its seats manipulated by SHIELD and HYDRA operatives. Nevertheless, as a champion of justice, Smith has resolved to eliminate this malignancy before the onset of a significant Marvel event, with John Wick being an ideal executor of this plan. Gazing at the Continental Hotel before him, Smith's eyes glimmered with a sense of intrigue. Meanwhile, Vigo Tarasov, after disclosing the desired location to John Wick, did not hasten to depart. He found himself perplexed as to how John Wick had managed to escape from his grasp. He had issued a kill order before leaving, and at that moment, Wick was akin to a fish on a chopping block. Upon returning to the warehouse where Wick had been detained, Vigo was aghast to find that 2 of his henchmen had been executed. Realizing that someone had intervened, he recalled the hidden cameras above the warehouse and immediately sought to review the footage, determined to uncover who had disrupted his plans and endangered his son's life. As the video played, revealing Smith and Fox, Vigo Tarasov clenched his teeth in fury, muttering, "It's you two." He recognized them as individuals who, though not registered assassins with the Continental, frequently frequented its establishments. Vigo had heard rumors about them and had even sought to gather intelligence, contemplating the possibility of recruiting them. After John Wick's retirement, he found himself devoid of any trump cards. However, prior to recruiting new allies, he received a warning from Winston advising him to refrain from provoking his adversaries. As for the intelligence of the Assassin's Guild, Vigo's capabilities did not afford him access to such information. Smith and Fox, regardless of the powerful entities standing behind you, I shall ensure that you pay the price. With that, Vigo departed the warehouse and drove straight home. At this moment, Vigo wore a grim expression. Had he known the depths of his son's folly, he would have shot him against the wall long ago. With his vast Russian empire, what need had he to steal, particularly when targeting antiquities? His son had the audacity to pilfer from the night demon and even killed the man's dog, yet after such a brazen act, he merely gave John Wick a beating before retreating. His ruthlessness had evidently not been inherited. He was nothing more than a pitiful wretch. The crux of the matter was that this was his sole son. Although he had divulged the boy's hiding place to John Wick, he had also dispatched numerous subordinates to guard it, equipped with an array of weaponry, albeit mostly consisting of assault rifles. Still, he clung to a thread of hope that his men would eliminate John Wick, for they had previously captured him. Though his confidence was tenuous, Vigo held on to a minuscule hope as he awaited the outcome. Time passed slowly. Vigo, his face etched with concern, smoked anxiously, the ashtray on his desk overflowing with cigarette butts as he awaited the excruciating news. When the phone rang, he inhaled deeply before answering. Upon receiving the information relayed through the line, Vigo Tarasov paused momentarily before hanging up. He took a few hard puffs from his cigarette, realizing, to his dismay, that the endeavor had indeed failed. Although he understood that his son was likely doomed, the news still pierced his heart with anguish. Subsequently, Vigo picked up the phone and summoned all his men to gather at headquarters. The animosity with John Wick could potentially conclude if Wick refrained from further action. However, he was resolute in not letting Smith escape unscathed. This time, he aimed for absolute certainty. Chapter 12. Contract and Gratitude on the Other Side. Having avenged his great grievance, John Wick returned to the Continental Hotel. He needed to meet with Winston to receive a blood oath and, in the presence of the hotel, deliver it to Smith. Just as he returned to the hotel and prepared to change his attire, he heard Karen's voice behind him. Mr. Wick. Upon hearing Sharon call him, John Wick halted his steps and approached the front desk, inquiring, "Is there something you need, Sharon?" Seeing Wick approach, Sharon produced a set of car keys and said, "Mr. Wick, the Continental Hotel sincerely apologizes for the events of last night. This is a gesture of goodwill from the hotel management as compensation for the incident." With that, Sharon extended the car keys towards John Wick. John Wick glanced at the car keys, neither refusing them nor hesitating, but instead took them in hand and spoke. "Please arrange a meeting with Winston. I have matters to discuss with him." After instructing Sharon briefly, John Wick turned and departed. Upon returning to his room, Smith changed his attire and promptly proceeded to visit Winston. Arriving at Winston's office, John Wick stated, "Winston, I require a blood oath emblem. Additionally, I need to partake in a blood oath under your witness." Hearing John Wick's words, Winston tapped his fingers on the desk and replied, "Jonathan, it appears you are indeed returning to this realm." John Wick shook his head. "No, this is merely a personal expression of gratitude. Only the blood oath from the Continental can convey the sincerity I seek." Winston regarded John Wick once more and remarked, "Jonathan, by re-entering this place and even engaging in a blood oath, others will not perceive this as your retirement." John Wick, with a serious demeanor, asserted, "I require the blood oath emblem to enhance my sincerity." Acknowledging John Wick's insistence, Winston merely smiled. "It seems you have incurred quite the favor this time. Come, let me witness your blood oath." John Wick led Winston to the doorway of Smith's room, gently knocking on the door. As the door swung open, Winston realized that the subject of John Wick's blood oath was indeed a member of the Assassin's Guild, pondering whether John Wick was offering a favor, seeking support, or perhaps both. Smith, observing the two at the entrance, inquired, "I take it personal matters have been settled?" John Wick nodded affirmatively. "Yes, they have been resolved." Upon hearing this, Smith gestured, "Please, both of you come in." He invited them into the room. Once inside, John Wick wasted no time. He retrieved the blood oath emblem from his person and stated, "Smith, I am grateful for your assistance. You saved my life. This blood oath emblem is, to my belief, the only item of value I can offer you. Should you activate this emblem, I shall fulfill any task, even at the cost of my own life." At this juncture, Winston interjected, "This blood oath emblem will be signed under the auspices of the Continental. The bearer of the blood oath emblem, should they breach the contract, will face the repercussions imposed by the Continental. Smith understood that this meant if John Wick failed to honor the contract, the Continental would take lethal action against him. Observing the blood fingerprint imprinted on the oath emblem, Smith accepted it. I acknowledge your gratitude. It is indeed heartfelt. At that moment, Fox spoke up. John, have you dealt with Vigo? At the mention of Vigo, John Wick responded candidly. I had some personal grievances with Vigo's son, but the matter did not escalate to involve him. After he provided me with the address and canceled the bounty, I allowed him to leave. Upon hearing John Wick's words, Fox rolled his eyes, truly a man utterly oblivious to the aftermath. Good luck. I hope Vigo won't mind your slaying of his son. Nearby, Winston appeared somewhat speechless, reflecting on Jonathan's appalling character. I trust Vigo Tarasov. He will honor the agreement between us. Nonetheless, I appreciate your caution. At that moment, Smith's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID was Cross, he promptly answered. We have selected your task parameters. Please return and prepare. Understood. I will be back shortly. After hanging up, Smith addressed John Wick and Winston. I have matters to attend to. Feel free to carry on. Manager Winston, please inform Charlo that I am checking out. He then turned to Fox, stating, time to head home. After witnessing Smith and Fox depart, John Wick prepared to visit his old friend Marcus. The gunshots that night in the hotel room had enabled him to retaliate against Perkins. Driving the black Dodge gifted by the Continental Hotel, John Wick arrived at the familiar meeting place with Marcus. Marcus, I am grateful for your assistance at the Continental. Marcus retorted, John, how many times do you need saving? However, it seems you have made quite an extraordinary friend this time. At that moment, Marcus recalled an image of a man leaping from the top of a 10-meter-high warehouse, cradling a woman, landing smoothly, a feat reminiscent of Captain America, utterly absurd. John Wick expressed his gratitude once more. I truly appreciate it, Marcus. Regarding Smith, John Wick refrained from elaborating further. Marcus scrutinized the man before him and remarked, you appear to be in good spirits. I am retired. This is my retirement state. Hearing his old partner's response, Marcus felt a tinge of discontent, yet he perceived a spark of life in John Wick. Contrasting the despondency that followed the death of his wife, he then said, retired? Do you still believe in that? When you reappear at the Continental, everyone will think you have returned. No one will accept your retirement claims. Do you think others are unaware of your conflict with Vigo? With that, Marcus patted John Wick's shoulder and continued, prepare yourself. Your troubles are far from over. Sighing, he turned and departed. Their conversation was far from pleasant. Unbeknownst to Marcus and John Wick, their meeting had been recorded in its entirety by Vigo's subordinate in a nearby vehicle, who reported back to Vigo Tarasov. Originally, this subordinate had been sent by Vigo to assign a new task to Marcus. Chapter 13. The Assault on the Russian Mob Headquarters in New York. Vigo Tarasov gazed at the video transmitted by his subordinates, his expression darkening to an abyssal shade. He had not anticipated that, in the matter concerning John Wick, not only had Smith intervened, but even Marcus, the assassin he had employed, had betrayed him. Marcus was a registered assassin with the Continental Hotel and a subordinate of Vigo. Their relationship mirrored that of John Wick before his retirement, wherein, despite being a subordinate, any assassination contracts were to adhere to the Continental's regulations. When he issued the bounty on John Wick, he had initially approached Marcus, offering a reward of $400 for the hit. He had assumed that any failure in the mission was due to a lack of opportunity or a botched attempt. However, he was blindsided by the treachery of his own man. While the interference of others incensed Vigo, the betrayal of a subordinate was utterly intolerable. Damn Marcus. I shall ensure he learns the consequences of his treachery. Simultaneously, he dispatched a message to his men to continue tracking Marcus and ascertain his whereabouts. Upon learning that Marcus was preparing to return home, Vigo promptly ordered an ambush, intending to personally deal with the treacherous subordinate. At that moment, Vigo Tarasov's phone rang. Upon answering, he received a report from his men. They had successfully tracked Smith, who was currently driving towards the outskirts. Eliminate him, he commanded. Meanwhile, Fox was driving with Smith towards the textile factory when they halted at a red light at a T intersection. Is the final assessment about to commence? Fox inquired. Glancing at Smith, who nodded and replied, the Cross has sent word that the final task has been selected. I must return to retrieve the intel. Upon hearing this, Fox's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does this mean that upon completing this assessment, you shall become the sole god of the Assassin's Alliance? A smile graced Smith's face. The anticipation of 18 years is about to culminate. Just as they conversed, a black car suddenly barreled in from the side, heading straight for them. In a moment of peril, Smith yanked Fox to avoid harm. The impact was jarring, sending their vehicle careening to the roadside. The abrupt collision disoriented Fox, but instinctively, She drew her handgun, ready to aim at the driver of the car that had struck them. Before she could react, 2 additional vehicles collided with theirs, further exacerbating the chaos and causing her weapon to slip from her grasp. In that critical moment, the occupants of the 3 vehicles leaned out, brandishing submachine guns, preparing to unleash a hail of bullets upon Fox and Smith. With no time to waste, Smith kicked open the mangled door and seized Fox, propelling them both out of the car. Gunfire erupted, the bullets tearing into the already battered vehicle, transforming it into a veritable sieve. Smith and Fox sought refuge behind the wheel of the car, evading the onslaught of gunfire. "I will go deal with them," he declared. Observing Smith's intent to confront the adversaries, Fox seized the opportunity during a lull in the gunfire to reach for her weapon stowed in the compartment of the passenger seat. With a sudden leap, Smith vaulted onto the side of the vehicle that had collided with theirs, delivering a powerful kick to the car's pillar. The impact was tremendous, causing the vehicle to overturn and roll 3 times before coming to a halt, leaving its occupants in a disoriented heap, unable to extricate themselves. The gunmen from the other 2 vehicles swiftly aimed at Smith, pulling the triggers as bullets surged forth. Smith retrieved a short blade from his tactical pack, skillfully slashing at the incoming bullets. Clang, clang, clang. The projectiles were severed in midair, falling harmlessly to the ground. The sight left the gunmen momentarily dumbfounded, witnessing the extraordinary feat of a man slicing through bullets. In a moment of panic, one of them shouted, "It's a monster. Run, get in the car." As the adversaries attempted to flee, Fox rose with dual firearms, taking aim at the gunmen in both vehicles. The rapid succession of shots echoed through the air, each bullet finding its mark, resulting in instant fatalities. Not sparing the drivers, she dispatched one with a well-placed shot as well. Meanwhile, the occupants of the overturned vehicle finally managed to escape, for emerged, 3 of whom were still alive. Noticing the survivors, Smith charged forward, seizing one man by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The man's face turned crimson as he struggled to respond. Seeing his distress, Smith twisted the man's neck and flung him aside, then turned to the remaining individual. "Speak. Who do you work for?" Among the 3 who had crawled out, only 2 remained. One attempted to flee but was swiftly struck down by Fox's bullet to the back of his head. With only one gunman left, shaking in fear, he stammered, "We're with the Russian gang, under Vigo." Upon hearing Vigo's name, Smith promptly severed the man's head with a single stroke of his blade. "Vigo, it seems your time has come," he declared. Fox approached, leaning against Smith, and remarked, "That wretched John Wick has left us to clean up his mess." Smith wrapped an arm around Fox, clearly concerned for her well-being, as the collision had taken its toll. Had it not been for the timely protective measures and the vehicle's robust construction, she might not have survived. Smith pulled out his phone and contacted the Assassin's Guild. "Cleaner, at the intersection of Klein Avenue, please send someone over. 12 bodies and 3 vehicles. Handle it promptly." After hanging up, he carried Fox to a nearby spot, disposing of the corpses from their vehicle and placing her in the passenger seat before driving the commandeered car toward the textile factory. As for the Russian gang, their existence in New York had become unnecessary. Not only must Vigo perish, but the entire Russian syndicate shall also be eradicated. Meanwhile, the gates of the Assassin Alliance's textile factory swung open, revealing a fleet of cleaning personnel maneuvering garbage trucks out of the facility. They were en route to Klein Avenue, as directed by Smith, with the intent to cleanse the scene before the arrival of law enforcement. Chapter 14. The mission at this moment. Vigo had cornered Marcus within his home, having disarmed him completely. Several of Vigo's henchmen restrained Marcus while Vigo inflicted further blows upon him, leaving Marcus bloodied and barely conscious. Vigo settled himself upon a nearby staircase, retrieving his phone to dial Jonathan Wick. "Hello, Jonathan. I am grateful for your gift of my son's demise. Words escape me on this matter." Jonathan Wick listened intently as he drove, absorbing Vigo's words. "Marcus has betrayed me. He shattered all boundaries for you. I shall address him according to the codes of the Russian syndicate." With that, Vigo ended the call, rising to his feet with a towel in hand, twisting it until it resembled a coarse rope. Marcus, gasping for breath on the floor, murmured, "You rescinded the bounty." In response to Marcus's words, Vigo, filled with fury, retorted, "As long as the bounty remains, you still have a chance to eliminate Jonathan Wick. Should you succeed, my son might yet live." Vigo delivered another punch to Marcus, subsequently strangling him with the towel until he breathed his last. As the call concluded, Jonathan Wick abruptly swerved the steering wheel, turning the car around towards Marcus's residence. During the drive, Wick recalled the conversation with Fox and Winston at the Continental Hotel, realizing his aftermath was in utter disarray. He contemplated that if Vigo could trace Marcus's rescue of him, it was likely that Smith's intervention was also known to the adversary, thus ensuring trouble for Smith as well. Without delay, he pulled out his phone and called Smith. "Smith, this is John." "John, what's the matter?" Smith inquired, noting the sorrow in Wick's tone. A dear old friend, who had saved him on numerous occasions, was now a victim of Vigo's wrath. "I should not have let Vigo go unpunished. Because Marcus aided me. Vigo had him killed. Smith, you also saved my life, thwarting Vigo's plans. I fear he may target you next. Please be vigilant regarding your safety." Smith glanced at Fox, who sat in the passenger seat, sighed, and responded, "Vigo has already sent men, but they were all eliminated by Fox and me." Upon hearing Smith's words, Wick expressed his apologies. "I am sorry, Smith. I will resolve this matter and ensure he no longer disturbs you." As the call ended, Smith shook his head. Although Wick was determined to take action against Vigo to avenge his old friend, Smith harbored his own intentions of settling the score. However, he needed to return to the Assassin Alliance first. As for Vigo's life, it would depend on who found him first. Soon, Smith returned to the Assassin's Guild with Fox. After escorting Fox to the recovery room, Smith proceeded to the conference room. Inside, the gunsmith, the butcher, Cross, and Mr. had been awaiting Smith's arrival. Cross, upon seeing Smith enter, spoke. "The range of your mission options has been determined. You may choose one for yourself. The organizations listed here are deemed necessary to eliminate, though their levels of difficulty vary, and even our long-standing nemesis is included among them." As he spoke, Cross placed a document before Smith. Smith picked up the document and began to read. The first page took him by surprise. It detailed not another gang, but the Russian mob based in New York. It meticulously listed the high-ranking members, the gang's headquarters, several outposts, and their primary criminal activities. Smith skimmed through the information before turning to the second page. If the Russian mob was merely an appetizer, then the second adversary, the Kitchen of Hell, represented a formidable opponent. A brief glance led Smith to the third page, showcasing the high table, while the fourth page introduced the Hand. The Hand was a long-standing rival of the Assassin's Guild, though conflicts had ceased over the years. Indeed, the greatest achievement of the former leader, Sloan, was the cessation of hostilities with the Hand. However, Smith felt no fear regarding these organizations, even with his current strength. He was more than capable of confronting them. Upon seeing that Smith had finished reviewing the document, Cross spoke again. "There are 4 organizations listed here, but you need only select one from the first 2 to complete. The last 2 can serve as your focus once you assume leadership of the Assassin's Guild." Understanding Cross's words, Smith realized that although there seemed to be 4 tasks, they effectively boiled down to 2. One concerning the Russian mob, which appeared straightforward, and the other involving the more challenging Kitchen of Hell. Smith closed the document and stated, "I will accept all 4 tasks." Taken aback, Mr. replied, "Smith, you need only complete one." Smith nodded but insisted, "Let us first address the Russian mob. As for the other 3, since they are all targets we must eliminate, we shall tackle them one by one." Cross responded, "Then we shall first deal with the Russian mob. However, you will need to handle this on your own. As for the remaining 3 organizations, the entire Assassin's Guild will be at your disposal." Meanwhile, John Wick had driven to his friend's house. Exiting the vehicle, he retrieved his weapon and stealthily approached the room, uncertain if Vigo still had anyone stationed there. Upon entering the room, John Wick surveyed his surroundings and discovered only Marcus lying in a pool of blood, while Vigo and his men had vanished without a trace. Approaching the lifeless body of Marcus, John Wick's countenance was marred by profound sorrow, for his dear friend had endured grave mistreatment in life. His visage was grotesquely disfigured, and his legs bore the harrowing wounds of a dagger's penetration, culminating in a cruel strangulation. Gazing into the unblinking eyes of Marcus, John tenderly reached forth to close them. Whispering solemnly, "Marcus, I shall avenge you." With resolve, John retrieved his phone and dialed Winston. Upon connection, he spoke directly. "Winston, I seek information regarding Vigo." A voice responded from the other end. "The Continental has its rules, John, and thus I cannot divulge that a certain individual is presently at his stronghold, having summoned all of his subordinates." Understanding this as a veiled hint, John promptly ended the call. His gaze fell upon Marcus's fallen form, and he resolved to exact vengeance for his friend. Rising, he departed from Marcus's abode, determined to prepare for the impending confrontation at Vigo's lair, knowing that to confront him unarmed would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 15. The confrontation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Russian syndicate, Vigo had received reports from his subordinates. Those sent to confront Smith had gone completely dark. Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Another mission had evidently failed. Recently, fortune had turned against him, as attempts to deal with John Wick had been met with relentless calamity. First, a team sent to infiltrate had perished, followed by the massacre of nearly 30 individuals at the Red Circle Club, and then the loss of close to 50 at the small Russian church stronghold. The unfortunate fate of his son's warehouse personnel, coupled with this latest ambush of 12, had cost the Russian syndicate over 100 men, no mere street thugs, but elite operatives armed with assault rifles. At this juncture, legal advisor Ivy turned to Vigo and inquired, "Boss, what are the next steps?" Vigo remained silent, instead directing his attention to his brother, Abram Tarasov, asking, "Abram, have you summoned your men?" Abram nodded and replied, "My best are downstairs. But haven't we resolved matters with John Wick?" For Abram, the specter of the so-called boogeyman instilled a deep-seated fear. As he was acutely aware of the deeds John had committed, he understood that had it not been for their brother's severe losses, he would not have been summoned to assist. Upon hearing the name John Wick, Vigo inhaled deeply and declared, "This time, our adversary is not John Wick. We have reached an understanding. Our foe now is Smith." However, as he spoke of Wick, Vigo felt a headache begin to form. His original plan had been to eliminate the condemned Marcus and then deal with Smith, thereby stabilizing the operations of the Russian syndicate before retreating to avoid the ensuing turmoil. After all, in a moment of recklessness, he had provoked John Wick with a phone call while eliminating Marcus. Leaving New York was not an issue in itself. However, now the Smiths had yet to be resolved, and the potential threat of John Wick loomed. Abu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Wasn't there a truce? I noticed you even withdrew the bounty." Vigo then briefly recounted the situation regarding Marcus before turning to another senior member of the Russian mob, Elio. "Elio, how many men do you have on your side?" Upon hearing Vigo's inquiry, Elio quickly reported, "I am responsible for handling the stolen vehicles. But we have only a handful of capable fighters. About 10 have gathered outside." Vigo nodded in acknowledgement of this response, displaying no signs of surprise. Just as Vigo was preparing to deploy a plan to deal with the Smiths, Smith had arrived outside the headquarters of the Russian mob. This location was a private club, not open to the public, and it occupied a considerable area. Approaching the 4 security personnel at the entrance, Smith strode forward. "Sir, this establishment is not open to the public." Without uttering a word, Smith drew his firearm and shot each of them in the head. The sudden onslaught left the 4 guards utterly unprepared, their weapons still holstered as their lives were abruptly extinguished. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground alerted those within the hall. Without a moment's hesitation, Smith pushed through the door into the lobby and began firing at the security personnel inside. Bullets flew with precision, each one claiming a life. Smith's speed was astonishing. In an instant, half of the ammunition from his dual firearms had been expended, and the lobby's security was swiftly eliminated. The first 2 guards fell before the others could even react, while the last one barely had time to draw his weapon before being taken down. With the area cleared, Smith immediately ascended to the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, several Russian men had gathered upstairs, armed with submachine guns and clutching bottles of vodka. One of them took a swig and remarked, "Is Ivanov's situation a bit off lately? We've had several groups of brothers come through today. The boss has reconciled with that night demon, but the losses were significant. Could he target other gangs to assert dominance?" Ivanov tightened his grip on his weapon and replied, "Sergey, we may need to act soon. Drink less. I'm genuinely concerned that one day you might be unable to pull the trigger." Just as Ivanov was about to say more, the club's alarm system blared to life. An intruder had breached the premises, prompting security personnel to head to the 2nd floor to neutralize the threat. The individuals in the room immediately set down their bottles and armed themselves before heading out. The alarm had been triggered by the monitoring room after witnessing the chaos in the 1st floor lobby, alerting security to assemble. As Smith ascended the staircase towards the 2nd floor, he heard the announcement from the loudspeakers and felt no surprise. If the events in the lobby had gone unnoticed, Vigo would not have survived this day. At this moment, 4 assailants gathered at the entrance on the 2nd floor, having rushed over upon hearing commotion from the 1st floor. Upon receiving the alert from the loudspeaker, they unsheathed their weapons, ready to unleash a torrent of bullets at the first sign of the enemy. Smithdahl, standing before the entrance without stepping inside, deftly hurled 2 bullets in an elegant arc, dispatching 2 of the adversaries guarding the threshold. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out as Smithdahl swiftly maneuvered out, squeezing the trigger at the enemies in the corridor. Each bullet claimed a life, yet more foes continued to emerge from upstairs, while additional adversaries ambushed him from the adjoining rooms along the corridor. Despite Smith's impeccable marksmanship keeping them at bay, his handgun soon ran dry, the crisp sound of the empty magazine echoing ominously. At that moment, a burly gunman hiding at the top of the staircase exclaimed, "He is out of bullets. Charge!" Smith scoffed, dismissing their confidence. Even without ammunition, they were ill-prepared for him. Without reloading, he wielded his weapon like a club, smashing it into the first enemy who dared to show himself, sending the unfortunate soul crashing to the ground. However, he was not alone. 3 more rushed forth, weapons drawn, and opened fire on Smith-Dahl. As bullets whizzed past him, Smith did not flinch. Instead, he drew a machete from his lower back, charging toward his assailants. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, the bullets were deflected by Smith's deft maneuvers. Closing in on his foes, he swung his blade, and in an instant, 2 massive heads were severed, flying through the air. Chapter 16. The swift assault of the Russian gang in the conference room on the top floor. Vigo and his associates received the alarm from downstairs and promptly demanded the surveillance feed be relayed to them. Watching the footage, they witnessed a man effortlessly dispatching all the henchmen in the hall, their expressions darkening with dread. Quick, send all our men to assist, Vigo commanded. Anyone who dares to invade our Russian gang will meet their demise here. Immediately, they alerted their armed men to lend aid. After instructing his subordinates, Aborin turned to Vigo and asked, "Brother, who is this man?" Vigo glanced at his brother before responding, "Smith-Dahl." At the mention of this name, the room fell silent. This was the same individual they had discussed earlier, now wreaking havoc in their midst. "Is he attempting to become a night demon?" Aliro remarked. "With the level of security here, even John Wick would perish." Vigo nodded in agreement. Just then, the video of the skirmish on the second floor was transmitted to them. Upon viewing the footage, a chill ran down their spines. Is this man even human? Aborin's face turned ashen. A being of such caliber seemed to belong to the realm of legends. Vigo recalled Winston's earlier warning about not provoking Smith-Dahl. Shaking off the regret, he declared, "I have a helicopter on the rooftop. Ivy, arrange for personnel to prepare it immediately. We shall ascend armed." Ivy took out his phone and instructed the flight crew to ascend to the rooftop to start the helicopter, after which several individuals hurried to the top. At that moment, Smith had already breached the 3rd floor, the hallway littered with the corpses of enemies, and the only noticeable change in him was the destruction of his clothing. He touched the areas where he had been shot. There was indeed some pain. Despite possessing a combat power of 9, small-caliber bullets were increasingly ineffective against him. The bullets that struck him, which he failed to evade, damaged his clothing, while he himself felt a twinge of pain, akin to that of an ordinary person being shot while wearing a bulletproof vest. After all, with his combat power not exceeding 10, he still sustained a modicum of damage. Even a small fighter with a combat power of 10 would feel pain after enduring a barrage of bullets from Bulma. Smith shook the blood off the tip of his blade, donned his combat power detector, and scanned the distribution of personnel before charging swiftly upstairs. With the aid of the combat power detector, any concealed adversaries would be revealed by their combat power readings, akin to possessing X-ray vision. With this assistance, Smith's efficiency soared. All the enemies were no match for him. He surged forward, wielding his blade with deadly precision or delivering powerful kicks. It could be said that any contact with him resulted in death, and even a near miss would be fatal. Faced with these lowly foot soldiers, Smith didn't even need to employ his Wolf-Fang fist as he carved his way to the top floor. Observing several adversaries with combat powers of 4 or 5 moving overhead, Smith charged directly towards the rooftop. With a resounding crash, he kicked open the rooftop door and stepped outside. By this time, the helicopter had already started its engines. Upon seeing Smith emerge, Vigo shouted, "Quick, take off, ascend." Smith glanced at the individuals aboard the aircraft and smiled, saying, "How fortunate that the leaders of the Russian gang are all here. It saves me the trouble of searching for others." Avi poked his head out and shouted, "Mr. Smith, is there a possibility for negotiation? We are willing to pay a substantial sum." Hearing this, Smith shook his head and replied, "Foolishness. The money from killing you and your Russian gang will still belong to me." Realizing the futility of the situation, Abin and Alio grabbed their assault rifles and opened fire on Smith. In the face of the gunfire, Smith did not defend but boldly charged forward, watching as the helicopter began to ascend. Instead of attempting to pull the aircraft down with bare hands, he summoned Pull from the system's space and commanded, "Pull, transform into a rope and secure it." "Yes, Master Smith," Pull replied. Once outside, Pull transformed into a rope, one end fastening itself to the helicopter's skids. Smith leaped up, grasped the rope that Pull had become, and swung directly into the cabin. Inside the cabin, flashes of gunfire erupted, followed by moments of silence. After dispatching Vigo, Smith unceremoniously hurled his corpse from the helicopter, where it crashed onto the rooftop. After eliminating the pilot, Smith stood at the cabin door and leaped out, landing on the rooftop. Once Smith had departed, Pull reverted to his original form and returned to Smith's side. "Mr. Smith, you were truly remarkable just now," The enemies have all been vanquished. At that moment, the helicopter, bereft of its pilot, began to spiral out of control, plummeting towards the earth. With a thunderous crash, it descended at the entrance of the club, erupting in a violent explosion. From that point on, the entirety of the Russian mafia's upper echelon and their gunmen were ruthlessly exterminated by Smith. John Wick, who had just arrived, momentarily froze at the sight of the crashing helicopter. After confirming there would be no secondary explosion, he exited his vehicle, adorned with an array of weapons and a bulging tactical backpack, evidently well prepared for battle. What transpired here? Upon reaching the club's entrance, John Wick encountered the lifeless guards, and as he stepped into the foyer, he was met with a scene of carnage. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Smith took out his phone and dialed Cross. The call connected swiftly. The high-ranking members of the Russian mob, Vigo, Ivy, Aborin, and Alio, had all been dispatched, with the remaining core gunmen largely eliminated. The solitary eradication of the Russian mob had been accomplished. Having reviewed the intelligence on the Russian gang, Smith noted there were only 4 high-ranking officials. While the core gunmen were estimated to be around 200, John Wick had slain nearly 100, and Smith had accounted for another 100, leading to a devastating toll on their ranks, with only a few insignificant survivors remaining. Upon hearing Smith's announcement, Cross Carlos fell silent for a moment, astonished by the swiftness of the outcome. He had faith in Smith's prowess, and, believing that with the unique marksmanship of the Assassin Alliance combined with Smith's combat abilities, the task would require several days. The result, however, was a swift dismantling of the Russian mob. Congratulations, you shall henceforth be the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Smith nodded in acknowledgement and continued, the Russian gang has been eradicated. Arrange for personnel to secure their assets and locate their vaults. The scene requires cleanup as well. Understood. Arrangements will be made. As the call ended, Smith descended the stairs and encountered John Wick, who had just arrived. Observing the deceased Vigo at Smith's feet, John Wick gasped. Mr. Smith, did you slay all these foes? Chapter 17. The position of leadership. Gazing at the fully armed John Wick, Smith recognized that he too sought vengeance against Vigo. Casting a glance at the fallen figure, he remarked, you have arrived too late. The astonishment in John Wick's eyes remained palpable throughout his journey. Aside from the enemies felled on the first and second floors, the remainder had succumbed to cold steel or bare hands. How terrifying was such power? Having once belonged to this world, John Wick understood all too well the magnitude of Smith's strength and the horror it instilled, particularly the bullet cleaved in twain. He was increasingly convinced that Smith possessed the might of a guardian dragon. What must I do next? Smith pondered for a moment before responding. Continue with your unfinished business. I will reach out to you in a couple of days. As he watched Smith stride away, John Wick recalled the necessity of retrieving his beloved car and chose not to linger any longer. Shortly after the departure of the two individuals, the cleaning crew of the Assassin's Guild arrived and commenced their operations. At the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild, as Smithdale pushed open the door to the conference room, Cross warmly embraced him, exclaiming, you truly have given us a grand surprise. Smithdale returned the embrace with a smile, stating, it is my duty. Cross then ushered Smithdale to the prominent seat, declaring, this position shall henceforth be entrusted to you. Smithdale made no pretense of modesty and took his seat without hesitation. As he settled in, Cross returned to his own chair, and a gentleman across the table spoke up. After 18 years, the Assassin's Guild welcomes its new leader, Smithdale. Let us extend our warmest welcome. He led the applause that followed. With the sound of clapping resonating in the room, Smithdale raised his hands to quiet the crowd. Once the applause subsided, he expressed his gratitude, saying, I am deeply thankful for your trust in allowing me to assume the leadership position that has been vacant for 18 years. Smithdale possessed a profound understanding of the Assassin's Guild, having been nurtured by the senior members who had invested their utmost efforts in his development. Though he initially did not grasp the reasons behind his ascension to leadership, he acknowledged that he had become a symbol of hope for many, and his growth over the years had met their expectations. He was somewhat aware of the underlying reasons, notably the death of Sloane and the disappearance of the Sacred Loom. Nevertheless, he was determined not to disappoint those who had chosen him for this role. I shall hold the mission of the Assassin's Guild close to my heart. In our pursuit to eradicate the blight upon this world, I will steadfastly lead our efforts. Regarding forthcoming actions, aside from systematically gathering information on individuals who threaten society, our primary focus will be the High Table and the Continental Hotel. Upon hearing Smithdale emphasize the High Table, everyone expressed their agreement. There is no question. We have long sought to eliminate this formidable blight. What shall be our course of action? With the support of the Assembly, Smithdale confidently stated, We shall fully investigate the headquarters of the High Table and the regions under the jurisdiction of the 12 Elders. This time, we shall dismantle them from top to bottom. As for the Continental Hotel, a platform for assassins, it must also be eradicated. As the meeting concluded, the news of Smithdale's appointment as the leader of the Assassins Guild spread throughout the organization, marking the end of an 18-year vacancy in leadership. Following Smithdale's directives, the intelligence department of the Assassins Guild sprang into action, initiating investigations concerning the High Table and the Continental Hotel. The following day, at the Triarch building of the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau, Agent Phil Coulson approached the director's office, holding a document. Director, an undercover agent within the Assassins Guild has relayed critical intelligence regarding significant changes in the organization that necessitate your attention. Nick Fury accepted the document from Coulson and began to examine its contents. It has been 18 years, and the Assassins League has surprisingly appointed a new leader. I had assumed that after Sloane's demise, they had adopted a council of elders and would no longer select a leader. It appears they have set their sights on the High Table, which is rather intriguing. Nick Fury perused the documents and then spoke. Coulson, you have also reviewed the intelligence. What is your perspective on this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Coulson responded. This could be seen as a positive development. The High Table has grown excessively powerful in recent years, and it requires an external force to trim its excesses. While such an organization may not pose a significant threat to us, its continued expansion could destabilize society. Furthermore, their council positions are inherited by bloodline, preventing our infiltrated agents from ascending to higher ranks. Nick Fury nodded. The ordinary gangs were of no concern to SHIELD, as that was not within their purview. However, a conglomerate of global gangs like the High Table warranted their attention. The establishment of the High Table was a recognition of the impossibility of fully eradicating gangs. For every group dismantled, another would inevitably emerge. Having a manager could mitigate some of the chaos. Of course, there was also a strategic element involved. Should things become excessively tumultuous, they could always intervene decisively. Seeing Nick Fury's nod of agreement, Coulson continued, the assassination techniques of the Assassins League are formidable, and we need not worry about particularly adverse repercussions. Regardless of the outcome of their conflict, be it victory or mutual destruction, it would ultimately benefit us. Nick Fury concurred with Coulson's assessment and then inquired, how much do we know about the new leader of the Assassins League? Could they potentially become a nuisance? SHIELD's interest in the Assassins League surpasses that in the High Table for several reasons. Firstly, the League's historical significance is profound, and secondly, there is considerable intrigue surrounding their methodologies, whether it be the formula for wax baths, the capability to curve bullets, or the crossbow techniques that verge on what could be termed bullet time. They had even investigated the Holy Weaving Machine, which was temporarily classified as an Item 804, only to learn that it had been destroyed before they could dispatch agents to retrieve it. As for the wax baths, while they are indeed remarkable and rare in the outside world, the initial agents dispatched could not ascend to the upper echelons to acquire the formula, and the samples brought back yielded no useful results. However, with technological advancements, they now possess superior alternatives and have little regard for such relics. Chapter 18. For stars, the only aspect of genuine interest remains the ability reminiscent of bullet time, but their investigations revealed that it could only be inherited by bloodline, leading them to abandon their inquiries. The contents of the Assassins League are somewhat superfluous to SHIELD. Nonetheless, they have deployed operatives to infiltrate and see if they can gain entry into the upper echelons. Coulson remarked, regarding this new leader of the Assassins League, our initial focus has been minimal, and we did not anticipate their rise to leadership. Thus, we lack detailed psychological profiles and analyses. However, we have received some basic information. Smith Dorr, male, 18 years old, an orphan. Adopted by the upper echelons of the Assassin Alliance, he has lived within their headquarters, bearing the code name. He steadfastly upholds the principles of the Assassin Alliance in his actions and is not inclined to lead the organization down a path that disrupts societal stability in the near future. It is said that the high-ranking members have set their sights on the High Table as their first target following his appointment. Nick Fury smirked, remarking that the title is indeed grand. The 18-year-old leader appears to be highly regarded by the upper management. We must enhance our surveillance on Smith Dole. We need to ascertain how he managed to ascend to leadership at such a tender age. Is it due to extraordinary abilities, or was he specifically chosen? As for the Assassin Alliance and the High Table, let our undercover agents gather intelligence as usual. Coles nodded in agreement, affirming his understanding. Prior to any indication of the suspected 804 items from these two organizations, Nick Fury had not been particularly focused on them. His attention was directed elsewhere. In the recovery room of the Assassin Alliance, Fox was receiving treatment for internal injuries sustained in a car accident yesterday. Smith Dole removed the wax from Fox's eyes and mouth before inquiring, "You're awake. How do you feel?" Upon opening his eyes, Fox gazed at the man before him and replied, "A bit thirsty." Smith Dole called out, "Poole." "Yes, Mr. Smith," came the response. Poole floated over with a small glass of whiskey and poured it into Fox's mouth. Fox's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "What is this? A talking, flying blue cat?" Smith Dole pondered for a moment before responding, "My companion, Poole." He then introduced Poole, saying, "This is my friend, Fox." Floating in the air, Poole greeted Fox. "Hello, I am Poole." Although Fox comprehended the words, he still asked in confusion, "An alien?" Smith Dole considered that Poole resembled an animal-type earthling from Dragon Ball. Not quite, but related to Dragon Ball. Fox nodded in bewilderment, yet another puzzle for him. "What shall we do next? Shall we go kill Vigo?" Smith Dole shook his head. "Vigo is already dead, and the Russian mob has been dismantled. By the way, I am now the leader." Upon hearing this, Fox excitedly sat up, shattering the wax layers. "Congratulations," he exclaimed, then asked in confusion, "How long have I been in treatment? I remember my injuries weren't severe. It shouldn't have taken more than a week, right?" Smith Dole chuckled, "Not at all. You merely slept for one night." He then recounted the events of the previous day to Fox. Meanwhile, John Wick had retrieved his beloved car and, at home, watched a video his wife had once recorded. Clutching a star-shaped object in his hand, he murmured, "Helen, wait for me." Just then, the doorbell rang, and John Wick, assuming it was Smith Dole, promptly rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he felt a twinge of disappointment to find not Smith Dole, but Santino Antonio instead. "Come in," he said. John Wick entered the room with Santino D'Antonio and, upon reaching the living room, greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Santino returned the sentiment, replying, "Likewise." As John turned towards the kitchen to prepare coffee, Santino's gaze drifted to a photograph of John and his late wife adorning the wall. He spoke softly, "I am truly sorry about your wife, John." After a brief silence, John replied, "Thank you." John poured a cup of coffee for Santino, and they settled across from one another on the sofa. Santino looked at John and began, "Listen, John. To be honest, I did not wish to come here." Observing the man before him, John surmised Santino's intentions. After all, apart from Smith, he had once granted this man a blood oath. However, with the pressing matter of seeking the Dragon Balls on his mind, he implored, "Please, do not proceed with this." Santino retrieved the blood oath that John had once given him, stating, "I'm afraid no one can withdraw and return without facing the consequences." He placed the blood oath on the coffee table and continued, "I find myself in a difficult position, John. But do not forget, if it were not for me assisting you that night with the impossible task, you would not be here enjoying 5 pleasant years." Pointing to the house, he asserted, "All of this is a result of my contribution. In a sense, it belongs to me." John looked at him resolutely and commanded, "Take it back." Santino, taken aback, replied, "Take it back? The blood oath is no jest, John. When one bestows a blood oath upon another, it signifies a pledge of one's soul." Staring at the blood oath before him, John was torn. He had just given one to Smith and now faced the prospect of rejecting another. How would that reflect on him? Nevertheless, he had retired and wished to distance himself from Santino's affairs, focusing instead on his quest for the Dragon Balls. After a moment of hesitation, John asked, "Is it urgent?" Santino nodded, "Very urgent." "Must it be you?" Santino held up the blood oath and replied, "It must be you." Noting John's evident discomfort, Santino took a deep breath and produced his phone, retrieving a photograph. "I heard you were inquiring about this." As John beheld the 4-star ball on Santino's phone, he strove to maintain a composed expression and replied calmly, "Do you know what it is?" Chapter 19. 2 Rules. Santino shook his head, "I do not know, nor do I need to. However, I heard you were searching for something similar. And upon perusing a second-hand platform, I discovered that it is, in fact, for sale. What do you think of that?" Upon hearing that the other party was unaware of the significance of the Dragon Balls, John Wick exhaled in relief, though the means of obtaining this knowledge left him somewhat astonished. "John, would you be so kind as to enlighten me on this matter?" John Wick maintained a stoic expression before posing a question of his own. "Are you willing to exchange a blood oath for information regarding this item?" Santino Antonio, taken aback, responded, "John, are you jesting? I initially had no intention of seeking you out, as I respect your decision to retire. However, your return to the Continental Hotel and the offering of a new blood oath suggest otherwise." John Wick shook his head, asserting, "That is a matter of personal vendetta." Ignoring John Wick's protest, Saint Tino Antonio brandished the blood oath and declared, "The Continental Hotel has two rules. First, no killings are permitted within its walls. Second, the blood oath must be fulfilled." John Wick nodded in acknowledgement as Saint Tino Antonio continued, "The individual who surrenders the blood oath cannot harm the holder, and the task must be completed. Refusal of the task will result in death. Fleeing will lead to the same fate. Assassinating the holder will also result in death. Those who violate these rules shall be expelled from the Continental, marked for bounty." Realizing the gravity of the situation, John Wick understood he could no longer refuse and stated, "Tell me your demands. Furthermore, I require the Dragon Ball in your possession." A smile emerged on Saint Tino Antonio's face upon hearing John Wick's acquiescence. "So this item is known as the Dragon Ball. Very well. Once you complete the task, it will be entrusted to you." He then continued, "As for the task, I need you to eliminate my sister." Taken aback by the request to assassinate his sister, John Wick inquired, "You wish for me to kill Gianna Antonio?" Saint Tino Antonio nodded solemnly. "I am unable to do it myself. She is my kin, and I still love her." At this moment, John Wick comprehended the perilous nature and intricacy of the task ahead. "This is an impossible endeavor," he remarked. Saint Tino Antonio revealed his intel. "She will be crowned in Rome as the leader of the Camorra. You must infiltrate the catacombs." John Wick shook his head. "Her location is of no consequence." Aware of the trouble this task entailed, he understood that refusing it would endanger his life, as both the Continental and the High Table would seek his demise. Undertaking the task, however, would likely yield a similarly grim outcome. Assassinating a soon-to-be crowned elder of the High Table is fraught with danger, especially with the Dragon Ball still in her possession. Saint Tino Antonio gazed at John Wick and said, "Thus, I require the ghost of John Wick. Thus, I require your assistance in this matter. Upon its completion, you shall fulfill your blood oath, and in return, I shall present you with the 4-star ball as a token of gratitude. What say you?" John Wick rose from his seat and declared, "I accept the task. Do remember to deliver the 4-star ball to me." A smile graced the face of Santino Antonio as he took a sip from the coffee on the table and then departed from John's residence. Meanwhile, Smith was accompanied by 2 aides, Wesley, the son of the Cross, and Fox, with Poole lingering nearby. Wesley, though already acquainted with Poole, found himself casting curious glances in Poole's direction. "What is our next assignment?" Smith pondered for a moment before responding, "Wesley, go fetch John Wick. I have matters to discuss with him. Here is his address." Wesley accepted the task and promptly drove towards John Wick's abode. As Wesley departed, Fox inquired, "Are you prepared to inform Wesley about the Dragon Balls?" Smith nodded and replied, "Not just Wesley. The entire upper echelon will be apprised. I have stated that the Dragon Balls will become the new relic of the Assassin's Guild." Fox turned to Poole and asked, "What about him?" "The streets are rife with surveillance. Speaking out there would surely attract attention." At that moment, Poole employed his transformation technique, morphing into a blue cat-shaped helium balloon. "I shall not utter a word outside to cause any trouble for the young master." Fox gazed in astonishment at Poole's transformation, realizing such abilities existed. "Now I have no concerns," Smith shrugged. For the time being, Poole would remain concealed, but with the forthcoming wish upon the Dragon Balls, it was believed his power would significantly enhance. When the time came, even if Poole were to be revealed, Smith would not mind, for the early Marvel Universe posed little danger. Soon enough, Wesley returned with John Wick to the Assassin's Guild. Upon entering, John found himself intrigued, for they were in a textile factory in New York. "I have brought John Wick, Mr. Smith," Wesley announced. Acknowledging their greeting with a nod, John Wick stated, "May I have a drink?" "A glass of whiskey," he added. Fox stepped forward to pour a glass of whiskey for John Wick, who took a sip before announcing, "Sir, I have located the second Dragon Ball." Upon hearing of John Wick's swift discovery of the second Dragon Ball, Smith inquired, "Which one?" "The 4-star ball. Currently in the possession of Santino Antonio, but it shall soon be in my grasp." Wesley, sitting nearby, appeared perplexed, being unaware of what the Dragon Balls entailed. However, with John Wick present, he refrained from asking questions. Having just reviewed the dossier on the High Table, Fox queried, "Is it the Antonio who governs Camorra?" John Wick nodded. "Indeed. Her sister is about to inherit a seat at the High Table, and she approached me with the Dragon Ball and a blood oath, requesting that I eliminate her sister." Chapter 20. Intelligence. Fox and Wesley exchanged glances. Their Assassin's Guild's next target was the High Table and its Continental Hotel, and the emergence of internal discord was indeed fortuitous. Upon hearing John Wick's words, Smith recognized that the plot of John Wick, Chapter 2, was about to unfold. And he spoke, "Once you acquire this Dragon Ball, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of the third one. As for this blood oath, it is your personal undertaking. Rest assured and proceed." John Wick downed his whiskey in one swift motion, then rose and declared, "I understand." Watching Wick depart, Wesley curiously inquired, "What exactly is this Dragon Ball you speak of?" Smith turned to Fox and suggested, "Perhaps you could elucidate this to him." As Fox recounted the tale, Wesley was left utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the existence of such an item, while also pondering why John Wick was granted the opportunity to make a wish. Meanwhile, Santino Antonio arrived at the Continental Hotel. Addressing Winston, he remarked, "Manager Winston, could you assist me in arranging a meeting with Mr. Smith?" Winston twirled the ring on his finger, then looked up at Santino and replied, "Mr. Smith is not a member of the Continental. It is not easy to reach him. May I inquire about the purpose of your request?" Santino smiled and elaborated. He once disseminated a message through Eddie, stating that those who possess similar items could contact him. Intrigued by this revelation, Winston responded, "It seems you have indeed found something akin to that." Santino chuckled before asking, "I am rather curious about that individual. How is it that he can navigate freely, despite not being a registered member of the hotel? I have heard he has eliminated numerous African assassins, instilling fear in many." Winston refrained from disclosing Smith's true identity and instead replied, "If one day you inherit Kimura and become one of the 12 seats, then you shall effortlessly uncover his identity." Understanding the implication that the individual was far from ordinary, Santino urged, "Kindly assist me in arranging a meeting with him." Winston, seeing the urgency, produced his phone and dialed Smith. "This is Winston, Mr. Smith." Upon hearing Winston's voice, Smith responded, "Manager Winston, what brings you to call?" Winston continued, "Mr. Smith, you once issued a task through Eddie. Now, Santino Antonio has acquired a similar item and wishes to meet with you at the Continental." "Very well. Have him wait for me at the Continental." After hanging up, Smith chuckled, realizing it was the fortunate Santino Antonio. "Fox, drive to the Continental." Wesley quickly interjected, "What about me? Take me along." Glancing at Wesley, Smith replied, "Do you possess any Continental coins? If so, you may accompany us." Wesley fished out coins from his pocket, conveniently grasping 3 in his hand. "I shall cover the entrance fee." Smith chuckled softly and then spoke, "Then let us go together." The trio swiftly arrived at the Continental Hotel. After Fox entrusted the car to the valet, he entered alongside Smith and Wesley. Upon reaching the dining area, Smith immediately spotted Santino Antonio, who was indulging in steak and red wine. Smith, accompanied by the 2 others, approached Santino Antonio, and they seated themselves together. Raising his glass of red wine, Santino Antonio inquired, "Mr. Smith, would you care for some? The steak here is quite commendable, my treat." Smith snapped his fingers, summoning a waiter to order 3 portions of steak and red wine. Santino Antonio glanced around before smiling and remarking, "Mr. Smith, your arrival has sent the surrounding patrons fleeing." Smith, unperturbed, replied with a smile, "After all, this is your chosen venue." Santino Antonio swirled his wine glass and stated, "I appreciate the rules here. No killings at the Continental Hotel." Smith replied nonchalantly, "But I am not a registered member here." A flicker of tension passed through Santino Antonio's mind. Yet he maintained his composure, saying, "Yet you have not violated the rules, have you? I am indeed curious about your identity. But today is not the day for such discussions. My curiosity lies elsewhere." As he spoke, Santino Antonio retrieved his phone and displayed a photograph. Upon viewing the image of a 4-star ball, Smith instinctively recognized the corresponding location. He observed a short-haired woman tracking John Wick, holding the 4-star ball in her hand. Recalling the plot of John Wick, Chapter 2, he deduced that the woman was Ares, one of Santino Antonio's subordinates, known for her rare capability to challenge John Wick one-on-one. At that moment, a waiter approached with a cart, delivering the steak and wine. Santino Antonio gestured, "Let us first savor the meal. We can discuss matters afterward." The 4 of them wasted no time and began to eat, engaging in casual conversation as they dined. After the meal, as the waiter cleared the dishes, Smith initiated the conversation, "What would you be willing to offer for this information?" Santino Antonio pondered for a moment before responding, "How about 4 gold coins? 3 for the entrance fee and 1 for the information." The price offered by Santino Antonio was substantial, yet it fell short for the intelligence regarding the Dragon Balls. Smith shook his head, "Not sufficient." Santino Antonio regarded Smith and slowly inquired, "What do you desire?" Smith produced John Wick's blood oath contract from his pocket and stated, "To obtain this information, John Wick has offered a blood oath contract. If you wish to acquire it, I require a similar blood oath contract." Upon hearing Smith's words, Santino Antonio realized that he had underestimated the situation. The mere intelligence was worth a blood oath contract from John Wick. One could only imagine the intrinsic value of the item itself. He had summoned John Wick not only through a blood oath, but also by offering a 4-star Dragon Ball. This thought ignited some contemplation within him. The price was exorbitant. Was there an alternative? Saint Antonio was reluctant to commit to a blood oath, which could very well serve as a death warrant. Who could predict what demands might arise from such a pact? Chapter 21. Rising Valuation. Smith looked at him and remarked, "Perhaps when you possess 2 Dragon Balls, I shall reveal their true purpose." Saint Antonio, perplexed, inquired why. Smith chuckled softly and replied, "Isn't one already prepaid to John Wick?" Upon hearing Smith's words, Saint Antonio's expression darkened, realizing that this matter had already come to Smith's attention. However, if he could manipulate John Wick into doing the work, and either withhold the item or seize it from him, he would then possess 2 Dragon Balls. "When I acquire the 2 Dragon Balls, I hope Mr. Smith will divulge their secrets," he declared. Smith nodded, internally contemplating if he is still alive by then. After Saint Antonio departed, he immediately mobilized his resources, both to gather information regarding the Dragon Balls and to offer bounties for similar items. John Wick had been preparing for his assassination assignment, all the while under the vigilant watch of Ares. Simultaneously, Ares received orders from Saint Antonio to extract a 1-star Dragon Ball during the transaction and eliminate the target. 3 days swiftly passed, and John Wick successfully completed his mission. During his escape through the catacombs, he encountered Ares, one of Saint Antonio's subordinates. Ares approached John Wick, holding a 4-star Dragon Ball in his palm, and stated, "Saint Antonio has instructed me to deliver this to you, but he has a question." John Wick accepted the 4-star Dragon Ball and tucked it into his suit's inner pocket. Then asked, "What question?" Ares queried, "Do you have the other one on you?" With an impassive expression, John Wick replied, "It seems you are not here to deliver payment, but rather to settle matters." In the next instant, 4 armed assailants erupted from the shadows of the catacombs. John Wick positioned his suit in front of him, returning fire upon his adversaries. His suit, a cutting-edge fluid ballistic vest from the Continental Hotel, provided protection without adding weight. The bullets fired by his enemies were deflected by the fabric, allowing him to retaliate even as he fled. At that moment, he faced not only the pursuit of Ares and his cohorts, but also the vengeance of Gianna, Antonio's henchmen. Yet, amidst the dual onslaught, John Wick managed to escape Rome, vanquishing numerous foes in the process. Meanwhile, through his perception of the Dragon Balls, Smith discerned that 2 had converged, and their bearer was none other than John Wick. Just then, his phone vibrated with an incoming multimedia message. This mobile phone does not belong to Smith Dorr. Rather, it is the task phone of a slain African assassin. Upon opening the messages, the contents unfolded before him. The sender's name remained unknown, but the public bounty was clear: John Wick, a staggering $7 million. To be paid for the return of 2 specific items in his possession, with an additional $200 as a bonus. Accompanying the text were images of a star and a 4-star emblem. Upon reading this message, Smith Dorr discerned that Santino Antonio had indeed met with an unfortunate turn of events after betraying his allegiance. His subordinates had undoubtedly failed their mission, failing to retrieve the other 2 Dragon Balls, thus resorting to posting this bounty. However, the legendary assassin John Wick, associated with the Continental Hotel, had seen his value soar from $2 million to an astonishing $7 million. This was no ordinary danger. It was a public assassination order. It appeared that Santino Antonio had leveraged some authority, as typical bounty tasks are usually posted on the Continental's task board, categorized as either specific or open to all. Yet this public assassination order had disseminated the information directly to every assassin's hands. Given the substantial reward, it was evident that numerous individuals would be drawn to the pursuit of John Wick. Just as Smith Dorr set aside his phone and rose to engage in some exercise, Fox entered the room. "The John Wick you've been observing has once again been placed on the bounty list, now with a public assassination order. The reward reaching a remarkable $900,000, of which the 2 Dragon Balls account for $200. His worth was truly escalating at a rapid pace. Yet it seemed he might not survive this assassination decree. Smith Dorr chuckled softly and replied, "We must have faith in our subject of observation. For one to carve out a reputation as a demon in the assassin's realm, it is not so easily attained nor extinguished. Moreover, his determination to resurrect his wife will propel him to strive for survival." Fox inquired, "What comes next?" Smith rose and declared, "Next, I shall venture to the Continental Hotel to witness an intriguing spectacle." The 2 drove to the Continental Hotel. "Mr. Smith Dorr, Ms. Fox, it is a pleasure to see you both once more." Sharon greeted them with evident respect. Observing the man before him, Smith inquired, "Sharon, it is delightful to see you again. Is the manager available?" Sharon felt a pang of anxiety, but reassured himself, knowing he would not be leaving the Continental, and responded, "He has been here all along. Would you like me to notify him?" Smith smiled, "I would appreciate that." Sharon picked up the phone and dialed, "Sir, Mr. Smith Dorr and Ms. Fox wish to pay you a visit. Very well, very well. Sharon hung up and said, the manager is in the dining area of the hotel. You will find him there. Smith nodded, leading Fox toward the dining area. Upon reaching the dining level, he quickly spotted Winston engrossed in a newspaper. Approaching him, he took a seat directly across. Folding the newspaper neatly, Winston set it aside, adjusted his glasses, and spoke slowly. Smith, have you come regarding John? Gazing at the formidable master of the Continental Hotel in New York, Smith slowly began. Santino D'Antonio is quite immoral. John has just completed his blood oath. And yet he promptly places a bounty of 700 on his head. After a brief pause, Smith continued, most importantly, if John Wick were to perish, the blood contract badge I possess would become utterly worthless. Observing the serious expression on Smith's face, Winston silently acknowledged that this last statement was indeed the crux of the matter. He then spoke in a measured tone. Issuing a bounty is a right afforded to every member of the Continental Hotel. Moreover, Santino D'Antonio has inherited his family's position, becoming a member of the high table and enjoying its privileges, making the issuance of this bounty entirely reasonable. Crucially, Gianna D'Antonio, as a member of the high table, will undoubtedly hold John accountable for her death. Chapter 22. The new 084 Smith shook his head. Winston, you must understand that it was not John Wick who killed Gianna D'Antonio. Rather, it was Santino D'Antonio who compelled John Wick to do so with the blood contract. This is their family matter, and the high table's accountability cannot reach John Wick. He added, furthermore, I do not believe Santino can withstand John's retribution. He is a man who holds grudges. Winston regarded Smith with curiosity, then queried, so you have such faith in him? Are you considering bringing John Wick into your fold? Smith smiled, I have complete confidence in John Wick. Winston rose and remarked, I wish you an enjoyable stay at the Continental, Mr. Smith, Ms. Fox. As Winston departed, Smith realized he was heading to reclaim the blood contract badge held by Santino D'Antonio. Fox looked at Smith and said, it appears you truly hold John Wick in high regard. Since we've known him, he has been on a path of slaughter. However, the silver lining is that he targets only the wicked. Smith nodded in agreement, adding, especially this time, with the target being Kimura, it is indeed intriguing. At the Triskelion, in the office of Nick Fury, the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Phil Coulson was reporting the latest developments. Director, we have just analyzed a segment of footage concerning Smith, showcasing his combat prowess. From this footage, we can clearly ascertain that Smith possesses extraordinary physical capabilities. As he spoke, Coulson placed his tablet before Nick Fury. Nick Fury opened the video, observing Smith's display of strength in the confrontation at the crossroads, where he casually uttered phrases about slicing bullets with a knife. He then spoke, this is the assessment from our team of psychological experts, behavioral analysts, and polygraph specialists, who have reviewed the video and predicted the veracity of Smith's conveyed information. Coulson meticulously arranged the documents on Nick Fury's desk. At this moment, Nick Fury reached for a document and began to peruse its contents, simultaneously instructing, Coulson, please share your analysis. Director, based on my interactions and the intelligence gathered from Smith, I do not recommend forcibly apprehending the individual in question. From the information disclosed and my own analysis, the child named Smith is not the ordinary, backgroundless Asian boy we previously surmised. He is likely a product of an organized, systematic training program. As he spoke, Coulson extracted several photographs from the dossier, which included not only Rock Lee but also Irika Yumino and Sasuke Uchiha. At this juncture, Coulson pointed to the forehead protector worn by Smith, as well as those of Irika and Sasuke, and remarked, this insignia has not yielded specific information in our investigations, yet all three individuals bear the same emblem. Furthermore, they are all of Asian descent, leading me to boldly conjecture that they hail from the same origin. The reasons for their association with Smith and for him being designated as their guardian remain unclear. Upon hearing Coulson's analysis, Nick Fury nodded thoughtfully, then scrutinized the information regarding Smith. The records detailed his adoption, subsequent rise as a registered assassin at the Continental Hotel, and his solitary ventures after he assassinated his adoptive parents at the age of 18. Notably, it was recorded that Irika appeared by Smith's side at 19, followed by Sasuke and the assassin guild member Ginny at 20. By the time Smith reached 21, he had established himself. With the exception of Ginny, the identities of the remaining three individuals were documented as being arranged by Smith at the Continental Hotel. After examining Smith's dossier, Nick Fury remarked, 2 years ago, Smith was merely a gun-wielding assassin. However, with the arrival of this Asian named Irika, he swiftly made a name for himself in the assassin world, evolving into a ninja adept in the use of bladed weaponry. Nick Fury scoffed, continuing, the hand, a collection of underground vermin, instead of remaining in their homeland, have managed to infiltrate here. It is no wonder they would eliminate the Assassin Brotherhood. Their vendetta has endured for quite some time. Evidently, Nick Fury perceived all individuals, including Smith, as affiliated with the Hand, for they were the only group globally recognized as exceptional ninjas. Furthermore, the mentorship of Smith and his companions reinforced the belief that they were cultivated by the Hand, though it remained uncertain under which faction they served. Coulson, there is no need for further engagement with these individuals. The Hand holds no allure for recruitment. Archive all these documents, classifying them at level 4 for confidentiality. Upon hearing the director's directive, Coulson stepped forward to gather all the files, then inquired, should we withdraw the personnel stationed there? Withdraw them. Our elite should not squander time in such a place. At the Continental Hotel, Smith wore a smile as he shared a meal of steak with Ginny in the dining area. Winston was seated on the adjacent sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. Ginny pierced a small piece of beef with her fork, savoring it slowly, her gaze fixed on the man before her. After swallowing her morsel, she delicately dabbed her crimson lips with a napkin and remarked, Smith, you seem to be in good spirits. Upon hearing Ginny's words, Smith mused to himself that today was indeed a splendid day. He had earned 50 gold coins earlier and anticipated an exciting spectacle ahead, naturally enhancing his mood. With a smile, Smith replied, today is a delightful day, indeed a rather interesting one. Without awaiting Ginny's response, he turned to Winston next door, stating, Winston, today promises to be captivating, as it will bring about changes to some mundane aspects. What do you think, Winston? Winston shook the newspaper and slowly responded, Mr. Smith. I hope all unfolds as you desire. Ginny shot a glare at Smith, chiding him for his cryptic remarks. Amused by her reaction, Smith chuckled, Ginny, be patient. There will be something thrilling to behold shortly. After explaining to Ginny, Smith began to devour the steak on the table, lapsing into silence. Ginny lifted her wine glass, taking a gentle sip, while her gaze remained fixated on the man who captivated her. Chapter 23. Breaking the norms. Fox observed Santino Antonio beginning his meal and turned to Smith, inquiring, does he wish to acquire John Wick's blood oath? Why? Wasn't that fellow just placed on a wanted list? A mocking expression crossed Smith's face as he replied, the bounty was issued by none other than our friend here. He suddenly realized that the power he wielded could not shield him at this moment. Fox feigned surprise. So he just attempted to revoke John Wick's membership? Smith laughed. Some individuals, with one hand, wield a blood oath to compel others into action, while with the other, they dispatch assassins and issue bounties. When they find themselves outmatched, they seek refuge and even attempt to rescind others' memberships. One should not be overly Santino. Smith did not lower his voice, and the assassins in the dining area heard him clearly. Numerous gazes directed at Santino Antonio were tinged with disdain, though none were paragons of virtue. Such cowardice was a novel sight. At that moment, Santino Antonio's countenance was quite mortified. Having already fled to the Continental Hotel, he felt utterly disheveled. First rejected by Winston, and then subjected to Smith's scornful jests, igniting a fury within him. Yet, he found himself powerless against Smith. Upon inheriting his sister's position, he had immediately utilized his authority to investigate Smith's background. The Assassin's Guild, an organization that required even high-ranking members to coexist peacefully. This knowledge only added to Santino Antonio's frustration as he gripped the dining knife tightly. For now, he could only bide his time at the Continental Hotel, ensuring his own safety before devising a plan to eliminate John Wick. As for Smith, he was not only unable to offend, but also needed to extract information regarding the 2 Dragon Balls from the other party. Meanwhile, John Wick had tracked the trail all the way to the Continental Hotel's exterior. Gazing upon the hotel, he understood that Santino D'Antonio had sought refuge here, as it was governed by the rules of nonviolence. Pushing open the grand entrance, John Wick entered with a gun in hand, exuding an air of lethal intent, and approached the front desk to address Sharon. I am here to see Santino D'Antonio. Sharon, observing the signs of a recent battle etched upon John Wick and sensing his unwavering murderous aura, took a deep breath and swallowed nervously before responding. He awaits you in the dining area, sir. Without hesitation, John Wick made his way to the basement dining area, where he spotted Santino D'Antonio, leisurely sipping red wine and dining. Also present were Winston, the hotel's manager, along with Smith and Aurelio. Regarding Smith's presence, John Wick paid little mind. His priority was to converse with Santino D'Antonio. As footsteps echoed down the staircase, Santino D'Antonio recognized the figure descending as the very man who had been relentlessly pursuing him. He inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of calm wash over him. The Continental Hotel was a sanctuary, impervious to violence, and John Wick would dare not act here. adjusting his suit and straightening his posture against the chair. He regarded John Wick as he approached. At that moment, all eyes in the dining area were fixed upon John Wick, particularly due to the ominous aura he radiated alongside the firearm in his possession. Santino D'Antonio, unfazed, leisurely picked up a fork, speared a piece of beef, dipped it in duck fat, and savored it. Reclining casually in his chair, he continued to eat while addressing John Wick. Duck fat is an essential seasoning. Winston, sensing the tension in John Wick's demeanor, interjected, John. Yet Santino D'Antonio provocatively challenged, John, have you seen the menu here? Feel free to choose. Realizing the gravity of the provocation, Winston urgently cautioned, John, listen to me. However, John Wick remained unmoved, standing resolutely before Santino D'Antonio. Fox, observing the unfolding scene, quietly voiced his uncertainty. Smith, do you think John Wick would dare to breach the rules here? Smith replied flatly, if he lacks the courage to break the rules, then he has no hope of achieving his desires. Smith was acutely aware of the formidable power held by a seat at the high table. John Wick's ability to eliminate the leader of the Kimura and corner Santino D'Antonio here was merely a consequence of both being recent inheritors of their positions. Their forces not yet fully consolidated or mobilized. Gianna perished before the inheritance ceremony, and Saint Antonio has yet to undergo his coronation, with only a fraction of power exerted. Should Saint Antonio evade this calamity, he could remotely consolidate the forces of Kimura and the High Table, ensuring John Wick's demise without a trace. Even a continuous bounty could render John Wick utterly incapacitated. Saint Antonio continued his provocation, remarking on the extensive menu that could keep one occupied for an extended duration. Sensing the palpable menace emanating from John Wick, Winston urged, Jonathan, turn and leave this place. Saint Antonio, seemingly undeterred by the gravity of his taunts, further mocked, indeed, John. At this moment, John Wick comprehended that failing to eliminate Saint Antonio here would condemn him to a life of perpetual unrest, with survival itself uncertain, let alone the quest for the remaining Dragon Balls. As for violating the established rules, the only course was to eliminate Saint Antonio first and then devise a plan. Smith's words had illuminated this reality. John Wick no longer hesitated, raising his hand and firing, a bullet piercing through Saint Antonio's skull. Witnessing John Wick's actions, a smile crept onto Smith's face. Rules exist to be shattered. If Perkins dared to act, why should John Wick hold back? Winston, equally astonished, watched as John Wick brazenly executed Saint Antonio within the Continental Hotel, under the scrutiny of many. Gazing at the lifeless Saint Antonio, Winston slowly inquired, what have you done? John Wick placed his pistol on the hotel table and coldly replied, to end it all. With that, he turned to Smith. Meeting John Wick's gaze, Smith remarked, your assessment continues. Survive to enter our domain. You know the place. Chapter 24. 2 paths ahead. As John Wick departed the hotel, Winston approached Smith. Mr. Smith, do you believe John Wick will arrive before you alive? For Winston, the Assassin's Guild possessed the capability to safeguard John Wick. Yet he was uncertain of the extent of their involvement. This matter could reignite hostilities between the two factions that had long since ceased fighting. For John Wick's actions bore significant weight, dependent on how the 12 elders of the High Table would respond to the rules of the Continental Hotel. Smith chuckled and replied to Winston, if he lacks the ability to survive, there would be no necessity to protect him. Winston grasped the implication. John Wick must demonstrate his worth. I thank you on Jonathan's behalf. At that moment, rain began to pour outside, and John Wick returned home, drenched. Upon entering, he gazed longingly at a framed photo of himself with his wife and replayed her video on his phone. He had secured 2 of the 7 Dragon Balls, with 5 remaining. Helen, wait for me. As John Wick reminisced about his late wife, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Shenron, a concierge from the Continental Hotel, standing before him. Mr. Wick, he said, if you are willing, I would like to accompany you. John remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Shenron drove Winston's Rolls-Royce, taking John Wick to meet Winston. Seated in the back of the car, John understood all too well that after his meeting with Winston, he would have to head to the Assassin's Guild. His trial would be to carve his way through, and if he could survive to reach that destination, he would no longer have to worry about the hotel's pursuit. Death would mean the end of all. The Assassin's Guild would be his lifeline. Gazing out at the passing scenery, John Wick settled into a contemplative silence. Before long, the car arrived at a park entrance. Warmed by the gentle rays of the rising sun, the sky just beginning to brighten. John stepped out of the vehicle, and Shenron approached him, shaking his hand while saying, it has been a pleasure, Mr. Wick. Farewell. He gestured towards a direction in the park, indicating where those awaiting him were located. John Wick entered the park, crossing a skybridge, and soon spotted Winston seated at the center of the plaza. Approaching him, John greeted, "Jonathan." Without preamble, John inquired, "Winston, what punishment awaits me?" Winston, perched on the steps, regarded John with a serious expression and replied, "Chimera has placed a bounty of 2,000 on your head for Santino's contract, demanding the return of the 2 Dragon Balls you possess. A global manhunt is now underway against you." Upon hearing the name Chimera, John questioned, "The high table?" Winston nodded affirmatively. "Furthermore, what of your Continental Hotel?" John continued. Winston lifted his gaze to meet John's, a hint of anger lacing his tone as he replied, "You took a life at the Continental, Jonathan. You left me no choice but to expel you. Everything associated with the Continental is now closed to you." At this moment, Winston rose and approached John Wick, stating, "I regret to inform you that you have lost your life." With a hoarse voice, John asked, "Then why am I still alive?" Winston's expression turned grave as he responded, "Because I believe the time is not yet right." He then nodded to a man in a black trench coat standing nearby. In the next instant, the trench-coated man pulled out his phone and said, "Now." The once bustling park froze as if time had been suspended, everyone halting in their movements. John Wick glanced around, realizing that Winston was not jesting. Confirming that John understood the situation, Winston nodded again, and in the following second, the park's inhabitants resumed their activities. Winston glanced at his wristwatch and addressed John, "You have 1 hour. I cannot delay any longer. Perhaps in the future, you will find this useful." Winston held in his hand a blood oath medallion, once possessed by John Wick, a token he had received after aiding others. However, upon his decision to retire, he had entrusted it to Winston. Today, Winston, bearing the medallion that once belonged to John, returned it to him. As John accepted the blood oath medallion, he spoke earnestly, "Winston, inform them, tell everyone. Regardless of the future or the circumstances, I will eliminate every assassin that comes for me, all of them." Winston gazed at the solemn expression on John Wick's face and replied with a smile, "Of course, you will." As John turned to leave, Winston recalled his encounter with Smith and Dole at the Continental Hotel and added, "You have 2 paths to survival, the Assassin's Guild and the High Table Elders. The former can offer you protection, while the latter can annul the bounty on your head." Upon hearing Winston outline his options, John Wick understood that only the path of the Assassin's Guild remained viable for him. He paused, expressing gratitude with a simple, "Thank you, Winston," before departing the park without looking back. Watching John leave, Winston picked up his phone and dialed, account 11111. 1 hour later, John Wick, exiled. Unbeknownst to them, Smith and Fox were perched atop a building outside the park, observing their conversation through binoculars. Fox glanced at a text message and remarked, "The price has risen again, now at $20 million. John Wick is likely at the top of the Continental's bounty list." The followers of Chimera had begun to take an interest in the Dragon Balls. Have they uncovered information about the Dragon Balls? Smith dismissed the display of power levels, noting the absence of any surprising entities below, and replied, "If the secret of the Dragon Balls were so easily discovered, they would not still remain shrouded in mystery. However, it has certainly garnered attention, as many assassins have begun investigating this matter. After all, what John Wick and Santino are seeking is bound to pique interest." Fox nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it will attract intrigue. I hope John Wick can make it to the factory entrance alive." Smith glanced at the receding figure of John Wick and said, "Let us follow him and witness his performance." Chapter 25. Death or Survival. Shortly after Smith and Fox began to trail John Wick, the once clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, heralding an impending storm. At this moment, John, dragging his injured body from the park, found his path obstructed by an assassin. "John, you have less than an hour. I'll offer you 100 for the 2 Dragon Balls you possess." Upon hearing the assassin's interest in the Dragon Balls, John Wick coldly cast a glance and replied, "Not for sale." The assassin pressed on, "Tell me their worth, and as a reward, I will not come after you in an hour." John Wick was acutely aware that revealing the secret of the Dragon Balls would seal his fate, leading to certain death and the failure of his mission. "If you wish to meet your demise, feel free to seek me out in an hour," remarked the assassin, casually shrugging his shoulders. His only desire was to earn a quick profit. Not only had John Wick's own worth increased, but the value of the Dragon Balls he possessed had also risen. Rumor had it that discussions of counterfeit Dragon Balls were already circulating in the black market, though no one had ever seen an authentic one, nor did they comprehend its true worth. Perhaps only John Wick and the members of Gamora were privy to this secret. John Wick knew that his destination was the textile factory of the Assassin's Guild, yet the distance was insurmountable. There was an urgent task at hand. He needed to reach the library on Park Avenue in New York, where a portion of his gold coins and a pass from the Rosalind people, which could facilitate his escape, were hidden. Should he fail to carve a path through the chaos, this pass would ensure his safe passage. Suddenly, a torrential downpour commenced from the heavens. Hastily, John Wick stepped onto the street and flagged down a taxi, instructing the driver to the New York Public Library. The driver glanced back and replied, "Certainly." The car surged forward, yet it was not long before they were ensnared in traffic, hindered by the rush hour and the deluge, rendering them immobile for what felt like an eternity. Listening to the incessant honking and the crawl of vehicles, John Wick's demeanor grew increasingly urgent. A brief analysis led him to conclude that, sitting in the car, he would not only fail to reach the Assassin's Guild, but he might not even make it to the library. With an umbrella in hand, Fox commented, "What a stroke of bad luck. There's been an accident up ahead. It appears to be deliberate." Smith chuckled and replied, "It seems someone is intent on preventing him from using any form of transportation. After all, in an hour, one can cover a considerable distance in New York." During their exchange, John Wick had come to a realization. He pushed open the car door and exited. Once on the ground, he sprinted towards the library, the rain pouring down upon him. The assassins scattered throughout the streets had all fixed their gazes upon John Wick. Yet none dared to act. The rules of the Continental Hotel dictated their restraint until time allowed them to move. Soon, John Wick, drenched by the rain, arrived at the New York Public Library. He dashed to the service desk and addressed the librarian. The author of Russian folktales is Alexander Afanasiev, published in 1864. Observing the librarian as she searched for the book's location, John Wick refrained from urging her, merely checking the time to ensure that the hour of safety had not yet elapsed. Before long, the librarian completed her search, handed a note to John Wick, and stated, "It's on the second floor." "Thank you," he replied, taking the note and swiftly ascending to the second floor. Meanwhile, Fox, who had entered alongside Smith, pondered, "Why has he come here? Shouldn't we be heading towards the textile factory? Is there perhaps a secret weapon here that could aid him?" Smith nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, there must be something here that can assist him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ventured this way." Glancing at the time displayed on the detector, Smith chuckled. "Tell me, do you think anyone would dare to act prematurely?" Fox surveyed the individuals within the library and spoke. "You once mentioned that men die for wealth and birds perish for food. There are certainly audacious souls willing to take action. After all, it wasn't just John Wick who made a move within the hotel." Smith nodded with a smile. "The profession of assassination certainly attracts the bold." Meanwhile, Sharon drove Winston back to the Continental Hotel. Upon entering, Sharon remarked to Winston, "I sincerely hope Mr. Wick can extricate himself safely." Adjusting his collar while walking, Winston replied, "Sharon, he is fully aware of the consequences, yet he still chooses to kill within the hotel." Sharon, walking beside Winston, inquired, "Do you think he can escape?" Winston turned to face Sharon, saying, "He has a bounty of 2,000 on his head. Along with the 2 dragon coins he possesses, every assassin in the city is eager for their share. I believe his chances of survival are only 50%, provided he can reach the right place and gain protection." Sharon, puzzled, asked where. In his mind, every assassin in the city is after John Wick's bounty. Even the boogeyman, John Wick, would likely not survive the day. Winston smiled. Smith has assured that if John Wick can make it to their stronghold, he will be spared. A power capable of standing against the High Table. If he reaches there alive, he will survive. If not, he will perish along the way. With that, Winston ascended the stairs. Sharon stood still, gazing at Winston as he departed, unable to fathom what force could rival the High Table. Nor could he comprehend the extent of Smith's influence. In the library, John Wick held a note and soon arrived at the second floor where the books were stored. He located the book, tore off the sticker, and inside found a photograph of his deceased wife, 5 gold coins, and a pass. He placed the photograph on the shelf, glanced at the coins before pocketing them, and similarly stowed the pass. After completing these tasks, John Wick picked up the photo of Helen and himself. "Soon, we shall reunite." After kissing the photograph, he carefully sealed it back within the book. At that moment, a voice echoed nearby. "Consider why God created you, not to live like a beast, but to pursue virtue and knowledge." As footsteps approached, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, emerged, holding a book, and addressed John. "Dante." He then displayed the cover of the book to John Wick, indicating that these were the words within, before placing the book back on the shelf. John Wick, in turn, returned the book he held to its rightful place on the shelf. Chapter 26. Formal excommunication. Before John Wick stood a towering figure, who remarked, "You appear somewhat weakened, John." John Wick gazed at the formidable man and replied, "Ernest, the time has not yet come." Ernest, undeterred, retorted, "It is fast approaching. Who can say when your demise will occur?" With a grave expression, John Wick inquired, "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Ernest tilted his head back, his eyes glinting with avarice as he declared, 20 million. That is a substantial sum. John Wick's demeanor remained serious as he countered. First, you must have a life to spend. Unbeknownst to Ernest, his words were overheard by Smith and Fox, who merely needed to inform Winston at the Continental Hotel, and he would be dealt with accordingly. Without hesitation, Ernest drew a dagger from his pocket and lunged at John Wick. In a swift motion, John seized a book from the shelf to defend himself, and soon the two were locked in combat. Though Ernest managed to plunge the dagger into John's shoulder, John retaliated fiercely, disarming his opponent. With his towering height and long arms, Ernest grasped John's head with one hand while the other gestured for silence. "Shoo," he urged, as he violently slammed John's head against the nearby bookshelves. With a resounding crash, he subsequently kicked John out of the bookshelf area and into the corridor. Lying on the floor, John caught sight of Smith and Fox observing the altercation, yet he felt no surprise. Grabbing a book from the ground, he swung it at Ernest's groin. In pain, Ernest clamped his legs together, and John seized the moment to strike at his throat with the book. Witnessing the scene, Smith smirked, noting that John's tactics were either lowly or lethal, filled with deadly intent. On the combat power meter, Ernest registered a strength of 6, demonstrating that he was no match for John Wick, who possessed both skill and an advantage in height and weight. However, after a relentless assault to Ernest's throat, John ultimately ended his life on the spot. Looking down at his fallen adversary, John returned the book to the shelf, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in his shoulder. He wiped his hand across it and discovered it stained with blood. Smith addressed John as he emerged, saying, "Continue your mission. This is part of the observation." John nodded, understanding that Smith was not driven by a bounty. With the Dragon Balls at their disposal, wealth was merely an afterthought, available in abundance. With urgency, John dashed towards the library's exit, one hand pressed against his shoulder. Aware of the distance to the Assassin's Guild, he knew he must tend to his wound. Otherwise, he could succumb to blood loss before anyone even laid a hand on him. Fox snapped a photograph of Ernest's lifeless body and sent it to Winston with a message: someone made a move prematurely. Upon receiving the message, Winston muttered a curse under his breath, simultaneously notifying the assassin in New York that those who disregard the Continental Hotel's regulations will face repercussions. The message included a photograph of Ernest's demise. At that moment, there remained merely 10 minutes until John Wick was to be expelled from the Continental Hotel. Meanwhile, in the underworld of the Bowery, the reigning king spoke to his subordinate, Ella, declaring, "Spread the word. The Bowery shall honor the expulsion decision and will extend no form of assistance or service to John Wick." Smith and Fox had followed John Wick to the residence of the black market doctor in Chinatown. John knocked loudly, calling out, "Doctor, doctor, it's Wick." At that moment, a panel in the door opened and the doctor peered out, saying, "Mr. Wick, no, you should not be here. Time is running out." John, in a state of urgency, replied, "I know. Doctor, I beg you, there is still time." The doctor, gazing at John through the door, resolutely refused. "I cannot do this." Seeing the doctor's refusal, John retrieved a continental gold coin from his pocket, presenting it before the doctor, and implored, "I have 5 minutes left. I beg you." The doctor, through the small window in the door, took the gold coin from John Wick's hand and opened the door, saying, "Hurry inside." Once John entered, he leaned out to glance at the corridor, spotting Smith and Fox, and froze momentarily. Smith chuckled and remarked, "You have 5 minutes. Go take care of your business." The two then followed him into the room, closing the door behind them. The doctor, now in a state of panic, was unsure of what to do. John hastily urged, "They want to make a move against me. You must hurry." The doctor, regaining composure, led John to his workbench and quickly instructed, "Sit down, quickly." Without hesitation, John shed his suit jacket, revealing his injured shoulder. The doctor examined the wound and said, "Let me see." As he spoke, he picked up a gauze to staunch the bleeding, stating, "The stab is deep. It has severed an artery. It requires suturing." Without delay, he commenced the stitching process. Time ticked away. John sat in the chair, watching the clock in the doctor's office, and said, "Doctor." The doctor continued his work, responding, "Almost done. Just half left to stitch." "Doctor, there are only 5 seconds remaining." John began to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the clock struck 9, the bell tolled. The doctor looked at John with regret and said, "I am sorry, Mr. Wick. I can no longer assist you." John understood. "I see, it is the rule." The doctor murmured, "The rule." He then nervously glanced at Smith and Fox, reiterating, "I have not broken the rule." Smith nodded in agreement, acknowledging the punctuality. At this moment, the expulsion from the Continental Hotel had been fully enacted, and any organization or individual loyal to the High Table was prohibited from providing any services to John Wick. John Wick did not solicit the assistance of Smith and Fox. Instead, he began the remaining suturing on his own, facing the mirror. Within the Continental Hotel, the information processing center was abuzz. A message had been dispatched to all registered assassins under its banner. Bounty target, John Wick, along with 2 Dragon Balls, accompanied by photographs of the 4-star balls. Bounty amount, 20 million, with John Wick valued at 16 million and each Dragon Ball at 2 million. Distribution, global assassins. Status, public. Last known location, Chinatown, New York. Update, the expulsion bounty is now officially in effect. Chapter 27, Carnage. At this moment, Winston, engrossed in a word game at the Continental Hotel, glanced at his phone and murmured, "The show is about to begin." Meanwhile, Charlemagne at the hotel reception observed numerous assassins in the administrative hallway, all simultaneously fixating on their phones. In New York, upon receiving the information, a multitude of assassins hastened towards Chinatown. Even Smith and Fox, who were with John Wick, received the bounty notification on their phones. After a brief glance, they remained unconcerned. At this juncture, John Wick had completed suturing his wounds and began rummaging through the doctor's cabinet in search of painkillers. After an extensive search, he found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of bottles and jars. Observing John's futile efforts, the doctor, out of respect for Mr. Wick, interjected, "The top shelf. To your right. Yes, take 4 of those. They will help revive your spirits and alleviate your pain." Fox, somewhat surprised, cast a glance at the Asian doctor, taken aback that he would dare assist John Wick at such a time. Following the doctor's guidance, John promptly retrieved the medication and consumed it. At that moment, the doctor approached the cabinet, opened a drawer, and produced a handgun, stating, "Mr. Wick, they will not believe I ceased treatment on time." John regarded the doctor and replied, "But you indeed stopped." The doctor, holding the firearm, continued, "They will find out." John turned to arrange his clothing and inquired, "Find out what?" Fox interjected, "This doctor informed you of the location of the painkillers." The doctor nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that is correct." Understanding the implications of the Doctor's and Fox's words, John Wick comprehended the situation. The doctor, now wielding the handgun, approached John Wick, handing it over before taking a seat and preparing a hemostatic bandage for immediate use. John accepted the gun and positioned himself opposite the doctor, asking, "Where should I shoot?" The doctor lifted his shirt, pointing to a spot beneath his floating rib. "Here. Just avoid hitting my..." Before the doctor could finish his sentence, John Wick raised his hand and fired, hitting the target precisely. "Ah!" The doctor gasped in pain and collapsed into his chair. At that moment, John was about to lower his firearm and depart, when the doctor called out, "Wait. One shot may not suffice." He then unfastened the collar of his shirt, exposing his shoulder and neck, and continued, "Please, do not aim for my..." Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot reverberated through the air. "Ah!" The doctor groaned in agony once more. John approached, retrieved his suit coat, and turned to leave. As the doctor gazed at John Wick's retreating figure, he spoke, "Good luck, Mr. Wick." John Wick paused, turned back to the doctor, who was clutching his wound, and said, "Thank you, doctor." With that, he resumed his course towards the exit. Fox looked at Smith and inquired, "Do you think he can make it to us?" Smith, watching John Wick's silhouette, replied, "Without stitching up that wound, he stands little chance of survival, but now his prospects have improved considerably." Upon reaching the street, John Wick observed the rain falling from the sky and the throngs of people scattered across the pavement, prompting him to sprint forward. Nearby, a fishmonger was diligently working at his stall when one of his underlings emerged, spotting the running John Wick. "Boss, it's him," the underling exclaimed. The fishmonger removed his hat in frustration and declared, "Let us go earn some money." However, another group also caught sight of John Wick and immediately pursued him. John Wick dashed into a nearby building, raced up the stairs, and swiftly locked the door behind him. He soon found himself in a gun shop, examining the firearms behind the counter. Discovering that all the display cases were locked, he smashed the glass and retrieved a revolver, beginning to load it with bullets. Just as he was assembling the firearm, the fishmonger and his underlings arrived. The first underling who entered was met with a fatal shot to the head, collapsing instantly. After firing, John Wick quickly changed his position, seeking cover as the fishmonger and his associates rushed inside. Hearing their footsteps, John Wick was the first to strike. But his weapon missed its mark. Fortunately, his proximity allowed him to disarm his opponent. A brawl ensued, and the odds were even at 2 against 1. Both sides noticed the array of knives and daggers displayed in the now shattered glass case, and they quickly seized the weapons to engage in combat. Clang, clang, ah! With weapons in hand, casualties swiftly mounted, yet more assassins poured into the fray. John Wick, having just dispatched one foe, found himself confronted by 2 more. Utilizing the knives from behind the counter as makeshift throwing darts, he struck true with each throw. The ensuing battle was fraught with tension and exhilaration, culminating in John Wick achieving 9 kills, eliminating the entire wave of assassins. As he exited the building, he was quickly targeted by other assassins. Meanwhile, Smith and Fox entered the site of the earlier altercation. Smith glanced at Fox, equipped with a combat power meter, and remarked, "You have witnessed the combat capabilities of these individuals. What are your impressions?" Fox gazed upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and spoke. "One's fighting prowess does not entirely define their strength. Throughout this journey, I have encountered foes with combat abilities akin to John Wick's, as well as those whose capabilities were slightly inferior. Yet, after numerous assaults, only John Wick remained standing." Smith nodded in agreement and remarked, "In the heat of battle, combat power is not the sole determinant. Factors such as resolve, timing of strikes, and decisiveness in killing can all sway the outcome. A mere miscalculation can alter results. However, when combat power is sufficiently elevated, it can lead to a state of overwhelming dominance." Fox turned to Smith and inquired, "To what extent must one enhance their abilities to begin disregarding the damage inflicted by small-caliber firearms?" Smith pondered for a moment and responded, "An elevation to a combat power of 9 allows one to ignore the potency of small-caliber weapons." Upon hearing this, Fox reflected on her own combat power of 6, realizing that while the numbers seemed close, the challenge of bridging that gap was substantial. To enhance her physical energy by half was no trivial feat. She continued to observe Smith's next course of action. Chapter 28. The Pass. Meanwhile, John Wick had carved his way from the street to the stables, dispatching every assassin that dared to intrude. Now mounted on a horse, he charged forth. As he galloped onto the main road, 2 assassins on motorcycles pursued him relentlessly. Underneath an overpass, John rode furiously, with one motorcyclist closing in, reaching out in an attempt to drag him from his steed, but to no avail after several attempts. Seizing the opportune moment, John delivered a swift strike to the assailant's helmet, causing him to lean forward and reveal the pistol holstered at his lower back. In a deft maneuver atop his horse, John snatched the weapon and discharged 3 shots at the assailant's neck. Bang, bang, bang. The motorcyclist fell lifelessly, sending his bike careening into a nearby truck. Noticing another motorcyclist approaching from behind, John took advantage of the moment as they drew nearer, sliding to the side of his horse and concealing himself beside it. He extended his arm and fired several rounds at the oncoming motorcycle. Instantly, the rider lost control and crashed into a stationary car ahead. With both motorcycle threats neutralized, John glanced back to ensure no further pursuers were in sight. Aware that his stamina was waning after this relentless assault, he doubted his ability to reach the Assassin's Guild alive. Riding through New York at such a distance was exceedingly conspicuous. The Belarusian theater was not far, and it seemed his only option was to utilize the pass to secure a ride. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse toward the theater of the Belarusian faction. At the Continental Hotel, Winston's phone, carelessly tossed on the table, buzzed again with a new message. Picking it up, he discovered that John Wick's bounty had escalated to an astonishing $21 million. A considerable sum indeed. "Where are you headed, Jonathan?" John Wick arrived at the ticket booth of the theater and slapped his palm against the glass. "We are closed." The ticket clerk, without lifting his head, spoke. John Wick retrieved his pass from his pocket and struck the glass again. This time, the clerk looked up and, upon seeing the pass, opened the door, allowing him to enter. Across the street stood 2 groups of people. Smith glanced at the location where John Wick had entered and said, "All right. The observation for today is concluded. Let us head back." Fox, unfamiliar with the place, inquired, "Aren't we going to continue observing?" Smith shook his head. "There is no need." The 2 turned and departed, while another assassin noted the location and began to lurk by the entrance. Inside the theater lobby, a considerable number of members from the Belarusian gang had gathered. One of them greeted John Wick, "Long time no see." Observing the table before him, John Wick placed his pass upon it, followed by the gold coins and the blood oath medallion from his pocket. The man who had just spoken interjected, "You must also place your belt on the table." Complying, John Wick removed his belt and set it down. The man then instructed someone nearby, "Take him away," and addressed John Wick, "See you later." John Wick, picking up the pass from the table, replied, "See you later." As John Wick proceeded further, he pushed open the door and entered the theater. At this moment, the leader of the Belarusian gang, a woman, was watching a dancer perform. John Wick approached her, kneeling on one knee and presenting the pass he had brought. She glanced at him and asked, "Jonathan, why have you returned home?" John Wick remained silent, merely raising the pass in his hand. Noticing this, she remarked, "You present that to me as if it holds the answer." John Wick, his voice hoarse, responded, "I possess another pass." Observing the man before her, she spoke, "In the past few weeks, you have caused such chaos. Do you believe your past is still valid? Have you forgotten the Russian gypsies are bound by the high table, which reigns above all? They might kill me for merely conversing with you. Is this how you honor me, bringing death to my doorstep? Oh, Jonathan, what has become of you?" Taking a deep breath, John Wick declared, "I am Jonathan Wick, a child of Belarus, an orphan of your tribe. You are obliged to assist me." He emphasized while holding up the pass, "You are obligated. I possess rights." Casting a deep look at John Wick, she called out to the girl dancing the Swan Lake, "Rooney, that's enough." Rising, she turned to John Wick and said, "Follow me." As she led him backstage, she continued, "You claim rights, yet you have nothing, Jonathan. You know, when my students first arrive here, they desire only one thing, to live without pain. I attempt to dissuade them from such naive notions, but you see, art is born of suffering. Life is but a trial." John Wick observed the dancers backstage, choosing silence as he followed behind. "You have, in some manner, escaped the tribulations of life. Yet today you find yourself back at the very place where it all began. For what purpose?" As he accompanied John Wick to the wrestling area, he paused to gaze at those still engaged in their training and inquired, "Do you recall the fond memories?" Without waiting for a response, he continued onward, guiding John through another training room before entering an office and taking a seat across from each other. Looking directly at John Wick, he remarked, "Even if I wish to assist you, I find myself powerless, Jonathan. The high table covets your life. How can you withstand the tempest? How can you shatter mountains? How can you bury the sea? How can you escape the light? Certainly, you may venture into darkness, yet they dwell there as well. So tell me, what is it that you truly desire, Jonathan?" John Wick replied earnestly, "A passage." He then asked, "Where do you wish to go?" John Wick revealed the address, a textile factory located in the suburbs. Chuckling, he presumed it a jest. The suburbs of New York? Wait, a textile factory? You actually managed to reach them. You are indeed fortunate. John Wick extended his arm, presenting a pass before him. After a brief glance, he stated, "Very well then. Hand me the pass, and I shall destroy it, if that is truly your wish." John Wick nodded, removing the pass from his grasp and surrendering it to him. Chapter 29. Aiming at the high table the following day, at the Assassin's Guild textile factory, a garbage truck arrived and halted outside the factory. As the truck's rear opened, John Wick leapt out, while the vehicle made a turn and departed. John Wick surveyed the building before him. The location was indeed correct, and he approached to knock on the grand door. A window on the door slid open, and Wesley greeted the man before him, saying, "Mr. John Wick, it is a pleasure to have you here." John Wick replied, somewhat breathlessly, "I have arrived as promised." With the factory doors swinging open, Wesley ushered John Wick inside. This marked John Wick's second visit, and as he walked, he keenly observed his surroundings. There were evidently more guards at the entrance, and upon entering the fortress, he was met with the sight of numerous looms and industrious workers. However, John Wick could distinctly sense that these individuals were not mere laborers. Yet he refrained from voicing his suspicions, following closely behind Wesley. The two traversed the factory, passing through the employee break area until they reached the exterior of a room. Wesley instructed, "You may enter on your own." Pushing open the grand door, sunlight cascaded upon John Wick, as if he no longer needed to conceal himself in darkness. Smithdale sat on a single armchair, observing as John Wick entered through the door. Bloodstains marred Wick's white shirt, and he stumbled slightly, clearly having endured a tumultuous day. Approaching Smithdale, Wick knelt on one knee and, with a voice filled with desperation, spoke, "Mr. Smith, I have arrived." Smith regarded the man kneeling before him. Recognizing that Wick had reached an impasse, he inquired, "What is it that you seek?" Wick lifted his gaze to the man before him, the rising sun casting a golden hue through the window, imbuing the moment with both magnificence and authority. "Mr. Smith, I have found myself entangled in troubles at the Continental Hotel and seek your protection." Smith took hold of Wick's blood oath contract, idly playing with it before addressing him. "John Wick, you have been expelled from the Continental Hotel with a public bounty of $21 million placed upon your head, 400 of which is for the Dragon Pearls. You are currently the most wanted individual among the hotel's assignments, and every assassin in New York is searching for you. Should you be discovered by assassins from other regions, they too will converge upon you. What, John Wick, can I gain from offering you sanctuary?" Upon hearing Smithdale outline his dire situation, Wick recognized that he had no alternative path before him and resolved himself. He retrieved 2 dragon pearls from his possession, placing them on the ground before him, and earnestly declared, "I am willing to pledge my loyalty and join your ranks within the Assassin's Guild." Smithdale did not glance at the dragon pearls, but focused his attention on Wick. "Are you familiar with the Assassin's Guild?" Wick shook his head. "I know little, only that it is a force capable of contending with the High Table. Smithdale responded, "The Assassin's Guild has been established for over a millennium, possessing a rich historical legacy." Wick was taken aback, for he understood that their nation had a mere 200 years of history, and he was astonished that the guild had endured for so long, explaining its ability to rival the High Table. After recounting the guild's history, mission, and vision, Smithdale posed another question. "John Wick, you have been absent from the Assassin's realm for 5 years, for the sake of your beloved. Despite the bloodshed during this period, you have maintained that you have not returned to your former life. Are you now prepared to re-enter?" Wick had never anticipated that the Assassin's Guild was a purging force against evil. It was no wonder they were either eliminating assassins or dismantling criminal organizations. With a serious demeanor, he responded, "I am ready. In my past, my hands were drenched in blood until I met Helen, which led me to renounce my life as an assassin. Yet, her departure has made me realize that a soul as tainted as mine cannot truly find peace. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you and join the Assassin's Guild to eradicate the filth of this world and atone for my past sins." Smithdale nodded in satisfaction and replied, "John Wick, I accept your allegiance." Upon hearing Smith's agreement, John Wick finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then held 2 Dragon Balls in his hands, placing them before Smith as a gesture of his loyalty. Observing Wick's actions, Smith felt increasingly satisfied, recognizing the intelligence of his counterpart. Rather than taking the Dragon Balls from Wick's hands, Smith inquired, "John Wick, has your wish changed?" Wick replied solemnly, "My desire remains unwavering. It is solely to resurrect my wife, Helen." Smith responded, "You may retain the Dragon Balls. I will inform you of the location of the next one." Wick maintained his offering posture and then spoke, "Mr. Smith, the High Table still has a bounty on my head. If the reward is not rescinded, I may find it nearly impossible to move freely once I step outside." Smith acknowledged the truth in Wick's words. Without the bounty being lifted, he would not survive a day after leaving the Assassin's Guild. "John Wick, if you seek true safety, there are 2 paths before you. The first is to have the Continental Hotel reinstate you, allowing the High Table to withdraw the bounty. Only the 12 elders of the High Table can facilitate this." Noticing Smith's implication, Wick understood that this was not the answer he sought, prompting him to ask, "And what is the second option?" Smith smiled slightly before stating, "Simply eliminate the so-called High Table and the Continental Hotel, and your bounty shall vanish without a trace." Wick's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated such a grand ambition to challenge the High Table. He was acutely aware of how formidable the High Table was in the eyes of assassins, yet in light of the mission of the Assassin's Guild, it all seemed remarkably justified. The underworld was on the brink of upheaval. "Mr. Smith, what would you have me do?" Gazing at the astonished Wick, Smith replied with a grin, "There's no rush. In your current state, you are not ready. You require a wax bath to recuperate." Chapter 30. The Arbiter. As Wesley escorted Wick to the recovery room for treatment, Smith began perusing the materials provided by Fox. These documents contained a comprehensive summary regarding the 12 seats of the High Table. The scope of this information was extensive, while the 12 organizations were clearly identified. Investigations into the headquarters of the High Table and the 12 gangs were still ongoing. Although groups like Kimura and the Mafia were relatively easier to locate, their headquarters were cleverly concealed. Moreover, dismantling the High Table would not be accomplished merely by eliminating the 12 elders. It required the thorough eradication of all 12 gangs. Otherwise, according to bloodline succession, the demise of their leaders would merely result in new successors emerging from the lineage. However, simultaneously obliterating all 12 was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet the Assassin's Guild had no qualms about dividing their forces into 3. Despite the textile factory appearing modest and the number of assassin members seeming limited, this was merely the headquarters. The Assassin's Guild, with a legacy spanning over a millennium, boasts a considerable number of divisions. Given his current prowess, a cautious approach should suffice for him to lead a formidable team. However, a visit to the High Elder hidden in the deserts of Casablanca may be necessary for John Wick. The following day, after perusing the documents, Smith spent an entire day training on the field, yet he found the results to be rather insignificant. It had been several weeks since he acquired Yamcha's combat prowess and bloodline, yet he still struggled with the perception of ki. The genetic legacy of the Earthlings from Dragon Ball did not seem to offer any enhancement. Relying solely on his own training and Yamcha's recently displayed abilities, he realized that it would take considerable time to truly sense ki. It appeared that he needed to urge John Wick to expedite the collection of Dragon Balls, as the onset of the marvelous great event was fast approaching. Exiting the training grounds, Smith, clutching a bottle of bourbon whiskey, made his way to the recovery room. Upon arrival, he found John Wick enveloped in a wax bath, with only his face exposed. Hearing footsteps, John Wick promptly awakened. Though the wax covering his face rendered him momentarily speechless, producing only muffled sounds. Observing John's awakening, Smith approached and inquired, "John, are you all right?" Recognizing Smith's voice, John Wick ceased his facial struggles, finding he could now articulate. He felt significantly better, albeit a bit parched. As he spoke, the wax on his face began to crack, with some pieces even falling into his mouth. Smith carefully removed the wax from John Wick's face and offered, "Here, have some water." He then unscrewed the cap of the bourbon whiskey he had brought and poured a small glass for John Wick. As the liquor coursed down his throat, John felt much improved and expressed, "Thank you. I quite enjoy the taste of bourbon whiskey. What is this wax bath?" Smith, unfazed by John Wick's fondness for the drink, knowing well that few Belarusians disliked alcohol, set the whiskey aside and seated himself beside John Wick, explaining, "This wax bath stimulates white blood cells, accelerating the healing process. Here, bruises, cuts, and fractures can heal within hours." John Wick was taken aback by this revelation, stammering, This is astonishing. With such a remedy, one need not fear ordinary injuries. No hotel on the continent offers anything so remarkable, especially cuts and fractures healing within mere hours. Such effects are utterly extraordinary. Even a severely injured assassin could recover by the next day and return to battle. This is the foundation of a power that has endured for 1,000 years. I can only wonder what other treasures they possess. For Smith, John Wick's notion of treasures held little significance. If only he could wish for a healing pod or sins of beans from a lottery, that would be the true treasure. Anything that could restore life, as long as it did not lead to immediate death. Smith nonchalantly remarked, "While this item is indeed remarkable, it can only treat superficial wounds. If one were to be struck in a vital area by a handgun, there would be no remedy." Upon hearing that certain critical injuries were beyond salvation, John Wick felt no disappointment. To him, the wax bath was already a paragon of perfection. Although he felt a modicum of curiosity regarding Smith's mention of truly exceptional items, he was not astonished. Having overseen over 1,000 Dragon Balls, the Assassin's Guild must have made numerous wishes for splendid treasures. The wax bath's capabilities were already formidable. If it were to be released, countless assassins and gangs would undoubtedly covet it fervently. Smith disregarded Wick's comments and stated, "Very well, I shall take my leave. Once the wax bath has melted, prepare to emerge. I will await you in the conference room." At the New Continental Hotel, a black Mercedes-Benz halted at the entrance. A tall woman, clad in a long black coat and black boots, her nails painted in the same hue, descended from the vehicle, carrying a black briefcase. As she strode towards the hotel, she exuded an air of competence and icy resolve, swiftly approaching the service desk. Sharon greeted her, "Welcome to the Continental Hotel. How may I assist you?" The woman produced a coin symbolizing her identity as a adjudicator and, with 2 fingers, slid it across the counter. Maintaining silence as she fixed her gaze upon him, Sharon picked up the coin, scrutinized it carefully, then placed it back on the counter. He lifted the desk phone and dialed internally, stating directly upon connection, "Sir, an adjudicator wishes to see you." "Understood, sir." Sharon hung up and respectfully informed the adjudicator, "The manager is in the lounge." The adjudicator glanced at Sharon, pocketed the coin, and silently proceeded towards the lounge. At that moment, Winston entered the lounge and observed the standing adjudicator. He spoke, "I presume you are here to discuss John Wick. If so, let us be succinct. I instructed him to leave, but he refused. That is the entirety of the matter." The adjudicator approached Winston and stated plainly, "Mr. Wick has violated the rules." Winston nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I have no knowledge of his whereabouts." Before Winston could finish, the adjudicator interjected, "You misunderstand. I am not here to seek Mr. Wick. I am here because Mr. Wick has broken the rules within this hotel, shedding blood upon the floors of the Continental. Is that not so?" Winston replied gravely, "Correct." Winston continued, "In fact, the body is cooling within these very walls." The adjudicator fixed her icy gaze upon Winston and declared, "I wish to see him." Winston nodded and led her to the location where the body of Santino D'Antonio lay. The 2 individuals made their way to the incinerator, where the body of Santino Antonio lay upon the transfer bed. The female adjudicator gazed at the lifeless form before her and addressed Winston. "Santino Antonio, a newly appointed member of the High Table, was slain by Mr. Wick while seeking refuge at the Continental Hotel." She then leaned closer to examine the fatal wound on Santino Antonio's forehead, remarking, "It appears to be the work of a .45 Colt automatic pistol." After ascertaining the type of firearm used, the adjudicator straightened and fixed her gaze upon Winston. Meeting her stare, Winston began to explain, "I cannot control Mr. Wick's actions." The adjudicator countered, Yet his continued existence is due to you, is it not? Winston conceded, yes. Observing his admission, the adjudicator pressed on, you have known Mr. Wick for many years. It would not be an exaggeration to call you friends, would it? You did not stop him from killing him. You stood idly by as he took Santino Antonio's life right before you. At her words, Winston sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly interjected. I removed him from the Continental Hotel. The adjudicator remained undeterred, continuing, but you still granted him an hour's reprieve. Winston's confidence had begun to wane, yet he persisted. He violated the rules in my establishment. The adjudicator's expression grew stern, and therein lies the issue. Your hotel. Where's your loyalty? Winston met her aggressive stance with an explanation. I have served for over 40 years. The adjudicator regarded him solemnly, stating, under the high table. Service and the high table are intertwined. Everything exists beneath its authority. I acknowledge your loyalty, yet this cannot be overlooked. Let me be clear. I am here to judge you. You have 1 week to settle your affairs. Upon hearing this, Winston was taken aback, exclaiming, what did you say? The adjudicator continued, at the end of that time, your successor will be nominated. Rules are the only thing that distinguishes us from. Winston interjected, from beasts. The adjudicator nodded, precisely. You have 7 days. With that, she turned to leave but paused after taking a couple of steps, turning back to Winston, in the meantime. If you require any assistance during the transition, you may find me in room 217. Winston looked at the adjudicator and remarked, please enjoy your stay at the Continental Hotel. The adjudicator cast a long, meaningful glance at Winston before departing without further words. At that moment, Winston understood the severity of his predicament. Aiding John Wick would result in the high table stripping him of his position as manager of the Continental Hotel, leaving him with only a successor, while he himself might pay the ultimate price. He could not remain idle. In the conference room, Smith Dorr was contemplating how to dismantle the high table, considering a comprehensive purge of the 12 elder families. Even though the Assassin's Guild lacked sufficient manpower for such an endeavor. After all, these 12 families constituted the most influential criminal syndicates worldwide. And launching an all-out assault would only provoke fierce resistance. It was better to incapacitate them selectively than to risk a full confrontation. The Assassin's Guild could simultaneously target 3 families, but this would inevitably invite a violent counterattack. Gazing at the list of the 12 families, Smith began to identify 3 as primary targets for assault. Just as he weighed which 3 families to eliminate first, the conference room door swung open. Setting down the documents in his hands, Smith addressed John Wick, who approached. Take a seat. John Wick settled across from Smith and regarded him silently. Smith inquired, have all your injuries healed? John Wick ran his hand over his shoulder and neck, responding, they have completely healed. Not even a scar remains. The recovery room here is truly remarkable. Smith nodded, confident in the efficacy of the recovery room, and continued, to dismantle the high table. We must entirely eradicate the influence wielded by the 12 seats. Merely eliminating the elders will yield no lasting results, as they will simply select new elders from their bloodlines. Even if the main lineage is extinguished, new successors will arise from the branches. Thus, we must thoroughly obliterate the organization behind them. Upon hearing Smith's words, John Wick solemnly nodded. The situation was more severe than he had anticipated. What do you need me to do? Smith replied, currently. We have identified 11 of the 12 families associated with the high table, but 1 remains elusive. We have only discovered that this elder's headquarters is located somewhere in the deserts of Casablanca, though the precise location is unclear. I need you to find them. John Wick pondered for a moment before saying, I know there is an elder in that region, but I am uncertain how to locate them. However, if I go alone, the chances of encountering them are substantial. If I bring others, they will likely refuse to meet me. Smith was not surprised and continued, we will accompany you to Casablanca. But locating the elder is a task you must undertake alone. Your responsibility is to find him and ensure your own safety. Curious, John Wick asked, but it's a desert. How will you find me? Smith chuckled and replied, you need only carry the dragon orb. It will guide us to your location. Upon hearing that the dragon orb had a locating function, John Wick nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Smith produced a photograph and placed it before John Wick. This is a high-ranking official from the Casablanca Continental Hotel, and he is your ally. She currently possesses a Dragon Ball, which is also one of your objectives on this journey. John Wick was somewhat taken aback upon seeing a photograph of Sophia, surprised that she held a Dragon Ball. However, considering that he possessed a blood oath contract binding him to her, the situation became significantly simpler. Chapter 32. Diverting Calamity. John Wick took the photograph, nodding as he declared, I will retrieve the Dragon Ball from her. After a moment of contemplation, he thoughtfully added, I also have some acquaintances. If we were to topple the high table, they might be inclined to lend their assistance. Hearing his words, Smith did not express surprise. After all, John Wick had become a legendary assassin over the years, undoubtedly accumulating a few trusted allies, perhaps even those who were discontent with the High Table's rule. I am pleased to see your determination. But we lack the luxury of time to contact them. Once we have located the Elder hidden in Casablanca, we must initiate our assault. Following this matter, you may reach out to those you trust, urging them to counterattack or withdraw. John Wick nodded in understanding. Smith pondered for a moment before continuing. Upon acquiring the Dragon Ball, proceed directly to the desert of Casablanca. Look up to the sky, where Canis Minor follows Orion's constellation. Trace the brightest star. Continue onward until you approach the brink of death, and then press on. When you find yourself on the verge of your last breath, he will seek you out. Or perhaps he will not. Your fortune will dictate the outcome. Shortly, I will have Wesley dispatch someone through our channels to escort you to Casablanca. Meanwhile, the King of Bowery Street was at his gang's headquarters when Ella approached him, stating, "A adjudicator wishes to see you." The king exhaled deeply, pondering. I never anticipated the High Table would send an adjudicator. I provided John Wick with a firearm. I hope this won't lead to repercussions. He glanced at his many subordinates, uncertain who had reported this matter to the High Table. The King of Bowery Street then made his way to the rooftop, where he kept his pigeons, awaiting the arrival of the adjudicator. Soon, Ella arrived with the adjudicator in tow. The king greeted the approaching figure with a smile. "Welcome to my mission control center, the brain of my operations, and the superhighway of information. Here, I command the language of the streets and the pathways of the world." The adjudicator surveyed the surroundings with astonishment, asking, "Using pigeons?" The king looked at the birds around him and replied, "Indeed, what you see are winged rodents. While I perceive the internet." He spoke with unwavering confidence. No addresses, no digital footprints, untraceable, unbreachable, unsearchable. The adjudicator scoffed. "Will it make you ill?" The king's confident demeanor immediately faltered as he regarded the adjudicator, saying, "I wouldn't recommend consuming them." After a thorough examination of one another, he inquired, "What is it that you truly desire?" The arbiter, with an air of arrogance, slightly raised his head and replied, "I wish to witness the place where that event did not transpire." The King of Bowery Street fixed his gaze upon the arbiter and asked, "What event did not take place?" The arbiter enunciated each word with precision. "The place where you did not kill John Wick." The King of Bowery Street lowered his eyebrows and responded in a hushed tone, "I have always held the impression that contracts and their execution are optional. I harbor no qualms regarding John Wick's actions." Upon hearing the king's explanation, the arbiter handed the umbrella to the attendant, Ella, and remarked, "However, you provided John Wick with a 1911 pistol loaded with 7 bullets, fully aware that he intended to use it against the High Table, correct?" Following this, the arbiter produced a handgun from his briefcase and directed it at the King of Bowery Street, stating, "To be precise, this Kimber 1911. After displaying the weapon used by John Wick in his violent endeavors, the arbiter returned the gun to his briefcase and approached the King of Bowery Street, asserting, "You equipped John Wick with 7 bullets. The High Table has granted you 7 days. Upon hearing the arbiter's proclamation, the King of Bowery Street demanded, "Elucidate. What do you mean by 7 days?" The arbiter, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "To arrange your affairs and find a new abode for your bird. After 7 days, you shall abdicate." Unable to contain himself, the King of Bowery Street erupted into laughter. "Ah ha ha ha." His laughter grew increasingly boisterous, culminating in him discarding the umbrella he held and declaring, "My dear, do you understand what Bowery Street represents, arbiter? Do you comprehend the consequences of a mere wave of my hand?" He gestured dramatically before continuing, "No one shall usurp my throne. For I am the throne, darling. I am Bowery Street." With a fierce glare directed at the arbiter, he proclaimed, "I embody everything you dread encountering in the dark of night. Bowery is mine, mine alone." The arbiter, still impassive, stated, "Do not mistakenly believe that you exist beyond the constraints of rules. No one does. You have 7 days." With that final declaration, the arbiter turned and departed from the rooftop, heading to her next destination. Meanwhile, Winston understood that he could not remain idle. If he wished to retain his position as the manager of the Continental Hotel, his options were limited. Unless he secured the support of the elders of the High Table, he lacked the necessary connections, despite being the manager of the New York Continental. Therefore, his only recourse was to seek out the Assassin's Guild, much like John Wick had done. However, the Continental Hotel was fundamentally different from John Wick's circumstances. The Guild's operational ethos would not accommodate someone of his caliber. Even if they were to accept him, the New York Continental would become an isolated entity. Without those established rules, the hotel would lose its very purpose for existence. He had but one option: to divert the calamity eastward, pitting the adjudicator of the High Table against the Assassin's Guild. Only in this manner, by drawing their attention away from himself, could he buy sufficient time to maneuver his connections and alleviate the High Table's penalties against him. With a plan in mind, Winston promptly sprang into action, seizing his phone to dial Smithdahl. As the call connected, he spoke. "Mr. Smith, this is Winston." Upon recognizing Winston's call, Smithdahl exhibited a hint of surprise and inquired, "What is the matter?" Winston replied, "The adjudicator of the High Table has arrived in New York, and they will soon learn that you have sheltered John Wick. I believe they will be knocking at your door shortly, so you must prepare in advance." With that, Winston terminated the call and proceeded directly to the room of the adjudicator at 217. Chapter 33. The visiting messenger. Smithdahl gazed at the hung-up phone, disdainfully curling his lip. He was acutely aware of Winston's intentions. As for the adjudicator's arrival in New York, he was utterly unconcerned. Even if they had the audacity, they would not dare to instigate a war between the Assassin's Guild and the High Table. However, he could not afford to be unprepared. He needed to lead a team to Monaco to deal with the High Table Elder, while the Cross and the Gunsmith were tasked with handling the Elder Gralamon in Paris, who was the chief executive officer of the High Table organization. As for Kimura, he assigned the Mechanic and the Butcher to manage that, while he would remain at headquarters to guard against any surprise attacks. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Winston arrived at room 217 of the Continental Hotel. The adjudicator regarded Winston with a question. "Have you encountered any difficulties?" Winston shook his head. "It is not a matter of difficulty. Rather, I have discovered where John Wick has ultimately sought refuge." Upon hearing this, the adjudicator's interest was piqued. For her mission was to punish all those who had aided John Wick. Who dares to defy the rules of the High Table? With deliberate calmness, Winston uttered a name. Smithdahl. At the mention of this name, the adjudicator furrowed her brow, for he was not a figure she recognized. "Which faction does he belong to?" Winston pondered briefly before responding. "He is neither affiliated with the High Table nor a registered member of the Continental Hotel. However, he holds a fearsome reputation among African assassins as the Hunter. According to the intelligence I have gathered, he may belong to the Assassin's Guild." Initially indifferent, the adjudicator's demeanor shifted upon hearing the mention of the Assassin's Guild, as she regarded Winston with renewed scrutiny. "Is there anything else?" Seeing that the adjudicator did not press further, Winston felt his objective was accomplished. "Nothing more," he replied, before turning to depart. As Winston departed, the Arbiter's mind was flooded with thoughts of the Assassin's Guild. Though she was still relatively young and had not encountered the opposing force in battle, she possessed a certain understanding of this faction that operated outside the confines of the High Table. Taking out her mobile phone, the Arbiter dialed the intelligence agency of the High Table. Identity verification 343,421. Verification successful. Retrieve all information on Smithdahl. The intelligence department promptly sprang into action. Upon entering Smithdahl's name into the computer, an upstairs staff member swiftly produced a physical dossier and brought it to the service desk. The operator extracted the file, commenced scanning it, and subsequently sent the entire contents to the Arbiter. The Arbiter's notebook pinged with an email, and she immediately opened it, poring over the transmitted documents with meticulous attention. The information was exceedingly detailed, chronicling Smithdahl's initial arrival at the Continental Hotel in New York and encompassing all records to date. It was meticulously noted that he had not registered as a killer at the Continental Hotel, along with an identity analysis and the intelligence reported by Winston. The intelligence was divided into two segments, one compiled by the Continental's intel operatives and the other uploaded by Winston as the hotel manager. Within Winston's report, it was explicitly recorded that Smithdahl was a member of the Assassin's Guild. Having absorbed all the information, the Arbiter comprehended that the matter concerning the Assassin's Guild was beyond her capacity to handle and promptly escalated the situation involving John Wick to headquarters. After submitting the information, the Arbiter swiftly received a response from headquarters, indicating that the High Table would dispatch a messenger to the Assassin's Guild, while she was only required to manage the irregular factions under the High Table's jurisdiction. Unbeknownst to Winston, the Arbiter had no intention of confronting the Assassin's Guild directly. Instead, she had reported it to headquarters. Meanwhile, New York had been shrouded in rain for the entire day, and upon receiving the information, the Arbiter set forth on her next course of action. That evening, she alighted from a taxi and arrived at the Haika Sushi restaurant. The establishment's owner and head chef, Zero, greeted her as she entered. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" The Arbiter took a seat and produced a gold coin, emblematic of her identity as an Arbiter, placing it before the owner. Upon seeing the coin, Zero's expression turned grave, and he addressed the woman before him. "I did not expect the High Table to act so swiftly." The Arbiter fixed her gaze on Zero and declared, There is a mission involving an individual who has violated the rules and stands in opposition to the high table. Zero paused his actions, lifting his gaze to respond. You mean John Wick? I have no available students. The Arbiter, undeterred by Zero's response, continued. John Wick and all those who have aided him. You have heard of his exploits. In the past week, he has single-handedly eliminated hundreds, all for the sake of, Zero interjected, a dog and a car. I am well aware and quite intrigued. At that moment, Zero picked up a piece of fugu and remarked, Fugu, lethally toxic. Subsequently, the fugu was placed before the adjudicator, who was informed not to dip it in soy sauce. With an unwavering demeanor, the adjudicator picked up the fugu and placed it in his mouth. Witnessing the other party consume the fugu, Zero solemnly declared, I have long served the high table, and shall henceforth remain steadfast in my loyalty. He then bowed deeply along with his two disciples to the adjudicator. Receiving an affirmative response from Zero, the adjudicator collected the gold coins from the table and departed from the Haika Sushi restaurant with Zero and his disciples. At the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild, a black Mercedes pulled up to the entrance of a textile factory. A stout man clad in a suit emerged from the vehicle, wielding a large black umbrella as he approached the factory door and rang the bell. As the window in the gate opened, the man handed over a letter marked with a special insignia. Connolly accepted the letter, initially indifferent, but his expression shifted to one of seriousness upon seeing the seal. He promptly closed the window and rushed inside the factory. Sir, the messenger from the high table has arrived, Connolly announced. The gentleman, somewhat taken aback, accepted the letter and confirmed the messenger's identity, pondering whether the high table had uncovered something significant. Although he harbored suspicions, he instructed, Connolly, bring him to the meeting room to meet me. As the factory doors swung open, Connolly escorted the messenger to the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild. The messenger followed closely behind, his gaze steady and his steps measured, and they soon arrived at the meeting room. Upon entering, the messenger removed his hat and bowed before the man present, addressing him respectfully, esteemed sir. Chapter 34. Safeguarding. Gazing at the letter in his hand. Its contents pertained to John Wick. The chief executive officer of the high table, Greymont, expressed a desire for the Assassin's Guild to revoke its protection of John Wick, detailing Wick's numerous violations of regulations. Notably, this was not merely an empty request. The high table was willing to offer a reward of $30 million. The gentleman dismissed the letter, carelessly tossing it onto the table, and stated, John Wick has already joined the Assassin's Guild. We have granted him our protection. Make sure to inform your Marquis to revoke the bounty. Upon hearing these words, the messenger replied solemnly, Are you certain about this? To protect a killer who has violated the rules of the high table, risking the fragile peace we have maintained for years? The gentleman, unfazed, replied, Return and inform your Marquis that if any assassin dares to stir trouble, we shall view it as a provocation against the Assassin's Guild. If he wishes to remain in hiding, let the bounty remain in effect. After a brief silence, the messenger turned and departed. Realizing this matter was beyond his authority and required higher approval, the gentleman watched him leave, casting a disdainful glance at the signature of Greymont on the letter, thinking that the man had little time left to live. Meanwhile, at the Morocco Continental Hotel, Sophia toyed with a 2-star orb she had fortuitously found. However, Kermera was still offering a bounty for such items, with a staggering value of $2 million each. She only knew that this object was called the Dragon Ball, yet its purpose remained a mystery to her. Nonetheless, she believed she would eventually uncover the secrets it held. It was essential to note that John Wick was bound by his blood oath, and now that he was being hunted globally, his arrival in Morocco would undoubtedly indicate he sought her assistance. At that moment, she could glean some information. If the object possessed a unique function, she could negotiate for benefits. If not, she could sell it to Gamora, as $2 million was certainly a substantial sum. Soon, Sophia received a text message indicating that her subordinates had spotted John Wick at the docks. In the Moroccan Assassin Alliance division, within a villa, Wesley curiously inquired, When do we take action? Smith did not respond to the overly excited Wesley but turned to Fox and asked, How is our personnel situation? Fox replied, The Moroccan division has 18 assassins, and we have dispatched 12 more from other locations, expected to arrive by tomorrow. Upon hearing that there would be 30 assassins, plus himself, Wesley, and Fox, totaling 33, they could ensure the complete eradication of the high table's personnel. Then, recalling a matter, he asked, How has the bulletproof vest replica from the Continental Hotel turned out? Smith was quite fond of the second-generation vest from the Continental Hotel, as it utilized the latest materials to create a suit-style appearance without appearing bulky, while also providing excellent ballistic protection. When struck by a bullet, the entire garment dissipated the force, preventing penetration and requiring only the user to withstand the impact. The replicas had been successfully created, although the materials were quite costly, necessitating time for a complete outfitting of the team. However, this assault team would all be equipped with the new bulletproof vests. Upon hearing this, Smith nodded in satisfaction. Their incursion into the Continental Hotel served dual purposes, gathering intelligence and eliminating a few black assassins, while also acquiring the vests that the Assassin Alliance preferred over the bulky plate-type vests available on the market. With the marksmanship of the Assassin Alliance combined with these vests, they would be nearly invincible. Even if they were accidentally shot, as long as the bullet did not strike the head, the damage would be minimal. As for when to act, there was no rush. The elders concealed themselves in the desert and rarely interacted with others. A direct assault in such an open area with their limited numbers would be unwise. Their next move hinged on John Wick. Only when he was brought before the elders could they ascertain the location of the enemy's headquarters. Once the location was confirmed, it would be time to launch their attack. Wesley expressed his astonishment. Can John Wick really meet with the elders of the High Table? Smith chuckled softly and replied, after all, John Wick is a legendary assassin. There will surely be elders willing to recruit him. By evening, John Wick arrived in Casablanca. At this moment, he was making his way towards the Moroccan Grand Hotel when he was once again cornered beneath an archway at a three-way intersection. The assailants were three assassins, each brandishing a dagger. Surrounding him, John Wick decided to take the initiative, swiftly launching an attack on one of them, deftly maneuvering to evade the slashes of the dagger. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the wrist of the armed foe, delivering a punch to the adversary's face followed by an elbow strike. At this juncture, two of the assassins advanced to assist their comrade, only to be unceremoniously dispatched to the ground by a kick from John. He then executed a swift turn and back throw, sending the captured assassin crashing to the ground. Just then, the recently felled assassin rose and lunged at John Wick with his dagger. Quick as a flash, John grasped the assailant's wrist, the two locked in a tense stalemate, each striving for dominance. Enough! A voice interrupted from outside the archway, as a bald man emerged, lighting a cigarette. Approaching the struggling pair, the bald man stated, I fear this friend is off limits. The assassin glanced at the bald man and replied, but he has been excommunicated. The bald man shot a sidelong glance at the assassin. Retorting, it is said the manager has granted him clemency. Surprised by the mention of clemency, John Wick looked at the bald man, unaware of such developments. The bald man, meeting John's gaze, said, Mr. Wick, might I request that you accompany me? Upon hearing this, John released his hold, ending the standoff with the assassin and returning the dagger he had seized. The bald man gestured for John to follow, casting a glance at the three assassins before turning and leading John away. Witnessing John and the bald man depart, the previously vocal assassin, filled with resentment, swiftly drew his dagger, intent on attacking John Wick. However, before he could launch his strike, the bald man turned and shot him dead. With the assailant dispatched, the bald man holstered his weapon and addressed John. Welcome to Casablanca, Mr. Wick. John expressed his gratitude for the timely intervention. Thank you. The bald man smiled and continued to escort John away. Chapter 35. A blood oath that never disappoints with a smile on his face. The bald man remarked as they walked, Mr. John Wick, it has been quite some time since you graced our city. At this moment, John turned to face him. Beginning to speak, I need to, but was interrupted by the bald man. I know, Ms. Arasva is waiting for you. Soon, they arrived at the hotel entrance, pushing open the grand doors to reveal a bustling courtyard where guests were celebrating with champagne, as though a grand banquet was underway. Mr. Wick, welcome to the Moroccan Grand Hotel. I hope it pleases your palate. The bald man guided John Wick through the throng, leading him deeper into the hotel. This way, miss. Arasva never waits for anyone. Ultimately, the bald man ushered John Wick into a room, stating, Good luck, Mr. Wick. He reiterated once more, Good luck. The bald man, with a smile, wished John Wick twice before exiting the room. As the bald man departed, the hall was left desolate, and John Wick took a few steps inside. On a round table, he spotted several photographs, and he casually picked up a small frame, revealing a picture of Sophia and her daughter. While John Wick gazed at the photograph, two Belgian Malinois appeared, glaring menacingly at him, baring their teeth as if poised to attack. At that moment, a sound of a gun being chambered resonated from the innermost part of the room, followed by the silhouette of a woman emerging with a pistol, advancing toward John Wick as she spoke. I hear you have a fondness for dogs, John. John Wick turned to regard the approaching figure, uncertain due to the shadows, and murmured, Sophia? As he spoke, he placed the frame back on the table and raised his hands to indicate he posed no threat. However, seeing his hands raised, Sophia showed no mercy and fired directly at John's abdomen. Bang! The bullet struck John Wick's suit, the force and pain causing him to collapse to the ground. Sophia, You cannot kill the holder of your blood oath. With her gun still aimed at John Wick, Sophia approached, stating, I haven't killed you. I merely shot you. Glancing down at John, she noted he was uninjured and remarked, nice suit. John Wick inhaled deeply, shaking his suit, the deformed bullet falling to the ground. The suit was the latest custom-made bulletproof attire from the Continental Hotel, which had spared him serious injury. However, being shot at close range was still excruciatingly painful. Looking at Sophia, John Wick said, It's a pleasure to see you. Sophia, gritting her teeth, replied, I should blow your brains out right now. She understood that John Wick's arrival heralded trouble. John Wick, still on the floor, acknowledged, I know. Gradually, he sat up, resting on the ground, and slowly reached into the inner pocket of his suit. Sophia, observing his movements, cautioned, Don't do that. Yet, John Wick withdrew not a firearm, but the blood oath contract Sophia had once entrusted to him. Holding the blood oath contract before Sophia, she still aimed her gun at him and declared, You have been disavowed, John. That blood oath is now meaningless. At that moment, John Wick, holding the blood oath medallion, slowly stood up and opened it in front of Sophia, stating, This is your blood. Your contract. When you needed help, I assisted you. In that instant, John Wick mirrored the words spoken to him by others, directing them back at Sophia. Upon hearing the words of John Wick, Sophia sighed, subsequently lowering the handgun that had been aimed at him. With a sense of resignation, she gazed at him and said, At this moment, the two dogs instantly sat upright. John Wick glanced at the two dogs, his hand still clutching the blood oath emblem. Sophia then remarked, I meant for you to sit down, John. She turned away and slowly settled onto a nearby sofa. After John Wick had taken a seat on the sofa, Sophia spoke. You do realize that I am now part of the hotel's management, do you not? I no longer offer my services, John. Therefore, I will not step outside to take a shot at someone else's head. John Wick waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am not asking you to kill anyone. I merely require one thing. Sophia, puzzled, responded, What is it? At that moment, it seemed Sophia had an inkling of what he meant, but chose not to voice it. John Wick looked at her, his expression serious, and said, The Dragon Ball, the one you possess. Sophia did not respond, but redirected the conversation. Listen, I made an agreement when I accepted the management of this hotel, an agreement that obligates me to adhere to the rules of the high table. Merely allowing you to enter could lead to my demise. With a grave expression, she continued, If I make a mistake and create an enemy, it could jeopardize my daughter's safety. I am aware of what you have done to rescue her. However, this is a risk I cannot bear, I'm afraid. John Wick lowered his head, his voice low. Do you wish to know where she is? Sophia fixed her gaze on him and replied earnestly, No. I never wish to know, because I do not trust myself to refrain from seeking her out. A part of me longs to see her, and each day I must suppress that part for her safety. Her voice grew somber as she continued, Sometimes, you must stifle those you love. It is also why I granted you that blood oath. This is why I sit here now, in this chaotic situation. John Wick glanced at the blood oath emblem in his hand and remarked, You reap what you sow. Sophia nodded in agreement. Indeed, you reap what you sow. Looking at Sophia, John Wick continued, I only require you to hand over the Dragon Ball you possess. I am aware that you have one. And if you give it to me, we will be even. My other matters will not involve you. He then placed the blood oath emblem on the table, pushing it towards Sophia. Chapter 36. Another Dragon Ball. Sophia regarded the blood oath contract that John Wick had pushed towards her and returned it to him, asserting, No. There is no connection. It was evident that Sophia sought not to settle matters, but to sever ties completely with John Wick. He fell silent for 2 seconds. Choosing not to say more, he understood her stance. His circle of friends was limited, and those with whom he could share his life were few. Now, he had lost another. On the table where the two conversed, a square box rested, exuding an aesthetic charm. Sophia drew the box closer and opened it, revealing a yellow cloth upon which lay the coveted Dragon Ball. Casting a glance at the orb within, she turned the box towards John Wick. Is this what you desire? John Wick gazed into the box and spoke. The Dragon Ball. I never anticipated you possessed this one. Sophia replied, I had no idea this was called the Dragon Ball. It appears to be related to the stars within. You are willing to exchange a blood oath for it. It seems the secrets it holds are far from simple. Noticing John Wick's silence, Sophia pushed the box before him. He picked it up and scrutinized the Dragon Ball, finding it identical to the one he had encountered before. Indeed, this is what I sought. Sophia observed him intently and then inquired, Now that I have given it to you, can you enlighten me on the specific purpose of this Dragon Ball? Just to quench my curiosity. John Wick looked at Sophia, took a deep breath, and said, Sophia, it is not that I wish to withhold information from you. Rather, this object could bring you immense trouble, even death. seeing the seriousness etched on John Wick's face. Sophia understood he was not lying, yet she pondered what kind of secret could lead to such peril. John Wick was convinced of his truthfulness. He knew that if Sophia were to uncover the Dragon Ball's secret, she would face scrutiny from the Assassin's Guild, and failure would spell danger for her life. Additionally, they both would confront adversaries. Sophia, the utterance of her name, pulled her from her thoughts. "What is your wish?" John Wick asked gravely. Though puzzled by the question, she responded, "I wish for my daughter's safety. That has always been my hope." John Wick, aware of the High Table's grip on these assassins, recalled how he had aided in rescuing Sophia's daughter. If they were to meet, the High Table would surely take notice. And the real danger to Sophia's daughter stemmed solely from them. Contemplating the current actions of the Assassin's Guild, John Wick remarked, "I believe it will not be long before your wish is fulfilled." With that, he opened the blood oath emblem, pricked his finger, and pressed it against the emblem's other side to leave his fingerprint. After closing the emblem, he handed it to Sophia and placed the Dragon Ball into his suit pocket before turning to depart. Sophia stood frozen, not rising to bid John Wick farewell. As she contemplated his words, acutely aware of the threat looming over her daughter's safety, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her. She could not fathom the confidence with which John Wick spoke, especially considering the High Table. In New York, within a theater in Belarus, Zero was observing his subordinates perform, when suddenly, he and his disciples burst in with lethal intent. Due to the exclusive use of cold weapons and stealth, there was no inkling of awareness until the adversary emerged from the backstage area. Observing the three men on stage, a commanding gesture signaled, "Halt." With the cessation of music, the adjudicator stepped forth from behind, approaching the woman before him. Addressing his subordinates, he commanded, "Leave." The dancers promptly withdrew from the stage. Soon after, the adjudicator and his companions took their seats. He spoke, "There exists a consensus between the High Table and the Russian gypsies." The adjudicator, standing before his counterpart, replied, "Indeed. But you have aided John Wick." Looking up at him, he stated, "He possesses a pass." The adjudicator countered, "However, the pass does not supersede the High Table. Your transgression shall be repaid in blood. Now, extend your hand in allegiance, pledge your loyalty." Realizing the futility of refusal and the inability to bear the consequences imposed by the High Table, he rose, palms together, extending them outward. "I have served the High Table, and now I shall continue my loyalty." At that moment, Zero produced a dagger and pierced through his clasped hands, blood gushing forth immediately. The adjudicator stepped forward for a fleeting glance before turning away with his subordinates. After emerging from the Continental Hotel, John Wick commandeered a vehicle, heading straight for the desert's edge. As dawn broke, he finally arrived at the desert's periphery. Stepping down from the jeep, he gazed at the sun slowly ascending, beginning his trek into the desert's depths. Days passed swiftly, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. In New York, torrential rain poured as the king of Bowery Street sat in his internet hub, allowing the rain to drench him while tenderly stroking a dove in his arms. Around him stood several of the adjudicator's subordinates, their eyes fixated upon him. Meanwhile, a massacre unfolded below in the stronghold. Zero, accompanied by his apprentice, relentlessly dispatched the king of Bowery Street's men. None were a match for their prowess, and no one could impede their murderous advance. Armed with both cold weapons and firearms, the king's subordinates failed to inflict any harm upon Zero and his apprentice. It was only after completely annihilating the king's men that the battle came to a close. On the rooftop, the king of Bowery Street observed the adjudicator approach, sheltered under an umbrella, and promptly stood to greet him, saying, "Very well, you have made your position clear. You have earned my loyalty." During these 7 days, he had sought means of self-preservation, yet received no assistance, as no one was willing to offend the High Table and disrupt the established order. Lacking the resources to connect with the elders, the king of Bowery Street resigned himself to capitulation. Chapter 37. The High Table's Actions and Truth. "I intend to fill your essence with loyalty to the point of it overflowing from your lips." The adjudicator, unfazed by the king's taunts, replied nonchalantly, "I have given you an opportunity." Regarding the loyalty of the other party, the arbiter held it in utter disdain. The rules of the High Table superseded all else. The king of Bowery Street gazed at the arbiter and declared, "Very well, since this is your perspective, I believe it is time to inform you. Descend from your lofty perch and take your leave." The arbiter remained unfazed by these words, his expression unchanged as he replied, "I shall take that into account. You have granted John Wick 7 bullets. Your transgression will be repaid with 7 blades." Upon hearing this punishment, the king of Bowery Street breathed a sigh of relief. 7 blades sounded ominous, yet it did not signify certain death. He then remarked, well, sometimes one must carve a few cuts into a scoundrel. After speaking, the king glanced at his assassin, Zero, who covered the eyes of the dove in his hand, and said, do not look here, darling. He then turned to the arbiter and stated, the king is dead. Releasing the white dove, he approached Zero and proclaimed, long live the king. Without hesitation, Assassin Zero unleashed 7 swift strikes upon the king of Bowery Street. The slicing echoed as blood splattered, and the king fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. The arbiter cast a glance at the fallen monarch before departing with his entourage. The judgment had concluded. From this moment forth, he would no longer reign over Bowery Street. Once everyone had vacated the scene, HYDRA ascended to the rooftop to behold the gravely injured king of Bowery Street, lifting him and carrying him away. 2 days prior, in Paris, the High Table's Greymont summoned his subordinates to bring Kane before him. As Kane arrived, Greymont let out a whistle reminiscent of calling a dog. I have a task for you, he stated. Kane promptly refused. With all due respect, I have retired. I am done. Wash my hands of it. At that moment, a server approached Kane with a tray. Greymont picked up a dessert and took a bite, then remarked, I do not believe that to be the case. Kane reiterated his refusal. I am of no use to you, nor to the High Table. Greymont chuckled. That is not for you to decide. Kane smiled in return, even giving his nose a light tap, before saying, I think you should seek someone else. Greymont took another bite of dessert and looked at Kane. You are too close to her. When his subordinates sought Kane, they found him near his daughter, listening to her play the violin. According to the agreement between the High Table and Kane, he was forbidden from seeing his daughter. Today, you are too close. You put her in danger. Upon hearing this veiled threat, Kane chose not to respond further. Instead, he reached for the tray held by the server, stating, I am aware of the agreement with you. Upon it lay a business card, which Kane picked up, his fingers grazing the braille that read John Wick. Greymont remarked, an old colleague, is it not? Kane inhaled deeply and replied, indeed. Also a friend. Greymont nodded in acknowledgement. In accordance with the agreement with the High Table, we shall provide you with a name, and you are tasked with eliminating him. Should you fail, we will take the life of your daughter. Kane, feeling somewhat resigned, ultimately knelt with his cane raised and declared, I accept this task. I shall serve you loyally. Greymont applauded, exclaiming, splendid. He then approached Kane and added, however, this target is somewhat different. John Wick has contravened the regulations of the High Table and has allied himself with our adversaries, the Assassin's Guild, thereby securing their protection. Your adversaries will not only include John Wick, but also members of the Assassin's Guild. To locate him, you must infiltrate their base. Upon hearing this, Kane's expression shifted, and he inquired, am I to do this alone? Greymont shook his head, stating, surely, you will not be alone, despite my admiration for your prowess. Kira will lead her team along with 3 special task forces to stage a diversion against the Assassin's Guild, while your responsibility will be to eliminate John Wick. Kane nodded, acknowledging, I understand. At the border where Morocco meets the desert, Smithdahl calculated the time. It had been 3 days since John Wick departed, and under normal circumstances, he would soon be meeting with the elders of the High Table. Sensing the dragon pearl on John Wick, a vision flooded Smithdahl's mind, revealing John Wick unconscious. At that moment, an Arab approached, leading a camel across the dunes, descending to retrieve the unconscious Wick and hoisting him onto the camel before heading into the distance. Recognizing that John Wick had been captured by the High Table's operatives, Smithdahl waved his hand, commanding, let us proceed. Prepare for action. I will guide you. Behind him were 32 armed individuals mounted on camels, equipped with specialized weaponry from the Assassin's Guild, impervious to the harsh desert sands. Wesley cracked his neck and remarked, after such a long wait, it is finally our turn to act. The malevolent High Table shall be eradicated. Fox cast a glance over the vast expanse of desert. She preferred the urban assassinations to the arduous task of clearing this terrain. She looked down at her state-of-the-art bulletproof vest, hoping for minimal casualties. Meanwhile, Kane accompanied Kira and the others to New York. Kira met with the Arbiter and inquired, how have things progressed on your end? The Arbiter glanced toward the New York Continental Hotel and replied, the Belarusian mob and the rulers of Bowery Street have been dealt with. Only Winston of the Continental remains. When do you plan to act? Kira responded, our original plan was to assault the Assassin's Guild's New York outpost tonight. However, according to the latest intelligence, John Wick was spotted in Casablanca 3 days ago and is suspected to have entered the Moroccan Continental Hotel. The hotel manager, Brenda, reported that John Wick secured the Dragon Pearl from the manager, Sophia, in exchange for a blood oath contract. He has since vanished. The adjudicator spoke softly. The blood oath contract. Sophia has not violated the regulations. Kira nodded in agreement and responded, if there are no new developments, We shall probe the Assassin Alliance. It is highly probable that they have returned. Chapter 38. The Unconcealable Secret in the Heart of the Desert, Smithdale. While observing John Wick's situation with the Dragon Pearl, led his companions closer to their target. Fortunately, they were mounted on camels. Had they been traveling by vehicle, they would have likely sunk into the sands and become immobilized. Smithdale meticulously controlled the distance between the two parties, wary of approaching too closely before John Wick encountered the Elder. The vastness of the desert posed a risk of exposing their movements if they drew near. However, they remained close enough to afford John Wick ample time for rescue, as he did not wish for a delayed response to result in Wick losing a finger. After all, Wick was now one of his subordinates. As time elapsed, John Wick was finally brought before the Elder. The attendant, without hesitation, yanked him from the camel and unceremoniously tossed him onto the carpet. Sunlight streamed onto his face, and John Wick slowly regained consciousness. "Drink," a voice echoed in his ears, prompting John Wick to instinctively glance into his pocket, where the Dragon Pearl resided. "Do not worry, all your belongings remain intact. Drink." With these words, John Wick gradually returned to his senses and turned towards the source of the voice. Before him sat a man with dark skin, adorned in lavish Arab attire. Exuding an air of opulence, John slowly sat up, grasping the cup of water before him, ready to drink. Yet, he heard the man speak again. "Child, why have you lost your way?" John faced the man, replying slowly, "I have not lost my way. I am seeking you." "Did you think I was referring to your location?" John did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a sip of the water, for he was parched. "I have never encountered anyone who fought so fervently to escape the world of slaughter, only to return to their origins voluntarily." The Elder approached John, crouching before him, and gazed intently at him. "Tell me, Jonathan, why do you wish to live?" Upon hearing the Elder's question, John Wick replied, "My wife, Helen. For us." After responding, John lowered his head, pondering when Smithdale's support would arrive and when he should initiate his counterattack. Hearing John Wick's answer, the Elder inquired once more, "So, do you wish to live for the memories of love?" John Wick lifted his gaze to meet the Elder's eyes and replied in a low voice, "Not merely for memories." The Elder regarded the man before him, not pressing further on his words, and instead asked, "I have heard you have secured the protection of the Assassin Alliance." John Wick was somewhat surprised that the Elder was aware of this, yet it seemed logical, so he did not lie. "Yes, I have obtained their protection." The Elder, having pondered over John Wick for a moment, finally spoke, "You are the first and only one to enter the Assassin's Guild under the guise of a registered killer from the Continental Hotel. I find myself curious as to how they could shelter and accept you." John Wick recalled the dragon ball his wife had gifted him and replied, "It is this stroke of luck bestowed upon me by Helen, perhaps her blessing." The Elder chuckled, not taking John Wick's words at face value, and inquired, "Now that you have the protection of the Assassin's Guild, what brings you to me?" Aware that he needed to buy more time, John Wick responded, "I wish to cancel the public bounty on my head." The Elder was not surprised by John Wick's request. He had anticipated this motive upon learning of Wick's approach. "It appears you are not content merely to remain at the Guild's headquarters. I can offer you a chance at freedom, allowing you to wander outside without the fear of assassination. However, you must complete 5 tasks for me and reveal a secret. Should you agree to these terms, upon divulging that secret, I will rescind your expulsion and the public bounty will be lifted. The 5 tasks will demand your utmost effort for the remainder of your life." The Elder was primarily seeking John Wick's allegiance, yet he understood that Wick, now under the Guild's protection, would not acquiesce to such a demand. Thus, he proposed this compromise, knowing he had little to lose with the tasks. Upon hearing the Elder's terms, John Wick maintained an impassive facade, internally dismissing the proposal. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Assassin's Guild was on the brink of war with the High Table, and this Elder was likely to be among the first to perish. Agreeing to the terms seemed inconsequential. For now, he merely needed to stall for time. The Elder, clearly oblivious to the Guild's plans and unaware of John Wick's true thoughts, returned to his chair and stated, "Of course, the choice is yours. Will you choose to step out of the castle to honor your wife, or remain confined within its walls for all eternity?" Upon hearing the Elder's choices, John Wick rose and cast a furtive glance around, noting the absence of Smith and others. He continued to delay, asking, "What secret do you wish to know?" The Elder interpreted John Wick's inquiry as tacit agreement and clapped his hands. One of his subordinates approached, carrying a box, which he presented to John Wick, opening it to reveal its contents. John Wick was momentarily taken aback upon seeing a dragon ball within the box, which appeared to be a 3-star ball based on the stars it contained. A surge of joy filled him. Soon he would possess 4 Dragon Balls, drawing ever closer to the fulfillment of his wish. The elder spoke again. Tell me, what is this treasure, and what secret does it conceal? After a brief pause, John Wick asked, is it imperative to know what this object is? Perhaps we should first discuss the nature of your 5 tasks. Upon witnessing John Wick's reluctance to speak openly, the elder's interest only intensified. The more concealed the secret, the greater its value. There was no urgency regarding the task at hand. It would require the span of one's lifetime to fulfill. Presently, nothing was of immediate concern, except for the revelation of that secret. John Wick inhaled deeply and slowly began to articulate. If you must know, I hope you do not come to regret it. This orb is the 3-star ball from the Dragon Balls, a treasure of which there are 7 in total, collectively known as the 7 Dragon Balls. Each ball is distinguished by the number of stars it bears, ranging from 1 star to 7 star. When all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, they have the power to summon the Eternal Dragon. Chapter 39. The Harbinger of Death. Upon hearing this, the elder inquired with curiosity, the Eternal Dragon? John Wick nodded affirmatively. Indeed, based on the information I have acquired, it is the Eternal Dragon. The elder, perplexed, questioned, what can the Eternal Dragon bring forth? What is its purpose? After a brief pause, John Wick responded, the Eternal Dragon grants the summoner a single wish. Stunned by this revelation, the elder momentarily faltered and asked again with uncertainty, are you saying it can fulfill wishes? Much like Aladdin's lamp? John Wick nodded once more, precisely. In light of this answer, the elder rose in excitement, and his thoughts immediately turned to the 2 Dragon Balls in John Wick's possession. He was about to question him, but before he could utter a word, a flurry of bullets whizzed through the air, piercing the skulls of the surrounding guards. With a series of thuds, the guards collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Observing this scene, John Wick exhaled in relief and swiftly drew his weapon, taking the elder hostage. As the gunfire and the sounds of bodies hitting the ground reverberated, guards emerged from the surrounding tents, armed and ready, only to be met with a relentless hail of bullets. The members of the Assassin Alliance led by Smith were all marksmen of remarkable skill, with the likes of Wesley and Fox being among the elite. As they stepped out of the tents, they were swiftly gunned down, succumbing to overwhelming firepower. Witnessing this overwhelming onslaught, Smith leapt from his camel and sprinted toward the elder's tent, quickly distancing himself from the main force behind him. The elder, eyes wide in disbelief, addressed John Wick. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? With his handgun pressed against the elder's temple, John Wick replied, I have made my intentions clear. I am here to find you. Understanding dawned upon the elder, and he fell silent. Smith, after dispatching an assailant who attempted to ambush John Wick, entered the pavilion and surveyed the surroundings. The elder's subordinates were all Arabs, lacking even bulletproof vests in their attire. Perhaps years of comfort in this locale had led the elder to lower his standards for his subordinates, making it all the more effortless for Smith's men to carry out their massacre. Their marksmanship was so precise that there was no need for close-quarters combat. They executed their targets from a distance with lethal efficiency. This situation has rendered the marksmen at the high table ineffective. Even when they successfully discharge their firearms, they struggle to inflict significant damage. Occasionally, a fortunate hit may occur, but the protective vests ensure minimal impact. Meanwhile, a few camels have succumbed to gunfire, underestimating their adversaries. The marksmen pose little threat to the Assassin's Guild. Throughout the battlefield, Wesley has even activated bullet time to meticulously assess and rectify any vulnerabilities, ensuring that no member of his team suffers fatality, while his dual-wielded firearms unleash curving projectiles, claiming the lives of their foes. At this moment, the elder's subordinates are incapable of mounting any effective resistance, suffering heavy casualties. Smith Doyle observes as John Wick holds a gun to the elder of the high table and remarks with a smirk, John, I told you that as long as you lead us to the elder, we would arrive in due time. John Wick responds, slightly anxious. I have stalled for a while using the information from the Dragon Balls. I believe that if we delay just a bit longer, the elder will be willing to listen. At this moment, John Wick's heart races with uncertainty, pondering whether his actions will bring him trouble or adversely affect his evaluation. Smith Doyle remains unconcerned about the elder's awareness of the Dragon Balls, as the man before him is on the brink of death. As he approaches the Arab elder, Smith Doyle states, I presume you are one of the elders of the high table. As he speaks, the gunfire outside dwindles to mere sporadic shots, eventually silenced by the anguished cries that follow. Observing the decimation of his subordinates, the elder displays no sign of panic. Instead, he directs his gaze towards Smith Doyle and asserts, it appears that the Assassin's Guild intends to violate the peace treaty with the high table. In response, Smith Doyle coolly replies, Treaty? It seems you have truly forgotten the mission and principles of the Assassin's Guild. Upon hearing this, the elder falls silent. Smith Doyle surveys the surroundings, noting that Wesley and Fox, accompanied by the members of the Assassin's Guild, have approached. We kindly request that you lead us to your true base, he continues. In Smith Doyle's eyes, this location could hardly be the Elders' headquarters, with its scant defenses, exposed tents, and a pavilion. It is merely a site for the Elder to meet others, a pitiful outpost at best. The Elder recognizes the necessity of conveying the Assassin's Guild's declaration of war. The consequences of dying here versus at the base are vastly different, and the High Table must remain vigilant against the Guild. Furthermore, the base may still harbor a glimmer of hope for survival. Since you wish to visit my headquarters, what harm is there in taking you? He concedes readily. Smith Doyle, though somewhat surprised by the Elder's willingness, feels no apprehension. As long as they are escorted there, all is well. Then we are grateful for your assistance, he concludes. The Elder slowly rose and exited the pavilion, surveying the remnants of his fallen subordinates, while silently tallying Smith's forces. 34 individuals remained, fostering a glimmer of hope for victory. As for the topic of the Dragon Balls, the Elder chose to remain silent, dismissing it as mere fabrications spun by the Assassin's Guild and John Wick. The journey is somewhat lengthy, so please follow me, he instructed. John Wick picked up the 3-star ball from the ground and pocketed it without uttering a word. Trailing behind the Elder mounted a camel, leading Smith and his companions toward his true base. Meanwhile, Fox and Smith shared a camel. Though they had suffered no injuries during the recent skirmish, a portion of their camel had perished. Leaning closer to Smith, Fox whispered, "When will we inform the other two sides to strike?" Smith glanced at his combat power detector, noting the absence of new forces, indicating they still had a considerable distance to the headquarters. He replied softly, "Wait until we locate the enemy's headquarters. You will use the satellite phone to notify them to act simultaneously. Coordinating our strike will deny the enemy any time to prepare. And when the 3 Elders contact the other High Table Elders, they will be unable to provide assistance." Chapter 40. Purging the Filth Elsewhere. At the Continental Hotel in New York, Winston observed the approaching adjudicator, realizing that his attempt to divert the impending crisis had not succeeded. Though somewhat disheartened, he prepared for war. The adjudicator stepped before Winston, coldly inquiring, "Have you decided on your successor?" Winston regarded the adjudicator with a grave expression, responding, "I do not consent." In the past 7 days, Winston had not been idle. He had summoned numerous assassins from within New York, individuals who had either benefited from his patronage or had sworn blood oaths to him. Only such individuals would dare to join Winston in defying the High Table. Upon hearing Winston's refusal to abdicate, the adjudicator stated, "This is your decision." He then turned, retrieving his phone to dial the management department. "I wish to amend a commission." Adjudicator 343421, Continental Hotel, cease operations. After receiving confirmation of the hotel's closure from the other end of the line, the adjudicator hung up and approached Winston once more, saying, "Winston, this institution has ceased operations. You may now operate freely within the Continental Hotel. Since you refuse to step down, you shall forfeit your life. The High Table's emissaries will arrive shortly to eliminate you. Good night, Winston." With that, the adjudicator cast one last glance at Winston before departing. Watching the adjudicator leave, Winston muttered to himself, "The safe haven is no longer secure." He then took out his phone, notifying Charlemagne, "The confrontation with the High Table has begun." After hanging up, Winston proceeded to his armory and safe room within the Continental Hotel. Shortly thereafter, an announcement echoed throughout the hotel, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that the Continental Hotel will be closing and temporarily ceasing operations. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Please proceed towards the nearest exit." At this moment, the Arbiter arrived at the lounge area of the hotel, observing Zero and his disciples seated on the sofa. He addressed them, stating, "Now, you may commence your operations within the Continental Hotel." Before departing, the Arbiter reiterated to the Assassin Zero, "We shall dispatch some of our finest to provide additional support." Assassin Zero responded with a smile, "Very well, splendid." The Arbiter then retreated to his room, awaiting the outcome of the judgment. Soon, 2 armored buses came to a halt at the hotel entrance, and dozens of fully armed assassins, donned in specialized bulletproof helmets and the latest tactical body armor, disembarked, wielding firearms as they entered the Continental Hotel in tactical formation. At that moment, the carnage within the hotel officially commenced. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance's textile factory, 3 armored buses approached the factory's exterior but had not yet fully arrived when they were met with gunfire. However, the barrage of bullets inflicted no significant damage, as the vehicles were armored and even the glass was bulletproof. The 3 buses pressed forward under heavy fire, ramming through the factory's entrance. With a resounding crash, They came to a stop inside the textile factory, and as the doors opened, the fully armed assassins rushed out, returning fire at the hostile positions. Kira and his companions, alongside Kane, shielded their heads with bulletproof vests as they charged from the bus. Meanwhile, a figure known as the Gentleman on the castle rooftop utilized specialized weaponry, activating bullet time to specifically target the necks and faces of the elevated table's messengers, who had minimal protection. Although the personnel at the elevated table were fully geared for defense, it posed little challenge for the Gentleman, albeit slowing the pace of the slaughter considerably. As both sides exchanged fire, the elevated table soon advanced the battle into the textile factory, prompting the Gentleman to relocate his firing position. Elsewhere, Smith and his companions rode camels in pursuit of the Elder, ultimately arriving at the enemy's base headquarters. Nestled within the heart of the desert, this rare rocky terrain housed an underground headquarters, making it a challenge to find a suitable location for constructing such a base. Observing the headquarters before him, Smith activated a combat power detector, which swiftly revealed the combat capabilities of those below ground. None exceeded a value of 5. Understanding why the Elder held John Wick in such high regard, Smith turned to Fox and instructed, "Notify everyone to commence battle." Fox nodded and immediately contacted the Cross and the Gunsmith to inform them of the operation. Upon receiving the message, the Cross and the Gunsmith, accompanied by their assassins, launched an assault on Kamara and Glamet. After entering the headquarters alongside the Elder, Smith unleashed Poole to assist his subordinates, striving to minimize casualties. Poole, having graduated with distinction from the Transformation Academy, though not as powerful as Smith, surpassed the average individual significantly. Execute. At the command of Smith Dole, the first to meet their demise were the Elders. Smith Dole led the charge, pushing through with his subordinates as if the bullets flying around him were mere whispers in the wind. His mastery of the Wolf Fong Fist rendered the foes of the high table utterly defenseless, while the combat power detector ensured that none could evade his wrath. Wesley and Fox unleashed a relentless barrage with their dual pistols, while John Wick struck with lethal precision, ensuring no foe was spared unless they received a fatal blow to the head. Soon, alerts regarding the assault on the Elders and calls for assistance from Greymont and Kamara echoed from the base. Smith Dole's forces swiftly cleared the entire compound, leaving no survivors. Every hidden adversary was unearthed through the combat power detector. Despite Smith Dole's formidable strength and leadership, some of his men sustained injuries, had he not reacted swiftly. The bomb's explosion could have caused significant harm. Among his ranks, 8, including John Wick, were injured, and 3 lost their lives, each victim claimed by grenades, none by gunfire. Surveying the now desolate base, Smith Dole declared, "The Elder faction has been entirely eradicated. Gather the bodies of our fallen brothers. We must retreat." This battle provided John Wick with a profound glimpse into the unparalleled strength of Smith Dole, akin to that of Captain America, while simultaneously offering him a clearer understanding of the Assassin Alliance's might. Meanwhile, news of the assault on the Elders emerged from 3 different locations, prompting the High Table to convene an emergency meeting. During this virtual assembly, only 9 of the 12 Elders were present. In the conference room, a massive electronic screen was divided into 12 independent segments, each representing an Elder of the High Table. As the video conference commenced, the figures of the Elders materialized on the screen. Ultimately, only 9 screens illuminated, while the remaining 3 were darkened, representing the assaulted Elders. The somber expressions of the attendees reflected the gravity of the situation. Elder Marktham spoke first. "Esteemed colleagues, after years of silence, the Assassin Alliance has once again set its sights upon us, launching an attack on 3 of our own. The High Table found itself teetering on the brink of existential peril, and the group's awareness of the Assassin Alliance's modus operandi was palpable." In response to Marktham's words, a Russian-looking Elder remarked, "If they seek war, then let us engage in battle. We of the High Table fear no power." The Elder representing the Mafia leadership concurred, asserting, "Let us go to war. If we do not respond, the Assassin Alliance will soon come knocking on our door." With all the Elders having voiced their positions, Marktham continued, "Gentlemen, the footage of the assault on the 3 Elders has been transmitted. Soon, you shall witness the veracity of my claims." Shortly thereafter, the screens representing the 3 Elders began to play the surveillance footage captured during their attack. The gathered individuals swiftly discerned the presence of the Assassin Alliance in the surveillance footage from Kamara and Glermont. The distinctive shooting style allowed them to instantly identify the assailants. Indeed, it was members of the Assassin Alliance. At that moment, an Asian Elder's face displayed a look of astonishment as he spoke. "Is the video of the attack on Casablanca truly authentic and not fabricated? Even Captain America would not withstand the fire from submachine guns in person." The footage revealed Smithdale bravely enduring the onslaught of 3 submachine guns, charging forward and dispatching the assailant on the spot. Following the Elder's words, all eyes turned to that segment of the video, and silence enveloped the room as they watched Smithdale's display. The Elder representing the Mafia then remarked, "No wonder the Assassin Alliance dares to target us. It seems they possess a secret weapon." Meanwhile, Elder Mactum expressed his uncertainty. Could it be that they have replicated the super soldier serum? This statement plunged the room into silence once more, prompting the Asian Elder to declare, "If they have truly managed to replicate the super soldier serum, we should concede defeat and disband. If all members of the Assassin Alliance become super soldiers, who could possibly contend with them?" Although the Elder's words were somewhat demoralizing, the others nodded in agreement. One Captain America had once turned the tide against HYDRA, even leading to its downfall. Should all members of the Assassin Alliance transform into Captain America, the High Table would stand no chance of resistance. At this juncture, Elder Mactum stated, "Even if we were willing to surrender, would the Assassin Alliance grant us a reprieve? They view themselves as the world's janitors." He continued, "Based on the 3 sets of footage, currently, the only individual possessing Captain America's abilities is this John Wick. While the assailants in the other locations displayed commendable strength, none exceeded our expectations, and casualties were significant. Therefore, I deduce that Smithdale's situation is merely an anomaly." Hearing Mactum's words, another Elder interjected, "What if he is merely a precursor to a test subject? How then shall we respond?" Mactum's expression darkened as he replied curtly, "Then we await death, choosing a burial site with favorable geomancy. However, before that, we must ensure to inflict some damage upon them." At this moment, the Russian Elder inquired, "Mactum, what are your plans?" Mactum responded, "I wonder if you all paid close attention to the footage. Even Smithdale needed to evade the explosion of grenades. His physical resilience has its limits. If we unite our strength and launch a coordinated assault on Smithdale first, should we eliminate him without any new super soldiers emerging, the scales of victory will tip in our favor." The Russian Elder voiced his support. "Mactum, I endorse your proposal." The Mafia Elder also affirmed, "Mactum, I stand with your proposal." Soon, Mark Tatum's words garnered unanimous support from all the Elders present. To ensure their survival, they must strike a painful blow to the Assassin-S Guild. As long as no new super soldiers emerged, hope remained. Meanwhile, at the Continental Hotel in New York, Winston found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of the High Table's emissaries in Zero, especially in the absence of John Wick's formidable support. The emissaries, fully armed, proved exceedingly difficult to vanquish, and Winston's subordinates suffered heavy losses without inflicting significant damage to their adversaries. With Zero and his apprentices unimpeded by the Night Demon, John Wick, their foes were virtually invincible. At that moment, the emissaries of the High Table breached Winston's safe house, and the adjudicator stepped inside, ready to deliver his final judgment upon Winston. "Winston, no one can contravene the will of the High Table. To oppose it is to defy the rules. A feat beyond your capabilities," the adjudicator declared. Faced with the haughty adjudicator, Winston sighed, resigned to his defeat. Lacking John Wick as his sharpest weapon, his men ultimately proved incapable of resisting the emissaries of the High Table, while the Assassin's Guild failed to divert the adjudicator's attention. With a bitter expression, Winston conceded, "I have lost. I accept my punishment." The adjudicator then regarded him and proclaimed, "Your rebellion against the High Table shall result in the severance of your soul from your body." As the adjudicator's words echoed, Zero advanced and swiftly beheaded Winston, taking his head away. In stark contrast to the adjudicator's success, Kira's faction suffered catastrophic losses. Upon entering the textile factory, Mr. utilized dual firearms to unleash a torrent of destruction, akin to unleashing a whirlwind, decimating the High Table's members with the assistance of his subordinates. Kane, however, failed to showcase his prowess and was felled by a bullet to the head, a victim of the Assassin's Guild's ricochet tactics that misled his defensive maneuvers. In what he perceived as a secure position, death still claimed him. As for the Cross and the Gunsmith, their operations proceeded smoothly. Glamont's decision to dispatch his elite forces to attack the Assassin-S Guild left his own stronghold vulnerable, resulting in a swift decimation of his remaining forces. Moreover, the 2 assaults led by John Wick inflicted tremendous losses on Kamara. The attacks at the other 2 locations yielded commendable results. Chapter 42. The remaining 3 Dragon Balls the following day, within the conference room of the New York Assassin-S Guild textile factory. Fox began his report. All injured personnel have been arranged for wax bath restoration. However, due to higher casualties in the other 2 teams, there are currently insufficient spaces in the recovery room. We have temporarily supplemented with bathtubs. Smith nodded, turning his gaze towards the Cross and the gunsmith. The Cross spoke up. We successfully ambushed Glamant in Paris. The resistance encountered was not particularly fierce, or rather, significantly weaker than we had anticipated, as Kira's squad did not materialize. However, due to time constraints, we could only eliminate all personnel present in the building at that time. We managed to slay the majority of the Glamant family members, but some who were not in Paris remained unscathed. Upon hearing the report concerning the Cross, Smithdal spoke. Although we have requested the eradication of the entire family lineage, it is impossible for a single operation to be all-encompassing. The adversary will not conveniently gather all family members for our benefit. As for the other members of the Glamant family, let those stationed in Paris eliminate the targets upon their discovery. The Cross nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I have already conveyed the instructions prior to our departure. Smithdal then turned his gaze towards the gunsmith, who reported, although there was some resistance from the Camorra, the extensive massacres executed by John Wick have considerably weakened their opposing forces. With the direct bloodline now deceased, internal chaos ensued, coinciding with their discussions regarding the succession of leadership. It can be said that the entire faction of the Camorra leadership has been thoroughly cleansed. Hearing of the gunsmith's successful operation, Smithdal nodded in satisfaction, articulating, it appears our endeavors have been remarkably fruitful. I have also located the elder concealed within the Casablanca desert through John Wick and eliminated all personnel at their headquarters. Out of the 12 elders at the high table, we have successfully dismantled a quarter of their strength. The success is indeed significant. If we can again eliminate 3 to 4 more elders along with their affiliated families, the high table organization will inevitably collapse into ruin. Smithdal's address was met with applause from the assembly. As the applause subsided, he inquired, upon my return, I noticed that both the gates and the castle were under repair. What transpired here at headquarters? The gentleman explained, after all of you departed, a messenger from the high table arrived here, seeking to negotiate concerning John Wick. However, after I declined their overtures, they departed. Subsequently, last night, a group of high table emissaries attacked the headquarters. Although we managed to eliminate them, there were still some casualties. Upon hearing about the messenger, Smithdal furrowed his brow slightly, then asked, do we have photographs of the assailants? The gentleman produced several photographs, all taken after the assailants had been subdued. Observing the striking resemblances to Donnie Yen and Kira, Smithdal remarked, Cross, Glamant has dispatched his elite to this location. These individuals are his subordinates. He then tossed the photographs towards the Cross, who glanced at them and remarked, no wonder we have not seen any members of Kira's squad. I was concerned that with this team, Glamant's bloodline could rise again. Smithdal turned to address the assembly, stating, 3 days hence, once the wounded have fully recovered, we shall mobilize once more. This meeting is adjourned. Yes, yes. With the meeting concluded, Smithdal exited the conference room and approached John Wick, who was stationed outside, saying, come with me to the office. John Wick rose and followed Smithdal into the office. Smithdal picked up a bottle of Chivas Regal 1983 and poured a glass for himself and John Wick. He raised his glass and proclaimed, let us celebrate the success of our endeavor. John Wick lifted his glass, clinked it against Smithdal's, and downed the contents in one swift motion before setting the glass down and turning his gaze to Smithdal. Seated comfortably, Smithdal inquired, John Wick, how many Dragon Balls have you gathered? John Wick opened the case he carried and replied, I have collected 4. 3 more will complete the set of 7. Smithdal nodded thoughtfully, attuning himself to the locations of the remaining 3 Dragon Balls, and said, I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of the other 3. You must gather them swiftly to fulfill your wish. At that time, I will ensure you are accompanied by Poole, for his presence will afford you a measure of safety. This world will soon be thrown into turmoil. John Wick responded, we are already at war with the high table. Is it truly wise for me to seek the Dragon Balls at this juncture? Upon hearing Wick's statement, Smithdal smiled and replied, precisely because we are at war with the high table, it is imperative that you collect the Dragon Balls quickly. Only then can we prevent further factions from becoming embroiled in this conflict. He then spoke with a grave tone, John Wick, your friend Winston was executed last night by the high table's judgment, his head displayed in the lobby of the Continental Hotel in New York. At this news, John Wick's heart skipped a beat, and he momentarily froze before asking, why? Smithdal explained, he defied the high table's rules by aiding you and was stripped of his position as manager of the Continental Hotel. However, he resisted and could not withstand the high table's onslaught. Understanding the gravity of the situation, John Wick fell silent. Smithdal then asked, do you still hold steadfast to your wish? After a brief pause, John Wick looked up at Smithdal and declared, the high table deserves its fate. Helen was my everything. My wish has never wavered. Pleased by Wick's unwavering resolve, Smithdale nodded and stated, "The remaining 3 Dragon Balls are located in Osaka, Japan, Hong Kong, and Russia. The Dragon Ball in Russia is currently held by Anton Vanko, while the one in Hong Kong is in the possession of Su Xiaoling. I will have their information sent to you. Retrieve these 3 Dragon Balls as swiftly as possible to realize your wish." Chapter 43. The Great Board, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Smithdale gazed at the case on his desk, containing 3 Dragon Balls. Initially, John Wick intended to leave all 4 Dragon Balls with him, but Smithdale opted to let him take one, facilitating his observation of Wick's actions. When discussing the locations of the 3 remaining Dragon Balls, Smithdale was initially taken aback, not expecting Ivan Vanko to have fortuitously stumbled upon one. However, considering the latter's dire financial situation, it would not be particularly difficult for John Wick to acquire it, provided he was willing to spend. As for Su Xiaoling, she was rather formidable. Being the sister of Su Shangqi and running an underground fighting arena in Hong Kong conferred upon her a certain influence. John Wick would need to exert considerable effort to obtain the Dragon Ball from her. Conversely, the one located at the Dabin Continent Hotel was in the hands of the hotel manager, who happened to be one of the few individuals with whom John Wick shared a deep bond. Smithdale realized that there was an urgency in accelerating John Wick's collection of the Dragon Balls. Although Yamcha, upon his initial appearance, demonstrated notable strength, he did not create an overwhelming advantage. The inability of ordinary handguns and assault rifles to inflict damage did not imply that grenades, sniper rifles, or even more potent weaponry would be ineffective against him. He lacked a specialized vibranium shield to divert fire, and he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the technological prowess of the Marvel Universe. To prepare for the impending crisis, he required greater strength to ensure his own survival. Achieving a combat power exceeding 50 points would be a commendable strategy, at least sufficient for him to establish a foothold in the Marvel Universe's earlier chapters. Meanwhile, Paul approached John Wick, bearing 3 documents, and spoke. "John, the Master has instructed me to deliver these to you and to accompany you henceforth." As John Wick perused the materials Paul handed over, he quickly absorbed the information, understanding the course of action he ought to take. "Paul, how can I keep you by my side without causing a disturbance?" Upon hearing Wick's words, Paul transformed into a blue cat-shaped helium balloon and replied, "You can simply carry me like this." John Wick nodded. This was indeed a rather straightforward solution. He then departed the textile factory with Paul, setting his sights on the Dabin Continent Hotel as his first destination. That night, at the Dabin Continent Hotel, Aijima was patrolling his territory with his subordinates, acknowledging the guests with nods and greetings. The notorious black assassin known as Hunter, accompanied by his robust herding dog, arrived at the Dabin Continent Hotel. Akira greeted the man with a warm welcome. "Welcome to the Dabin Continent Hotel. How may I assist you?" The hunter slid a hotel coin across the counter and requested, "I would like a room, please." Akira accepted the coin and, noticing the German shepherd beside him, replied, "I'm sorry, but our hotel does not permit animals." The hunter responded, "Emotional support animal?" Akira inquired, looking at the German shepherd, "Is it your emotional support animal?" The hunter looked down at the dog and said, "Actually, it's the other way around. I am its emotional support animal, right?" As he spoke, the hunter bent down to pet the dog's head, stifling a laugh at this response. Akira retrieved a room key and stated, "It must remain in your room." The hunter took the key and turned to leave, to which Akira added, "I hope you enjoy your stay, sir." As Akira watched the other party depart, he smiled and shook his head. The hunter settled into the sofa area of the hall, retrieving his phone to check information regarding John Wick, a public contract offering a bounty of $22 million. Quite impressive. He set his phone aside and opened his notebook, flipping through pages filled with previously marked targets until he paused at the page displaying John Wick's likeness, subsequently marking it. Ishida surveyed the lobby and noticed the German shepherd brought by the hunter. As Akira approached, Ishida inquired, "There's a dog in my hotel lobby." Akira sighed and replied, "That is an emotional support animal." Ishida scoffed, "I highly doubt that." Akira then began to outline Ishida's schedule for the following day. Upon completion, Ishida asked, "What do we have at 8? Akira responded, "Dinner with your daughter. She is concerned that you have been overworking lately." Ishida chuckled. "What virtue did I accumulate in my past life to deserve such a thoughtful little companion?" Akira smiled. "Good deeds indeed bring good fortune." Ishida nodded in agreement, "Absolutely." Casting a glance around, he queried, "How are our guests faring?" Akira disclosed, "Some members of the Gold Club are quite anxious." Ishida acknowledged, "These times have never been peaceful." Akira continued, "There was an incident at the Continental Hotel in New York yesterday. The manager was beheaded." Ishida's expression remained unchanged as he inquired, "How is my concierge?" Akira expressed concern, a bit worried. Akira served as the concierge at the Grand Hotel, holding the same position as Sharon at the Continental Hotel in New York. But unbeknownst to others, she harbored a secret identity. She was Ishida's biological daughter. Ishida jested, "Perhaps I ought to get you an emotional support animal." Akira chose not to elaborate further. As a few individuals entered the hotel's inner area, Akira remarked, "A single erroneous choice in meeting John Wick could lead to catastrophe." Ishida responded, "We have never offended the High Table." Akira reiterated, "Your relationship with John Wick is well known. The High Table will come." Clearly, Akira was unaware of John Wick's affiliation with the Assassin's Guild, mistakenly believing he would seek assistance from her father. Ishida countered, "However, we shall treat our guests with courtesy." Akira remained uneasy, stating, "Wherever John Wick treads, nothing survives." Ishida turned to his daughter and remarked, "When I first met him, you were not yet born." Akira apologized. "Forgive me, father." With that, she turned to leave. Ishida sighed and added, "Akira, please tell my daughter that I eagerly anticipate dinner later." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Akira's face. Ishida was acutely aware that he could not openly express his relationship with his daughter, fully understanding that the High Table wielded their control through threats involving loved ones. Concerning Akira, despite being his own daughter, he still felt compelled to assume the identity of a member of the concierge department, refraining from revealing his true feelings in the presence of outsiders. In Chapter 44, titled Alliance, Izumi traversed through the kitchen and arrived at the rooftop balcony, addressing the two sumo members standing guard. "Remain here and allow no one to enter." The two sumo members nodded in compliance as Izumi pushed open the grand door and proceeded onward. Upon reaching the rooftop terrace, where an outdoor dining table was set, he noticed a blue cat-shaped helium balloon floating beside the man before him. He remarked, "Your transformation is indeed remarkable. You have developed a fondness for this toy. I initially believed you would find tranquility, yet it appears the outcome is not as hoped." John Wick turned to face Izumi, but remained silent. Izumi gestured towards the dining table invitingly and continued, "The High Table has decreed the ruler of the New York Continental Hotel, solely because the other party assisted you. My daughter is concerned that we may be the next victims." John Wick spoke, "I regret what happened to Winston. I will seek vengeance for him." He then sat down at the dining table, and Izumi poured a cup of tea for each of them before inquiring, "Have you contemplated how all of this will conclude?" John Wick lifted his gaze towards Izumi, uncertain whether to disclose the recent successes of the Assassin's Guild. Izumi continued, "The High Table will never cease its operations. As you know, it only takes lives and brings death." John Wick took a sip from his teacup and declared, "I will eradicate them all." Izumi Koji smiled and replied, "I believe you will make every effort, yet no one can slay them all, not even you." He then added, "Do you wish to die? That is your choice. Only a dignified life can lead to an honorable death." John Wick responded, "We have long cast aside the days of dignity, my friend." Izumi fell silent for a moment before taking a sip from his teacup. After a moment of contemplation, John Wick said, "Koji, I apologize for this intrusion." Izumi Koji, unfazed, replied, "Adversity reveals true friendship." John Wick turned to Izumi and stated, "I need to take one item from you. In exchange, I will provide you with a satisfactory reason." Curious, Izumi Koji inquired, "What is it?" John Wick retrieved a 4-star ball from the pocket of his suit lining and said, "I know you possess a similar item. One containing 5 stars. I require it." Upon seeing the object in John Wick's hand, Izumi Koji was not surprised. He reached into his own garment and produced the 5-star ball, placing it before John Wick. "When I heard that you and the individuals from Kimura were seeking this item, I anticipated your arrival. Since you need it, take it," he said. With Izumi Koji's prompt acquiescence, John Wick accepted the item without hesitation, expressing, "Thank you, Koji." John Wick subsequently remarked, "If you wish to ensure your daughter's safety, I can recommend a location." Koji Shimazu, perplexed, responded, "Given our circumstances, what truly safe haven exists in this world?" John Wick replied, "I have joined the Assassin's Guild, and recently, they have thoroughly eradicated the 3 elders of the High Table and the forces behind them, Kimura, Marquis de Greymont, and the elder from Casablanca." Upon hearing this news, Koji Shimazu was rendered speechless, his face a mask of disbelief as he inquired, "How can this be possible? What is this Assassin's Guild? I have never heard of such a faction. The only one capable of defying the High Table that I am aware of is the Syndicate." Realizing that Shimazu was unfamiliar with the Assassin's Guild, John Wick understood that the influence of the Continental Hotel in the large board was not on par with that of New York's Continental Hotel. "You can contact those 3 entities now, and you shall soon comprehend that they have completely vanished," Wick continued. Shimazu gestured to his subordinate stationed at the door, who promptly approached, and a hushed exchange ensued. As John Wick observed Shimizu's aide depart, he began to elaborate on the Assassin's Guild. What? This organization has existed for over a millennium. They have previously clashed with the High Table and are now setting their sights upon it once more. My goodness. Such an organization truly exists. This is astonishing. Shimizu was profoundly shocked, simultaneously filled with admiration for the guild and its leader. Jonathan, do you wish for my daughter to go there? Do you believe the strength of the Assassin's Guild can decisively overcome the High Table? John Wick did not directly address the question, but instead inquired, what do you think of my strength? After a moment's contemplation, Shimizu replied, very formidable. Among the assassins I know, you are undoubtedly the strongest. Even those I believe could contend with you. I am convinced that in a life and death battle, you would emerge victorious. Noting Shimizu's acknowledgement of his prowess, Wick began, my strength, even within the Assassin's Guild, is not particularly noteworthy. Should they wish to eliminate me, I might not even catch a glimpse of my assailants. In just a few days, Wick had gained considerable insight into the power of the Assassin's Guild, particularly the long-range sniping and bullets that could curve. Once targeted, death was inevitable. As for their leader, whom he referred to as God, Wick considered their strength almost incomprehensible, stating that to compare them to Captain America was an understatement, for even Captain America required a shield, while their leader could withstand bullets with his bare body. Shimizu, astonished, covered his mouth and then asked, what do you wish for me to do? Wick replied, the least favorable option is to send your daughter there for refuge. I have a few slots available, which I previously mentioned to the leader. A middle course would be to remain neutral, as the High Table will undoubtedly mobilize forces to engage the Assassin's Guild while you bide your time. The most favorable option is to seize the opportunity to turn against the High Table, demonstrating your stance to the Assassin's Guild. Upon hearing John Wick's proposal, Koji Shimizu took a deep breath, fully aware that the ensuing tumult would be far from tranquil. Just then, one of his subordinates, who had recently departed, returned with news that both Kimura and the Marquis were unreachable. As for the enigmatic elders from Casablanca, it was confirmed that a significant upheaval had indeed transpired. As relayed from the hotel in Morocco, suppressing the trepidation within, Koji spoke, notify Akira to come up. As he watched his subordinate depart, he turned to John Wick and declared, I shall pursue both strategies concurrently. Wick's face lit up with approval as he replied, Koji, trust me, your choice will be impeccable. Chapter 45. The hunter Koji Shimizu poured himself and John Wick a glass of whiskey, raising his glass to proclaim, may all proceed smoothly. Wick echoed, it will indeed. At that moment, Akira approached, inquiring, Father, did you summon me? However, upon seeing John Wick, she was momentarily taken aback, asking, what is he doing here? Koji rose to address his daughter. Mr. Wick is our guest. Akira, a hint of irritation in her voice, retorted, Father. Koji insisted, come here. Despite her discontent regarding her father's association with Wick, Akira complied and stepped forward. Koji then introduced, Wick, this is my daughter, Akira. Akira, this is your Uncle Wick. Though somewhat reluctant, Akira greeted, Uncle Wick. John Wick produced a specially crafted 3-part bullet from his suit pocket, placing it on the table. He stated, Koji, have Akira deliver this bullet to Castle William, located southwest of the Navy Yard in Brooklyn, New York. Someone will be there to receive it. Koji nodded and instructed his daughter, Akira, you ought to thank your Uncle Wick. Yet, Akira did not take the bullet. Instead, she looked at Koji and asked, Father, what are you planning? I will not go. Clearly anxious about her father's intentions, she was concerned that he intended to assist John Wick by sending her away from the Grand Hotel. Koji's expression shifted, seriousness overtaking him as he said, Akira, this is not a matter for discussion. It is an order. Though perplexed by her father's stern tone, she acquiesced with a nod, yes. Koji's demeanor softened, and he continued, take the token and depart immediately. Akira picked up the bullet and turned to leave. The conversation between John Wick and Koji Shimizu, along with the token exchanged at the Grand Hotel, was all observed by Smith Dahl through the Dragon Pearl. While he was indifferent to Wick's attempts at recruitment, he would not refuse the request to have the daughter come to safety. As Smith Dahl observed John Wick through the Dragon Ball, the 9 elders of the High Table dispatched their elite forces into New York, simultaneously sending their enforcers to the Continental Hotel within their jurisdiction to select assassins. At that moment, Fox entered after knocking, reporting, the injured brethren have recovered. Which targets should we strike next? Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith Dahl tapped his fingers on the table in contemplation before responding. Not long ago, the Marquis' subordinates attacked our headquarters. If we launch an assault now, we may find our headquarters vulnerable to another strike. Based on my understanding of the High Table, their retaliation will be imminent. Although Fox had faith in Smith Dahl's prowess, He voiced a suggestion. Should we recall the brethren from other outposts to safeguard the headquarters and prevent attacks on those locations? Dorr shook his head. It is unnecessary to summon all our members back. However, we must indeed prevent any assaults on our outposts. Let the members gather with the Italian Mafia. Our next target will include them. Once we execute this counterattack, we can concentrate our forces to eradicate 3 of their factions, effectively leading to the disintegration of their organization. Fox nodded and then inquired. In the meantime, shall we set an ambush for them? How should we handle the continental hotels across various regions? Dorr, unfazed, replied. After we deal with the high table, we will send word for them to close and disband. Should there be any dissent, we shall destroy them. Upon receiving the leader's directives, Fox refrained from raising further questions and exited the office. Dorr then proceeded to the training room, engaging in exercises and attempting to sense his energy, as this ability would greatly enhance his capabilities. Meanwhile, John Wick exchanged pleasantries with Koji Shimizu before departing the Continental Hotel with a Pulp Fiction balloon in hand, intending to travel to Hong Kong to acquire the Dragon Ball there. As John Wick exited the hotel through the rear courtyard, the hunter, accompanied by his German shepherd, appeared nearby. John. Upon hearing his name, John Wick did not turn immediately. Instead, he lifted his suit jacket to shield his head. Clang, clang, clang. At the moment he was struck, John Wick noted the direction from which the bullets were fired, curling his body and rolling aside while drawing his handgun to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the large tree where the hunter was hiding, failing to inflict any significant damage. While the German shepherd crept forward through the grass toward John Wick's position, John Wick swiftly drew another handgun from his waist, disengaging the safety, and crouched to aim at the tree where the hunter was concealed. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew forth, splintering the tree as debris scattered. While the hunter crouched beneath the tree, concealing his entire body and counting the rounds fired by John Wick. Bang, 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 click. Upon hearing the sound of an empty gunshot, the hunter swiftly drew his pistol and fired blindly in the direction of John Wick. Bang, bang, bang. John Wick deftly evaded the bullets, moving closer to a large tree. The hunter shouted, "Sick him." Suddenly, a German shepherd burst forth from the underbrush, sinking its teeth into John Wick's shooting arm and pulling back while shaking its head violently. As the gunfire ceased, the hunter immediately emerged, aiming for John Wick's head, intent on not harming his beloved dog. In a moment of urgency, John Wick struck the dog's head several times with no effect. His left hand aimed his pistol at the dog's head, firing multiple rounds. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots shattered the dog's skull, releasing his bitten arm. In the blink of an eye, the hunter witnessed this scene and let out a mournful roar, drawing a shotgun from behind him. With a furious scream, the hunter aimed and fired at John Wick. Thud. Chapter 46. Powerful. John Wick reacted swiftly, raising the German shepherd's body to shield his face, protecting his vital areas. Thud. The tremendous force pushed John Wick back a step, yet his bulletproof suit absorbed countless small pellets. He hurled the now mangled body of the German shepherd at the hunter. Faced with the lifeless form of his beloved dog, the hunter hesitated to fire, opting instead to dodge. Seizing the moment, John Wick dashed forward, reaching for the shotgun's barrel with his right hand while firing his pistol with the left. The hunter, filled with sorrow yet quick to respond, felt John Wick's bullets hit his bulletproof vest as he fired back with all his might. Thud. The shot nearly grazed John Wick's foot. John Wick raised the downward-pointing gun and delivered an elbow strike to the hunter's chin, simultaneously pulling the trigger of his pistol, hitting the hunter in the shoulder. The hunter winced in pain, dropping the shotgun, which John Wick swiftly seized. John Wick quickly chambered a round and fired directly at the hunter's face. Thud. With the hunter's anguished cry, he collapsed to the ground. John Wick followed up with 2 shots to the head, ensuring the hunter's demise before tossing the shotgun aside and turning to leave. John Wick, utilizing the channels of the Assassin's Guild, made his way directly to Hong Kong. In New York, as night fell, numerous high-ranking emissaries, along with Zero and his subordinates, as well as hired assassins, gathered outside the Assassin's Guild's castle. One of the high-ranking emissaries, carrying a launcher, aimed it at the castle's gates. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rockets struck, obliterating the textile factory's entrance, while the surrounding walls sustained damage but remained standing. Observing the shattered gates, the high-ranking emissary waved his hand, commanding, "Charge in, eliminate the target." Soon, the crowd surged through the grand entrance, arriving at the castle's main door. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the concealed positions along the castle walls. The ambushers immediately unleashed a barrage upon the enemies below. A cacophony of bullets erupted from all directions, mercilessly targeting the unarmored assassins, who succumbed instantly as bullets pierced through them. Among them, the notorious cold weapon assassin Zero and his disciples were swiftly eliminated in the initial onslaught. Meanwhile, the fully armed envoys from the high table launched a counterattack, firing at the gun emplacements on the walls, with some hurling grenades toward the battlements. The courtyard transformed into a battlefield, with both sides engaged in fierce combat. Suddenly, the castle's doors and windows swung open, revealing a line of assault rifles and specialized firearms poised at the entrances. A torrent of bullets erupted forth, resembling a metallic storm that devastated the inadequately protected assassins. Individuals such as Mr. Smith, the Cross, and Wesley wielded their weapons with lethal precision against the high table envoys, dispatching foes that posed considerable challenges to others with ease. Smith Dorr stood atop the castle, observing the chaos below. The high table envoys proved remarkably resilient, despite suffering significant casualties from the surprise attack. They did not falter but instead formed a semicircle, advancing towards the castle while their defenders continued to lob grenades outward. Observing the skirmish with his combat power detector, Smith Dorr noted the absence of particularly formidable adversaries. Confirming that there were no additional reinforcements for the attackers, he resolved to join the fray. While the Assassin Alliance might eliminate all enemies, the casualties would be substantial, a fate he wished to avoid for his subordinates. With a sudden leap, Smith Dorr descended from above, aiming directly for the center of the enemy's defensive perimeter. Cloaked in darkness, the high table's personnel were unprepared for such an aerial assault. Upon landing at the heart of their defenses, he seized an enemy and flung him skyward. With a shriek, the high table envoy was hurled into the air, crashing down with a resounding impact. The enemies within the defensive circle quickly recognized Smith Dorr's presence and readied their assault rifles to fire. But his reflexes surpassed theirs as he delivered a powerful kick. The force sent one assailant flying, while simultaneously toppling several others in the vicinity. Leveraging his formidable strength, Smith Dorr unleashed a relentless assault on the high table envoys. With the execution of the Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Smith Dorr's attack frequency surged, shattering the sturdy helmets and visors of his foes with each strike. Even the fully armored adversaries could not withstand two of his blows. Meanwhile, Mr. Smith, the Cross, and others continued to eliminate enemies from the periphery, leading to the rapid demise of the high table envoys through their coordinated efforts. As for the occasional bullets that struck Smith's tail, they merely ricocheted off his robust physique, failing to inflict any significant harm. At that moment, a representative from the high table, upon realizing their inability to damage Smith's tail, pulled the pins from all remaining grenades and advanced towards him. "Let us die together." However, Smith's tail had already anticipated his actions and swiftly seized him, hurling him outward with great force. No. As he was propelled away, the high table representative let out a furious roar, yet his fate was not within his control. He was launched over the walls of the textile factory. Boom. Several grenades detonated simultaneously, resulting in the immediate demise of the high table representative. Witnessing the enemy's madness, Smith's tail couldn't help but admire the high table's control over its subordinates, which only prompted him to hasten his pace in eliminating the attackers. Soon, all assailants were dispatched. With the enemies dealt with, Smith's tail commanded, "Have the cleaners tidy up this place and incinerate all the bodies." At that moment, a gentleman approached and, observing Smith's tail's form, remarked, "You have indeed provided us with a tremendous surprise. Entrusting the Assassin's Guild to you was undoubtedly a wise decision." Clearly, not everyone was aware of Smith's tail's prowess, but those present in the battle today had witnessed it firsthand. Their leader, Smith's tail, was truly a godlike figure, living up to his reputation. Chapter 47. The Attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The following day, at the Triskelion, within the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, Phil Coulson entered Nick Fury's office, bearing the latest compiled intelligence. As he stepped through the door, he approached Fury and stated, "Director, this is the latest intelligence compiled from our monitoring of Smith's tail, the Assassin's Guild, and the high table over this period." Nick Fury did not peruse the documents, but instead turned to Coulson and said, "Go ahead, highlight the key points." Phil Coulson began his report. Currently, the Assassin's Guild and the High Table have engaged in 3 skirmishes, with the High Table launching 2 attacks and the Assassin's Guild 1. Though there were casualties on both sides, the High Table suffered a significant loss, losing a quarter of its strength, while the Assassin's Guild's losses were minimal. Based on our analysis, without external interference, the High Table faces a risk of dissolution. Presently, neither the strength exhibited by the High Table nor the intelligence we have gathered indicates any violation of power or technology, posing no threat. Regarding the Assassin's Guild, The likelihood of them having developed super soldier serum is steadily decreasing. Aside from the extraordinary Smithsdale, no other violators have emerged. Nick Fury nodded and remarked, "It seems the possibility of individual mutation has increased considerably." Coulson agreed, stating, "If it were super soldier serum, I believe the Assassin's Guild would have no need to elevate Smithsdale to a leadership position. Even the serums for super soldiers, which may have a low probability of success, would not elevate an experimental subject to the status of an organizational leader. Our analysis suggests that individual variation is more likely. While the possibility of producing super soldier serum cannot be entirely dismissed, our agents embedded within the High Table are diligently working to eliminate Smithsdale in order to demonstrate that the opposing faction lacks the capability to manufacture said serum." Nick Fury glanced at Coulson and inquired, "Have you completed the threat assessment for Smithsdale, and when do you plan to make contact?" After a moment of contemplation, Coulson replied, "I intend to reach out after the Assassin's Guild and the High Table have determined a victor." Upon hearing Coulson's strategy, Nick Fury expressed no dissent and remarked, "Proceed according to your plan." "Yes, sir," Coulson affirmed. As he watched Coulson depart, Fury tapped the surface of the table. He secretly hoped that the Assassin's Guild had indeed mastered the art of super soldier serum production rather than relying on individual mutation. However, the current outcome seemed to defy his expectations. Nonetheless, there were numerous aspects of the Assassin's Guild's operational principles that could be exploited. With these thoughts in mind, Fury made a note on the document and chose to divert his attention, leaving the matter in Coulson's capable hands. At this moment, Akira had arrived outside a textile factory in Brooklyn, New York, as per her father's instructions. Observing the bustling activity of the workers replacing the main entrance and conducting repairs, she confirmed that she had indeed arrived at the correct location. Akira proceeded towards the castle's entrance, drawing the attention of nearby members of the Assassin's Guild. Just as she approached the castle, Wesley, who was patrolling the entrance, spoke up, "This is a private area. Please keep your distance." Akira produced the token given to her by John Wick and stated, "I was instructed to bring this item here." Wesley recognized the bullet in her hand as a specially crafted long-range round for their guild after examining it closely. He then replied, "Follow me." Wesley guided Akira directly into the castle, heading towards Smithsdale's office. As Akira surveyed the ongoing repairs, she quickly deduced that a skirmish had recently transpired here. The remnants of grenade explosions and bullet marks scattered throughout indicated that the previous conflict was not trivial. It was important to remember that this was New York, not some lawless zone. Soon, Wesley arrived at the door to Smithsdale's office, after knocking a few times and hearing an invitation from within. He opened the door and ushered Akira inside. "Chief, this is the individual who bears John Wick's token," Wesley announced. Smithsdale nodded in acknowledgement, and Wesley exited the office. Gazing at the young woman before him, Smithsdale recognized her as the daughter of the owner of the Grand Continental Hotel and said, "Please, take a seat." Akira, feeling no need for formality, walked to the chair in front of Smithsdale's desk and placed the bullet representing the token upon the table. Smithsdale glanced at the bullet and inquired, "Do you have any instructions for Majima Koji or John Wick?" Akira, somewhat taken aback, responded, "Sir, you know me?" Smithsdale smiled and nodded. Observing this, Akira continued, "There were no specific instructions, merely that I should follow the arrangements upon my arrival, as this place would ensure my safety." Smithsdale regarded the curiosity in Akira's eyes and remarked, "Since you have arrived here bearing the token, you will naturally receive our protection. I shall arrange for someone to accommodate you, but given the current instability in the world, I advise you not to wander about carelessly." Akira nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand." Smithsdale pressed a button on his desk, and shortly after, Fox entered the room. "Chief, you summoned me?" he asked. Smithsdale replied, "This is Akira, who has come seeking refuge here with the token of John Wick. Please arrange her lodging." Fox nodded and turned to Akira, saying, "Follow me." Akira rose and followed Fox out of Smithsdale's office. As he watched the two depart, Smithsdale resumed his personnel allocation, forwarding the current offensive from the High Table. The next step would be to eliminate the opposing forces. Considering the Italian mafia's influence in the area, Smithsdale resolved to personally lead the charge against this formidable adversary. He instructed his associates, the mechanic and the gunsmith, to deal with the High Table elder, the Russian, Peter, Wesley, the demolition expert, and the butcher would lead a team to Germany to dismantle the Illuminati. The cross and the apothecary would remain at headquarters. Once these three elders were eradicated, the High Table would likely collapse, for they had never been a singular entity, but rather a coalition of many factions. The personnel could be prepared to depart today. Chapter 48. The Sixth Dragon Ball acquired Hong Kong, China. John Wick arrived at a building that appeared to be under construction, following the address provided by the Assassin's Alliance. Confirming that he was at the correct location, he entered. Upon encountering the security personnel, John Wick stated in Chinese, "I wish to see your leader, Su Shaoling." The security officer scrutinized John Wick and then communicated through his radio, "Someone wishes to see the boss." "Understood," came the response. The officer then directed John Wick. "You may take the elevator upstairs." John Wick nodded and proceeded toward the elevator, which halted at a certain height before the doors opened. A man stepped out and greeted him, "Night Demon, welcome." John Wick, observing the unfamiliar red-haired man, asked, "Do we know each other?" The red-haired man produced a phone and stated, "John Wick, your public bounty has reached $22 million. Quite impressive, my friend." John Wick furrowed his brow at this remark, but chose not to respond further. The red-haired man then gestured for an embrace, exclaiming, "I am John. Welcome to the Gold Dagger Club." John Wick, taken aback by the exuberance of his counterpart, nonetheless embraced him briefly. "Greetings. I have arranged to meet your leader, Su Shaoling." John nodded and replied, "Follow me." As John Wick walked alongside him, he observed that the interior comprised a series of independent boxing rings. Noticing John Wick's gaze, John began to elaborate, "We are a globally oriented club operating across multiple platforms, hosting various duels on the dark web, where countless clients place their bets. Trust me, should you choose to participate in such a duel, your current notoriety on the dark web would undoubtedly attract a throng of eager spectators placing wagers." John Wick shook his head and stated, "I have no interest in such affairs." John expressed his regret, saying, "What a pity." John led John Wick into a room, where imposing security personnel lined the walls, and at the center, a young woman sat at an office desk. Approaching the desk, John Wick addressed her, "Hello, Su Shaoling. I am John Wick. I require your assistance with a particular item in your possession." Su Shaoling regarded the man before her with curiosity and remarked, "The legendary assassin of the New York continent, Night Demon, your bounty on public contracts has recently soared. However, I find it intriguing how a disavowed hotel assassin has established a connection with the Assassin's Guild." Although the Hong Kong Assassin's Guild had reached out to her, she still pondered the nature of this connection. After a moment of contemplation, John Wick replied, "It is all by divine guidance." At this, Su Shaoling raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it that you seek?" John Wick responded, "You possess a sphere adorned with 6 stars, known as a Dragon Ball, and I require it. Previously, its market value reached $2 million. I am prepared to offer double that amount." Su Shaoling, unfazed by John Wick's intentions, recalled having seen his bounty and was aware that the reward from Carmola included a Dragon Ball, albeit one distinct from her own. Reflecting on the Dragon Ball she possessed, Su Shaoling had studied it and discerned its extraordinary hardness, impervious to bullets, yet she remained unaware of its purpose. Thus, she queried, "I am uncertain of its true function, but your global pursuit of it must be quite a challenge. Could you enlighten me as to why you need it?" John Wick, anticipating incessant inquiries regarding the Dragon Ball's purpose, had concocted a plausible rationale following the incident with the Elders. "This is a test from the Assassin's Guild. I am required to collect all 7 Dragon Balls to secure my protection. This item is also one that they have released." Upon hearing John Wick's explanation, Su Shaoling scrutinized him carefully before stating, "For your sake, the Assassin's Guild has waged war against the High Table, and I have heard that the High Table has suffered significant losses this time. You truly have a talent for stirring the winds of change." Subsequently, Su Shaoling retrieved the 6-star ball from her office drawer, held it in her hands for a moment, and then spoke, "I can sell you this item. But what will I gain in return?" John Wick understood that she was not referring to monetary compensation, so he inquired, "What do you desire?" Su Shaoling contemplated her background and then replied, "A promise, akin to the blood oath contract of the Continental Hotel. When I require your assistance, I need you to commit fully." Initially, she had sought a blood oath contract, but upon realizing that John Wick had been disavowed and had joined the Assassin's Guild, she questioned the validity of such a guarantee. Thus, she candidly expressed her thoughts. As for the Dragon Ball, was it truly a creation of the Assassin's Guild? She had found it on the beach, drawn to its beauty, but only began to value it due to the bounty on John Wick's head. John Wick frowned at her request. Debts of gratitude are the most challenging to repay. A significant reason he had reached his current predicament was due to having granted a blood oath to Santino. "Could we negotiate different terms? I see you are hosting a boxing match. How about I participate in a bout? Given my current notoriety, it should attract considerable attention online." Upon hearing John Wick's proposal, Su Shaoling felt a flicker of temptation, but then recalled his association with the Assassin's Guild. If John Wick's words held truth, becoming a member through assessment would render his connection to the guild even more valuable. Perhaps, in the future, she would need to leverage John Wick's ties to the guild. After contemplating this, Su Xiaoling shook her head. No, what I seek is a favor, a promise. John Wick sighed and asked, is there no room for negotiation? I could offer additional money. Su Xiaoling smiled and replied, John, this item holds no significance for me, but for you, it is priceless, for it pertains to your very life. John Wick fell silent for 2 seconds. Indeed, this item was invaluable to him, tied to his existence. Very well, I agree. Upon hearing John Wick's acquiescence, a smile graced Su Xiaoling's face. Provide me with a token. John Wick nodded, retrieved a bullet exclusive to the Assassin's Guild, and placed it in Su Xiaoling's hand. Chapter 49. Gathering the Dragon Balls in Siberia, Russia, John Wick emerged from Ivan Vanko's residence. The manner in which he acquired this final Dragon Ball was remarkably effortless. No favors were expended, no promises made. After merely raising the price to 100,000, he obtained what he desired from the other party. Reflecting on this, a slight smile crept onto John Wick's lips. Helen, we shall meet again soon. With all 7 Dragon Balls now assembled, he merely needed to return to the New York headquarters of the Assassin's Guild and unite them, thereby granting him the fulfillment of his wish. Contemplating this, John Wick yearned to turn and return to New York at once. Without wasting time in Russia, John Wick swiftly made his way towards New York through the channels of the Assassin's Guild. Simultaneously, on his return journey, he messaged his friends, warning them of the upheaval within the High Table and advising them to refrain from engaging in the conflict. Meanwhile, although the High Table convened another council of elders, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Despite establishing that only Smithson possessed extraordinary prowess, the members of the High Table failed to devise a superior strategy. Having previously dispatched numerous elites and subordinates to no avail, they contemplated using missiles to eliminate Smithson, yet in New York, they lacked both the capability and the audacity for such an act. Minor skirmishes could be overlooked, but employing missiles would undoubtedly constitute a terrorist attack, prompting the Assassin's Guild's counterterrorism unit to intervene. Naturally, there were elders who proposed reconciliation, though the prospects seemed bleak. Just as the council was in session, the Assassin's Guild launched another offensive, simultaneously initiating actions on 3 fronts. Smithson, accompanied by Fox and members of the Guild, arrived in Italy to ambush the Mafia's leader. Before the Grand Estate, the Guild's members had already positioned snipers at various vantage points, ready for long-range elimination. Their objective was twofold: to swiftly neutralize the external guards while facilitating an escape for their personnel, with Fox currently focusing on targeting individuals. Approaching the estate's entrance, Smithson did not ring the bell. Instead, he leaped over the gate and into the grounds. The outer gate and walls posed no obstacle to him. Unfazed, Smithson soon encountered patrolling security personnel. Halt! Who are you? One demanded. Smithson paused, offering no reply but snapping his fingers. In an instant, the patrolling guard was shot through the head, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Smithson turned towards the direction of the gunfire, a smile gracing his lips, and proceeded towards the villa within the estate. Through his scope, Fox observed Smithson's smile, his own lips curling upward as he continued to eliminate approaching Mafia members alongside his comrades. As Smithson advanced, bodies fell around him, picked off by distant gunfire, until he entered the villa, where the covering fire ceased due to shooting angles. Facing the Mafia inside, Smithson stepped forward and delivered a punch that sent one adversary crashing against the wall. Pathetic. Can you not even warm me up? He taunted. What are you hesitating for? Can you not even pull the trigger? In this domain, Smithson was unrivaled. The Mafia within the villa stood no chance against him, succumbing effortlessly. At that moment, Mark Thorne, engrossed in a meeting, was interrupted by a flustered subordinate rushing in. What is the hurry? Do you not see I am in a meeting? He barked. As his subordinate leaned closer to Markdom's ear, he whispered urgently, Smithdal is upon us. The outer perimeter has been cleared by the Assassin's Guild. They have breached the villa. Upon hearing this alarming report, Markdom's expression shifted dramatically. He addressed the assembly with a grave tone. I apologize, but the Assassin's Guild has launched an assault against me, and I must attend to this matter. At that moment, both the Russian elder and the German Illuminati elder expressed that they too were under attack, abruptly ending the video conference, leaving only 6 elders in a state of anxious disarray. Concurrently, as Smith made his move, the nefarious Wesley also unleashed an assault on the 2 remaining elders, marking yet another instance of simultaneous onslaught from 3 factions. The carnage perpetrated by Smithdal continued unabated. Suddenly, a door swung open, revealing Elder Markdom emerging, flanked by fully armed emissaries. Mr. Smith, may we have a word? He inquired. Smithdal regarded the impeccably dressed man before him and smiled faintly. Markdom, do you truly believe there is anything left to discuss? Despite his deep-seated animosity towards the Assassin's Guild, Markdom replied, "Anything can be negotiated. There is no need for hostility between us. We are willing to offer whatever the guild requires, provided it halts this conflict." Smithdahl shook his head dismissively. "What you can offer holds no value to me. The world has become tainted and requires cleansing." With a swift motion, he declared, "Wolf Fong Wind Fist." Without further ado, Smithdahl charged forward with incredible speed. The marble floor shattered beneath his feet as he lunged like a colossal wolf. Although Markdom's subordinates reacted with slight delay, they hastily pulled their triggers. However, the bullets flew wide as Smithdahl evaded them, closing in on the group. In a single, lethal swipe, he crushed one man's neck and sent another crashing into the wall, leaving a massive crack in its wake. As chaos ensued, Markdom, witnessing the brutal slaughter, turned to flee towards the nearby safe room. Even before Smithdahl had finished his onslaught, he had dispatched all the guards present. Markdom sprinted to the safe room. But before he could unlock the door, Smithdahl was upon him. With a forceful punch from behind, Markdom collided violently with the safe room's door, his lifeless body sliding down its surface. Smithdahl retrieved his phone and called Fox. "Markdom has been dealt with. Aside from the perimeter guards, instruct everyone to clear the area." "Understood," Fox replied, ending the call and relaying orders via the intercom. "Team 3 will maintain perimeter security to ensure no outsiders interfere. All other personnel are to proceed with the clearance." Chapter 50. Arise, Divine Dragon. 3 days later, New York, Assassin's Guild headquarters. In the conference room, Fox commenced his report. "According to the latest intelligence, our elimination of the 6 elders of the High Table and their affiliated forces has led to a significant weakening of the opposition. Various factions previously under the High Table's dominion have begun to launch assaults against the elders. Concurrently, following our formal notice to the remaining 6 High Table elders, the opposition has decided to dissolve this faction. Additionally, through John Wick's connections, several hotel managers from the Continental Hotels, including the New York Continental, the Continental in the Great Plains, and the Monaco Continental, have expressed a desire to ally with us." Upon hearing this, Smith was curious and inquired, "The New York Continental?" Fox elucidated, "Winston's daughter has inherited the New York Continental, and John Wick recently eliminated the adjudicator of the High Table, who had been presiding over the punishment." Hearing this, Smith glanced at John Wick, who had returned to New York and immediately sought revenge on the adjudicator after placing the Dragon Ball with the Assassin's Guild. After a moment of contemplation, Smith posed a question. "What are everyone's thoughts regarding the Continental Hotels?" Wesley responded, "I believe such a platform for assassins has lost its necessity." At this juncture, John Wick added, "With the disintegration of the High Table, the Continental can no longer uphold its principles. Moreover, a portion of its members is willing to transition and become offices for the Assassin's Guild." Upon hearing John Wick's remarks, all eyes turned to their leader, Smith, as the resolution of this matter ultimately rested upon his judgment. Smith tapped the conference table, pausing for 2 seconds before stating, "The intelligence network, weapon manufacturing, and bulletproof vest production of the Continental Hotels are commendable. Therefore, notify all Continental Hotels that, effective immediately, they will be fully integrated into the Assassin's Guild. All Continental Hotels will be transformed into offices of the Guild, with existing managers undergoing evaluation. Those who meet the standards will be retained, while the unqualified will be dismissed. As for the dissenters, they shall be eradicated, akin to the treatment of the High Table." Upon hearing Smith's pronouncement, the assembly nodded in agreement. "Yes." Smith continued, "This operation has yielded a resounding success for the Assassin's Guild, yet the toll has not been insignificant. Furthermore, with the dissolution of the High Table, the underground world will encounter a degree of chaos. Following this, the Guild must recuperate while keeping a vigilant eye on them. Any who venture too far shall be eliminated." After articulating these thoughts, Smith turned to John Wick and asked, "John Wick, considering the experiences of this period, has your aspiration changed?" John Wick rose, his expression earnest, and replied, "My aspiration has not wavered in the slightest." Smith nodded and declared, "In that case, John Wick and all present, we shall proceed by ship to the open sea to fulfill John Wick's desire." The crowd responded in unison, "Indeed." At this moment, those present had already gained insight into the matters concerning the Dragon Balls through Fox and Wesley, who were deliberately allowed by Smith to share this information, albeit restricted to the upper echelons. Everyone was also somewhat aware of John Wick's desire. While they were puzzled as to why the leader would permit John to fulfill his wish, they nevertheless respected Smith's decision. In the open sea, a vessel, a decommissioned destroyer transformed for a new purpose, emerged upon the waters. The Cross turned to Smith and inquired, "Can these objects truly grant wishes?" Smith nodded affirmatively and replied, "Soon, You shall witness everything. The cross scratched his head and murmured, why not wish for a world free from evil? Smith assessed the cross from head to toe. Taken aback by the nature of his wish, yet he proceeded to elucidate, the Dragon Balls are not omnipotent. Wherever humanity exists, evil will inevitably arise. Particularly with the birth of new life. Each new being brings forth fresh thoughts, embodying both light and darkness, good and evil. Upon realizing that even the Dragon Balls could not fulfill such a noble desire, the cross sighed, his expression tinged with disappointment. It seemed that he was bound to a life of toil, merely hoping for a reduction in the world's sins. As for the Dragon Balls and their wishes, he held no particular thoughts. As the ship traversed the open sea for a while, Smith summoned everyone to the deck. There, he laid all 7 Dragon Balls upon the floor, and, under the gaze of the onlookers, he proclaimed, Arise, Shenron. With his words, the Dragon Balls emitted a golden radiance that shot skyward, while the previously clear sky transformed into a night-like darkness. The golden beam morphed into the form of a magnificent azure dragon. The sight of the colossal dragon left all present, except for Smith, utterly astounded, including John Wick, who was meant to have his wish granted. Initially, upon hearing of the dragon, they had imagined a grand dragon resembling a winged lizard. But they were taken aback by the appearance of an eastern dragon, especially the immense figure soaring through the sky, rendering them speechless. This is Shenron. My heavens, it is truly astonishing. This is Shenron, utterly magnificent. At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from Shenron. Human who summoned me. I shall grant you any wish you desire. Smith gazed at the dragon in the sky, uncertain if it would attract unwanted attention. He had refrained from summoning Shenron at the textile factory to avoid complications. The notion of resurrecting the deceased lingered in his mind. He wondered if this universe possessed a Lady of Death. The entire scene fell into silence, with all eyes, including Shenron's, fixed upon Smith. After a brief moment of astonishment, Smith spoke. John Wick, state your wish before Shenron. John stepped forward, kneeling before the soaring dragon, and uttered, Great Shenron, I beseech you to resurrect my wife, Helen. Upon hearing John Wick's wish, a flash of red light flickered in Shenron's eyes. Your wish is granted. In the blink of an eye, a figure materialized on the deck, none other than Helen, the deceased wife of John Wick. Witnessing the miraculous resurrection of the dead, the onlookers were left in awe of the dragon's magnificence. At that moment, the dragon in the sky transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, soaring toward different corners of the world. Chapter 51. The surge of power. Smith observed John Wick, overcome with emotion as he embraced his wife. Meanwhile, the members of the Assassin Alliance curiously appraised the resurrected Helen, while simultaneously pondering the significance of the flying Dragon Balls. A thought arose within them. If one were to tragically fall in battle, could they too be resurrected through the Dragon Balls? Unlike the others, Smith, upon glancing at the crowd, shifted his focus to the system space. The 3 previously inaccessible Dark Wish lotteries were now illuminated. Smith first selected the Character Wish lottery. At the bottom of the lottery interface, he gazed upward at the meteorite, noting some changes among the characters since the first draw. Young Goku, Young Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, Tao Pai Pai, the Crane Hermit, Namu, and even the adult version of King Piccolo could be seen within the depths of the meteorite. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Smith's eyes as he considered the potential of the characters before him, particularly Goku and King Piccolo, one embodying Saiyan heritage and the other Namekian bloodline. Although the strength of young Goku remained uncertain, the presence of the turtle symbol on the martial arts uniforms of Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha indicated that their abilities were indeed formidable. However, should he draw Namu, it would be a disappointment, as the Sky Cross Punch would prove less useful in the upcoming challenges. After a thorough observation, Smith resolved without hesitation to proceed with the Wish Lottery. Before him, a character unleashed a Kamehameha wave directed at the sky, causing one of the light spheres within the meteorite to shatter. Congratulations to Smith for acquiring the character card of Young Goku. Before him appeared a card depicting a youthful Goku clad in Master Roshi's martial arts attire, wielding the power pole and executing a Kamehameha wave, all while standing atop a nimbus cloud. Skills: Kamehameha wave, Turtle School martial arts. Upon using this character card, Smith would inherit the bloodline and abilities of Young Goku. Upon witnessing the character card he had drawn, Smith's face radiated joy. It could be said that, aside from the hidden adult Goku, he had obtained the best possible character card, one that even overshadowed King Piccolo. Although the exact combat prowess of Young Goku remained to be determined, his attire suggested a minimum combat power of 180 points, sufficient for participation in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and possibly even reaching 260 points, the level at which he battled King Piccolo, regardless of which scenario it was. This represented a significant enhancement for Smith, especially concerning potential. While Yamcha had augmented his combat strength, the improvement in potential had been negligible, lacking the ability to harness ki. This time, however, that gap had been effectively bridged. With the bloodline of the Scions, a clear path to enhance one's power has emerged. As the character wish lottery concluded, Smith Dorr turned his attention to the item wish lottery. Upon opening it and gazing at the meteor overhead, he beheld a myriad of luminous orbs containing an assortment of items, including Senza beans, a bag of Senza beans, a jar of Senza beans, a Scion single-person spaceship, a Namekian spaceship, Frisia's large spaceship, super holy water, combat suits of various generations, healing pods, gravity chambers, space capsules, and power level detectors, among others. The abundance of items was staggering, with even several generations of similar types, and he noticed the time machine devised by Bulma in the future. As he surveyed these treasures, Smith Dorr desired them all but could only acquire one. He hoped it would not be a space capsule, which held the least utility for him. With a resolute spirit, Smith Dorr initiated the lottery, unleashing a Kamehameha towards the celestial body above, shattering one of the light points. Congratulations! Smith Dorr has obtained a healing pod. Upon seeing the healing pod, he felt immense satisfaction. When combined with the recently acquired Scion bloodline, it would be a perfect match. As for the gravity chamber, he trusted that with the technology from the Marvel Universe, he could procure one with sufficient funds. After 2 successful wishes, both of high compatibility, Smith Dorr turned his gaze to the third partner wish. Opening the partner wish card, he looked upward, hoping to uncover deeper tasks. He spotted characters such as Turtle, UPA, Bra, Oolong, Puar, King, Android 8, Pilaf, Dandy, and Master Karen, and even glimpsed Bulma, Babidi, and the Supreme Kai. However, the more profound beings remained obscured. Although surprised by the characters above, Smith Dorr did not harbor excessive expectations. With his current prowess, neither the Supreme Kai nor Babidi was within his reach. As the Kamehameha struck, a partner summoning card materialized before him. Congratulations! Smith Dorr has obtained the supportive combat partner Bulma. His eyes widened at the sight of Bulma. This was a remarkable windfall. With such a scientist at his side, he felt destined for greatness. There was no need to seek others for the gravity chamber, and the Dragon Radar could also be developed by someone. In that moment, Smith Dorr was overwhelmed with excitement. With all 3 wish lotteries concluded, he refrained from immediately utilizing his newfound items. Instead, he opened his eyes and waved his hand, declaring, "Return." At the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. Upon returning to the textile factory, Smith Dorr issued a brief command before diving directly into the training room. As his consciousness sank into the system space, he held the character card of the youthful Goku in his hand, contemplating whether using it would grant him the tail characteristic of the Scions. The thought filled him with anticipation, for the tail was a pathway to transforming into Super Saiyan 4, and the Great Ape transformation, offering tenfold power, was a formidable ace in the hole. Use. The character card in his hand transformed into shimmering light, merging seamlessly with Smith Dorr, causing his energy to surge rapidly. He felt the pure Scion bloodline coursing through him, and a tail sprouted from his coccyx, breaking free from his trousers and coiling around his waist like a bespoke belt. The combat power reading displayed in his eyes skyrocketed, 9, 30, 90, 150, finally settling at 189. Staring at this figure, Smith Dorr was momentarily taken aback. It appeared he had inherited the prowess of the young Son Goku after the martial arts tournament, with his original combat strength amplified. Chapter 52. Bulma observing his transformation. A smile crept onto Smith Dorr's lips. The Scion bloodline was indeed an enchanting existence. Absorbing the martial arts memories from the character card, he flexed his muscles and thankfully did not leave a massive crater beneath his feet. He could directly grasp his newfound power. Spotting the punching bags in the training room, Smith Dorr effortlessly pierced one with a single punch. Testing the Kamehameha wave, he feared that unleashing it fully might obliterate the entire textile factory. However, while he could not unleash it recklessly, controlling a smaller output should pose no problem. With both hands positioned at his waist, a sphere of energy materialized, radiating a brilliant white light. Kamehameha. Smith Dorr directed his energy output. A beam of white light erupted from his hands, annihilating the punching bags in its path before crashing into the wall. Boom. The wall of the training room was instantly breached, leaving a gaping hole. Smith Dorr gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction. He had exerted minimal energy and quickly recovered, though the damage was considerable. With his current strength, even the mightiest tanks could no longer inflict any harm upon him. and he felt no trepidation regarding the impending arrival of superheroes. The full-force Kamehameha should possess the capacity to push the moon, and in an urban setting, it would be a terrifying force to reckon with. Just as Smith-Dole was lost in contemplation, the door to the training room swung open, and Fox, accompanied by several members, rushed in. "Smith, what happened here? Was there an attack?" Fox inquired anxiously, his gaze falling upon the wall with the massive hole. Seeing Fox's distress, Smith-Dole chuckled, "Haha, there's no need to worry. There was no enemy attack. This is merely the result of my training." Fox's mouth fell open in disbelief upon hearing Smith-Dole's words. This rivals the destructive power of a 4-ton bomb. Smith-Dole waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Fox, I'll leave this to you to handle. I must take my leave." As Smith-Dole departed, Fox stood in stunned silence for a few moments before beginning to organize the situation. The following day, in the office, a beautiful girl appeared before Smith-Dole, Bulma from the early days of Dragon Ball. At just 16 years old, Bulma gazed at Smith-Dole, thinking to herself, "Heavens, what a handsome big brother." As Bulma gazed at Smith-Dale with starry eyes, he cleared his throat. "Ahem, Bulma, welcome to this world. I have a few matters to discuss with you." All of Bulma's attention was fixed on Smith-Dale as she spoke. "Smith, what do you need me to do?" Smith-Dale replied, "I require your assistance with a few tasks. Firstly, I need you to create a Dragon Ball radar. Secondly, I would like you to develop a gravity chamber. Lastly, I need a space capsule." In Smith-Dale's view, the Dragon Ball radar seemed straightforward, which would facilitate the collection of Dragon Balls by his subordinates. As for the space capsule, he believed Bulma could manage it, though he was uncertain if the local materials would suffice. The gravity chamber might take a bit more time to construct. Upon hearing Smith's request, Bulma expressed her surprise. "Is the legend of the Dragon Balls truly real?" Smith-Dale nodded. At that moment, Bulma was still new to the concept of Dragon Balls and had yet to encounter Goku, leaving her unable to verify their authenticity. "Indeed, it is real, and I will ensure that my team coordinates with you. If you have any needs or lack materials, simply let us know." Bulma proudly lifted her chin and declared, "Since this is your request, Smith, I will accomplish it for you." Smith-Dale pressed a button on the table, and soon, Fox entered the room. Upon seeing the young lady in the office, Fox appeared surprised but said nothing further. Instead, he inquired, "Chief, you called for me?" Smith-Dale responded, "Fox, this is Bulma, our new chief scientist. Please arrange her accommodations and assist her in establishing her laboratory. Fulfill any needs she may have during this process." Fox hesitated for a moment, taken aback by the youth of the scientist. Though he had many questions, he decided to address them privately with Smith later, considering the presence of others. "Yes, Chief." Fox turned to Bulma, saying, "Miss Bulma, please follow me so I can arrange your living quarters." As Smith watched Fox lead Bulma away, he remarked, "Bring John Wick in." Shortly after their departure, a knock echoed at the door, and John Wick entered. He knelt on one knee and respectfully stated, "Chief, how may I serve you?" Observing John Wick's reverence, Smith-Dale said, "John, please sit." John Wick rose and took a seat beside him. Smith-Dale appraised John Wick. Noting the absence of the former despondency in his demeanor, he appeared revitalized. "John, Helen has been resurrected. However, I advise against bringing her back to your previous residence, and it would be best if she does not encounter old friends or former colleagues." Smith-Dale continued, "You must understand the immense temptation that comes with resurrection and the complications it may bring." For the first time, John pondered this issue. He had been absorbed in the joy of his wife's revival throughout the day. "Chief, I will sell the external residence. Helen and I have decided to remain at the headquarters. As for Helen, I will arrange for a new identity for him." Smith-Dale nodded and spoke, "I will provide some cover for you, but discretion is paramount. This world is far more intricate than you might imagine. For now, focus on training at the base and spending time with your family." John Wick, recalling the matter of the Dragon Balls, understood that this world was not as straightforward as he had previously believed. "Yes, Chief." After making arrangements for John Wick, Smith-Dale entered the recovery room, retrieving the treatment pod from the system's backpack and connecting it to the base's power supply. This device would be entrusted to Bulma for maintenance. As the healing liquid required her replication, the initial supply was limited and could not be used indefinitely. Just as Smith-Dale completed these tasks, one of his subordinates rushed in. "Chief, an agent named Phil Coulson wishes to see you." Chapter 53, Flight, Assassin Alliance. In the meeting room, Smith observed Phil Coulson as he entered. Realizing that he was still being monitored by SHIELD, or rather, the Serpent Shield, though he was uncertain whether it was due to the battle at the high platform or the Dragon Balls incident. He was confident that the wish made to the Sea Dragon had gone unnoticed. Coulson approached Smith-Dale and took a seat, introducing himself. "Good day, Mr. Smith-Dale. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Noticing Coulson's straightforwardness, Smith teased, "Aren't you an agent? It seems you've switched departments." Coulson, unfazed by Smith's tone, replied with a smile, "Unfortunately, our department isn't well known to the public, so we occasionally need to adopt the identities of other departments." Smith was not surprised by Coulson's words and inquired, "May I ask what brings you, Agent Coulson, from this Department of Homeland? Whatever it is here today?" Coulson clarified, "It's the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." Smithdale quipped, "Don't you think that name is rather lengthy?" Coulson nodded with a smile, "I concur. I shall suggest a name reduction to the director next time. However, before that, I must introduce our department to you. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics is an agency under the International Security Council, primarily responsible for handling various anomalous incidents." Smith regarded Coulson without speaking, signaling for him to continue. Coulson smiled and added, "According to our observations, Mr. Smithdale, your abilities have surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Might the Assassin Alliance have developed a super serum?" Upon hearing Coulson mention the super serum, Smith was somewhat taken aback, then recalled that his previous performance bore some resemblance to Captain America's super serum, albeit an enhanced version. Smithdale shook his head regretfully and replied, "We have not conducted any research on a super serum." Coulson scrutinized Smith's facial expression and sensed that he was not lying. This realization left Coulson with a tinge of regret. If the Assassin Alliance had indeed developed a super soldier serum devoid of side effects, it would have been a monumental boon for SHIELD. Whether through purchasing the final product, theft, or cunning acquisition, it would significantly bolster the organization's strength. What a pity. Coulson spoke up, "Since it's not the serum, you must be an individual mutation. And we are specifically tasked with handling people like you." Smith raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Are you planning to take me back for dissection?" Hearing this, Coulson chuckled and replied, "Mr. Smith, you seem to perceive us as an evil organization from a film. Our mission is to safeguard world peace and manage supernatural occurrences. After all, the majority of society consists of ordinary people, does it not?" Upon hearing Coulson's words, Smith nodded in agreement. Coulson continued, "My visit serves two purposes: to forge a friendship with you, Mr. Smith, and to convey that you are not the only unique individual in this world. There are many who possess extraordinary powers." Smith was somewhat taken aback. Was the SHIELD merely here for such a simple reason? Just that? Coulson smiled and added, "Of course, it is wise to conceal your abilities in front of ordinary people to avoid causing panic. As for the actions of the Assassin Alliance, while they may be unlawful, they do not fall under our department's jurisdiction. However, in the face of some truly malevolent individuals, we may indeed require your assistance." Recognizing Coulson's goodwill, Smith found no reason to react with anger and stated, "For some nefarious individuals, the Assassin Alliance has its own procedures. If you cannot handle a foe, I doubt I would have any means to do so." Smith had no intention of becoming a mere tool for SHIELD, and the Assassin Alliance was even less likely to entertain such notions. Undeterred by Smith's refusal, Coulson produced a business card and placed it on the table, saying, "This world is far from simple. I believe we shall meet again one day." After leaving the card, Coulson took his leave. Smith gazed at the card on the table, contemplating Coulson's true intentions for this visit. As for the assertion that he was not the only extraordinary person, he was well aware. He understood this world far better than SHIELD did. However, SHIELD had numerous archives on individuals with special abilities. Their attitude towards him bore a resemblance to that of the fireman, though, in truth, it was far more favorable. The fireman was also under SHIELD's surveillance, instructed not to publicly utilize his powers. Coulson's earlier remarks echoed this sentiment, even suggesting that he should work without compensation. Regarding SHIELD's intentions, Smith found himself devoid of any profound insights. His only strategy was to remain steadfast amidst the chaos. Given SHIELD's current capabilities, he felt no trepidation, the only uncertainty lying in whether the laser beams of the Tesseract weapon could breach his defenses. Moreover, he recognized that Captain Marvel was currently beyond his reach. The rest posed little concern. Tucking away the business cards on his desk, Smith proceeded to training ground number 2, eager to experiment with flight. At this juncture, the young Goku lacked the ability to soar. The technique of flight was acquired after vanquishing King Piccolo at the sacred world of the Kais, and he had yet to obtain the flying Nimbus. Nevertheless, Smith was unperturbed. for his combat prowess far surpassed that of Biddy, who had managed to learn under Gohan's tutelage. He surmised that mastering Ki should not present too great a challenge for him. Upon entering training ground number 2, Smith focused on controlling his Ki, recalling scenes from his previous life where Gohan taught Biddy to fly. Soon, he enveloped his body with Ki. After several attempts, he successfully floated off the ground, and with his growing mastery, he began to maneuver skillfully through the training area. With my innate talent, I learned swiftly, he exclaimed, exhilarated by the newfound ability to fly, a skill coveted by many. However, the confines of the training ground felt limiting. He pondered where to unleash his full speed and concluded that the sea would provide a more suitable venue. Wasting no time, he summoned John Wick to pilot a yacht and transport him to a secluded area in international waters. Chapter 54. The missing Tony. John Wick first drove Smith to the coastline before boarding the yacht belonging to the Assassin's Guild, setting course for the open sea. As they ventured forth, they encountered no other vessels, though they still had some distance to reach international waters. Smith scanned the surrounding ocean, confirming the absence of ships. Yet, the vastness of the sea meant that any approaching vessels would be visible from afar. To maintain discretion, he instructed, continue towards the open sea. Curious about Smith's solitary journey into international waters, Wick refrained from questioning him, especially after the Dragon Ball had flown away that day, leaving no trace behind. After a considerable passage of time, the yacht finally entered international waters. Wick halted the vessel and reported, "We have reached the open sea, and there are no other ships in sight." Smith nodded approvingly. "Excellent, well done." He then made his way to the deck and initiated the flight technique, effortlessly lifting off the ground. Wick, who had maintained an expression of stoicism, was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Smith ascended slowly, and as he released his Ki, he soared across the ocean, the powerful gust nearly toppling Wick. With each release of his energy, his speed intensified. Whoosh! Smith Dole soared through the air like a missile, creating a splash as he skimmed the ocean's surface. With an intense surge of energy, his speed increased significantly, yet he soon realized that his stamina was depleting rapidly. Through persistent experimentation, Smith Dole discovered a balance. At a certain velocity, his energy consumption would not compromise his combat effectiveness, allowing for a burst of speed in urgent situations. After exhausting his energy reserves, he finally returned to the yacht. At that moment, John Wick had managed to compose himself, but upon witnessing Smith Dole's return, he couldn't help but inquire, "Can I fly like you?" Looking at John Wick, Smith replied, "With your current strength, it is insufficient. Train diligently and reach the limits of human potential first." John Wick paused for a moment, quickly grasping the implication that if it wasn't possible now, it could be in the future, suggesting that this ability to fly was indeed learnable rather than a supernatural gift. The thought filled him with excitement. Observing John Wick's flushed face from exhilaration, Smith commanded, "Return to base." At the Tricurve Wing Building, within the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Phil Coulson once again reported the latest developments to Nick Fury. Nick Fury, regarding Coulson, asked, "Coulson, after meeting Smith Dole, what are your insights about him?" After a moment of contemplation, Coulson responded, "Smith Dole has confirmed that the Assassin's League has not developed a super soldier serum, aligning with our recent analyses. However, according to our latest intelligence, the Assassin's League is acquiring advanced research equipment, seemingly in the process of establishing a laboratory. I surmise they are preparing to investigate their own mutations. Yet, we have not yet identified which scientist has joined the Assassin's League. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility of them falling victim to scientific fraud." Nick Fury pondered for a moment before asking, "Can we intervene?" Coulson shook his head, continuing, "It's challenging. We only know they have ordered a substantial amount of research equipment, but beyond that, we lack information. Without knowing the leading scientist, it is difficult for our team to engage. However, based on our understanding of the Assassin's League, their previous research capabilities were quite limited, primarily in firearms. With perhaps the exception of that wax bath, it is highly probable that they are now hiring externally. If we can identify the scientists involved, there may still be an opportunity." Additionally, Smith Dole exhibits some resistance toward organizations like ours, expressing concern about being studied. This initial contact indicates that, according to the Assassin's League's training and principles, he is unlikely to develop an anti-human disposition. Nick Fury contemplated this and stated, "So there is no need for containment or detention. Yet, leaving him free poses certain risks. Coulson, do you think it is possible to invite him to become the agent?" Coulson's eyes lit up, uncertainly asking, "Director, are you referring to that plan?" Nick Fury remained silent, and after a moment of contemplation, Coulson continued, "I previously gauged Smith Dole's willingness to assist us, but he did not acquiesce. However, given the Assassin Alliance's principles and modus operandi, there remains an opportunity to win them over, albeit requiring considerable time and groundwork. By the way, the director mentioned that our name is somewhat lengthy and suggested we consider a reduction. Nick Fury chuckled softly and replied, I have a general understanding now. Continue your engagement with them, observing while also seeking to cultivate a rapport. With his physical prowess, he is no less formidable than Captain America. Coulson nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, within the Stark Industries tower, Pepper Potts wore a look of acute anxiety. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since Tony Stark's disappearance, yet there was still no word, no sign of life or death. Tony's friend, Rhodey, informed her that the bodies of those present at the attack remained at the scene, but Tony's body was conspicuously absent, suggesting that he might still be alive. The military was conducting a search and rescue operation, offering a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Tony's bodyguard, Happy, entered. Pepper inquired, any news? Happy shook his head in resignation. Currently, there is nothing. Pepper, growing increasingly restless, exclaimed, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Happy, are there any capable channels that could assist in the search? Observing her distress, Happy pondered for a moment before responding. Actually, there was a formidable entity known as the Continental Hotel, renowned for its extensive global intelligence network within the underground realm. However, I recently heard it was dismantled. The entity responsible seems to be the Assassin Brotherhood, which likely absorbed their intelligence apparatus. If there remains any powerful channel, it may be this one. Pepper contemplated this and asked, what level of power did that entity possess? Happy recalled the information he had gathered and replied, it was reportedly the foremost power globally, controlling 80% of the underground forces. Chapter 55. The sole hope. Pepper paused, for as Tony Stark's secretary and the head of a weapons conglomerate, she regarded most underground factions as insignificant. Yet, the ruler of 80% of the world's underground forces was a figure worthy of attention. The very fact that such an entity could be eradicated, and not by official military forces, was even more astonishing. Happy, are you certain of what you're saying? If such a power exists, it could indeed contribute to the search for Tony. Happy nodded gravely, stating, Pepper, you know I am Tony's bodyguard. In our line of work, one must have an understanding of underground factions and possess intelligence to ensure we are the first to know if a bounty concerning Tony arises. The recent downfall of the high-rise and the transformation of the Continental Hotel are the most significant news in the underground world. It is said that this organization boasts a history spanning over a millennium, with branches established in various nations across the globe. Coupled with their formidable influence and intelligence, locating individuals becomes feasible, provided the other party is willing to exert effort. They are even capable of discerning which faction was responsible for the attack on Tony. However, enlisting their assistance proves to be exceedingly challenging, as the average person cannot afford the associated costs. Happy is acutely aware that it is not merely a matter of finances, but rather an insurmountable challenge in securing their aid. From what he understands, his own status may preclude him from even a face-to-face meeting. After all, he is but a bodyguard, with limited capacity to mobilize the resources of Stark Industries. Conversely, Pepper Potts, while merely a secretary, oversees responsibilities far beyond that of an ordinary secretary. Upon hearing Happy's words, Pepper Potts harbored some belief, yet remained skeptical. She needed to utilize JARVIS to gather comprehensive information about the other party. For Tony's disappearance rendered her wary of placing trust in others without due diligence. I understand, Happy, and I shall contemplate this. Happy nodded and subsequently departed from Pepper Potts' office. Once Happy had vacated, Pepper Potts wasted no time and drove directly to Tony's residence. After undergoing authentication, she entered Tony's villa and spoke to the heir, JARVIS. Please assist me in retrieving all relevant information concerning the High Table, the Continental Hotel, and the forces responsible for its downfall. Certainly, Miss Potts. Please hold on for a moment. Within mere minutes, JARVIS' voice resonated once more. The information has been sent to the computer before you. Please feel free to peruse it. Pepper Potts approached the computer, opened the folder, and began her examination. JARVIS' search was thorough, encompassing all relevant data from the dark web, and even uncovering a particular site containing partial information about the Assassin's Guild. However, due to Pepper Potts' insufficient clearance, JARVIS refrained from resorting to illegal intrusion. The information on the computer was vast, predominantly revolving around the High Table and the Continental Hotel. By reviewing this data, Pepper Potts realized that Happy had not spoken in vain and gained a deeper understanding of the formidable nature of the Assassin's Guild, which, although less documented than the High Table, was still immensely powerful. 3 days later, through meticulous analysis of the intelligence, Pepper Potts, accompanied by Happy, sought out John Wick. Mr. Wick, I wish to request an audience with the leader of the Assassin's Guild, Mr. Smith. She presented her business card. John Wick regarded the pair with some hesitation, but ultimately accepted the card. Upon seeing the introduction on the card, assistant to the chairman of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts, John Wick, who had initially been indifferent, began to regard her with newfound respect. Despite his past as an assassin, he was aware of the global reputation of this military-industrial conglomerate and understood the weight of the woman before him. May I inquire, Ms. Potts, the purpose of your desire to meet with our leader? Pepper Potts refrained from divulging her intentions outright, instead replying, I have a matter of significant importance to discuss with him. It will undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Please inform Mr. Smith. I believe that, as the secretary to the chairman of Stark Industries, I am indeed qualified to meet with Mr. Smith. Noticing the lack of an explanation from the other party, John Wick speculated whether it was related to the Dragon Balls. As for the matter of selling arms to the Assassin Alliance, he deemed it utterly impossible. I will reach out to the leader, but I cannot guarantee a meeting with you. A faint smile graced Pepper Potts' face as she spoke. Thank you, Mr. Wick. Meanwhile, Mr. Smith was at the training ground, donning a weighted suit for his exercises, while the gravity chamber he yearned for remained a mere figment of his imagination. Fox had informed him yesterday that the equipment and materials needed by Bulma were completely unavailable and could not be procured. And even what could be purchased had yet to be delivered. Such a substantial order required time. Although he had increased the weight as much as possible, it was impractical to bear several tons of steel. Fox had arranged for him to have a suit forged from osmium, the densest metal available on the market. Ding, ding, ding. While exercising, Mr. Smith noticed his phone ringing on the nearby table. He paused his workout and approached to see that it was a call from John Wick. So he answered it. John, is something the matter? Upon hearing Mr. Smith's voice, John Wick responded, Boss, Ms. Pepper Potts, the secretary of Stark Industries, wishes to see you. She said there are matters to discuss in detail. At John Wick's words, Mr. Smith blinked. Stark Industries. His mind immediately raced to the abduction of Tony. How long had he been missing? After deducing the situation, Mr. Smith said, John, please escort Ms. Pepper Potts to the headquarters to meet me. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Mr. Smith turned to his computer to search for news about Tony Stark, discovering that he had been missing for nearly 3 months, with some online sources even declaring him deceased. At the Assassin's Alliance headquarters, as the door to the meeting room swung open, John Wick entered with Pepper Potts and Happy. Boss, this lady is Ms. Pepper Potts, secretary to the chairman of Stark Industries, and this is the chairman's bodyguard, Tony Stark. This is our leader, Mr. Smith. After introducing both parties, John Wick exited the conference room to stand guard outside. Chapter 56. Abundant sincerity. Pepper Potts stepped forward and shook hands with Mr. Smith. Hello, Mr. Smith. Hello, Ms. Potts. After taking a seat, Pepper Potts began, Mr. Smith, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you, and it may require mobilizing all of your resources. Mr. Smith regarded Pepper Potts with a calm demeanor and replied, It seems this matter is indeed significant, requiring the full force of our capabilities. Pepper Potts appeared somewhat sorrowful and anxious, striving to maintain her composure as she spoke. Over 2 months ago, Tony Stark traveled to Afghanistan to deliver armaments to the local U.S. military. After the transaction was completed, while returning to the military base, he was ambushed by unidentified armed forces. No remains of Tony were found at the scene, leading to speculation that he was abducted and is currently missing. Both the military and we are deploying substantial personnel to search for him, yet there have been no results. I have heard that Mr. Smith possesses considerable influence in the underworld, and I hope you can mobilize all your resources and underground intelligence to assist us in locating Tony Stark. Perhaps, from your end, we might acquire different information or even gain easier access to the faction responsible for his abduction. Upon hearing this, Smith realized that the situation aligned with his suspicions. As for the search for Tony, it would be simpler than anticipated. Even without his assistance, Tony Stark might manage to escape on his own, thus rendering a favor without effort. Furthermore, considering the expenses of the lab construction, having someone willing to finance at this juncture was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Ms. Potts, I comprehend your needs. You have just mentioned that Mr. Tony Stark was taken by unidentified armed forces, particularly in the hostile terrain of Afghanistan. The costs associated with locating him will be exorbitant, and there will be further expenses for his rescue and protection. I am curious, how much are you willing to invest in this endeavor? Upon hearing the other party not decline, but rather discuss financial terms, Pepper Potts felt a sense of relief. She had learned from her research that this organization rarely accepted external assignments, so it was prudent to propose her offer. Should we successfully locate Tony Stark and ensure his safe return, we are prepared to pay a substantial rescue fee. Additionally, understanding the nature of your organization, Stark Industries is willing to support a shipment of weapons and even establish a channel for weapon sales with your organization. It can be said that Pepper Potts demonstrated immense sincerity. A considerable financial sum, while significant, pales in comparison to the allure of a batch of weaponry, which, although enticing, has its limits. In contrast, a sales channel is a different matter altogether. Stark Industries, on the surface, engages solely in military operations, handling large orders. A partnership could significantly bolster underground forces. If this were a high-stakes negotiation, the other party would undoubtedly be ecstatic. However, for Smith, with his recent acquisition of Bruma, he believed these matters were manageable. Nonetheless, if Tony could escape on his own, it would be of little consequence to him, akin to receiving a favor without exertion. Smith then stated directly, "In terms of financial compensation, I require equipment worth $100 million. There are certain items that I find cumbersome to procure on my own, and I would need Stark Industries to assist with the purchases." Smith was aware that obtaining specific scientific equipment and materials through the companies under the Assassin Alliance would pose challenges, as some specialized materials could not be acquired due to regulatory restrictions. Pepper Potts did not refuse the exorbitant offer made by Smith Dole. Instead, she stated, "As long as you can bring Tony Stark back alive, $100 million worth of equipment is no issue. Just send me the list of materials when the time comes." She reaffirmed her commitment to the other two conditions as well. In fact, she promised to pay $1,000 as a token of appreciation, ensuring that their efforts would not be in vain, even if they ultimately failed to locate him. It was evident that Pepper Potts had extended her utmost sincerity to motivate Smith Dole's faction to exert their full efforts. For her, securing Tony Stark alive, irrespective of the $100 million worth of scientific equipment or additional conditions, was a worthwhile endeavor. With Stark's unparalleled research capabilities, earning billions would be a trivial pursuit, and acquiring items that others found elusive would be no challenge at all. After all, this was Tony Stark, the chairman and chief scientist of Stark Industries. Seeing Pepper Potts engage without any negotiation, Smith Dole was thoroughly pleased, especially with her willingness to compensate even if they could not find Stark, which further demonstrated her sincerity. With a smile, Smith Dole extended his hand, declaring, "It's a deal." Pepper Potts rose to shake his hand, saying, "I'll entrust you with this matter. I will pay you $10 million as a deposit up front." Smith Dole, appreciating her straightforwardness, responded, "As long as Tony Stark is alive, we will extract him from that land." Hearing Smith Dole's confident words, a smile graced Pepper Potts' face. Throughout the discussion, Happy remained silent, and once the collaboration was established, he escorted Pepper Potts out of the Assassin Alliance. John Wick, unaware of the details discussed in the conference room, inquired with curiosity upon their departure. What was that about? Did they uncover the secret of the Dragon Balls? Smith Dole shook his head, replying, "Not at all. Tony Stark has gone missing, and she seeks our assistance in finding him, offering resources valued at $100 million. Relieved that it was not related to the Dragon Balls, John Wick pondered the potential chaos that such a massive arms group could cause if they were to discover their existence. He then asked with intrigue, "That playboy has vanished? I haven't been following the news in that regard lately. Boss, is there anything you need me to do?" Smith Dole patted John Wick on the shoulder, saying, "What you need to focus on right now is enhancing your physical condition. With such a physique, there is little hope of flight." John Wick, somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Boss, I'm not getting any younger, and considering the hidden injuries from previous battles, I doubt I can reach the pinnacle of human capability on my own." After contemplating Wick's words, Smith Dole instructed, "In the meantime, manage the transformation of the Continental Hotel, ensuring that those assassins do not return. As for your physical ailments, I'll have you experience a treatment pod in due course." The healing pods possessed by Frisia's forces would be vastly underutilized in treating John Wick's hidden injuries. They could undoubtedly restore him to peak physical condition. Upon learning about the surplus healing pods in the recovery room, John Wick expressed his gratitude with palpable delight. "Thank you, Leader." Chapter 57. Successful development of the miniature arc reactor. Smith Dole handed over the Falkland documents in his office and stated, "Here is the contact information for Pepper Potts, the secretary to the chairman of Stark Industries. Prepare to compile a list of hard-to-acquire equipment and materials from Bulma's procurement list, valued at $100 million, to present to her." Fox inquired with confusion, "Are we utilizing her channels for purchasing?" Smith shook his head. "No, She has requested my assistance in rescuing someone. And one condition is this $100 million worth of equipment and materials. Upon hearing this sum, Fox was momentarily taken aback. The Assassin's Guild had never lacked funds, having provided her with several $1 million over the years. However, 100 million was no trifling amount. Who could possibly be worth such a fortune? Smith-Dahl replied slowly. Tony Stark. Realization dawned on Fox as she exclaimed, he is indeed worth 100 million, but has that guy gotten himself into trouble? Noticing Fox's lack of concern for Stark's disappearance, Smith smiled and said, he was kidnapped in Afghanistan. Additionally, Stark Industries stock is expected to decline in the near future. Without causing any disturbance, you should liquidate the Assassin's Guild's cash reserves to short Stark Industries. Bulma's research laboratory incurs significant expenses, and we need to generate some external cash for equipment procurement. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity with Stark Industries' fluctuating valuation. Fox, somewhat perplexed, asked, if we are to rescue him, why would the valuation drop? Smith did not provide an explanation, but instead instructed, follow my directives. I will inform you when to short and when to buy. Fox nodded in agreement, albeit still confused, and complied with the orders. Should we arrange for personnel to assist with the rescue of Tony Stark? There are very few station personnel there, so they may not be of much help. Smith-Dahl shook his head. Even deploying a large number of personnel may not yield effective results in rescuing Tony. Otherwise, the military wouldn't have struggled to locate him, relying solely on Tony's ability to escape. However, he possesses a combat power detector, so we will search the desert when the time comes. Moreover, this is a matter of favor. It is more appropriate for me to take the lead. The situation there is quite complex, and I will personally undertake the rescue of Tony Stark. The price they have set is worth my journey. Fox raised no further objections, reassured by Smith-Dahl's capabilities. The following day, Smith-Dahl arrived in Afghanistan. As he stepped out of the airport, he immediately sensed the hurried demeanor of the passers-by and the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. In this war-torn nation, the Assassins' Alliance, though possessing some influence, serves primarily as a mere gathering point. Boarding a vehicle arranged by the Alliance, Smith-Dahl made his way to the location where Tony had been attacked. Meanwhile, in a concealed cave within the Afghan desert, Tony Stark had just developed a miniature arc reactor to replace the cumbersome battery he had been carrying, which was so unwieldy that he had to cradle it even when using the restroom. Ethan, observing the creation, inquired, this doesn't resemble the Jericho missile? Without lifting his gaze from the reactor, Tony replied, that's because it is a micro-arc reactor. I have a larger one at home that powers the factory. It should be sufficient to absorb shrapnel. Curious, Ethan asked, what is its power output? Tony responded, if my calculations are correct, it should be approximately 3 billion joules per second. Hearing this, Ethan looked at Tony and remarked, that's enough to keep your heart functioning for several millennia. Tony confirmed, indeed, sufficient to power large appliances for 15 minutes. He then produced a blueprint, stating, this is our means of escape. Ethan picked up the blueprint, puzzled, and asked, what is this? Tony repositioned the blueprint for clarity, revealing the design of a suit of armor. Ethan gasped, goodness, this is remarkable. In that moment, Ethan could not help but marvel at Tony Stark's talent. It was extraordinary to conceive such powerful equipment in the face of dire circumstances. A military armored vehicle sped through the terrain, kicking up clouds of dust as it swiftly arrived at its destination. Smith-Dahl, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the vehicle, opened them and stepped out. This was the highway where Tony Stark had been ambushed. Over 2 months had passed, and the state of martial law had completely lifted, leaving no useful traces in the vicinity. Smith-Dahl instructed the driver, you may return. If I require the vehicle, I will notify you via satellite phone. The driver nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Chief. As the armored vehicle departed, Smith-Dahl surveyed the desert flanking the road and activated his combat power detector, selecting a direction to venture into. Upon entering the desert and confirming that no one else was present, Smith-Dahl utilized a low-altitude flight technique, employing the life detection capabilities of his combat power detector to locate the cave where Tony was imprisoned. His flight speed was deliberately slow, ensuring he would not attract attention in this desolate area. Should anyone spot him, eliminating them would constitute a perfect stealth operation. In the depths of this war-ravaged desert, no good souls existed. Inside the cave, Tony gradually sat up, casting a glance at the reactor on his chest. He had finally escaped the embarrassing predicament of needing to carry a battery even to the restroom. Ethan, thank you for replacing the arc reactor for me. Otherwise, I would have been utterly unable to accomplish such a task alone in this place. As Tony Stark extended his hand, Ethan met it with his own. After all, you are our beacon of hope for escape. How could I not assist you? Tony smiled, a rare expression amidst his captivity, marking the first smile he had shown in the cave. With the reactor now in place, the forthcoming escape was imbued with hope. Once he completed the suit, he could take Ethan away from this place, and he would ensure that those who had kidnapped him would regret ever crossing paths with him. Dressed and ready, Tony and Ethan retrieved a board game and began to play. Clearly, even in captivity, Tony sought a balance between work and play, for the promise of life lay before them. Chapter 58. Testing the waters. After a couple of rounds, Tony Stark inquired, "You still haven't told me where you come from." Ethan picked up the dice, shaking them in his hand. "I hail from a quaint little town called Mjolnir. It is a truly beautiful place." As Tony poured himself some water, he asked, "Do you have family?" Ethan looked up at Tony Stark, his face slightly more relaxed. "Yes, after we escape. I intend to visit my family." He then posed a question in return, "Do you have family?" At this, Tony Stark fell silent. His parents had tragically passed away in a car accident when he was quite young. Remembering this, a flicker of pain crossed his face before he replied, "No." Hearing Tony's response, Ethan echoed, "No." Then, with a hint of regret, he remarked, "You possess everything, yet you have nothing." Clearly, in Ethan's eyes, family was the foundation of all that mattered. Financial wealth was merely secondary. Tony Stark regarded Ethan with a subtle smile before setting down the dice. "All right, buddy. It's time to get to work." He approached the pile of parts and began his welding task. Meanwhile, outside the holding room, a minor leader of the Ten Rings gang approached the iron door, opening a small window to check on the activities inside. Upon confirming that both were working, he nodded to his subordinates and turned to leave. In front of the surveillance monitor, another member of the Ten Rings gang, holding a photo of a Jetler missile, compared it to Tony's assembly. "It looks nothing like what's in the picture." Another member nearby explained, "Perhaps it's been re-engineered." Observing the footage, the individual with the photo remarked again, "The tail section is incorrect. It should be positioned further back." Meanwhile, Smithdale had just burst forth from a cave, wielding a powerful energy projectile that obliterated the entire cavern. "Boom!" he exclaimed, watching the dust rise from the collapse. "What a surprise, a Ten Rings outpost. Too bad it's not the place where Tony is being held. Thankfully, when Wu isn't around. Otherwise, we might have to activate the giant ape mode." Under the enhancement of tenfold power, he could achieve a formidable strength of 1890, and even with Su Wu possessing 10 rings, he dared to confront him. However, it was unlikely that he would encounter him here by chance. Subsequently, Smithdal soared into the distance, continuing to scan for any combat power manifesting in the desert, fearing only the emergence of extraordinary strength if readings exceeded 6 points. Outside the cave, several members of the Ten Rings organization were gathered around a fire, warming their hands. The leader of this faction, Zara, who was responsible for the abduction of Tony Stark, observed the surveillance footage showing Tony calibrating his leg mechanics. He lightly touched a circular device on his arm, lost in contemplation. After a while, Zara, accompanied by numerous subordinates, entered the cave where Tony was held captive. As he entered the chamber and glanced around, he spotted Tony Stark, who was cradling his head in his hands, and spoke in a calm manner, "Do not be alarmed." Upon hearing his words, Tony and Ethan gradually lowered their hands from their heads. Zara approached Tony Stark, gently parting the fabric of his shirt to touch the miniature arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. To his surprise, the life-sustaining battery had been replaced during this time, an impressive feat of engineering. He could not help but exclaim. Once, bows and arrows were at the pinnacle of weaponry. Not sensing anything amiss, Zara turned to the components Tony had manufactured and continued. Genghis Khan wielded such weapons to sweep across the Eurasian continent, reigning supreme. His territory far surpassed that of Alexander the Great, expanding to 4 times that of the Roman Empire. As he spoke, he approached the workbench, picked up the blueprints on the table, and remarked, "But today, only those who possess Stark's most advanced weaponry can hope to dominate the world." Seeing Zara lift the blueprints, Tony's expression shifted to one of alarm, recognizing them as the schematics of his armor. Ethan, noticing Tony's distress, quickly gestured for him to remain calm, reminding him that even his own skills were insufficient to discern the details on the blueprints, and that this individual posed no hope whatsoever. Zara glanced at the blueprints but failed to comprehend their significance, mistaking them for designs of a missile, and set them aside. Although he did not know whether they depicted the Jericho missile, he had his own methods of probing. Turning to Tony, he declared, "The one destined to rule the world will be me. Why do you choose to disappoint me?" Ethan, witnessing the unfolding tension, quickly interjected, "We are working diligently, with great effort." Upon hearing Ethan's words, Zara turned to face him, stating sternly, "Is this how you repay my mercy?" Ethan looked at him and extended his hands, explaining, "It is quite complex. He has exerted considerable effort." Zara commanded his subordinates, "Make him kneel." Instantly, 2 members stepped forward to force Ethan down, compelling him to kneel before Zara. Tony Stark clenched his fists in frustration, rendered powerless, and averted his gaze to the components on the table. Zara turned away, grasping a piece of burning coal with the tongs, and spoke, "Do you think I am a fool? I will figure this out." Ethan appeared somewhat anxious and immediately began to explain, "We are all striving to work for you." Zara, holding the glowing coal with the tongs, cruelly commanded, "Open your mouth." Tony Stark, witnessing the scene, expressed his confusion. What do they intend to do? Yet, no one paid heed to Tony Stark's inquiry. At that moment, Zara pressed one hand against Ethan's head and stated flatly, "Do you think I am an idiot? What is he doing? Speak the truth." As he spoke, he brought the tongs holding the coal closer to Ethan's face. Realizing the dire situation, Ethan understood that honesty could lead to his demise. He firmly declared, "He is building the Jericho missile for you." Zara's eyes glinted with menace as he stared intently at Ethan's face. The coal nearing the corner of Ethan's eye. "Tell me the truth." Ethan felt the looming specter of death. Yet he had no alternative but to reiterate, "He is constructing the Jericho missile you require." Zara thundered once more, "Tell me the truth." In that instant, Ethan felt his eyelashes and eyebrows singeing, the notion of death overwhelming his thoughts. "He is building the Jericho missile you want." Observing Ethan's unwavering loyalty under such pressure, Tony Stark could no longer feign ignorance. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "What delivery date do you desire? I can manage it." At this, Zara's men, noticing Tony's advance, raised their weapons in his direction. One of the junior leaders in the front even extended his hand in a gesture of caution. "Stop." Seeing the sudden tension among them, Tony immediately halted his advance, raising his hands to signal his lack of hostility. Meeting Zara's gaze, he declared, "I need him." Then he turned to Ethan, adding, "He is valuable." Upon hearing Tony Stark's words, Zara set down the charcoal, his expression grave. "By tomorrow at the latest, complete the missile assembly." He then discarded the tongs onto the ground and instructed his men, "Keep a close watch on them." After expressing his satisfaction with the test, confident that Tony and his companions were not deceiving him, Zara departed the cave where Tony Stark was held captive. Chapter 59. Art is explosive in the cave. Tony Stark initiated the construction of his armored suit, acutely aware that time was of the essence. With each strike of the hammer against the metal, he shaped it into his desired form. Meanwhile, having dismantled 2 strongholds, Smithdale finally located a suspected site where Tony Stark was imprisoned, situated just outside a mountain ridge. At that moment, the sun had yet to rise, and the sky was only just beginning to brighten. Utilizing a combat power detector, Smithdale observed the myriad of low-tier fighters below, unperturbed. His certainty regarding this location stemmed from the abundance of Stark Industries weaponry. The previous strongholds had not possessed such ample firepower. Observing the defensive position below, Smithdale felt a twinge of concern regarding the potential consequences of his offensive actions on Tony Stark. Consequently, he summoned Paul from the system's space. "Master Smith." Paul materialized next to him. Smithdale addressed him, "Paul, I require you to employ your shape-shifting abilities to infiltrate the cave below." Deep within its recesses, there are 2 individuals, one of whom possesses a glowing, circular object on his chest, Tony Stark. Your task is to ensure his safety and prevent any threat to his life. Paul gazed down at the cavern and replied, "Very well, Master Smith. I shall safeguard the target." He then glided downward, transforming into a gecko and swiftly scaling the interior. Smith understood that to secure a favor, he must rescue Tony before the latter could escape. Otherwise, the value of that favor would diminish significantly should the adversaries emerge. If he could extricate Tony prior to any action on his part, even if Pepper Potts had to expend resources, Tony would still owe him a debt of gratitude. Smith felt confident in Paul's abilities. Even if he were to engage in combat outside, Paul would be capable of thwarting any attempts to use Tony as a hostage, allowing Smith the necessary time to effect a rescue. With the combat power detection device locked onto Paul, Smith recognized it was time for him to act. He concentrated, conjuring an energy orb in his hand and hurled it toward the defensive position below. Boom. The moment the energy orb struck the ground, it erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The tremendous commotion instantly triggered alarms among the defenders, who shouted, "Enemy attack! Defend!" Startled awake by the alarms, Zara sprang from the tent, weapon in hand, rushing out. As the smoke dissipated, the onlookers beheld Smithdale, who raised his submachine gun and unleashed a hail of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets formed a metallic storm, converging on Smithdale. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck him, sparking as some even fell to the ground. The sight before them left the defenders momentarily stunned, halting their fire. "Since you've ceased your assault, it is my turn now," Smithdoll proclaimed, lifting his right hand as energy orbs flew toward the group, skillfully avoiding the munitions cache to prevent a catastrophic detonation. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded, sending the members of the 10 Rings flying into the air. In the blink of an eye, the casualties among the 10 Rings were staggering. Yet Smithdoll did not pause in his offensive, swiftly eliminating the remaining adversaries before him. Inside the cave, Tony Stark was nearing completion of his suit, having just one final component to assemble. However, the cacophony of explosions outside startled him, prompting him to turn to Ethan. "Ethan, what is happening outside? Is that the sound of explosions?" Ethan leaned closer to the entrance, pressing his ear against the door to listen intently. "It seems to be an enemy assault. I can hear gunfire and explosions." Tony Stark's eyes brightened with a hint of uncertainty as he inquired, "Could it be that the military has found this place?" At that moment, a lizard crawled in through a crevice, its gaze instantly locking onto Tony Stark. With a sudden thud, Poole transformed, materializing before Tony. "Tony Stark?" The sight of the speaking blue feline startled Tony, prompting him to take a step back as he exclaimed, "What on earth are you?" Even for the well-versed Tony Stark, encountering such a creature, a talking, levitating blue cat, was a first. Beside him, Ethan gaped in astonishment, stuttering, "Is it an alien? A cat from another planet?" The bizarre scene clearly left Ethan profoundly shaken. Ignoring Ethan's reaction, Poole turned to Tony Stark and stated, "I am Poole, sent by Master Smith to protect you." Ethan glanced at Tony, who appeared bewildered, unsure of who this Master Smith was, and questioning how this blue cat-like being could offer him protection against armed assailants. Could it withstand a hail of bullets? Moreover, his armor was on the verge of completion. Once assembled, it would ensure his safety, but time was of the essence. And the commotion outside suggested he might not have that luxury. Amidst the continuous explosions and cries from outside, Tony Stark hesitantly asked, "Who is Smith? Are you from the military, sent to rescue me? Is the gunfire outside because of you?" Although unfamiliar with the creature before him or Master Smith, Tony could only speculate that the military or his own company might be involved in his rescue. Perhaps this being was a secret weapon developed by the military. In response to Tony's queries, Poole clarified, "We are not military personnel. However, the chaos outside is indeed caused by Master Smith, who is currently dealing with the members of the 10 Rings." Meanwhile, within the cave, 10 Rings members monitoring the situation had noticed the commotion surrounding Tony Stark's captivity. Observing the sudden appearance of Poole, one exclaimed, "What is that thing? Someone go check on Tony and capture that strange creature." 3 10 Rings warriors stationed in the cave immediately armed themselves and rushed towards Tony's location. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Poole advised Tony, "Someone is coming. You must find a place to hide." Tony Stark and Ethan exchanged glances and swiftly sought refuge behind cover, positioning the assembled armor in front of them as a shield, while Poole floated to conceal himself above the cave entrance. Chapter 60, Rescue in no time. 3 armed warriors from the 10 Rings gang arrived at the entrance. Upon opening the door and finding no trace of Tony Stark or Ethan, they shouted, "You bastards, come out. Do you think you can hide in the shadows and be safe? And what about that cat? How did it get in here?" Tony and Ethan remained silent in their corner, heightening the guards' anxiety. The battle outside raged on, and they were oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, however, Poole leaped down from the cave's ceiling, transforming into a colossal hammer. With a thunderous crash, Poole's hammer struck the 3 men, slamming them against the wall and killing them instantly. The swiftness of the assault left them no time to react. Witnessing this scene, Tony Stark widened his eyes in astonishment, wondering what manner of being could transform in such a way. Outside the cave, Smith was quite pleased with the destruction he had wrought, particularly the success of his energy blasts against such foes, capable of dispatching multiple enemies with a single shot. Had it not been for Tony's presence inside, a single blast of his technique could have turned the area into a deep pit. All members of the 10 Rings gang outside were eradicated by Smith, leaving no survivors. One must admit, the prince's tactics were remarkably effective for clearing out minions. As the sun slowly rose, its warm rays illuminated the earth, revealing a different kind of charm. Hidden within the cave, Zara, witnessing Smith's destructive power, recalled the true leader of their organization, Su Wenwu, a chief of the 10 Rings responsible for the Middle Eastern territory. He was somewhat familiar with his leader's exploits. He resolved to return and inform Su Wenwu about this formidable man. Only their leader could contend with such a monster. With this thought, Zara touched the 10 Rings tattoo on her wrist and escaped through a concealed passage. After neutralizing the external threats, Smith stepped into the cave, which was well lit, dispelling any darkness. The remaining members of the 10 rings inside could not escape the inevitable fate that awaited them. After clearing the cave of its occupants, Smith approached the area where Tony Stark was imprisoned. The iron door creaked open, revealing 3 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing Smith, Puer swiftly flew over and hovered before him, saying, "Mr. Smith, under my protection, Tony Stark has not sustained any harm." Smith affectionately patted Puer's head and replied, "You've done well, Puer." Hearing their conversation, Tony Stark and Ethan, who had been hiding in the corner, emerged. Tony approached Smith, gazing at the unfamiliar man before him, and expressed, "Thank you for rescuing me." Smith, surprised by Tony's outstretched hand, remembering that Tony typically refrained from such gestures, smiled and shook his hand, saying, "Seeing you alive makes this mission worthwhile." Tony cast a puzzled glance behind Smith, and upon seeing no one else, he expressed his astonishment. "You single-handedly eliminated all the enemies outside?" Smith smiled and nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving this confirmation, Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. The earlier sounds of gunfire and explosions had been quite substantial. It was astonishing that one person could dispatch that group of armed assailants. Truly, it was as if Captain America had returned. Moreover, Smith bore not a speck of dust, let alone any injuries. Faced with such a remarkable outcome, Tony was profoundly shocked and couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask who sent you to rescue me?" Smith glanced at Ethan, who remained silent nearby, then turned to Tony and replied, "It was your secretary, Ms. Pepper Potts, who sought me out and requested that I bring you back." Naturally, the compensation offered was quite generous, which made my journey worthwhile. Tony was somewhat surprised to learn that it was his own secretary, Pepper Potts, who had made the connection. He realized he lacked such resources himself. As for the remuneration, Tony was utterly indifferent, considering any sum, even $1 billion, to be inconsequential. He expressed his gratitude once more. "It is only fitting that you be compensated for your efforts, but I am genuinely thankful for your willingness to save me. The military has been unable to locate me for so long. Your capabilities are undoubtedly exceptional." As he spoke, Tony gave a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Smith chuckled, recognizing that Tony had accepted the debt of gratitude for his rescue. He surveyed the various components scattered throughout the cave, noting that the prototype for the Mark I armor had yet to be assembled. He then spoke, "All the enemies here have been eliminated. You are now safe. Is there anything you need to take with you? I will escort you out shortly." Hearing that the threat had been neutralized, Tony felt a significant sense of relief, and a smile broke across his face. He thought of his designed armor and asked, "Are you certain no enemies will return?" Smith nodded and replied, "In my efforts to locate you, I even dismantled 3 nearby similar outposts. I believe there will be no enemies arriving here for the foreseeable future." With this assurance, Tony's eyes brightened. Given their temporary safety, could he assemble his armor? He then stated, "I've created something quite intriguing, originally intended for my escape. Since there are no enemies around, I shall assemble it, and we can all take a look." Smith, intrigued by Tony's intent to construct his Mark I, responded, "Very well, let me witness the ingenuity of this brilliant scientist's new invention." Seeing Smith's agreement, Tony began to assemble his mech with Ethan's assistance. Smith observed with keen interest, marveling at Tony's ability to fabricate the Mark I under such rudimentary conditions. It was clear that Tony's intellect was indeed remarkable, a testament to his curse of knowledge. One wondered, however, how he compared to Bruce, who, among them, was the more brilliant. Once all the components were assembled, Tony donned the armor and said, "Ethan, please help me secure the screws." Following Tony's instructions, Ethan diligently began fastening the buttons and tightening the screws. As the screws were nearly fastened, Tony instructed, "Ethan, please activate the power." Ethan set down his tools, turned around, and inquired, "Tell me, what should I do?" Press the function key 11 and let me know when the progress bar appears. Following Tony's directives, Ethan executed the commands and reported, "All right, it has appeared. It should commence booting now." Tony continued, "Control key, then press enter." Smithdale and Poole stood by, quietly observing the 2 men's actions. Soon, the progress bar filled completely, and Tony Stark's Mark I was officially operational. Chapter 61. A life saved again. With the successful activation of the mech, the circuits in the cave instantaneously tripped, and the overhead bulbs shattered, plunging the entire holding chamber into complete darkness. At that moment, clad in the Mark I, Tony flexed his fingers and knee joints without any issues, then proudly declared, "Gentlemen, behold the latest invention from the world's most brilliant scientist, Tony Stark." After speaking, Tony piloted the Mark I out of the cave. Though it appeared somewhat rudimentary, the colossal mech provided Ethan with an unparalleled sense of security. Smithdale, Poole, and Ethan followed behind the showboating Tony as they exited the cave. Upon gazing at the battlefield outside, strewn with dismembered corpses and severed limbs, Tony felt no discomfort. These were the scoundrels who had kidnapped him and nearly taken his life. Instead, he gained a more visceral understanding of Smithdale's prowess. Ignoring the lifeless bodies, Tony began to showcase his invention. He demonstrated the steel fists, iron legs, the missiles located in the arm, and even the equipped flamethrower. All while the battlefield was left utterly ravaged by his display. Anyone arriving thereafter would only be inclined to believe in the might of technology. Meanwhile, Smithdale watched with keen interest, and even Poole exhibited a hint of curiosity, while Ethan marveled at Tony's invention. The only drawback was that Tony had no adversary. The corpses on the ground certainly posed no threat. After showcasing the weaponry, Tony activated the flight apparatus concealed within his arm, and in an instant, he soared into the sky, exclaiming, "Did you see that? My armor can fly." Haha. Just as Tony began to revel in his triumph, the propulsion system abruptly failed, sending his body uncontrollably plummeting toward the nearby desert. Help! Swiftly, Smithdale utilized his aerial technique, soaring upwards and grasping Tony's armor before he could fall. Astonished by his savior, Tony widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Good heavens, you can fly. Who are you? Thank you for saving me once again." Witnessing this spectacle, Ethan gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is he a deity?" Upon hearing this, Paul pondered for a moment and remarked, "By your terminology, it seems that Master Smith is indeed." Upon hearing this, Ethan fell silent and subsequently sprinted towards the two. Smithdale gently placed Tony on the sandy ground, and Tony lifted the visor of his armor, awkwardly stating, "The environment here is rudimentary, and the materials are inadequate. Once I return, I shall construct a truly reliable mech." Smith smiled and replied, "I have faith in you." Encouraged by Smithdale's affirmation, Tony's smile broadened, and he declared, "Smith, I will undoubtedly extend an invitation to you for the unveiling of my new mech. I assure you, it shall not disappoint." Smith chuckled and responded, "Let us hope you do not descend from the skies again." Tony waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That was merely due to material issues. It shall not happen again." Smithdale gazed at the approaching Ethan and Paul, stating, "The armor demonstration is complete. Let us prepare for our return." He withdrew a satellite phone and contacted the Assassin Alliance's subordinates. "Arrange for a helicopter to pick me up at this coordinate." In that moment, Smithdale found himself longing for a space capsule which could carry an aircraft, allowing him to instantly transport the two back. He wondered if Bulma could develop such technology here. He hoped the materials for the space capsule were available, for even if Bulma possessed the capability, a skilled artisan cannot work without resources. Soon, a helicopter arrived above the trio, and with Smithdale's assistance, Tony, clad in his armor, boarded the helicopter. The four of them journeyed to the airport in Afghanistan. At the airport, Ethan bid farewell to everyone, expressing his intention to return to his hometown, while Tony Stark's invitation to New York was also declined. After switching to a private jet at the Afghanistan airport, Tony emerged from the armor with Paul's assistance. The aircraft was now en route to New York. In the shower, Tony wiped himself down with a towel and changed into the attire provided on the plane. Observing Smithdale, who was dining before him, Tony felt a spark of curiosity about this individual who could fly and had a formidable blue cat companion, exhibiting immense combat prowess. In Afghanistan, he could effortlessly summon helicopters and private planes. Could he possibly be a fusion of Superman and Batman? However, glancing at the jet's caliber, Tony couldn't help but jest. "Your status seems rather extraordinary, yet this private jet is somewhat inferior to mine. If the opportunity arises, I shall show you my private jet. Should you find it to your liking, I would gladly gift you one." Taking no offense to Tony's comment regarding the jet's quality, Smithdale replied, "I appreciate your kind offer. Here is the steak I prepared for you. Do indulge." As Tony began to indulge in his steak, Smithdale extracted his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he spoke, "Miss Pepper Potts, I have successfully retrieved Tony Stark. You were correct. He was indeed abducted by a group of armed assailants, but they have been eliminated. Tony is safe for now. We are currently aboard the aircraft and will arrive at New York Airport in approximately 6 hours. You may arrange for someone to pick him up upon our arrival." After a brief pause, he continued, "All right, I shall let Tony speak with you." Smithdale placed the phone on the dining table, gesturing for Tony to take the call. Tony picked up the phone and began conversing with Pepper Potts. "I'm fine. Truly unscathed. Your boss is quite formidable, you know. I've developed a rather impressive piece of technology. Those individuals were no match for me. Haha. But I appreciate your calling, Smithdale. It's a pity I didn't get the chance to make a grand entrance." Listening to Tony's playful banter reassuring Pepper, Smithdale merely raised an eyebrow, not particularly concerned. Instead, his gaze fell upon a nearby metal case, which contained the Mark I suit. The Mark I was complete. The birth of Iron Man was imminent. Soon, the conversation concluded, and Tony set the phone down, turning to Smithdoll with a grateful expression, "Thank you." Chapter 62. Short selling Stark Industries at New York Airport. Smithdoll's private plane descended gracefully onto the runway. Beside the aircraft, 6 vehicles awaited, including 2 military Humvees, 2 Rolls-Royces, a Cadillac, and an ambulance. Pepper Potts, having learned of Tony's safety, had also notified Colonel Rhodes from the military, who had halted search operations in Afghanistan to come to the airport to retrieve Tony. Fox stood alongside John Wick by one of the Rolls-Royces, awaiting Smithdoll's return, while Pepper and Happy, accompanied by a contingent of security personnel, gathered nearby. Even Colonel Rhodes was present with the team, all convening primarily to welcome Tony Stark and Smithdoll home. As the cabin door slowly opened, Tony Stark emerged, greeted by the anxious faces of those gathered. With tears glistening in her eyes, Pepper waved at Tony as medical personnel approached with a stretcher. However, Tony, having just stepped off the plane, addressed the medics. "I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for that. Please, let them be." Observing Tony Stark's composed demeanor as he walked towards her, Pepper's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. On the surface, aside from a hint of weariness, he appeared to be unscathed. As Tony reached Pepper, he remarked, "Your eyes are a bit red. Were you worried about your boss?" Pepper responded with a smile, "These are tears of joy. I despise job hunting." Tony replied, "Well then, the vacation is over." At that moment, Smithdoll, cradling Pearl, descended from the plane, taking a moment to allow Tony some space before joining the gathering. In the eyes of others, Smith was merely cradling a blue cat plush toy. Upon Smith's emergence, Pepper Potts swiftly stepped forward, expressing her gratitude. "Mr. Smith, we are truly thankful for your heroic act in rescuing Tony from the clutches of ruthless armed men. We shall arrange your promised compensation at the earliest opportunity." Unbeknownst to Tony, Pepper had already committed to various compensations on his behalf, and he refrained from inquiring further. Smith wore a smile as he replied, "Pleasure to collaborate." He was indifferent to Stark Industries' arms sales channels, particularly since Tony would soon announce a cessation of weapon production and sales, transitioning instead to procurement of research equipment and materials, allowing Tony to assist him with purchases he could not otherwise make. Given Tony's stature, he could effortlessly acquire many materials that were otherwise beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Rhodey, noticing the space beside Tony, approached and embraced him, exclaiming, "Buddy, don't ever vanish from my sight again. The Happy Jeep is far from happy." Tony Stark shrugged, conveying a sense of resignation. After Pepper concluded her gratitude towards Smith, Tony interjected, "Smith, do not forget our agreement. I will surely show you my new masterpiece." Clearly, Tony had not forgotten the incident of piloting the Mark I in front of Smith, nor the promise of gifting him a private jet. At that moment, a metal box was delivered by a transport vehicle. After instructing his subordinates to take it away, Tony bid Smith farewell and proceeded towards his Rolls-Royce, as he had numerous tasks awaiting him. As Fox observed Tony and the military personnel depart, he approached Smith and offered a hug, saying, "Welcome back home." Meanwhile, John Wick took the lead in opening the car door and settled into the driver's seat. After their embrace, Smith and Fox entered their own Rolls-Royce, with John Wick at the helm. Inside the vehicle, Fox reported, "We have currently secured a loan of Stark Industries shares valued at $500 million from other institutions. When the share price declines, we will merely need to return the corresponding number of shares. Conversely, if the price rises in the future, we will require additional funds to reacquire shares for repayment." However, with Tony Stark's normal return as the chief scientist of Stark Industries, the announcement of his return will likely cause a surge in share prices, which may lead to losses on our investment. Smith shook his head. "Do not concern yourself with a transient rebound. Sell all borrowed shares short to depress the stock price. Simultaneously, continue seeking loans from other institutions. As long as there are willing lenders, we can provide sufficient collateral and satisfy their interest. Maintain a short position on the borrowed shares." Fox appeared puzzled. "Is that truly necessary?" Smith nodded affirmatively and replied, "Disseminate the word. 500 million in shares is insufficient. I assure you, it won't be long before you comprehend the rationale behind this strategy." Fox nodded and immediately began instructing his subordinates to take action, while John Wick remained focused on driving towards the headquarters. Meanwhile, the driver, Happy, inquired, "Where are we headed?" Pepper was the first to respond. "Please take us to the hospital, Happy." However, Tony Stark interjected with a firm refusal. Pepper looked at Tony in surprise and insisted, "No, Tony, you must go to the hospital." Yet, Tony reiterated his refusal, stating, "No, when I say no, I mean no." Pepper explained, "You really need to have a checkup." To which Tony countered, "I don't need anything. I've been locked away for 3 whole months, and right now, I only want to do one thing." Mistaking Tony's words, Pepper assumed he was seeking companionship and coldly interrupted, "Stop right there." Realizing her misunderstanding, Tony clarified, "It's not what you think. I want to hold a press conference." Surprised to learn it wasn't about companionship, Pepper asked, "A press conference?" Tony turned to Happy, who was driving, and affirmed, "Yes. Happy drive." Still confused, Pepper questioned, "Why hold a press conference?" Tony did not respond to her query, but urged, "Go prepare and gather those reporters. I'm sure they'll be very interested in the news of my survival." Without further hesitation, Happy started the vehicle and drove towards the airport. Chapter 63. The Supergravity Laboratory? No problem. The Assassin Alliance. Smith returned to his headquarters and proceeded directly to the laboratory prepared for Bulma. Observing Bulma as she adjusted and assembled machinery, he greeted her, "Bulma." Upon hearing her name, Bulma halted her work, turned, and saw Smith enter. "Brother Smith," she responded. "By the way, this is the Dragon Ball radar you asked me to create. I have finished it. I made a 1-to-1 replica based on the previous model. But due to the absence of Dragon Balls here, I cannot ascertain its functionality." Admiring Bulma's efficiency, Smith took the radar from her hands. But since the Dragon Balls had recently turned to stone after a wish was granted, he could not test its effectiveness. The Dragon Balls have a 1-year time limit. They were recently used and have now turned to stone, so they are undetectable, he informed her. Understanding the situation, Bulma replied, "Then the Dragon Ball radar I made should be fine. It can be used once the Dragon Balls return to their original state." Smith carefully stored the radar and inquired, "Bulma, have you researched the healing chamber?" After a moment's thought, Bulma responded, "The technology of the healing chamber is quite advanced. Some components do not belong to my Earth. So I am unsure if replacements can be found here. Currently, I cannot replicate a second healing chamber. And some of the technology and materials here are significantly inferior to what I have access to. Many devices are simply unavailable." However, John Wick underwent a treatment that yielded remarkable results, allowing many of his long-standing injuries to heal, and he achieved an optimal physical condition. Smith found merit in Bulma's words. For she is the daughter of the world's wealthiest individual, the founder of a capsule corporation. And her exposure to technology is indeed distinct from what the Assassin Alliance has access to. Although the technology on Earth in the Marvel Universe is impressive, with many companies possessing advanced innovations, the Assassin Alliance has yet to reach these technological heights and materials. Among them, Wakanda, a nation built on vibranium, also boasts formidable technological capabilities. It appears necessary to seek a suitable opportunity to acquire some vibranium from Wakanda. Perhaps Bulma could devise some innovative applications for it. As for other technology companies, financial influence may pave the way for potential gains. Regarding John Wick's recovery, Smith was not surprised. However, he pondered how much stronger Wick might become and whether he would have the chance to comprehend the essence of Chi. With these thoughts in mind, Smith spoke. "Since replication is temporarily unfeasible, let us not focus on the treatment pod. During this time, compare the technological disparities between both sides and familiarize yourself with the available equipment and materials here. This knowledge will aid your experiments." Bulma nodded. Having already been investigating the technological advancements and material science discrepancies in this area. "Brother Smith, regarding the gravity chamber you previously mentioned, I have reviewed the local documentation, and it appears that research on this concept was proposed in the last century. Numerous locations have established supergravity laboratories, primarily utilizing centrifugal force. Given the current technology and materials here, it is feasible to construct a gravity laboratory, though it would require a significant amount of space. For training purposes, this location is unsuitable as it is too small." Smith was taken aback by Bulma's revelation about the existence of supergravity laboratories in the last century. Upon reflection, he recalled that even anti-gravity technology was touched upon by Howard Stark, Tony's father, back in that era. Bulma's insights prompted Smith to realize he needed a larger domain for their base and to invest more resources. "Bulma, your suggestion is quite sound. I will instruct Fox to purchase land to construct a more expansive base." Bulma nodded, unfazed by these developments, and her eyes sparkled as she spoke. "Brother Smith, I wish to explore the outside world and discover how it differs from our own." Her curiosity about this unfamiliar world was palpable, though her recent busyness had prevented her from venturing beyond the Assassin Alliance. Upon hearing Bulma's request, Smith contemplated for a moment before responding, "If I find some free time, I can accompany you for a stroll. Alternatively, I could have Poole, Fox, or John take you out for a tour. However, you have quite a few responsibilities here, so you may not be able to travel far." Thrilled at the prospect of an outing, Bulma joyfully clutched Smith's arm and exclaimed, "That's wonderful, Brother Smith. I don't need to go too far, just getting to know the nearby area would suffice." Bulma was filled with curiosity about this planet. She found it quite astonishing that a single celestial body could give rise to 193 nations. In her homeland, there existed only one nation ruling the globe, with the world divided into 43 regions. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was seated in a Rolls-Royce, en route to the press conference, when he inquired with mild curiosity, "Pepper, what did you promise Smithdale when you engaged him?" Pepper Potts turned to Tony and replied, "I agreed to procure scientific equipment and materials worth $100 million for them. Here's the list they sent." As she spoke, Pepper retrieved a tablet and handed it to Tony after opening the document from Fox. Tony glanced at the items briefly. They seemed trivial and unworthy of significant concern. They were straightforward tasks that needed to be completed promptly. Pepper nodded and continued, "In addition, I also pledged to provide them with a batch of weapons and facilitate access to Stark Industries weaponry." Hearing this, Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. The involvement of weaponry was unexpected. While providing a batch of weapons was one matter, the procurement channels were another entirely, especially concerning Stark Industries' larger items, which were prohibited from foreign sale. "Who exactly is Smithdale?" Tony asked. Pepper Potts paused for a moment before divulging all the information she had about Smithdale, informing Tony that she had searched for his details using JARVIS, and there were files on his computer in his villa. Tony was astonished. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. He now understood why Pepper was offering both weapons and access. Smithdale's status necessitated such provisions. However, he realized that his plans would have to be adjusted, and he would have to apologize to Smithdale. It seemed Pepper would have to breach their agreement. Nevertheless, reflecting on his commitment to Smithdale, Tony contemplated compensating him during their meeting, perhaps by altering the final contract to suggest that Stark Industries could procure various scientific equipment and materials, which might pique Smithdale's interest. Chapter 64. Immediate closure. After a brief conversation, they soon arrived at the venue of the press conference. Amidst the cheers and applause, Obadiah Stane approached as soon as the car came to a halt, opening the door and exclaiming, "Look, Tony's here." As Tony stepped out, Obadiah greeted him with an embrace, softly calling his name. Following the hug, Obadiah released Tony, his face lit with a smile as he patted Tony's shoulders, saying, "I thought I might have to visit you in the hospital." Tony Stark turned to glance at Pepper in the car, assuring, No, I'm fine." Meanwhile, Obadiah continued to pat Tony's shoulders, saying, "Let me take a look at you." Tony Stark responded, "Let us head to the press conference first." Obadiah nodded and spoke, "Follow me." Upon arriving at the press conference, Tony and Obadiah waved, with Obadiah enthusiastically exclaiming, "Hello, everyone. Welcome." Meanwhile, Pepper Potts stood at the periphery, smiling contentedly as she watched Tony Stark approach. Suddenly, a man standing nearby spoke up, "Ms. Potts." Hearing the voice, Pepper turned to the speaker and replied, "That's me." Phil Coulson looked at Pepper and said, "May I have a word with you?" Pepper declined, "I'm not participating. If you have questions, the conference is about to start." Phil glanced at Tony Stark before turning back to Pepper, stating, "I'm not a journalist. I'm Agent Phil Coulson, with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." After introducing himself, Coulson handed Pepper his business card. Looking at the card, Pepper remarked, "That's quite a mouthful," before accepting it. Coulson, seeing she took the card, replied, "I know, we're working to resolve it." Pepper tucked the card away and added, "The Department of Defense, the FBI, and the CIA have all contacted us." Coulson responded, "We are an independent agency with a more focused mandate. We would like Mr. Stark to describe in detail the rescue process involving the Smithdale incident." Pepper's expression shifted, her smile fading as she coldly replied, "I will arrange a meeting with Mr. Stark." Coulson smiled, "Thank you." At that moment, Obadiah stood at the podium, unsure of what to say, while Tony Stark, seated below the podium, called out, "Hi, everyone. Could you please take a seat?" Tony gestured for everyone to sit down and continued, "Could you all sit? This way you can see me, and I can be more relaxed." As numerous reporters and media personnel crouched or sat on the floor, Obadiah descended from the podium and took a seat beside Tony Stark. Just then Rhodes, who had just arrived at the press conference, squatted next to Pepper and curiously asked, "What is he trying to do?" Pepper turned to him and, still watching Tony, replied, "Don't look at me. I have no idea what he's up to." At the podium, Tony turned to Obadiah and said, "It's great to see you." Unbeknownst to Tony, the mastermind behind the attack was Obadiah himself. In Tony's eyes, being alive and reuniting with his loved ones was a cause for joy, viewing Obadiah as an uncle. Obadiah placed a hand on Tony's shoulder and smiled. "I feel the same way." Tony gazed at him and slowly said, "I never got to see my father one last time." Subsequently, addressing the reporters with a grave tone, he remarked, "I never had the opportunity to bid farewell to my father. I have a question I wish to pose to him. I want to inquire about his thoughts on the production of armaments. Has he ever experienced any internal conflict or wavering? Or is he, as the media portrays, simply a hardliner? I have witnessed young American compatriots being slain precisely beneath the weapons I intended to create for their protection. I have also discovered that this system operates with a sense of irresponsible complacency, of which I have become an unwitting part." As Tony Stark concluded his statement, a reporter suddenly raised his hand and said, "Mr. Stark." Upon noticing the reporter, Tony replied, "Please, go ahead, Ben." The reporter, identified as Ben, inquired, "What exactly transpired there?" Upon hearing Ben's question, Tony Stark stood up and declared, "I have had a profound awakening. I recognize that my role in this world is to contribute positively rather than manufacture explosive weapons. Thus, I have decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries, effective immediately." With Tony's proclamation, the room erupted in uproar. Pepper Potts stood astonished, her mouth agape, while Obadiah rose in alarm, rushing to support Tony. Tony continued, "Until I determine the new direction for the company, I suspect today's newspaper will sell like hotcakes. I will seek a path that aligns with what I deem appropriate and in the best interests of our nation." At this moment, Rhodey, with a serious demeanor, regarded Tony Stark gravely, aware that once Stark Industries ceased its weapons development, their standing with the military would plummet. After Tony finished speaking, he stepped down from the podium. Yet Obadiah immediately took to the microphone to clarify, "What we should focus on is that Tony has returned, and he is healthier than ever. We will further discuss this matter and will promptly inform everyone of our final conclusions." Elsewhere, Smithdale, just returning from the laboratory to his office, was met with Fox rushing in, exclaiming loudly, "Smith, it's urgent." Smith paused, puzzled. "What's urgent?" Fox replied hastily, "Tony has announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately." His announcement was too swift. Many of our ongoing contracts have now evaporated with this news. We only secured 2 agreements that were previously negotiated, and even one securities firm reneged just before signing. If it had been delayed by 3 days, we could have finalized several billion in stocks. Some media outlets even suggested that Tony might have suffered a concussion during his disappearance. Understanding Fox's concerns, Smith acknowledged the situation, although they could not secure additional firms. He inquired, "How many shares have we borrowed so far?" Chapter 65. The Hand Association. Fox reported, 800 million, along with the previous 500 million. "We have borrowed shares valued at 800 million before the market decline." Initially, when news of Tony's return and the press conference broke, Stark Industries shares experienced a surge, but now they have plummeted. However, due to Obadiah's remarks, numerous institutions and individuals remain in a state of contemplation, believing that this directive will neither pass the board nor be executed. Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith pondered for a moment before declaring, "Since there are those who are optimistic and those who are hesitant, we must swiftly liquidate all our Stark shares to further depress the stock price. Once he has divested his holdings, he will simultaneously engage in acquisitions while selling at lower prices, continuously shorting the stock. After a certain period, I will inform you to fully seize the opportunity and acquire shares of Stark Industries." Fox nodded in agreement, stating, "I have already instructed my subordinates to liquidate the shares. However, the overall market is declining, and this will require some time." Smith understood that this was an unavoidable circumstance and shifted the conversation to another matter. "Fox, I need you to assist me in locating a substantial piece of land to acquire as our new base and headquarters. The current location is too small. Bulma needs adequate space to construct the gravity chamber for me." After a moment of contemplation, Fox replied, "I will have someone search for suitable land. However, our current cash reserves are tied up in the stock market, and any purchases or construction will have to wait until this phase concludes. We require new revenue streams. Although the Assassins Guild possesses some ventures, their operational capacity is lacking. Regarding the destruction of the high-stakes table, we have only acquired a portion of cash assets. And with the transition of the Continental Hotel into branches and outposts, we have invested most of our funds outward." Reflecting on Fox's words, Smith also began to contemplate. Although the Assassins Guild is not entirely devoid of funds, this is only a relative assessment. With the emergence of needs such as laboratories, gravity chambers, and bases, the lack of funds becomes glaringly apparent, particularly for the laboratory, which is exceptionally financially demanding before it starts generating profit, and the items he requires are not inexpensive. Currently, the Guild's most valuable assets are primarily real estate, followed by antiques and jewelry, which have been passed down through a long history. As for the enterprises under its umbrella, they are few and far between. The textile factory continues to operate due to historical reasons, but yields minimal profit. Presently, the only truly valuable asset the Assassin's Guild possesses is a wax bath, which could serve as a promising revenue source, leveraging the former Continental Hotel's territory for rapid global promotion. The profit model could adopt an admission fee system targeting high-income groups. However, this project will require a considerable amount of time to become profitable. Another potential avenue for income is training other institutions in firearms combat. Although Smith does not entertain this notion, after careful consideration, Smith conceived a brilliant idea. He recalled that in the original narrative, Bulma had repaired a damaged combat power detector. If he were to hand over his own combat power detector to Bulma, could she replicate it? It need not be as sophisticated as the one he currently possesses. Even a rudimentary version would suffice. In due time, he could market the basic combat power detector as a superlative device, which should yield significant funds and resources. To his knowledge, SHIELD and numerous institutions and agencies would likely harbor considerable interest in such a contraption, allowing for a lucrative sale. After a brief silence, Smithdale spoke up. I have 2 promising ideas for new profit-generating projects. He then produced a combat power detector and continued, Fox, please take this to Bulma and ask her to focus on researching the combat power detector during this period. We can streamline some features to create a simplified version. This will be our next profitable venture. Upon seeing what Smithdale had brought forth, Fox's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, That's fantastic. I have long desired a combat power detector. I'll take it to Bulma right away. Honestly, I've never encountered anyone as intelligent as she is. At just 16, she surpasses even Tony Stark at that age. Smithdale chuckled, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, a meeting convened at the headquarters of the Hand Union, initiated by Lady Gao. The 5 fingers of the hand, Alexandra, Lady Gao, the Gambler, Soanda, and Murakami, had all gathered. They were elders of Kunlun, but had been expelled for extending their lives using dragon bone fossils. The Gambler turned to Lady Gao and inquired, what pressing matter could warrant the assembly of the 5 of us? Lady Gao regarded the group and replied, Recently, I collaborated with Jean Bing in New York and arranged for the Rand Corporation to transport some high-purity flour. The others seemed indifferent, aware that it could not be such a trivial matter. Could it be that the Rand Corporation's building was suitable for underground excavation? Lady Gao continued. From my dealings with Jean Bing, I learned an intriguing piece of news. One of our old adversaries, the Assassin Alliance, has recently dismantled the High Table and regained some of their former glory. Murakami furrowed his brow and remarked, Even if the Assassin Alliance has dismantled the High Table, it hardly seems significant enough to gather us together. To my knowledge, they now only have 3 members left of their bloodline, making it difficult for them to compete with us. Lady Gao smiled and said, Do not rush to conclusions. If that were all, it would certainly not justify convening us. Upon hearing this, the group turned their attention to her. Lady Gao continued, As I delved deeper into the conflict between the Assassin Alliance and the High Table, I discovered something intriguing, 7 Dragon Balls. At the mention of this term, the group gasped in astonishment. What? How could that be possible? Having emerged from Kunlun, they understood the significance of the Dragon Balls all too well. Throughout the countless years since their exile from Kunlun, they had acquired numerous Dragon Bones. Yet they had never encountered a Dragon Ball. The essence of the dragon resided within these orbs, and even when a dragon perished in Kunlun, its legacy was preserved to enhance the strength of wandering dragons. As former elders, they had never laid eyes on such an artifact. Its purpose extended far beyond merely prolonging life. Acquiring these Dragon Balls would significantly augment their collective prowess. The notion of 7, each one potentially granting power to each of them, was nothing short of extraordinary. If they truly succeed, their enhanced strength would enable them to effortlessly overpower the true pure faction led by the Elder. Alexandra, breathing somewhat hurriedly, inquired, Are you certain this is genuine? Chapter 66. The drive to devour wolves and tigers. Lady Gao turned her gaze toward Alexandra and spoke. Do I have any reason to deceive you all? The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that given their rapport with Lady Gao, there was indeed no necessity for her to mislead them, and this matter warranted a 5-person conference. Lady Gao continued, From the intelligence I have gathered, the matter concerning the Dragon Balls primarily involves John Wick, the previously registered assassin known as Night Demon from the Continental Hotel, as well as the new leader of the Assassin's Guild, Smithdale. Upon hearing that the Assassin's Guild had acquired a new leader, the assembly expressed surprise. They had believed that once the guild adopted a council of elders over a decade ago, they would align with their interests. Yet it seemed they had once again appointed a leader. According to the information I have received, John Wick possessed 2 Dragon Balls, has since joined the Assassin's Guild, and has gained their protection. Moreover, he is the catalyst for the conflict between the Guild and the High Table. As she spoke, Lady Gao produced a photograph and placed it before the assembly, introducing it. This is a picture of John Wick's deceased wife, Helen, who has been gone for several months. This photograph was taken just a few days ago. By the way, his wife succumbed to cancer. I also possess her hospital treatment records and death certificate. The assembly examined the photograph, which depicted the exterior of John Wick's residence, evidently captured when he brought his wife home to retrieve belongings shortly after her resurrection. At this juncture, Soanda interjected, given that he has revived someone, it undoubtedly relates to the Dragon Balls. However, it remains uncertain whether he acquired the Dragon Bones alongside them. We can only speculate on how many were expended in her revival. If it were indeed the Dragon Balls that were consumed, that would be most regrettable, the gambler remarked. Now that we have confirmed this, let us not squander any more time. We must proceed to New York and retrieve the Dragon Balls. Seeing the unified determination among the group, Lady Gao declared, this time, we shall claim the Dragon Balls of the Assassin's Guild. And we must not overlook the Dragon Bones beneath that building. I hope that all of you will collaborate sincerely and bring your elite subordinates along to New York. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, King Gene of Hell's Kitchen sat in his office, his expression grim, with his subordinate, Bullseye, standing beside him. Following the downfall of the High Table, various factions were left leaderless, and he had intended to seize this opportunity to expand his influence across New York, using it as a springboard to become the king of the underground in America. To that end, he had even made contact with the Hand, intending to leverage their power to pave the way into the market. However, he had just received news that a significant number of elite members from the Hand had entered New York. As one predator departed, another arrived. To understand, the Hand Association is an organization founded in the 16th century. It has been said that for over 5 centuries, the leadership has remained unchanged. One wonders whether the new leader has inherited the title of their predecessor or if, in fact, the former is true. If it is the latter, it would be an unfathomable existence. After some contemplation, Gene decided to discreetly leak the information regarding the Hand Association's substantial influx into New York to the Assassin Alliance. Should the 2 factions engage in conflict, there would be room for his survival. Otherwise, should the members of the Hand Association arrive, his situation would become perilous. The target, with utmost respect, responded. Gene instructed, notify the Assassin Alliance of the Hand Association's significant entry into New York discreetly. Do not use your own handwriting. Print it from the computer and deliver it to the castle using your throwing knives. Acknowledging Jin's command, the target replied, understood, leader. At that moment, upon learning that Obadiah was at the company building with Tony Stark, he rushed over. After confirming with Happy that Tony was in the adjacent exhibition hall by the massive arc reactor, he entered with a swipe of his card. Obadiah, cigar in mouth, glanced at the colossal reactor and remarked to Tony, look at the mess you've created. Tony, seemingly unfazed, replied, I suppose I have become the target of public scrutiny. Haven't I? Obadiah removed the cigar from his mouth, approached Tony, and countered, if you are the target, what does that make me? How much do you expect the stock price to drop tomorrow? Tony placed his suit jacket on a nearby railing and said, optimistically, I would estimate about 40%. Standing beside Tony, Obadiah added, that is the minimum. Remember, we are arms manufacturers, he continued. Before Obadiah could finish, Tony interjected, Obadiah, I simply do not wish to profit from death. Before Tony could elaborate, Obadiah rebutted, but that is our traditional trade. We are arms dealers. Tony looked at Obadiah and asserted, this company is mine. I hold the decision-making power. Disregarding Tony's retort, Obadiah continued, everything we do is to maintain order in the world. Tony reiterated, what I witnessed was far from that. We have not done enough. There is room for improvement. We must pursue other endeavors. Listening to Tony, Obadiah inquired, such as what? Shall we delve into making baby bottles? With a serious demeanor, Tony responded, I believe the arc reactor technology is worth considering. Obadiah, dismissive, scoffed, the arc reactor? That is merely for show. Tony, do not jest. The purpose of creating this was to silence the critics. It was nothing but a marketing gimmick back when we went public. Tony gazed at the reactor and asserted, it is not a gimmick. It possesses intrinsic value. Obadiah chuckled, remarking, indeed, it can merely serve as a whimsical scientific endeavor. We were aware from the outset that we would not recoup our investment. The arc reactor technology. It holds no promise for a viable future, does it? Tony lifted his gaze towards the reactor and responded, that's merely your opinion. Obadiah interjected from behind. Am I mistaken? This technology has seen no breakthroughs for nearly 30 years, has it? Tony then turned to face Obadiah, a proud smile adorning his face, and replied, "That is what they claim. Can you make your poker face any more displeasing? Pray tell, who is it that uttered such words?" Obadiah cast a glance at Tony and insisted, "That's irrelevant. Show me the breakthrough." Tony, intrigued, asked, "Rod or pepper?" Obadiah challenged him, "Let me see this so-called breakthrough." Tony continued, "All right, that's what Rod mentioned." He unfastened the buttons of his shirt, revealing the arc reactor upon his chest. "What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Upon seeing the arc reactor, Obadiah's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile instantly gracing his face as he moved closer to assist Tony with his buttons. He then said, "You truly have something remarkable. Listen to me, Tony. We are a team, do you understand? As long as we work together, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Just as your father and I did in the past." At this moment, Tony spoke, "All right, I apologize for not informing you sooner. But if I had disclosed it beforehand." Obadiah, embracing Tony, laughed. "Tony, we cannot proceed with actions before words anymore. Do you grasp my meaning?" Tony glanced at the reactor and replied, "This is my father's principle." Obadiah patted Tony's shoulder and said, "Allow me to handle this matter. We are about to embark on a complete transformation. We shall become the center of attention, and you must promise me to remain discreet." With a smile, Tony picked up his clothing and exited the arc reactor hall. Chapter 67. A whisper of warning in the training room of the Assassin's Guild. Smith was clad in a weighted suit, engaged in rigorous exercise, swiftly throwing punches and kicks, and performing one-fingered push-ups while occasionally launching energy blasts at a moving target. Haha, boom. As he observed the shattered target, not a bead of sweat graced Smith's brow. The training environment was simply too weak. He needed the gravity chamber to increase the challenge, for this exercise could only be deemed a warm-up. At that moment, the door to the training room swung open, and Fox entered, his eyes filled with envy as he beheld the broken target. "Smith, there's a letter here that you need to see." In a flash, Smith appeared before Fox, his speed so remarkable that Fox barely perceived his movement, only feeling a gust of wind rush by. "Who sent the letter?" As he spoke, Smith took the letter from Fox's hand and tore it open. Fox then remarked, "There is no sender. This letter was shot into the castle with a throwing knife, the force of which was considerable, as it embedded itself into the pillar." Smith was somewhat taken aback by the nature of the letter he had received. It was rather intriguing. As he scrutinized the text, he furrowed his brow, noting that it was not handwritten but printed. The content was unexpectedly revealing, informing him that the Hand Association was poised to make a significant incursion into New York. Reflecting on the information within the letter, Smith recalled details about the Hand Association. It was led by 5 leaders: Alexandra, Lady Gao, the Gambler, Soanda, and Murakami, each of whom was an elder of Kunlun but had been expelled. The Hand Association had been established for 5 centuries, sustaining its existence through dragon bones for resurrection and longevity. This organization maintained a hostile relationship with the Pure League and the Assassin's Guild, engaging in a back-and-forth conflict. However, with Sloane's ascension, hostilities were temporarily suspended, and although there had been minor skirmishes in the 18 years following Sloane's death, no large-scale wars had erupted. As for their reason for coming to New York, the original narrative suggested that Lady Gao operated a flour factory in Hell's Kitchen, alongside the Rand Group's abandoned building in the same area, which concealed dragon bones beneath its foundation. Considering their early arrival, one could speculate that it might be for reasons beyond just the dragon bones. Smith pondered a possibility: the Dragon Pearl. Given the bounty on Kimura and John Wick's notoriety, the Dragon Pearl had garnered significant fame in the underworld, with a price tag of $2 million, attracting considerable interest. The Hand Association might have expedited their arrival due to the prospect of the Dragon Pearl, albeit this particular Dragon Pearl was unlike any other. Nevertheless, dragon bones were indeed a valuable asset, whether for resurrection or prolonging life, and while Smith himself was unconcerned with mortality, it would serve as a commendable reward and assurance for his underlings. In New York, the most renowned practitioner of the flying knife was likely the marksman under Kingpin. Having deduced all of this, Smith spoke. "Our old adversaries, the Hand Association, are coming to New York. This time, we shall ensure they come and do not return. Inform the higher-ups to convene a meeting, expanding the participants to 3. You, Wesley, and John Wick are to attend." Fox nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall notify everyone at once." Meanwhile, atop Fisk Tower, Kingpin stood before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the dazzling lights of Hell's Kitchen. Each nightfall solidified his reign over this domain. By day, he feigned allegiance to the government, and by night, he commanded the loyalty of all to him, Kingpin. At that moment, a thought resonated in his mind. Neither the High Table nor the Hand Association could compel his submission. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Kingpin called out, "Enter." The door swung open, and the marksman stepped inside, stating, "I have delivered the letter to the Assassin's Guild headquarters. They are now aware of the Hand Association's impending invasion of New York. Would you like me to masquerade as a ninja from the Hand Association and eliminate a few of their members, framing them in the process? I am quite skilled with shurikens." Evidently, Bullseye is an individual who refuses to remain in obscurity, harboring a keen interest in instigating the conflict between two formidable factions. Kingpin turned around, gripping a scepter in his hand, and coldly stated, "Bullseye, do not complicate matters for me. In this affair, I require absolute discretion. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the Assassin's Guild and the Hand have a long-standing enmity. Simply informing them of the Hand's impending arrival will incite a confrontation. It is crucial to remember that the Assassin's Guild is headquartered in New York. Our objective is to preserve ourselves amidst their struggle and observe their conflict unfold." Upon hearing Kingpin's directive, Bullseye suppressed his inner restlessness and replied, "Yes, I shall not interfere in their clash. However, there is an individual who has been persistently troubling us. I will see if I can seize the opportunity to eliminate him." Observing Bullseye's eagerness to take action, Kingpin refrained from outright refusal, acknowledging the nuisance posed by the emerging daredevil. Although the latter never resorts to murder, he has disrupted numerous transactions. Go and investigate. That individual's constant interference in our dealings is untenable. With Kingpin's consent, Bullseye smiled and remarked, "I am not like him. I will show no mercy." After speaking, Bullseye took his leave, firmly closing the office door behind him. At that moment, a new thought emerged in Kingpin's mind. Should the Hand and the Assassin's Guild refrain from engaging in conflict? This so-called daredevil might serve as an excellent catalyst for breaking the ice. Yet, it remains uncertain who would ultimately prevail, Daredevil or the Night Demon. Meanwhile, on the conference table lay a mobile phone, which illuminated with an incoming call from Madame Gao. Kingpin answered, "Yes, indeed. I have gathered all intelligence regarding John Wick and the Dragon Ball, as well as information on Smith's organization, albeit from the time before the fall of the High Table. Yes, I will send this information to you shortly. Recently, there have been no significant events in New York, and the Assassin's Guild has not made any substantial moves. They are likely still digesting the spoils from the High Table's downfall. Certainly, some matters require face-to-face discussion. Very well, I shall pay you a visit upon your arrival." Chapter 68, The Wax Bath Promotion, Assassin's Guild. At this moment, the assembly gathered in the conference room, and Smith spoke. "Tonight, a letter was delivered to our headquarters, explicitly stating that the Hand intends to make a significant incursion into New York. I believe the contents of this letter, and it can be easily verified for authenticity." Pausing briefly to gauge the reactions of those present, Smith continued. Upon hearing of the Hand's plans to establish a stronghold in New York, the atmosphere grew serious. Cross spoke up, "The Hand is a nefarious organization and has been one of our targets. If they dare to encroach upon our territory, let them come and never return." Mr. added, "Having recently dismantled the High Table, they may presume we have suffered considerable losses, which emboldens them to make such a bold move into New York. However, what could be the true purpose behind their actions?" Upon hearing the analysis, the crowd began to speculate about the intentions of the Hand Association. At this moment, Smith interjected, expressing his suspicion that their adversaries were after the Dragon Balls. Wesley, puzzled, inquired, "Dragon Balls? Haven't they all flown away?" The group had witnessed the swift disappearance of the Dragon Balls, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving them without a clue as to how to pursue them. They had previously questioned John Wick about his method of collecting so many Dragon Balls, to which he had candidly revealed that it was through the guidance of the leader. Fox then remarked, "They are likely unaware that the Dragon Balls have already departed, especially since the fact that John Wick possesses 2 of them is common knowledge among the majority of assassins worldwide." At this revelation, the group collectively understood. Indeed, the matter had been publicized in the bounty announcement at the Continental Hotel, and a worldwide manhunt had been issued for all assassins. Smith then stated, "When I succeeded to my position, you all provided me with a list from which to select a target for assessment. I declared that none would be spared. Now that the Russian mob and the High Table have been dealt with, the next target is the Hand Association, which has conveniently presented itself." Upon hearing Smith's declaration, the group fell silent, refraining from voicing any opinions. He continued, "What are your thoughts regarding the Hand Association?" The gunsmith expressed his perspective, stating, "To strike a serpent, one must aim for its head. To dismantle the Hand Association, we primarily need to eliminate its 5 fingers. Once the leaderless, the rest will be a mere rabble, easily dispatched." Fox added, "I will instruct the intelligence department to investigate the whereabouts of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, striving to locate their movements at the earliest opportunity. The mechanic recalled archives he had previously perused and spoke up. "Gentlemen, as you all know, I have a penchant for reviewing old files and intelligence. In past records, I encountered an analysis regarding the 5 Fingers of the Hand Association. Our Assassin's Guild leader had once shot them down, even executing a direct headshot. However, it wasn't long before the deceased 5 Fingers resurfaced." John Wick, astonished, queried, "The Dragon Balls?" Smith shook his head. "Not the Dragon Balls." The mechanic was not mistaken. The 5 Fingers of the Hand Association were indeed not easily dispatched. Yet they were not immortal. The exterminator then voiced his opinion. "If bullets cannot kill them, then I shall use my explosives to reduce them to dust. I refuse to believe that they can return if there is nothing left of them." The group's expressions grew serious, yet they found merit in the exterminator's words. If one attempt failed, they would simply try again. Even the Dragon Balls would find it challenging to resurrect someone without incurring a significant cost. Smith remarked, "The 5 Fingers of the Hand Association can be revived, but they are not without weaknesses. When the time comes, I shall take action against these 5 individuals. A tiger must also eliminate mosquitoes. John Wick, what are your thoughts?" John Wick set aside the materials concerning the Hand Association and replied, "Leader, I have an idea. As you all are aware, I was once a registered assassin at the Continental Hotel. Now, the Continental Hotel has transformed into one of our assets. Yet we still possess the contact information of those assassins. Our organization's purpose is to uphold justice and eradicate evil. However, with so many assassins still at large, they will inevitably continue to accept contracts to survive. Moreover, the smaller platforms on the dark web will exploit this opportunity to expand their operations. And it is impractical for us to eliminate them all, given their overwhelming numbers. Instead, we could leverage this mission to enlist their assistance in targeting members of the Hand Association." Upon hearing John Wick's words, some furrowed their brows while others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Wesley interjected, asking, "What will we offer in return? If people are to work without compensation, they are unlikely to exert any effort." John Wick remained silent. Yet Wesley's assertion held merit. No one would act without incentive, and the reopening of the Continental Hotel would not align with the principles of the Assassin's Guild. Smithdale tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating before he spoke. "We can indeed utilize the concept of registered assassins. Eliminating members of the Hand Association could serve to alleviate our own burdens. While reopening the Continental Hotel is not suitable, we can extract its essence while discarding the dross." Over the past few days, Fox and I have been brainstorming new revenue streams for our organization, one of which involves promoting the wax bath. With our newly developed advanced healing pods, releasing them would not adversely affect us, provided we maintain confidentiality. The original Continental Hotel serves as an excellent venue for promoting the wax bath. As for the previous principle of non-assassination and other commendable services, we can retain those while closing the task reward system. All previous Continental Hotel coins will be rendered void, and we shall issue a new coin emblazoned with the Assassin's Guild insignia. The Continental Hotel will be renamed the Brotherhood of Assassins to facilitate the promotion of the wax bath. The message we will disseminate is straightforward. Inform all original registered members about the actual benefits of the wax bath. For every member of the Hand Association eliminated, one will earn a coin, which can be exchanged for a session in the wax bath. Each session will require 1 coin in addition to $100,000. Upon hearing Smithdale's proposal, the group was invigorated. However, Fox, who was responsible for financial matters and had interacted with the Continental Hotel previously, inquired, "How will we promote the coin? Or, more specifically, how will we distribute the coins after the Hand Association is dismantled?" The Continental Hotel previously relied on tasks posted for reward distribution. Smithdale replied, "Although we shall not offer assassination rewards, we can engage in intelligence gathering and sales. We will post the information we require as tasks linked to coin rewards. For instance, we could offer rewards for information about nefarious individuals. If someone provides verifiable information, we will confirm its accuracy and pass it on to our guild members for eradication. The coins will serve as rewards for those who furnish valuable intelligence. I am confident that the efficacy of the wax bath, combined with the sanctuary it offers, will attract a considerable number of individuals." Chapter 69, Global Bounty. On the other side, at this moment, Tony Stark returned to the villa, gazing at the reassembled Mark I, which reminded him of his savior, Smithdale. Pepper Potts had mentioned that the computer contained information about him, prompting Tony to command, "Jarvis, display the data on Smithdale." "Certainly, sir," Jarvis replied. And the information regarding Smithdale was presented before him. As Tony perused the details, he noted the rather unflattering moniker of the Hunter, the Assassin's Alliance. A long-established organization with a rich history was surprisingly intriguing. An 18-year-old leader, now that bore some resemblance to himself. The ideology seemed commendable, a group imbued with idealism, akin to a modern-day Robin Hood. Upon encountering references to the high-rise table and the Continental Hotel, Tony's expression darkened slightly. It is alarming that such a malignant entity lurks within the underground forces. Thankfully, Smith-Dahl has eradicated them, or I would never allow their existence to persist. Having reviewed the information, Tony felt it was insufficient. From his first-hand intelligence, Smith-Dahl was far more formidable than represented. His immense strength, flight capabilities, and that individual named Poole were particularly noteworthy. Jarvis, conduct a comprehensive search for all information related to Smith-Dahl. Sir, do you require all available data? It may necessitate breaching certain secure locations. Jarvis responded promptly. Tony, unfazed, replied, all data, but ensure there are no traces of the breach. Before long, Jarvis's voice echoed again. Understood, sir. The data has been compiled. As Tony examined the newly acquired information and video files, he remarked, this aligns more closely with my expectations. Low-caliber weapons cannot inflict damage upon a physical form. This strength and speed resonate with my impressions of Smith-Dahl. Super Soldier Serum? That substance does not reach the caliber of Smith-Dahl. I wonder how he attained such formidable power. After reviewing the information, Tony concluded that it still failed to encapsulate the true extent of Smith-Dahl's prowess. The accounts within the intel paled in comparison to his personal encounters. To Tony, Smith-Dahl was not just a savior, having rescued him twice, but also a kindred spirit, aligned with his own principles and values, truly a cherished ally and brother. With his focus shifting away from Smith-Dahl, Tony resolved to invite him over after he crafted a new suit of armor. However, to control the latest armor, the small arc reactor in his chest was insufficient. The environment and materials available then were inadequate. He needed to create a new model of the arc reactor. Without delay, Tony set to work, commencing the construction of the latest arc reactor model. The following day, upon issuing a command, Smith-Dahl activated a message through the Intelligence Management Department. And assassins worldwide received a notification. The Global Continental Hotel has officially been renamed the Brotherhood of Assassins, retaining all attributes beyond the original bounty tasks, including safe zones, equipment, firearms, and intelligence acquisition and trading. The original currency will become obsolete, leaving only the function of entering the Brotherhood of Assassins, which will no longer be issued. Instead, exclusive coins for the Brotherhood will be introduced. A special wax treatment service has been launched, allowing for rapid healing of non-fatal injuries such as knife wounds, lacerations, fractures, and gunshot wounds within a day. The price is set at one new coin for $10. Upon receiving this information, the assassins who were notified paused in disbelief, initially thinking they had permanently lost their safe zones. However, the prospect of their safe zones being restored was a glimmer of hope. Though the obsolescence of their previous currency was a source of frustration, the eradication of their previous stronghold left them disheartened yet powerless. Yet, upon seeing the wax treatment service, all assassins were momentarily stunned, exclaiming the impossibility of it. Nevertheless, the audacity of the announcement suggested its authenticity. For the assassins, this was a true treasure. What once took 100 days to heal could now be accomplished in a single day, significantly increasing their chances of survival. Many of their peers had perished because they could not recuperate in time after completing their tasks. With the introduction of this wax treatment, the convenience and likelihood of survival were vastly improved. Some assassins even saw a business opportunity, as many would take on security roles, protecting wealthy individuals, including those prone to injuries from extreme sports. The ability to recover in a day could fetch millions from those willing to pay for such a service. Curiosity piqued regarding how to acquire the new coins. Some proactive individuals headed toward the local Brotherhood of Assassins to inquire with the concierge staff. Soon after, a second message appeared on their phones. Bounty target, members of the Hand Association. Coin bounty mode. Ordinary members 1 coin, minor leaders 3 coins. Hand Association, ninja members 5 coins. Distribution, global. Status, effective immediately. Known locations, Midland Central Financial Company, Hell's Kitchen, New York, and the Wugo Building, Tokyo, Japan. Update time, noon. As the new information was disseminated, registered assassins who had once been affiliated with the Continental Hotel received the message simultaneously, contemplating how to obtain the new coins when suddenly an opportunity presented itself. Sophia, the head of the Moroccan Brotherhood of Assassins, glanced at the message on her phone and instructed her bald subordinate. Arrange for someone to go to New York. We must assert our position in this matter. H.G. Izumi, of the Great Board Brotherhood of Assassins, furrowed his brow as he read the information on his phone, realizing that just as the underground world had settled, a new war was upon them. Last time, John saved my daughter and me. This time, I cannot allow him to be put in a difficult position. He notified all Japanese assassins, commanding them to exert every effort to fulfill the bounties outlined above, as it was his request. Additionally, he mobilized all their forces to take a trip to Tokyo to deal with the members of the Hand Association there. In the next moment, the phone's ringtone echoed once more, this time revealing a link from the Assassins Alliance. Upon opening the link, a comprehensive list of all members of the Hand Association emerged, densely packed and seemingly endless, with a note indicating that the majority of these members were currently congregated in New York. This final piece of information ignited a frenzy throughout the assassination community across America. At that moment, the most common phrase resonating through the streets was, "Brothers, let us go earn some money." Countless assassins from New York surged toward Hell's Kitchen, with even some gangs and assassins within the area having received the intel, stirring restlessly. As for the 5 key figures of the Hand Association, Smith did not place a special bounty on them. Those wielding the energy of Kunlun were not foes to ordinary assassins, and any attempt to confront them would only lead to demise. Chapter 70. Brothers, let us go earn money. Meanwhile, within the office of Smith at the Assassins Alliance headquarters, Fox approached holding a document, reporting the changes to the name and function of the Continental Hotel, along with the bounties for the Assassins Alliance, have all been dispatched. Here are the designs for our new coins. Currently, we have 2 variations. The front of the coin bears your likeness, while the back features this emblem. The alternative design showcases our signature 3-part bullet pattern on the reverse. After contemplating the 2 proposals presented by Fox, Smith remarked, "Let us use this emblem for the exclusive coins of the Assassin Brotherhood, while the 3-part bullet shall remain a token, not featured on the coin itself. Furthermore, let's incite the emotions of these assassins by producing several videos demonstrating the restorative effects of the wax bath. I believe this incentive will be sufficient to spur them into action." Fox nodded in agreement. "I will arrange that," editing the previous restoration footage accordingly. Smith expressed his satisfaction with a nod, intending for these assassins to exhaust the Hand Association's personnel, while the members of the Assassins Alliance would handle long-range sniping. The most formidable 5 would be left for him to deal with personally. In Hell's Kitchen, Gene and his followers exited the Midland Central Financial Corporation building, observing several individuals heading toward the edifice. One among them glanced at Jin's group and shook his head, stating, "They are not the targets. The main members are within this building." Gene, having overheard the remark, paid them no heed and proceeded directly to his vehicle. Once inside, he inquired, "Has anything significant occurred in New York?" One of his subordinates stationed by the car replied, "The Continental Hotel has officially been renamed the Assassin Brotherhood and has reopened for business. The only bounty currently is to eliminate the members of the Hand Association. They have introduced a new product, the wax bath, which is exceedingly enticing." As they conversed, a multitude of assassins continued to arrive, advancing toward the building. Gazing through the car window at the interior of the structure, Gene observed that the security and front desk personnel on the ground floor had already met their demise. The Assassins Alliance had indeed commenced their operation. "Drive, let us depart from this place." At this moment, chaos erupted within the building as a multitude of assassins surged in, gunfire echoing incessantly. The sudden onslaught caught the members of the Hand Association off guard. Suddenly, the glass facade of the building shattered as a sniper positioned at a high vantage point outside began eliminating members within. Meanwhile, in the penthouse, Madame Gao and her 5 associates were deliberating their next move. They resolved to capture John Wick, hoping to extract valuable intelligence from him. However, before their discussion could reach a conclusion, alarms blared throughout the building. Madame Gao furrowed her brow as a knock resonated at the door. One of her 2 armed guards stepped forward to open it, revealing a figure clad as a ninja, armed with a short blade. Approaching Madame Gao, he reported, "A large number of assassins have infiltrated the building, and security on the first floor has been entirely neutralized. Additionally, snipers are outside, targeting our security personnel." Upon hearing of the significant infiltration and the presence of snipers outside, Madame Gao turned to her associates, including the gambler and Murakami, stating, "It appears someone intends to send us a warning, not wishing for the Hand Association to establish a stronghold here. I wonder if this is the work of the Assassins Alliance or another faction." Subsequently, Madame Gao addressed Exine, instructing, "Exine, take a team of ninjas and eliminate all intruders." She then turned to another guard, commanding, "Retrieve the surveillance footage from the control room. We must ascertain which faction dares to challenge the Hand Association." Following her orders, Exine descended with a team of ninjas, while another guard activated the electronic screen on the wall, quickly transferring all surveillance data to the large screen in Madame Gao's chamber. As she observed the footage, Madame Gao noted the disarray among the assassins. Some donned bulletproof vests from a mainland hotel, while others lacked even basic protective gear, exhibiting no cooperation, resembling a rabble rather than a coordinated force. As the tactical squad of the Hand Association launched their counteroffensive, the infiltrators suffered significant casualties and were soon driven down from the third floor. However, the snipers outside retaliated swiftly. A few assassins, sensing the tide turning, severed the heads of their fallen comrades or snapped photos of the dead before fleeing the building. Meanwhile, those who remained engaged in fierce combat at the stairwells of the second and third floors, bullets flying relentlessly. At this point, several grenades were hurled by the tactical squad. With the explosions echoing, the assaulting assassins suffered devastating losses, and with XINS reinforcements, the remaining attackers were swiftly eradicated. As the last of the assassins fell within the building, the distant snipers withdrew, marking this only the first wave of their probing assault. On the other side, the Tokyo Hand Association stronghold was also under siege by local assassins, while killers from around the globe flocked towards New York and Tokyo. Most assassins were eager to showcase their prowess for the Brotherhood's inaugural bounty mission, with aspirations to secure 1 or 2 slots for the coveted wax bath, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. At this juncture, John Wick's wife sought out Poole and expressed her concern. "Poole, could you assist John Wick? He has ventured alone to hunt down the members of the Hand Association, and I fear for his safety." However, it was John Wick himself who yearned to repay Smith and the Assassin Alliance. Determined to confront the organization's adversaries, he believed in his own capabilities. Although he may not rival the strength of their leader, dispatching members and minor figures was well within his grasp. Armed to the teeth with an array of weapons and gear, John Wick drove towards Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing Helen's words, Poole recognized that John Wick was a subordinate of Master Smith. Aware that their adversary was formidable, Poole replied, "I admire John Wick's dedication to serving the Master. Since you have come to me, I shall extend my assistance." Grateful, Helen responded, "Thank you, Poole." Poole summoned a member of the Assassin Alliance, who drove him to Hell's Kitchen, determined to ensure John Wick's survival. A subordinate of the Master must not perish at the hands of such scum. Chapter 71, Slaughter, Happy National Day. Following his intelligence, John Wick arrived at the Hand Association's flour factory, which was, in truth, a vast warehouse. Observing the brightly lit yet tightly shut doors, John chose not to infiltrate stealthily, but instead parked his car and opened the trunk. From within, he retrieved a 5-round grenade launcher and began loading it. As the 5 grenades were loaded, John Wick aimed the launcher at the warehouse window and pulled the trigger. Bang! Boom! With the sound of shattering glass, a grenade was propelled into the warehouse, exploding instantaneously and igniting a fierce blaze within. The surrounding glass was shattered by the shockwave. Unrelenting in his assault, John Wick continued to fire grenades into the interior. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive grenades found their mark within the flour factory, illuminating the night with flames and unleashing a cacophony of screams in the aftermath of the explosions. With a bandolier laden with magazines slung across his back, John Wick seized an assault rifle and approached, flinging open the warehouse door to deliver finishing shots to the writhing victims on the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. Meanwhile, Lady Gao had just learned that the assailants were assassins from New York, motivated by the bounty offered by the Assassin Alliance. Upon receiving this news, the gathered individuals were astonished that they had not yet retaliated against the Alliance, yet the adversaries had initiated an attack. They also noted a shift in the Assassin Alliance's strategy, as they previously refrained from employing underground assassins as external forces. Just as Lady Gao pondered this, the phone on her desk suddenly rang. Picking up the device, she swiped to answer the call. "Leader, trouble has arisen. Our factory in Hell's Kitchen has come under attack, and the assailant appears to be John Wick." Just as the message was conveyed, a scream pierced the air, followed by an ominous silence. The call remained connected, and within the factory, John Wick had dispatched the informant. Approaching the lifeless body, he glanced at the phone still active, the name Leader illuminated on the screen, and inquired, "Are you the head of this factory? The Night Demon is seeking you. I hope you can conceal yourself." Madame Gao, upon hearing such audacious words, was enveloped in a shadow of fury, her voice icy as she retorted, "John Wick, are you daring to provoke me?" Recognizing the feminine voice and recalling the files he had perused, John Wick pondered if the one on the other end was indeed Madame Gao. Despite his suspicions, he felt no fear and simply replied, "You may assume that." Without granting her a chance to respond, he abruptly terminated the call. The moment Madame Gao heard the disconnection, she struck the ground with her cane, causing the marble floor beneath her to fracture, splintering into countless shards. Crack! After uttering John Wick's name, she directed her gaze towards her subordinate, Exion, and asked, "Where are the ninjas I previously dispatched to protect the factory?" After glancing at the time, Exion responded, "They should arrive at the factory within 2 minutes, barring any unforeseen circumstances." Madame Gao commanded, at all costs, delay John Wick. She then turned to Murakami and the others, stating, "Let us pay a visit to this fortunate young man." Sawanda expressed his confusion. "Surely, one John Wick does not warrant all 5 of us attending?" The gambler shrugged. "I have no objections. A stroll will allow them to witness our prowess, preventing just anyone from approaching us." Madame Gao interjected, "Indeed, one John Wick alone does not merit our full attention, but should we not decisively crush him, the scum of New York will feel emboldened to harass us. Capturing him to glean intelligence on the Dragon Balls will enable us to swiftly eradicate the Assassin Alliance's headquarters. Tonight, I intend to resolve this matter entirely." Aware that numerous affairs must unfold under the cloak of night, she knew that a large-scale confrontation during the day in New York would be far more challenging to manage, potentially incurring significant costs, even for them. Upon hearing Madame Gao's declaration, the group expressed no dissent and prepared to head to the flour factory with their elite subordinates, while other members set their course for the Assassin Alliance's headquarters, intending to launch a coordinated assault. During their journey to the flour factory, Madame Gao retrieved her phone and dialed Wilson Fisk. As the call connected, she began, "Kingpin, the Hand and the Assassin Alliance have entered into conflict. As our collaborator in New York, you cannot remain a passive observer." At that moment, Kingpin, stationed at his headquarters and gazing at the last rays of the setting sun, replied, "Madame Gao, my relationship with the Hand is merely one of collaboration pertaining to the distribution of the flour you produce. As for the Assassin Alliance, it bears no relevance to me, and I harbor no conflict with them." Upon hearing Jean Bing's words, Lady Gao let out a derisive laugh. "Heh, Wilson Fisk. The Assassin Alliance has made its move, and the Hand is poised for retribution. Do you truly believe you can remain uninvolved at this juncture? I am aware of your intentions, but let me make it clear, Fisk, the Hand will emerge victorious in this contest. Whether you choose to be a collaborator or a victim is entirely your decision. Without contributing efforts, your aspirations will remain elusive. By the way, I neglected to mention a crucial aspect of the Assassin Alliance's philosophy. They are committed to the belief that justice must be achieved through their own hands, with their peace built upon the blood of others. And those others are individuals like you and me. What significance do law and morality hold for those who subscribe to the notion that all is illusory and permissible? Can you fathom who their next target will be upon their victory?" After delivering these words, Lady Gao did not afford Jean Bing an opportunity to respond, abruptly ending the call, confident that he would make a prudent choice. As the busy tone reverberated in his ear, Jean Bing's expression darkened. Lady Gao was compelling him to take a stance. Should he refuse cooperation, he would be among the first to be suppressed should the Hand prevail. Conversely, if the Assassin Alliance triumphed, after they systematically dismantled the Russian mob, the Camorra, the Hand, and the Continental Hotel, major underground forces in America, he would be left standing alone in Hell's Kitchen. Unlike other underground factions, the Assassin Alliance allowed no room for collaboration. Even if they acknowledged a debt of gratitude for warnings, it would only ensure survival temporarily, as their influence would inevitably be dismantled. Under their operational guidelines, could he truly preserve his life? Jean Bing picked up the phone and commanded, "Target, assemble our men. This time, we cannot remain on the sidelines." Chapter 72, The Feast of the Assassin Alliance. Smithdale arrived at Bulma's laboratory, observing her tirelessly engrossed in her work, seemingly unperturbed. "Brother Smith, is there something you need?" Smithdale scratched his nose, feeling a hint of guilt over potentially exploiting child labor, yet he inquired, "How is the battle power detector coming along?" "I intend to put it to use." Hearing Smithdale's inquiry, Bulma paused her efforts, revealing a pristine battle power detector on the workbench alongside a collection of materials that appeared to be components for replicating the device. Bulma donned the battle power detector and glanced at Smithdale. 190, quite impressive, she remarked. The others in this castle range only between 5 and 6, with only those 3 fellows reaching 8 in special conditions. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Smithdale recognized a slight enhancement in his own battle power, likely a testament to his recent training. However, those 3 must be the Master and the Crossfather, and their special condition likely referred to the trio activating bullet time. Bulma nonchalantly removed the power level detector and tossed it towards Smith, stating, "I have disassembled and analyzed this device. The concept is quite impressive. I have a plan in mind, but due to the limitations of the materials available here and the size of the product, the resulting detection values may not exceed 300. Smith, taken aback by Bulma's efficiency, marveled at her prowess, recognizing her as a scientific genius capable of crafting time machines in the future. Having the value. A basic version with 150 combat points would suffice, but it must also incorporate anti-tampering features, ensuring it detonates if dismantled. Smith held no illusions about the research capabilities of certain organizations on Earth. Neglecting anti-theft and anti-tampering measures would likely lead to rapid attempts at replication. Upon hearing Smith's remarks, Bulma, clad in a lab coat, narrowed her eyes playfully and replied, "Release one version, store one version, and develop another? That's how our capsule company operates as well." Just then, a knock echoed through the laboratory door, and Fox entered, dressed sharply. "Chief, according to reports from our members stationed outside the Midland Central Financial Company, the leader of the Hand Association has departed in several armored vehicles, seemingly heading towards the flour factory." Smith's eyes lit up at Fox's attire. Though the outfit itself was not remarkable, Fox's alluring figure, with buttons straining against her curves, caught his attention, particularly as it was the first time he had seen her in such uniform. "All hands are on deck. I'm curious to see what they are up to," he mused, then waved to Bulma. "Bulma, I must go confront our adversaries. I appreciate your hard work during this time." With that, Smith exited Bulma's laboratory, pausing to turn to Fox and inquired, "Is this outfit also bulletproof?" Fox halted, planting a kiss on Smith's cheek with a smile. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Smith wrapped his arms around her waist, returned the kiss, and said, "Wait for me at home. Once I deal with those Hand Association thugs, we shall celebrate tonight in this attire." Fox drew 2 handguns from her waist and asked, "Aren't you taking me with you?" Observing Fox in her attire, guns in hand, Smith shook his head. "If this outfit gets dirty or torn, it would be a shame. The Hand Association has suffered significant losses. Things may not remain calm for us. Ensure the headquarters is secured and expand the reconnaissance perimeter. One can never predict what those individuals might do." Upon hearing Smith's words, Fox refrained from further insistence and watched as he departed. Under the cover of night, Smith swiftly flew towards Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, John Wick, having just left the flour factory, was ambushed by the Hand Association. Had it not been for the resilience of his bulletproof suit, he might have met his demise on the spot. As he took cover behind a car to evade incoming fire, he retaliated with his assault rifle. However, this time, the Hand Association dispatched an elite squad, comprising fully armed members wielding firearms as well as ninjas employing bladed weapons. Under the relentless assault, John Wick found himself suppressed, hesitant to reveal himself. As the encirclement drew ever closer, multiple attempts to break free proved futile, and his assault rifle now lay devoid of ammunition, compelling him to resort to dual handguns. Yet, the Hand Association's members were not without their own hardships, having suffered the loss of 3 comrades at the hands of John Wick's precise shots. As the encirclement tightened, even the ninjas approached the vehicle where John Wick was concealed. At that moment, John Wick took a deep breath, preparing for a desperate fight. Just as danger loomed, a massive iron hammer materialized from thin air, sending the ninja attempting to ambush him flying. The hammer swung wildly, hurling members of the Hand Association aside. Their response was swift. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the hammer, while some ninjas attempted to slash at it with their short blades, displaying their fierce determination against this astonishing phenomenon. The bullets struck the hammer, producing sparks as metal clashed. Paul, enduring the onslaught, shouted in pain while simultaneously retaliating. Upon hearing Paul's voice, John Wick sprang into action, darting from beneath the vehicle, dual handguns aimed at the thighs of the fully armed Hand Association members. The impact of the bullets caused one to collapse, and John Wick swiftly approached to deliver a finishing blow. A shot shattered the visor, and another obliterated the skull. The remaining members retaliated with a hail of gunfire, but John Wick reacted with remarkable agility, raising his suit to shield his head as he rolled closer to the enemy, disarming one and dispatching him with 3 precise shots to the face. He swiftly shifted targets, executing a close-quarter strangulation on a ninja before delivering a final shot. With Paul's assistance and their timely interventions, John Wick, once facing certain death, launched a counteroffensive. Under their combined onslaught, the elite members of the Hand Association began to fall. After a fierce struggle, only 3 ninjas remained. Just as the 2 pressed their advantage, several vehicles entered the battlefield. With a cold snort, Lady Gao waved her hand, unleashing an invisible force that sent both John Wick and Paul sprawling, interrupting Paul's transformation and reverting him to his original form. Chapter 73. To withstand even a fraction of my skill is sufficient for your boasting. John Wick was flung through the air by the unseen force. Left in a dazed state, as he rolled, he failed to perceive the source of the attack, yet he caught sight of a group disembarking from a nearby vehicle. Meanwhile, Paul, regaining his balance, immediately flew to John Wick's side, his gaze fixed intently on Lady Gao. Since arriving on Earth, he had encountered no worthy adversaries. This was the first individual capable of disrupting his transformation. Young Master Smith remarked that this world is not simple, and he was indeed surprised to discover the presence of formidable individuals. At this moment, Madame Gao's gaze fell upon Poole, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. This creature resembling a blue cat had just transformed into a hammer. Was it a master of shape-shifting or something else entirely? Although its strength was commendable, it appeared to be rather ordinary. She then turned to John Wick and gestured, "Capture them alive." Exine, accompanied by several ninjas, charged forward. Realizing he was outmatched, Poole swiftly utilized his transformation technique to become a pterosaur, seizing John Wick in an attempt to flee. However, mere meters off the ground, he was struck by an invisible force that shattered his transformation. With a thud, they both crashed back to the ground, and John Wick bore fresh abrasions on his face. At this moment, Murakami observed the unfolding scene and commented, "An intriguing transformation technique. This unknown creature is quite remarkable." The gambler remarked, "It seems that the rewards of this venture exceed our expectations." Poole then shouted, "John, run." Sawando exclaimed, "It can even speak. What a wondrous species." As Poole attempted to resist, Madame Gao employed her Kunlun Qi Gong to firmly suppress him, rendering him immobile. At this juncture, Xin approached John Wick, intent on apprehending him. But John immediately engaged in combat, unwilling to surrender. Although he was unarmed, John Wick's close-quarters combat skills were formidable, despite being at a disadvantage. He managed to withstand the onslaught for a time. In the next moment, an energy orb descended from the sky, landing squarely where Madame Gao stood. Boom! The explosion unleashed a blinding light and a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings, at which point the pressure on Poole dissipated, and he shouted, "Young Master Smith." Smith Dao flew into the fray, positioning himself between the two factions, and turned to Poole, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" Poole shook his head, replying, "Master, I am uninjured. But you must be cautious of that old woman. Her attacks are invisible and leave no trace." Smith nodded, commanding, "Poole, assist John." At this moment, John Wick was fighting for his life against Xin and his associates. Had Madame Gao not ordered him to be captured alive, he would have surely been slain by now. Observing the perilous situation, Poole rushed in to aid John Wick. As the dust settled, a pit appeared where Madame Gao had stood, littered with severed limbs and blood. Two of her guards had failed to evade the attack and were killed instantly by the energy orb, while Madame Gao had barely escaped, though her cane was shattered, revealing a hidden longsword within. Seeing that Madame Gao had survived, Smith Dao was not surprised. After all, she was an elder from Kunlun. While her skills may have been lacking, it would be rather pathetic for her to be obliterated by a single energy orb. Although not surprised, Smith Dao crossed his arms and arrogantly declared, "Madame Gao, surviving my strike is ample fodder for your tales in the underworld." At this moment, the other four members of the Five Fingers gathered around Lady Gao, their expressions tinged with a sense of gravity. They had clearly witnessed the recent attack. The assault unleashed by the young man before them surpassed that of a hand grenade by leaps and bounds. Even an unprepared individual would find themselves utterly shattered by such a blow. Lady Gao spoke with a heavy tone, "Smith Dor, you truly live up to your reputation as the new leader of the Assassin Alliance. Surely, you have ingested a Dragon Ball." In her eyes, Smith Dor's extraordinary prowess could only be attributed to the consumption of such a powerful artifact. The five braced themselves, channeling the energy of Kunlun, while Murakami gripped his katana tightly, poised for an imminent strike. Smith Dor, wearing a look of disdain, thought to himself, "Ingest a Dragon Ball? Does he take me for an evil dragon?" He lightly tapped the combat power detector, and the battle power values of the group materialized before him. Their combat power gradually increased until it stabilized at a certain level. Alexandra 45, the Gambler 43, Lady Gao 50, Soanda 44, Murakami 42. Smith Dor was slightly taken aback by the combat power readings. It appeared that Kunlun's energy had indeed imparted some remarkable strength, enabling them to achieve such values while utilizing their abilities. However, without their energy, a single bullet would easily pierce their bodies, indicating that their pure physical strength was barely a fraction of 9 points. The feud between the Assassin Alliance and the Hand Union would conclude today. Lady Gao instructed the other elite members of the Hand Union to surround John Wick and the Blue Cat creature, as the battle at hand did not permit the involvement of their disciples and elites. Smith extended his palms, rapidly coalescing energy spheres within them, directing them towards the 5 members of the Hand Union. "Ha! Smith did not take long to gather energy. The spheres in his hands flew forth in abundance, akin to an unrestrained torrent, as he unleashed the prince's battle technique. Boom, boom, boom. Upon witnessing Smith-Dor's familiar approach, Lady Gao immediately shouted, "Go all out." The 5 members of the Hand Union, seeing the energy spheres hurtling towards them, quickly combined their efforts to form an immensely thick, invisible energy wall through Kunlun's technique. The first energy sphere collided with the wall, creating a violent explosion. Fortunately, the blast did not completely shatter their defense. Seeing that the initial spheres had failed to breach their defenses, Smith-Dor remained unfazed, shifting from two-handed to one-handed energy waves while slightly gathering energy again. The spheres continued to fly towards their target with rapidity, albeit now with intervals between them. Boom, boom, boom. As Smith-Dor heightened the energy used in his attacks, he effortlessly tore through the collective energy wall of the 5. The moment the wall was ruptured, the 5 collectively gasped, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Witnessing this, Smith-Dor showed no mercy, launching another wave of energy spheres toward them. With a collective scream, the 5 were struck by the energy spheres, resulting in a series of explosions that sent them hurtling away. Chapter 74. The Demise of the Hand Association. Upon hearing the anguished cries of the 5 leaders of the Hand Association, the elite members who were besieging John Wick and Paul instinctively turned their gaze towards another battlefield. Witnessing the dismal defeat of their leaders, their attacks instinctively diminished in intensity, allowing Paul to seize the opportunity to shield John Wick from several assaults. In that moment, Smith-Dor pivoted his arm and hurled a gas bomb towards the throng of the Hand Association assailing John Wick. Boom. Instantaneously, several elite members of the Hand Association were sent soaring into the air, their limbs scattering like leaves in a tempest, simultaneously creating an opening in the encirclement around John Wick and Paul. John Wick's eyes widened at this spectacle. Was this the chasm that separated him from such formidable strength? Did he possess the potential to become so powerful? At this juncture, the 5 leaders of the Hand Association, Alexandra, Lady Gao, the Gambler, Soanda, and Murakami, lay pitifully on the ground, their bodies marred by the aftermath of the explosive onslaught, weapons shattered into fragments, and their garments largely torn asunder. Under the combat power detector, their originally substantial fighting power rapidly plummeted, swiftly descending to a mere 6 or 7 points. Noticing that their values had not yet reached 0, Smith-Dor discerned that they were still alive, albeit barely. As he approached, Lady Gao, gasping for breath while sprawled on the ground, uttered, "Cough, cough, Smith, this time, your assassin alliance has triumphed. I do not beg for mercy, but may we be granted a chance to return to our roots? 4 of us are willing to take our own lives on the spot, and the remaining 1 will forfeit their limbs and martial prowess, merely seeking to bring back the bodies of the other 4. Upon hearing Lady Gao's plea, the other 4 echoed her sentiment. Might we be given a chance to return to our roots? Coughing, blood trickled from the corner of Lady Gao's mouth as she continued, upon our return, I shall transfer the assets of the Hand Association to you, and upon my demise in Japan, the Hand Association will be irrevocably dissolved. To an outsider, such a proposition might seem appealing. After all, the seamless acquisition of the Hand Association's wealth, coupled with the demise of 4 leaders and the incapacitation of 1, would preclude any future threat. Yet, Smith-Dor was no uninformed party. He placed his foot upon Alexandra's chest, applying pressure until it caved in, resulting in her immediate death and a complete nullification of her combat power. Witnessing this unfold, Lady Gao slowly remarked, "Smith, did you agree?" Smith-Dor scoffed derisively, responding, "Lady Gao, do not presume I am oblivious to your insidious intentions, seeking to resurrect yourselves with dragon bones. Are you? Do you think I would grant you such an opportunity?" Realizing her scheme had been uncovered, Lady Gao managed a faint smile and lamented, "Indeed, you have resurrected Helen. You must be aware of the dragon bones application. The victors and vanquished, this round belongs to you. Alas, we have yet to discover a suitable vessel for the Black Void. Otherwise, the outcome may have been different." Upon completing her statement, Madame Gao fell silent, preparing herself to embrace death. After 5 centuries, she felt no regret, only lamenting her lack of skill, which prevented her from achieving the same mastery as Shou Lao and the Jade Emperor. Hearing her words, Smith's brow arched with intrigue at the mention of the Void, a creature from another realm. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Have you found a suitable vessel for the Void?" At that moment, he recalled the Night Devil's girlfriend, Erica, who was also a host for the Void. It seemed that the Night Devil himself had once been possessed by the Void and had even triumphed over Wolverine in other universes. Upon hearing Smith's reference to the Void, A flicker of hope ignited in Madame Gao's eyes. The five of them, as leaders of the Hand, had previously undergone the possession to enhance their powers. Yet the compatibility had been insufficient. Thus far, no one truly compatible with the void had been discovered. As hope faded from her gaze, Madame Gao spoke softly. No, we have not encountered a suitable vessel. Smith felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated a formidable opponent. He refrained from mentioning Erica, the Night Devil's associate. Then, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the dragon bone you possess? Upon hearing Smith's question, the remaining individuals chuckled in unison, retorting, in your dreams. Smith shook his head, realizing that these individuals would rather die than part with their treasured possessions. Very well, then. Go meet Mephisto, he declared, as he gathered energy into a projectile and obliterated the five bodies, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, the members of the Hand who had been besieging John Wick ceased their assault during the conversation between their leader and Smith. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrades, they committed seppuku to follow their leader in death. Smith paid little mind to this scene. It was their style, allowing him to avoid the burden of cleaning up the refuse. While the battle on Smith's end concluded, Hell's Kitchen remained in turmoil. After the initial probing, New York's assassins launched another assault under the cover of night, targeting the various strongholds of the Hand. Meanwhile, the Assassin's Guild headquarters was embroiled in fierce combat. With heightened vigilance, the Guild utilized night vision and thermal sensors, detecting the approach of the Hand and Kingpin's forces before they could react. Without hesitation, they opened fire. And under the terrifying marksmanship of the Assassin's Guild, countless assailants fell before they even neared the castle. Among them, Wesley, Cross, and Mr. were undeterred by danger. They activated bullet time and charged forward with dual pistols, resembling unstoppable forces as they mowed down their enemies, causing Kingpin's men to crumble and flee in disarray. In stark contrast to the collapse of Kingpin's forces, the members of the Hand exhibited unwavering resolve. Without orders, they fought valiantly, with assault and ninja squads launching reckless attacks. However, under the combined might of the three formidable assassins and the relentless ranged assaults, they suffered devastating casualties and were ultimately annihilated. As for the minion of Kingpin, he was shot dead by Fox with a sniper rifle while attempting to protect his master. Although Kingpin was not killed on the spot, he was captured without a chance to escape. Meanwhile, at the Trident Tower, the battle between Smith and the Hand Association triggered energy detection alerts from SHIELD. Particularly, the combined energy of the Five Fingers and Smith's relentless energy blasts caused the alarms in New York's abnormal energy monitoring room to flash incessantly. Despite the sparse surveillance in the vicinity of the conflict, some figures were still captured on camera, prompting Phil Coulson, who had been resting, to return hastily to headquarters. Chapter 75. The Trail of the Dragon Bone at the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. Smith brought John Wick and Paul back to the castle. Seeing Helen anxiously awaiting her husband, Smith patted John on the shoulder and said, "Go and comfort your wife. She must have been worried all night." John Wick approached his wife, and soon the two embraced, after which Helen expressed her gratitude to Paul. As Smith observed the welcoming crowd, he declared, "The Five Fingers of the Hand Association have been utterly vanquished and shall not return. Relay this news. I believe the Hand Association will soon cease to exist." Upon hearing that Smith had eliminated the five leaders of the Hand Association, the crowd expressed their admiration. Fox remarked, "While you were dealing with the leaders of the Hand Association, they launched an attack on us. A multitude of Hand members and Kingpin's subordinates assaulted us. But we had already set up an ambush, eliminating all attackers and capturing Kingpin." Smith was not surprised to hear of the headquarters attack. However, with Kingpin and his minions also involved, he chuckled and said, "It seems this final target has conveniently delivered himself to us, saving us considerable effort. As for Kingpin, see if you can extract some wealth and resources from him before sending him on his way." Fox nodded in agreement, stating, "Understood. We will make arrangements." Smith then recalled the matter of the Dragon Bone and said, "Contact the Rand Corporation and arrange for the transfer of their unfinished building in Hell's Kitchen to us. Inform their representative that the Hand Association has been eliminated, and they will cooperate in transferring the land." The current head of Rand, who had been indirectly controlled by the Hand Association, understood how to respect a victor. "The underground there conceals the Dragon Bone, and excavating it will become our primary focus moving forward." Everyone nodded, recognizing the significance of the Dragon Bone matter. The next day, at Trident Tower, Coulson once again knocked on Nick Fury's office door. Upon entering, he approached Nick Fury to begin his report. "Director, last night the Energy Detection Department in New York detected a massive unknown energy fluctuation in Hell's Kitchen. Based on the overnight investigation by the agents and the footage captured by surrounding surveillance cameras, It has been confirmed that last night, Smith-Dahl, the leader of the Assassin Alliance, engaged in combat with the 5 leaders of the Hand Association and emerged victorious. As he spoke, Coulson placed a tablet before Nick Fury. Upon opening the material on the tablet, Fury discovered that it detailed the Assassin Alliance's global bounty on the Hand Association, alongside John Wick's destruction of the Hand Association's flour factory in Hell's Kitchen, which subsequently drew the attention of the Hand's 5 fingers, leading to a confrontation, and the account of Smith-Dahl's rescue efforts. Additionally, it recorded the incident of the Hand Association and Jean attacking the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. After reviewing these documents, Nick Fury activated the video footage. Although the images had been restored by SHIELD, they remained somewhat blurred. Yet it was still possible to discern Smith-Dahl suddenly appearing in the middle of the street, channeling energy in an attack against the Hand's 5 fingers. Observing these scenes, Nick Fury's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of grave concern, prompting him to issue an order: raise Smith-Dahl's threat level to critical. Furthermore, I want the Intelligence Department to analyze his abilities demonstrated during this incident and conduct a thorough investigation into his past. I need to know everything about him from childhood, including when he first exhibited extraordinary abilities. To Nick Fury, although the former Smith-Dahl was formidable and held the position of leader within such a powerful faction as the Assassin Alliance, he did not pose a significant threat with the current technological means. An enhanced version of Captain America would hardly be a concern. In his view, Smith-Dahl was not a menace to the future, but rather a potential ally. However, the energy attacks displayed in the footage were a different matter entirely, especially considering the destruction they wrought, rivaling that of grenades or artillery. Given Smith-Dahl's upbringing in the environment fostered by the Assassin Alliance, should he choose to act malevolently, the potential for devastation would be immense. After all, while weapons can be mitigated through security checks, an individual capable of unleashing similar force at will becomes exceedingly difficult to defend against. Moreover, there remained uncertainty regarding his upper limits, whether he could unleash even more powerful attacks, and how many such assaults he could execute within a constrained time frame. Faced with these possibilities, Nick Fury had no choice but to elevate Smith-Dahl's threat level and prepare countermeasures. Coulson nodded, responding, "Director, I will arrange for personnel to conduct field investigations. Our undercover agents within the Assassin Alliance are already gathering intelligence under the guise of admiration and recounting exploits. Additionally, regarding how Smith-Dahl rescued Tony, I initially intended to find a breakthrough through Pepper Potts. However, based on the abilities displayed, it is evident that he possesses the capability to effect Tony Stark's rescue. Furthermore, the Assassin Alliance has begun offering slots for wax baths, suggesting that the establishment of their laboratory and acquisition of research equipment has led them to focus on financial matters. Nick Fury contemplated for a moment before remarking, "While wax baths may not compare to our research, they certainly possess significant merits. Reserve a few slots for wax baths for emergencies, and in addition, send some injured personnel over to confirm the effects and attempt to decipher the situation." How is the investigation by the Assassin Alliance's research laboratory progressing? Have any leading scientists or collaborating teams been identified? Coulson shook his head and reported, "Based on our investigation into the Assassin Alliance and the dual inquiries into scientists in this field, currently, no renowned scientists have joined the laboratory of the Assassin Alliance, and they have not even recruited any research personnel. However, in the financial realm, the Fox team of the Assassin Alliance has assembled several squads to engage in short-selling Stark Industries stocks and acquisition endeavors. This avenue presents a potential point of contact, but it necessitates a highly capable agent." Nick Fury pondered for a moment and spoke again. "It is indeed essential to select an exceptional agent to approach them. Coulson, in your opinion, who would be more suitable for this task, Mockingbird Barbara or Black Widow Natasha?" Chapter 76. Dispatching an agent. Coulson reflected on his 2 colleagues, comparing their respective attributes across various aspects. After considering their appearances, abilities, and personalities, he remarked, "Mockingbird Barbara bears a striking resemblance to an assassin from the Continental Hotel, who had previously fallen to the hands of Smith-Dahl and Fox. If Barbara were to go, it would likely raise their suspicions." Coulson did not decide who would be more appropriate for Nick Fury, but merely highlighted Barbara's disadvantage. After listening, Nick Fury stated, "In that case, let Natasha apply to join Fox's financial team as a stepping stone to approach Smith-Dahl. Additionally, maintain ongoing contact with Smith-Dahl and attempt to win him over. You may discuss the Assassin Brotherhood model with him." Coulson accepted the order and departed, as he was on his way to the Assassin Alliance to meet with Smith-Dahl. Watching Coulson leave, Nick Fury reminisced about his old friend Captain Marvel and the Avengers he had envisioned forming around her, which ultimately failed with her departure. He wondered if Smith-Dahl could be swayed to join them. Meanwhile, Smith-Dahl had just finished a shower and, upon exiting the bathroom, playfully slapped the sleeping Fox on the backside. Fox yawned and groggily replied, "I want to sleep. Don't disturb me. I'm afraid of you." Observing Fox sprawled on the bed, Smith-Dahl felt a fleeting curiosity about how Chi-Chi had given birth to Goku's second son, while Gohan could be said to have a weaker Goku. By the time of Goten, Son Goku already possessed a foundational battle power exceeding 4 to 5 million. "Get some rest. I'll be heading out first." Smith-Dahl bid farewell and left the room. Just as he was about to head to the training grounds for exercise, Wesley approached him and said, "Boss, the agent Phil Coulson from last time has returned." Upon hearing that Coulson was visiting, Smith-Dahl instructed, "Take him to the conference room. I'll wait for him there." Smith was not surprised by Coulson's visit. The commotion from yesterday was considerable, and it was unlikely that the other party was unaware. Given that the meeting took place in New York, Smith pondered the purpose of this visit. In the reception room, he regarded the arriving Coulson and inquired, "What brings you here, Agent Coulson of the Homeland Security Agency?" Coulson smiled and replied, "Mr. Smith, due to your suggestion, we have abbreviated our name. We are now referred to as S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing the new name, Smith shrugged and remarked, "S.H.I.E.L.D. is certainly much easier to remember. Now, please, share the purpose of your visit." Seeing Smith's direct approach, Coulson maintained his customary smile and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Smith, on eliminating the cancerous hand organization, ridding the world of a menace." Smith raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this implied that all his actions were under their surveillance. He sighed slightly and remarked, "What can be done? After all, there is a newly renamed organization that seems inactive, allowing such a malignant entity to thrive." Coulson, unfazed by Smith's subtle sarcasm, continued, "Such organizations do not fall within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s purview, so the citizens of New York owe you their gratitude." Upon hearing Coulson's remark, Smith realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. was unaware of the capabilities of the Dragon Bone and the Five Fingers. Otherwise, they would not have survived long enough to confront them. With a smile, Smith asked, "And how does Agent Coulson plan to express this gratitude? Surely you do not intend to arrive empty-handed." Coulson showed no sign of annoyance at Smith's assertiveness, still wearing a smile as he responded, "Naturally, we will not come empty-handed. We intend to provide substantial support for your reformed assassin brotherhood. I have heard that you have launched a wax bath treatment with commendable efficacy, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is prepared to make significant purchases. Initially, we will acquire 100 slots as a reserve, and should the results be satisfactory, we will increase our orders." When Coulson mentioned the wax bath, Smith interjected, "Agent Coulson, our wax bath requires gold as an entry fee. It is not merely a matter of spending money." Coulson looked at Smith and asked, "Could we perhaps find a way to negotiate?" Smith responded sternly, "Rules cannot be broken. Even if you are S.H.I.E.L.D., you must adhere to the regulations of the Assassin Brotherhood to access the wax bath. There is no option for immediate use without the entry fee. However, I would not mind S.H.I.E.L.D. agents entering for business, as they could always acquire gold discreetly to pay for access." Coulson chuckled and continued, "Since Mr. Smith insists on maintaining the rules, they certainly must be upheld. However, I have heard that the Assassin Brotherhood also engages in the collection and sale of information on criminal elements. As it happens, S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses considerable intelligence globally and, due to certain circumstances, may gather information on such individuals. We are not responsible for them. So this intelligence could be sold to the Assassin Brotherhood. With our intelligence, we should be able to exchange it for a considerable amount of gold coins." Upon hearing Coulson's statement, Smith did not decline, for this indeed constituted one of the services offered by the Assassin Brotherhood. It was opportune as he also intended to provide idle assassins with a job direction. The intelligence tasks from S.H.I.E.L.D. could be posted for registered assassins to undertake, thus serving a dual purpose. Since it was a service of the Assassin Brotherhood, the sale of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence was naturally welcomed. A cordial collaboration was established. Subsequently, Smith and Phil Coulson shook hands, finalizing their partnership. Meanwhile, in a villa, Tony Stark completed the assembly of a new arc reactor. At that moment, he reclined in a medical chair, adorned with heart rate monitoring equipment. Upstairs, Pepper Potts watched the host narrate Tony's press conference, harboring a pessimistic outlook on Stark Industries stock price. Just then, Tony's phone rang. Pepper descended the stairs, arriving at Tony Stark's laboratory. Upon seeing Pepper enter, Tony greeted her. "Hi, come let me see." extending a hand. He gestured her to approach. Pepper, reaching out her hands, walked toward Tony. Observing her delicate hands, Tony praised, "What exquisite little hands." Gazing at the brand new arc reactor in his possession, Tony said, "I would like to ask you a small favor." As Pepper approached him, she gasped upon seeing the reactor on Tony's chest. "Oh my God, what is that?" Chapter 77. Daredevil. Pepper stared at the device on Tony's chest and inquired, "Are you relying on that to sustain your life?" Tony gestured toward the latest arc reactor, responding, "Yes, but this one is rather antiquated. In the foreseeable future, I plan to replace it with this new one. However, I am encountering a minor hiccup." With a serious expression, Pepper inquired, "What hiccup? What are you talking about?" Tony glanced at the arc reactor in his hand and replied, "Nothing, just a little inconvenience." At that moment, as he began to remove the reactor from his chest, he explained, "There is a section of exposed wiring beneath this device that is making contact with the socket casing, causing a slight short circuit. It's not a significant issue." As he spoke, Tony swiftly extracted the reactor from his chest, exclaiming, "Ah, very good." He then placed the old reactor in Pepper's hands. Staring at the scene before her, Pepper stammered, "What should I do?" Tony waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Set it down on that table. It's no longer useful." Pepper turned to place the old reactor on a nearby table, exclaiming, "Oh my God." Tony then looked at the new reactor in his hands and instructed, "I need you to reach in and gently pull the wires out." Turning back, Pepper questioned, "Is that safe?" Tony closed his eyes and replied, "Well, theoretically, yes. It's like a minor surgical procedure. As long as it does not come into contact with the socket, I shall remain unharmed." Pepper Potts gazed at Tony with a look of bewilderment and inquired, "What do you mean by a minor operation?" Tony replied, "It's akin to a little game. No need to be anxious. Just carefully extract the wires, all right?" Seeing Tony's calm demeanor, Pepper responded affirmatively. Then, eyeing the hollow space in Tony's chest, she reached out a hand, only to retract it immediately, saying, I don't think I can do this." Tony looked at Pepper and reassured her, "It's all right. You can do this. You are the most capable person to assist me, and I trust you implicitly." He added, "This request isn't unreasonable, as I truly need your help." Pepper hastily acquiesced, "Fine, fine." Tony gazed earnestly at Pepper and said, "I genuinely require your assistance." Taking a deep breath, Pepper placed her hand into the device embedded in Tony's chest. As her hand entered, she gasped, "Oh my, there's pus inside." Tony clarified, "That's not pus. It's merely some inorganic plasma expelled from the device, not bodily fluid." Pepper exclaimed, "It reeks." Tony nodded, "Indeed, it has a bit of an odor. Did you touch the copper wire?" "Yes, I've got it," Pepper replied. "Excellent. Just be careful not to touch the outer casing." Despite Tony's caution, Pepper inadvertently brushed against the casing once, but after some effort, she successfully extracted the copper wire along with the magnet and installed a new arc reactor for Tony, who cried out in pain twice during the process. At that moment, Pepper held up her hand, smeared with plasma solution, and declared, "Please, never, ever, make me do this again." Hearing her words, Tony Stark gazed at her tenderly and said, "But I have no other choice but you." They exchanged glances, and Tony smirked, making a silly face before adding, "In any case, thank you, and for bringing Smithdoll to rescue me. Although I am confident I could have escaped myself, I appreciate your assistance." Pepper turned away, muttering about her misfortune, then picked up the old reactor that Tony had replaced and asked, "What should we do with this?" Observing the outdated model in her hands, Tony, while putting on his shirt, casually replied, "Dispose of it." Curious, Pepper asked, "Don't you want to keep it?" Tony turned to her and said, "Pepper, I have many flaws, one of which is a tendency to seek novelty." Hearing this, Pepper appeared somewhat displeased and inquired, "Is there anything else, Mr. Stark?" "No, Miss Potts," he replied. Tony then turned to the nearby intelligent machine and said, "Fool, what use are these? Aside from my phone and a photo of my father, everything else can be tossed into the trash." With the old reactor still in hand, Pepper exited the laboratory. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Assassin Alliance awaited. John Wick reported to Smith about the progress of the Assassin Brotherhood and the developments concerning the assassination of the members of the syndicate since yesterday. Currently, John Wick is assisting Fox with matters pertaining to the Assassin Brotherhood and the registration of new assassins. With the news of the demise of all 5 leaders of the syndicate spreading, the underground forces in Tokyo have launched a comprehensive assault against the syndicate. It is believed that their eradication is imminent. Koji Shimizu has already led his subordinates and a multitude of assassins to besiege the syndicate, while Sophia has arrived from Monaco with her team to hunt down the remnants of the syndicate in New York. However, reports from the assassins indicate the emergence of a masked vigilante in Hell's Kitchen, obstructing their actions. Intrigued by the notion of someone intervening in the assassination of syndicate members, Smith inquired, "A masked vigilante? Do we have any intel on him?" John Wick, maintaining his customary poker face, exhibited a hint of embarrassment as he replied. The locals in Hell's Kitchen refer to him as Daredevil. Smith chuckled, realizing why John's expression seemed peculiar. Daredevil, so it was this individual. Had he managed to escape unscathed? Daredevil, whose full name is Matthew Michael Murdoch, trained under the esteemed martial artist, Stick. Although he embodies the archetype of a heroic figure championing justice, he is not particularly endearing, especially given his principles, which Smith finds difficult to endorse, particularly his belief in sparing lives. In Smith's view, the most ruthless criminals deserve a swift dispatch to meet their fate. While petty thieves may warrant rehabilitation, those who commit murder, arson, and trafficking do not merit forgiveness. The notion of sparing lives is utterly baffling. Should one refrain from eliminating a criminal who truly deserves it, merely to apprehend them, deliver a beating, and then release them? Justice necessitates evidence. What of those released due to insufficient evidence? Should we await their escape from prison or their release after serving time to continue their malevolence? The Assassin Brotherhood neither accepts nor acknowledges such ideologies. Absolution belongs to the divine, while their duty is to ensure that wrongdoers meet their maker. Chapter 78. The final payment. John Wick stated, his combat skills and reflexes are remarkably formidable. However, after disrupting several operations, he was driven away by other assassins united against him. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have undoubtedly been turned into a sieve. These registered assassins are no amateurs. Their marksmanship is exceptional. If Daredevil were listed among the Syndicate's members, he would have certainly fallen victim to a long-range sniper. Furthermore, the number of assassins deployed last night was unusually high, particularly after the authenticity of the wax bath was confirmed, driving many assassins into a frenzy. Smith contemplated for a moment before articulating, "Issue him a warning. Let it be known, I do not mind him assuming the role of an underground hero. But should he dare to interfere in the assassination of Syndicate members again, he will find himself on the bounty list, with a price equivalent to that of the Syndicate's leaders. Harboring evil is tantamount to being complicit in it." John Wick nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, I will arrange that. I will communicate your directive to the assassins and the dark web. There is another matter, Chief. Stark Industries has delivered equipment and materials valued at $100 million, along with light weaponry sufficient for 100 individuals. This includes protective gear, multifunctional tactical helmets, bulletproof vests, tactical vests, and gloves. The weaponry comprises automatic rifles, sniper rifles, light machine guns, grenade launchers, handguns, bomb disposal robots, and explosive detection devices. Communication and navigation equipment includes tactical watches and radio communication devices. Reconnaissance and observation equipment features night vision goggles, laser rangefinders, and far-infrared sensing devices. Survival and first aid gear encompasses gas masks, chemical protective suits, and first aid kits. Special task equipment consists of capture nets, long batons, stun guns, and breaching tools. Upon hearing John Wick's report, Smith was equally astonished by the comprehensiveness of the armaments provided by Pepper Potts. Although there were no heavy weapons or armored vehicles, the array of light weaponry was indeed ample enough to equip a 100-man special operations team. The items were securely stored, and the research equipment and materials were dispatched to Bulma's laboratory. Meanwhile, dressed appropriately, Tony Stark arrived at the Air Force Base to visit his dear friend, Colonel Rhodes. In Rhodes' presence, Tony playfully teased him. With a resigned demeanor, Rhodes dismissed his subordinates, wishing to converse privately with Tony. Rhodes clapped Stark on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, "I'm quite surprised." Turning to face Rhodes, Tony queried, "Surprised by what?" Rhodes chuckled, "I never anticipated you would be out and about so soon." Tony shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "I can do more than just wander around." With arms crossed, Rhodes inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed," Tony responded, his expression turning serious as he earnestly declared, "Rhodes, I am embarking on a grand project, and I wish to discuss it with you. Hoping you will join me." Rhodes pursed his lips and surveyed the surroundings, stating, "You'll have to charm everyone, as your remarks at the press conference were quite bold." In response to Rhodes' words, Tony clarified, "This endeavor is not for the military. I am not developing weapons this time. It is different." Frowning, Rhodes questioned, "What? Have you turned humanitarian?" Tony explained, "I hope you will listen to me seriously." Rhodes interjected, "That's unnecessary. You need to calm down. Tony, if you cease weapon development, you will no longer be as significant to the military. I believe you understand my point." Upon seeing Tony suddenly laugh, Rhodes insisted, "I am serious." Tony composed himself and replied, "All right." Rhodes then said, It's truly a pleasure to see you, Tony. After speaking, Rhodes chose to disregard Tony Stark, turning to leave. Clearly, Rhodes was unaware of what he was missing by departing. Rejected by Rhodes, Tony returned to his laboratory. JARVIS, are you there? Always at your service, sir. Upon awakening JARVIS, Tony commanded, I wish to establish a new project folder titled Mark II. JARVIS inquired, should these be stored in the Stark Industries central database? Tony transferred the model of Mark I to a virtual display and replied, to be honest, I am uncertain whom to trust at this moment. Let us save it on my private server for now, unless I instruct otherwise. JARVIS then asked, so, this is a secret project, is it not, sir? Tony Stark gazed at the Mark I before him and expressed, I do not wish for it to fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. At that moment, Tony recalled the armed group that had abducted him, who utilized weapons produced by Stark Industries. He then thought of Smithdahl, envisioning the day he would complete Mark II and invite them to witness his test flight, as well as to discuss modifications for the third leap. Meanwhile, in the Afghan desert, Zara, having escaped, did not manage to persuade Su Wunwu, who was engulfed in sorrow over his wife's death and seeking a means of resurrection. But he did gain the support of his leader and returned with a cadre of subordinates. Upon returning to the cave where Tony Stark had been imprisoned, despite the chaos outside, Zara discovered that the interior had not suffered severe damage. Even the surveillance equipment remained intact, albeit non-operational due to a power outage. As his men repaired the circuitry and rebooted the surveillance footage, Zara witnessed the recordings from that fateful day, including the entire process of Tony Stark assembling his armored suit and the rescue by Paul, who transformed into a colossal hammer. After viewing all this, Zara began his search within the cave where Tony Stark had been held, quickly locating the blueprints. Back in the surveillance room, he compared the blueprints with the footage of Mark I, and after numerous attempts to align them, the outlines of Mark I began to emerge on the blueprints, eliciting a smile from Zara. Although he lacked the ability to create, he was confident that Obadiah could undoubtedly replicate the armored suit. Days passed. It had been a week since Phil Coulson's visit to Smithdahl. Throughout this week, the Hand organization had been completely eradicated from existence, with the remaining members adopting new identities, fearful of being recognized as part of the Hand. Concurrently, the reputation of wax baths had spread widely, especially among assassins who extolled its virtues after their experiences. SHIELD reserved 100 treatment slots as a baseline, promising to replenish them with gold should any be utilized. As for the intelligence being sold, the Assassin Brotherhood had all of it disseminated to ensure completion by the assassins, while members of the Assassin Alliance refrained from providing intelligence to SHIELD. Chapter 79. Undercover and Counter-Undercover. During this week, Fox successfully negotiated with the Rand Corporation to acquire the dilapidated building in Hell's Kitchen, a result of its unfavorable location, prolonged construction stagnation, and the fallout from the eradication of the Hand's influence. Ultimately, Fox successfully acquired the building and the land it occupies from the Rand Corporation for a substantial sum of $500 million, albeit in a half-sell, half-gift arrangement. Fox continued to report, Chief, the stock price of Stark Industries has plummeted by 565. Upon hearing that the decline had surpassed 50%, Smith knew that the day Tony would announce himself as Iron Man was drawing near. Await my instructions and be prepared for a buyback at any moment. Fox closed the documents in his hand when a red-haired beauty in uniform emerged from the dilapidated building, reporting to Fox, there are no workers left in the building, and the demolition points have been designed. We merely need to install the explosives for the teardown. Fox nodded and instructed, excellent. Arrange for the demolition of the building and the removal of the construction debris. Observing the two in conversation, Smith's gaze fell upon the red-haired woman, realizing it was none other than Natasha Romanoff. This was intriguing. He had not anticipated that SHIELD would send her as an undercover agent, allowing him to enjoy the privileges Tony had beforehand. Smith recalled the information about Natasha Romanoff, a former agent of the Soviet Red Room known as Black Widow, who had been rescued by Hawkeye during a mission and subsequently joined SHIELD, believing that Hawkeye helped eliminate the Red Room. What if Natasha discovered that the Red Room had not been eradicated and that SHIELD was merely putting on a facade? Would revealing the truth and informing her of the Red Room's continued existence enable him to sway this SHIELD operative? After genuinely dismantling the Red Room, could he rescue her sister and her adoptive parents? thereby winning her loyalty? With these thoughts, Smith felt a surge of hope. After all, Natasha Romanoff was not a steadfast agent groomed by SHIELD, but a product of the Red Room. If he could identify her vulnerabilities, he might turn her allegiance. SHIELD sought to plant a thorn in his side, while he aimed to entangle them in his web. He had long harbored disdain for that troublesome character, Smith, as he was indeed a genuine troublemaker and had no intention of confronting Captain Marvel head-on without the necessary strength. However, opportunities to undermine his adversaries were not lacking. A smile crept onto Smith's face as he turned to Fox and inquired, "Fox, why have I not encountered this lady before?" In response to Smith's query, Fox introduced, "This is Natalia Rashman, my newly appointed secretary. She possesses remarkable talent in finance and has assisted me with numerous matters. Fluent in French, Italian, and Latin. She has also worked as a model and has some skills in mixed martial arts." Smith feigned surprise, remarking, "What a well-rounded talent." Fox nodded and replied, "The responsibilities you have assigned to me are increasing. Perhaps I require a secretarial team. Even with Wesley and John Wick's assistance, I could use at least 2 more secretaries." Upon hearing Fox's lament, Smith chuckled, "All your needs will be met. As long as suitable candidates are available, you may select 2 more. At this moment, Natasha Rashman extended her hand and greeted, "Hello, boss." Smith Dole shook hands with Natasha in front of him, smiling as he replied, "I am not your boss. That title belongs to Fox." Upon hearing this, Fox chuckled softly and spoke, "I intend to contact the demolition company to dismantle this building. But let us first vacate the premises." Smith waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need for such fuss. Since we have confirmed that there are no other individuals present, and no vagrants either, I shall take care of it. Notify everyone to retreat to a distance of 100 meters and maintain order. No unauthorized persons are to approach." Fox immediately arranged for personnel to ensure order, and everyone retreated to 100 meters away. At this moment, Fox and Natasha stood beside Smith, who remarked, "Fox, today I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be at the pinnacle of power." With that, Smith Dole gathered energy in his hands at his waist. "Kamehameha," he exclaimed, unleashing a beam of white light that shot forth towards the dilapidated building nearby. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar as the originally straight beam of energy curved upward upon impact, devastating the entire structure from bottom to top, ultimately soaring into the sky. The sudden burst of light and the building reduced to mere dust startled both Fox and Natasha. They had not anticipated such formidable strength from Smith Dole, capable of executing such a powerful attack. Fox murmured, "Goodness, no wonder you are called that. Indeed. There are no wrong nicknames, only misnamed titles. You are a deity." Meanwhile, Natasha, despite her extensive experience, was equally taken aback by the extraordinary display of power. Gazing skyward at the energy wave that had vanished into the heavens, she pondered the catastrophic implications had Smith directed such an attack at the White House. Quickly shaking her head, she dispelled the horrifying thought from her mind, relieved that he was an ally of righteousness. Moreover, she understood why Nick Fury had sought her to engage with him for evaluation. However, could someone of his caliber truly be recruited in SHIELD? He was no mere novice, but the leader of a formidable assassin alliance. Fox, observing the scene before her, felt as though stars were igniting in her eyes. Perhaps Smith Dole's arrival was indeed a divine intervention, a fortuitous event for the assassin alliance. She shuddered to think what might have transpired had he aligned himself with a power like Kingpin or the High Table. "Is this truly your strength? It is utterly astonishing. I can only imagine how the Cross might regret not witnessing this spectacle," she remarked. Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith Dole smiled and replied, "Train diligently. Elevate your physical capabilities to their utmost potential." At this, Fox's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that she too had a chance to attain such greatness? At this moment, Smith turned to leave while stating, "The unfinished buildings have been cleared. We can arrange for our team to commence excavation work." Natalie Rashman, observing Smith's departure, quietly inquired, "Boss, is it truly a god?" Fox, noticing the look of admiration on Natalie Rashman's face, smiled slightly. Such power could indeed be deemed divine. After all, he is one. Chapter 8. Investigative Operation Regarding the Excavation of the Dragon Bones. Smith was unperturbed. He knew that an invisible barrier existed above the dragon bones, which would naturally halt the excavation at its conclusion. At that point, he could reveal the barrier and retrieve the dragon bones from below. Thus, without the use of the Dragon Ball, his companions could return, even in death. John Wick, driving a Maybach, brought Smith back to the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. Upon returning, Smith summoned Mr. I require your assistance in investigating a few matters discreetly, without alarming others. Mr. inquired, Leader, what matters? Smith elaborated. There was a clandestine organization in the former Soviet Union known as the Red House, trained in espionage. I have received intelligence that this organization has not been dismantled and remains active, engaging in assassination and manipulation. I need you to locate a few individuals. The former Soviet Red Guard, Alexei Shostakov, who is imprisoned in a Russian facility, as well as Yelena Belova and Melina Vostokov, both of whom currently pledge allegiance to the Red House. Your task is to gather intelligence on them without disturbing their activities. Mr. noted the details of the three individuals and replied, I will investigate their information and report back to you upon making progress. Watching Mr. depart, Smith immersed himself in the training room, continuing to hone his strength. All that remained was to await Tony's transformation into Iron Man and the resurgence of the Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, in a CAF situated in Hell's Kitchen, Foggy and Matt Murdock sat across from one another. Matt began, Foggy, have the principles I've adhered to over the years been misguided? Foggy sighed and replied, Matt, assisting those who cannot afford legal representation is not a mistake. Matt removed his sunglasses and, after a brief silence, stated, Foggy, you know that is not the matter I am referring to. Foggy responded, Matt, did you not heed their warnings and refrain from intervening thereafter? Besides, has not the downfall of the Hand and Kingpin been your long-held desire? Matt confirmed, indeed. The destruction of the Hand and the demise of Kingpin's influence have always been my wishes. However, not in this manner. I wish for them to face justice, rather than suffer such vigilante retribution. If they annihilate the Hand and Kingpin's forces, who will then hold them accountable? You are unaware, but during my recent investigation, I discovered that those who have slain members of the Hand Association are indeed assassins. They are not virtuous individuals. Upon hearing this, Fuji's expression grew grave as he inquired, is it truly right to allow the Hand Association and Jean to commit their nefarious deeds? Matt, what do you intend to do? Matt Murdock shook his head, replying, I am uncertain. I find myself in a state of confusion and wish to consult my master for guidance. Meanwhile, in his villa's basement, Tony was examining the arm of the Mark II. At that moment, Pepper Potts descended, cradling 2 boxes of varying sizes and a cup of coffee. I've been calling for you. Didn't you hear the intercom? Tony, engrossed in the components of the arm, asked, what has transpired? Pepper placed her belongings on a nearby table and responded, Obadiah is waiting for you upstairs. How should I address him? Tony replied dismissively, all right, I understand. I will go up shortly. He then lifted his arm, resuming his experimentation. Seeing this, Pepper approached him and asked, did you not claim you would cease weapon production? Tony explained, indeed, this is merely a flight stabilizer. It poses no threat. Yet, in the next moment, a laser shot forth from his palm. The powerful thrust sending Tony flying backward, shattering the iron framework before him. Glancing at the startled Pepper, Tony remarked, that was an accident. Soon, having tidied up, Tony emerged from the basement and approached Obadiah, who was playing the piano. How is the company faring? Tony inquired as he settled into the sofa area. Noticing Pepper still at work, he continued, oh, it seems quite dire, does it not? Obadiah, still playing, replied, I merely brought back pizza from New York. That does not imply a dire situation. Tony opened the pizza box on the table, stating, that is true, the pizza is excellent. Obadiah added, if you had been there, the outcome might have been more favorable. Tony countered, you instructed me to maintain a low profile, and I complied. I remained inconspicuous. You were to handle matters. Obadiah stood and approached Tony, saying, this is a board meeting. Tony, perplexed, asked, a board meeting? Obadiah sat beside Tony and explained, the board believes your post-traumatic stress is severe and intends to issue a mandate. Tony, bewildered, queried, what kind of mandate? Obadiah stated plainly, they plan to oust you. Tony retorted, for what reason? Did the stock decline by 40 points? Did we not anticipate this? Pepper interjected, it actually dropped by 565 points. Tony waved dismissively. That is inconsequential. The controlling interest remains with us. Obadiah remarked, Tony, the board possesses authority as well. They are seeking justification to dismiss you, claiming that your new research direction is not aligned with the company's best interests. Tony defended himself, saying, I consider this to be responsible. This is my new objective, as well as that of the company. Upon hearing Tony's declaration, Obadiah's eyes sparkled with interest. However, Tony quickly sensed the shift and amended his words, stating, I am representing the company. He then resignedly remarked, you all have done splendidly. With that, he picked up a slice of pizza and announced, I must return to the studio. Obadiah urged him, don't be like that, Tony. Rising to intercept Tony, he added, hey, Tony, I am devising a way to turn the situation around, but I need some substantial information to placate them. While gesturing towards the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, he continued, allow me to consult a few engineers to analyze that device and draft some sketches. It was at this moment that Obadiah revealed the true intent of his visit. He had set his sights on Tony's arc reactor, fully aware that it was a golden goose he needed to secure firmly in his grasp. This would enable me to pacify the board members. However, Tony promptly rejected the proposal, asserting, no, absolutely not. His skepticism was not directed towards Obadiah, but rather towards the other individuals within the company. To this day, he had yet to uncover who had sold the company's weapons to the terrorists. I will handle this project myself. There is no room for negotiation. In response to Tony's refusal, Obadiah snatched the pizza from Tony's hands as leverage, though he still allowed Tony to take a slice, while suggesting, would you mind if I went down to see what you're working on? Yet, the outcome remained the same. Tony declined again, advising him to wash up and get some rest. Nevertheless, Obadiah was not disheartened. He was confident that the scientists under his purview would find a research direction and successfully replicate a similar miniature arc reactor. As for Tony's research in the underground laboratory, Obadiah believed he would witness the results soon enough, for Tony had no defenses against him. Days swiftly passed. Tony Stark's Mark II armor had been fully calibrated, leaving only the final assembly and product testing. Before the testing commenced, Tony recalled Smithdahl. Jarvis, please connect me with Smithdahl. Certainly, sir. Initiating the call now. At that moment, Smithdahl had just completed his training for the day when he saw the caller ID displaying Tony Stark's name alongside his profile picture. Answering the call, Smith greeted, "Hi, Tony." Tony spoke to the virtual screen before him. "Hello, buddy. I have been busy enhancing my Mark armor, and I have now completed the prototype. As we agreed, I wanted you to come by to witness it, so you can truly appreciate my scientific prowess." Clearly, Tony still harbored lingering thoughts about his initial test flight failure. Yet he was confident that this time would surely exceed Smithdahl's expectations. Upon hearing that Tony Stark had manufactured the Mark II, Smith's interest peaked, as witnessing it firsthand would differ greatly from merely watching it on screen. "Where shall we meet? I am equally curious about your new armor." Upon hearing Smith's agreement, Tony smiled and remarked, "I shall have JARVIS send you the address shortly. You can come directly to my residence, which also serves as my private laboratory." Once the call ended, Tony gazed at his silver Mark II and the initial Mark I, proudly exclaiming, "Smith is bound to be astounded. This can truly be regarded as a work of art." Having arranged to meet with Tony Stark, Smith arrived at the garage, where he beheld an array of automobiles, a Mercedes Maybach, a Rolls-Royce, a Ferrari, an Audi R8, among others. Ultimately, he selected a crimson Ferrari as his mode of transport and set off towards Tony's villa. Navigating his beloved car, he soon reached Tony Stark's seaside estate. As he entered, the front door opened automatically, and JARVIS' voice resonated, "Welcome, Mr. Smith." At that moment, Tony approached, embracing Smith warmly and saying, "Hi, buddy. You've finally arrived. I can hardly wait to see the astonishment on your face." Upon hearing Tony's words, Smith recognized the confidence Tony had in his Mark II and smiled, replying, "Tony, I am quite curious about what transformation has instilled such confidence in you. By the way, I saw the news. You recently announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing division." Tony nodded and responded, "Indeed, I am resolute in shutting down the weapons division. You are aware of my confinement. It was alarming to discover a multitude of Stark Industries weaponry there. Those were meant for our protection, yet they have become tools in the hands of our adversaries, which was never my intention. I invited you here to discuss this matter." Smith waved dismissively, saying, "That should not concern me. Rather, your announcement has allowed me to profit considerably from Stark Industries on the stock market." Tony, with a teasing tone, remarked, "No wonder Pepper Potts told me the stock price plummeted by 565, significantly exceeding our projected 40. It seems you were stirring the pot. However, you have indeed struck it rich this time. I suspect the stock may continue to decline for a while." Smith glanced at the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest and stated, "I believe you can elevate Stark Industries to new heights at the appropriate time. I shall complete the transaction and opt to invest." Tony, brimming with pride, declared, "Buddy, choosing Stark Industries is undoubtedly your wisest decision. However, I must address another matter. When Pepper Potts sought your assistance in my rescue, the third condition was granting you access to purchase weaponry produced by Stark Industries. Yet, as you know, I have announced the cessation of weapon production, rendering that contract null and void. I propose that you consider whether this is acceptable. One is that I can facilitate a connection for you. Although Hammer Industries has consistently proven to be a lackluster imitator, they are still a reasonably adequate arms dealer. I believe they will grant me a favor, allowing you to become a dealer of light weaponry without any issue. Another avenue I have discovered is that you are acquiring scientific research equipment and materials, yet have faced challenges due to qualification constraints. I can arrange for Stark Industries to procure these items on your behalf, even utilizing our own quota to acquire some of the materials you require, though the expenses will need to be covered by you. Despite my position as chairman of Stark Industries, I must also be accountable to our shareholders. Upon hearing Tony's proposal, Smithdale pondered for a moment before responding. There is no need for a weapons procurement channel. As you mentioned, Hammer Industries is a poor imitator, and I would prefer to avoid any malfunctions during use. Let's proceed with the second option. Please have Stark Industries handle the procurement. Upon hearing Smithdale's choice of the second option, a broader smile spread across Tony's face as he replied, I will have Pepperpots liaise with you. Whenever you need to purchase any equipment or materials, just send her the details. Smithdale nodded and then cheerfully remarked, Tony, now that business is concluded, let us go see your technological marvels. I can hardly contain my excitement. Following Tony to the underground laboratory, Smithdale's eyes immediately fell upon the fully assembled Mark I and Mark II. Observing the Mark I, Smithdale felt a wave of curiosity. With the return of the Mark I prototype, would Obadiah's Ironmonger still manifest, and would Tony still become Iron Man? After all, without the Ironmonger, Ethan had not perished. Would Tony still ascend to be that Iron Man? Tony approached the assembly platform and addressed Smithdale. Smith, you will be the first person, aside from myself, to witness the Mark II armor. He then commanded, JARVIS, suit me up with the Mark II armor. As he spoke, a nearby mechanical arm sprang into action, donning Tony with the Mark II piece by piece. Activate headgear. Received. Import all optimization protocols. Understood, sir. Smithdale observed Tony, who now bore a striking resemblance to the Iron Man he remembered, the only distinction being the absence of a color treatment. Gazing at the gleaming silver Mark II, Smithdale suddenly posed a question. Tony, have you conducted ice treatment for high-altitude operations? Chapter 82. Smith, save me. Tony flexed his limbs and then inquired of Smithdale. How does it feel? Smithdale marveled, impressive. The armor is the epitome of a man's romance. The Mark I was indeed a bit crude. However, Tony, will you be selling such a magnificent piece of armor? If you do, please notify me immediately. I wish to collect one. Upon hearing Smithdale's inquiry regarding a sale, Tony promptly replied, I will not be selling it. This is my personal property and does not belong to Stark Industries. Upon hearing Tony's unequivocal refusal, Smith was not taken aback. His inquiry had merely been casual, driven by a fleeting curiosity regarding the Mark armor. He was firmly convinced that, should Bulma so desire, she could indeed craft a mech by hand. The notion of selling such a formidable weapon seemed unwise, as it would inevitably lead to the murky waters of arms dealing. Tony nodded in agreement, asserting, therefore, it belongs solely to me and shall not be sold. With that, he declared, allow me to demonstrate the true capabilities of the Mark II. In the next moment, Tony showcased a breathtaking aerial maneuver, reminiscent of a celestial maiden scattering flowers, eliciting barely suppressed laughter from Smith. Soon enough, Tony soared out of the garage, and without hesitation, Smith utilized his aerial arts to follow suit. Ecstatic from his successful flight, Tony exclaimed, wow, haha, this is flying. At that juncture, Jarvis interjected, Mr. Smith has followed you and is now at your side. As they soared through the skies, Tony challenged, Smith, let us race to see who can fly faster and higher. Encouraged by Tony's words, Smith replied, I share that sentiment. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, let's begin. With Tony's signal, he immediately accelerated, propelling himself into the distance. While Smith, undeterred, unleashed his inner energy to pursue him. The two engaged in a thrilling chase high above, weaving through various flight paths, prompting Tony to exclaim, this feels like a dream. Jarvis's voice broke through, Sir, you have not increased your lead over Mr. Smith. Observing that Smith was managing to keep pace, Tony declared, very well, let Smith witness the prowess of my Mark II. With that, he piloted the Mark II skyward, heading toward the heavens above. Jarvis, what is the record for the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft? The highest record for fixed-wing reconnaissance aircraft is 85,000 feet, sir. Records are made to be broken. Let us ascend. Smith, witnessing Tony's ascent, promptly followed suit. As their altitude increased, Smith began to regulate his energy, aware that his combat power was barely 200, trailing Tony by several divine levels. Upon surpassing Smith, Tony grew even more exhilarated, shouting, haha, Smith, while I cannot fly as you do, my armor has finally outstripped you. At that moment, Smith observed ice forming on Tony's suit, prompting Jarvis to caution, "Sir, the ice is accumulating rapidly. The armor may sustain damage." Unfazed, Tony responded, "Continue the ascent." Smith, recognizing that Tony had neglected to implement high-altitude frost protection, realized that he might soon need to intervene to save Tony once again. A bit higher. As Tony accelerated once more, the propulsion system in his legs began to falter, and shortly thereafter, all his thrusters extinguished. In the blink of an eye, he altered his trajectory and plummeted downward. Thus, the once leading Tony Stark brushed past Smith, who was soaring upward, both descending towards the ground. "Jarvis, I'm immobilized." "Jarvis." "Smith, save me." "Ah." Upon hearing Tony's desperate cries, Smith, witnessing Tony's rapid descent, dared not delay. If he descended just a bit more, Tony would be able to save himself. Redirecting his course, Smith hastened towards the falling Tony. Although Tony descended with great speed, Smith's explosive surge propelled him even faster. In an instant, Smith reached Tony Stark's side and caught him mid-fall. Boom. At the moment of the catch, the immense force combined with the weight of the Mark II sent Smith plummeting downward as well. However, with another surge of energy, he skillfully employed his aerial technique to secure Tony Stark safely. "Huh. Smith, you've saved my life once again." Smith playfully punched the Mark II armor, causing the ice encasing it to shatter instantly. Soon after, Jarvis revived, restoring the Mark II to full functionality. "Smith, I've rebooted." Seeing this, Smith released Tony and flew aside, reigniting the dormant thrusters. The two then soared back to the rooftop of the villa, where Tony commanded, "Cut the power." Crash. In the next moment, Tony smashed through the rooftop, landing in the garage and flattening a car beneath him. Smith flew in through the hole Tony had created, observing the clumsy figure spraying dry ice on Tony and chuckling. "Tony, what performance are you putting on this time?" Tony, feeling rather helpless, lay sprawled on the ground. He had intended to showcase his prowess to Smith, but ended up feeling quite embarrassed. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony shed his armor and stepped out. Smith, noticing Tony's discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Tony, as long as you resolve the icing problem at high altitudes, your suit remains exceptional." Upon seeing Smith's thumbs up, Tony smiled, albeit sheepishly. Back in the lab, Tony eyed the coffee on the table, took a sip, and remarked, "This was brewed by Pepper Potts. You're not getting any." Hearing Tony's proud tone, Smith chuckled while glancing at the two gifts on the table, teasingly saying, "Not only coffee, but gifts too." "Tony, is your secretary trying to win your heart?" Tony responded incredulously, "Win my heart? Not a chance. If anything, I'm the one trying to win hers." Eyeing the two boxes of varying sizes, Tony reached for one and tore it open. Inside, he found the former reactor encased in glass. Accompanied by a heartfelt inscription, "Tony has a warm heart." Chapter 83. Jealousy transforms one's countenance upon witnessing Tony unveil the first box. Smith felt no surprise. The K version of the reactor had indeed saved Tony's life. However, his curiosity was piqued by the second box, as it had not appeared in the original narrative. Tony gazed at the arc reactor before setting it aside to open the second box. Once the packaging was removed, it revealed another box, inside which lay a perfectly spherical stone, roughly the size of a baseball, inscribed with the phrase, "It is said that no man can refuse such a naturally rounded stone." Tony held the stone in his hand and marveled at its perfect roundness. Although this gift bore no considerable value, Tony appreciated the thoughtfulness behind it, as it was entirely natural and not artificially crafted. Meanwhile, Smith paused for a moment, recognizing that the stone, if he sensed correctly, was likely a Dragon Ball. Though its transformation into stone rendered its location uncertain, he could identify it at a glance. He was astonished that Pepper Potts had fortuitously acquired one, especially in its stone form. Smith chuckled, teasing, "Lucky fellow, that is indeed a rare gift." Tony Stark placed the stone back into its box, setting it on the table, and with a smile remarked, "Surely, there isn't anyone who has never received such a gift?" Smith shrugged, seemingly admitting that he had never received even a straight twig. Tony then returned to his computer, stating, "I need to adjust the data to further refine Mark II. Jarvis, take note. The primary sensor fails above 40,000 feet, and the pressurization system has issues, likely due to icing." Jarvis quipped, "Sir, your perception is remarkably keen. If you plan to venture to other planets, we might need to enhance the exhaust system." At this, Smith raised an eyebrow and said, "Perhaps one day we really will journey to other planets." "That is indeed a splendid idea." Tony chuckled in response and continued, "Contact the SIS company for the metal materials for the shell configuration. Utilize the gold titanium alloy from the Seraphim satellite. This should ensure both a favorable power-to-weight ratio and increased structural integrity. Understood? Jarvis replied affirmatively. Subsequently, Tony took a sip of chlorophyll juice. Observing this, Smith furrowed his brow, questioning whether he was already consuming chlorophyll to alleviate palladium poisoning. He then inquired, Tony, has it reached that extent? Tony, puzzled, responded, what do you mean? Smith gestured towards the chlorophyll in Tony's hand, stating, chlorophyll, if I recall correctly, is used to mitigate palladium poisoning, is it not? Tony glanced down at the arc reactor nestled in his chest, waved his hand dismissively, and replied nonchalantly, it's not as severe as you suggest, merely a slight poisoning. The sooner I dilute it, the quicker I shall recover. I am confident that before long, I will find an alternative element. For now, this is a necessary measure. At this moment, Tony was unconcerned about his palladium poisoning. He believed that as long as he remained slightly diligent in the days to come, he would be able to discover an alternative element, until he transformed into Iron Man. The current levels of radiation were sufficient for him to live for quite some time, enough to easily find a substitute. Observing Tony's nonchalant demeanor and confident tone, Smith knew that in just over a year, palladium poisoning would pose a serious threat to his life. With time still on their side, Smith felt no need to intervene. As for the new element, he would inform Tony before SHIELD had the chance to do so. He would accept this favor for now. At that moment, JARVIS spoke up. Sir, would you like to see the visual representation? Tony replied, let me take a look. Just then, the television in the laboratory displayed a news segment. The Disney concert hall, adorned with a red carpet, was ablaze with lights and festivities. The third annual charity ball hosted by Tony Stark for the Firefighter Family Foundation was being held here in grand fashion. Tony tilted his head, watching the news on the screen, and inquired, JARVIS, did we receive an invitation? There is no record of an invitation, sir, JARVIS responded. The reporter continued, the elite of Los Angeles society have gathered, a dazzling assembly of stars. The event's organizer, who recently made headlines with his unfiltered remarks at a press conference, has since gone into hiding. At that moment, Tony, who was toying with the helmet of Mark II, gazed at his own photograph from the press conference on the television, lost in contemplation. There were whispers that he was suffering from post-concussion syndrome and had been bedridden for weeks. The true nature of his condition remained a mystery. However, it seemed nearly impossible to see him tonight. Initially indifferent, Tony felt a surge of irritation upon hearing the reporter's portrayal of him. He promptly removed his helmet and frowned. A gala without its main guest seemed rather unreasonable. Smith, shall we attend this soiree? Upon hearing Tony's invitation, Smith pondered for a moment before agreeing. Is there food there? I happen to be rather hungry. Ever since integrating Scion blood, Smith's appetite had dramatically increased, to the point of being exaggeratedly larger than before, about 40 to 50 times. John Wick had curiously asked if such consumption was necessary to enhance strength. Tony chuckled. Since it's a banquet, there will undoubtedly be gourmet food and drinks. Smith gestured affirmatively, indicating it was no problem. At that moment, JARVIS chimed in, the visual representation has been completed. Gazing at the depiction of a suit of armor in pure gold, Tony remarked, this color scheme is rather ostentatious. Smith glanced at the visual and teased, Tony, this lavish gold suits your persona perfectly. JARVIS quickly interjected, that was my oversight. You have always favored a more understated aesthetic. Tony turned to observe his red, yellow, and black sports car and after a moment's thought, suggested, how about we add a touch of red from the car? Very well, it complements your understated image nicely, JARVIS affirmed, observing Tony's artificial intelligence. JARVIS, Smith felt a tinge of envy. Yet, he reassured himself, thinking, Bulma will create one for me. I shall possess it as well. Meanwhile, far away in the Assassin Alliance laboratory, Bulma sneezed, uncertain if it was due to a cold or simply from pouring herself another glass of chlorophyll. As Tony sipped his drink, he gazed at the newly painted Mark suit. I adore it. Let the assembly commence, spray paint. The automatic assembly began, with an estimated completion time of 5 hours. Picking up a watch from the table, Tony glanced at the time and remarked, no need to wait for me, darling. He then took Smith and drove his Audi A8 towards the banquet hall. Chapter 84. Speculation and doubt on the way. Tony spoke while driving. Last time, I mentioned inviting you to see my private jet, but I've been preoccupied with the Mark II project and haven't found the time. A few days ago, I ordered a custom jet from Boeing, and once it's ready, they'll deliver it to you. The design will be quite similar to mine. I trust our tastes align. Upon hearing that Tony remembered this and had even gone so far as to customize one, Smith felt grateful. What similarity? The cover girls? He teased. Tony chuckled. Haha, are you envious? Their banter continued as they soon arrived at the Disney Concert Hall, the venue for the banquet. Tony parked and stepped out, with Smith following closely behind. The valet, upon seeing them, promptly greeted, Good evening, Mr. Stark. Welcome to the banquet, sir. Since Smith was not a widely recognized figure, the valet did not know him. Tony approached, putting an arm around Smith's shoulder, and declared, Smith Dole, my good brother. After handing the car keys to the valet, Tony strode towards the banquet hall. As Tony Stark made his entrance, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Oh my, it's Tony Stark. So dashing. Who is that handsome man with him? He seems so cool. Is he an heir to some fortune? He looks quite young. Does anyone know him? At that moment, Obadiah, who was being interviewed, turned his gaze to the source of the commotion, immediately spotting Tony Stark and Smith Dole at his side. What a peculiar world. Hosting a banquet without the host? Obadiah scrutinized Tony Stark and then glanced at Smith Dole, perplexed as to why Tony, typically engrossed in his research, had chosen to attend this event, and even more so, why he brought Smith along. Obadiah was familiar with Smith Dole, as he was well aware of Pepper Potts' dealings and the company's financial expenditures. However, he bore no ill will towards Smith, given that he had brought back a golden opportunity for him. A smile graced Obadiah's face as he remarked, Look who has arrived. Well, this is quite unexpected. Subsequently, he extended his hand towards Smith, who stood beside Tony, and said, Mr. Smith, I am exceedingly grateful for your efforts in rescuing Tony. Stark Industries cannot afford to lose him, just as the West cannot forfeit Jerusalem. Witnessing Obadiah's flattery towards Tony, one could hardly fathom that this bald figure was, in fact, the mastermind behind the previous attack. Smith exchanged a handshake with Obadiah, smiling as he remarked, Tony is destined for greatness. Even without my assistance, he would have returned safely. As Tony surveyed the throng of media personnel capturing every moment, he declared, Obadiah, I shall await you inside. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to depart. Obadiah, anxious that Tony might seize the opportunity presented by the evening's gala to announce his research findings, knew that such a revelation would cause Stark Industries stock to soar. He had planned to capitalize on the subsequent dip before the announcement, thereby amassing considerable wealth. Quickly, he pivoted and grasped Tony's arm, exclaiming, Hey, listen to me. Don't rush, all right? I believe I have convinced the board. Upon hearing Obadiah's words, Tony replied, All right, I understand. I acted impulsively. I shall leave with Smith shortly. Seeing Tony calmed, Obadiah felt a sense of relief wash over him, though he remained curious about Smith as companionship. Even though Smith had saved Tony, given Tony's character and stature, it seemed unlikely that they would forge a deep bond. Was there something he was unaware of? Tony and Smith entered the grand hall of the charity gala, unimpeded along their way. No event staff dared approach them to inquire about Smith's invitation. After all, everyone understood that this gala was held in Tony's name. Bringing along one person, or even 100, posed no issue whatsoever. Tony led Smith to the dining and beverage area, where an array of pastries and snacks were displayed, alongside chefs preparing seafood and steaks on site. Tony remarked, The offerings here are quite satisfactory, albeit slightly inferior to my private chef's creations. They will suffice for a light meal. Wait staff, bring me a drink. At that moment, within the venue, Phil Coulson, contemplating how to engage with Pepper Potts and gather information, heard a familiar voice. He turned towards the source and was taken aback, not by the sight of Tony Stark, the target of his interest, but by the presence of Smith beside him. He was perplexed as to how the two had come to be together, given that in their intelligence reports, Smith had not been in contact with Tony for a month following the rescue. They had assumed their relationship was merely professional, lacking any profound friendship, especially considering Tony's previously abrasive nature. Meanwhile, Smith had become a focal point of their observation, his significance even surpassing Tony's, particularly after the deployment of Natasha as an undercover agent, which had led to a fresh intelligence report elevating Smith's importance further still. Coulson steadied his mind, undeterred by the sudden appearance of Smith. In fact, he felt a flicker of delight, as it might provide an opportunity to glean some information directly from the man, such as whether the object embedded in Tony Stark's chest served a unique purpose. Mr. Stark. Mr. Smith. Upon hearing his name alongside Smith's, Tony turned curiously, assuming that no one at the gathering would recognize Smith. Oh, you know Smith, Tony remarked, as Smith busily indulged in food, a scene that Coulson noted with interest. I am Agent Coulson. Tony lifted a glass of wine, pondering for a moment before responding, Oh, right. It's that agency, isn't it? He recalled Pepper Potts mentioning a particular agency that had approached him, though he had not retained the name. Coulson interjected, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Chapter 85. Betrayal and Deception. Tony turned his attention to his drink, responding dismissively, yes, exactly. He exhaled deeply, took a sip from his glass, and added, God, you really ought to consider changing that name. Coulson smiled, reminiscing about how Smith had previously expressed similar sentiments regarding the lengthy title. He replied, indeed, everyone says that, including Smith. Thus, our organization has officially been renamed SHIELD. Surprised by the name change prompted by the collective feedback, Tony remarked, SHIELD. That's certainly an improvement over the previous moniker. Coulson nodded in agreement, pleased with Tony's response. Well, as long as everyone likes it. There's something I wish to discuss with you both. I haven't had the opportunity until now, and it seems fortuitous that I've encountered you too, Coulson stated. Intrigued by the mention of a discussion, Smith inquired, what is it that requires both of us? Tony, having an inkling of what was coming, responded, what else could it be but your daring rescue of me? Coulson nodded, precisely. We seek to learn the complete account of Mr. Smith's rescue of Tony, including some specific details. Tony, uninterested in engaging with Coulson, replied dismissively, this is a banquet. It hardly seems the appropriate setting for such discussions. Agent, you'll need to schedule a time with my assistant. Smith, unfazed by Tony's dismissiveness, remarked, the matter is quite straightforward. Locate Tony, eliminate the armed assailants, and bring him back. I trust your agency's intelligence capabilities are well aware of my abilities. Accomplishing this is well within my means. Tony remained silent, casting a surprised glance at Coulson, wondering if this so-called SHIELD differed from other governmental agencies. Coulson maintained his smile, stating, indeed, with Mr. Smith's capabilities, rescuing Tony Stark is certainly no formidable task. However, we are quite curious about how you managed to locate Tony amidst the vast expanse of the Afghan desert, especially considering that the military had searched that territory for an entire month without yielding any results. As far as we understand, Mr. Smith took less than 3 days from receiving the commission to rescuing Tony. Upon hearing Coulson's inquisitive remark, Smith smiled, recalling the impending release of a combat capability detection device, and replied, this pertains to a product we are about to unveil, and I cannot disclose further details at this moment. However, we will soon launch such a product, at which point SHIELD will receive an invitation, and you will understand the specifics then. Intrigued by Smith's statement, both Tony and Coulson expressed their interest, with Coulson saying, we look forward to Mr. Smith's product launch. But from what you've said, you seem to have a fair understanding of our organization. Smith chuckled and responded, given the history of our organization, it is not surprising to know a few things, such as the once-renowned Strategic Scientific Reserve from World War II. Coulson was somewhat taken aback by the mention of that name, one he had not heard in quite some time. Was this the legacy of a millennia-old institution? The longer something exists, does it not lose its novelty in the eyes of others? Meanwhile, Tony took note of the name Strategic Scientific Reserve, intending to have JARVIS investigated upon his return. Coulson's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and remarked, that name indeed hasn't been mentioned in ages. It seems Mr. Smith is quite knowledgeable about us. He then turned to Tony Stark and said, we have gathered sufficient information from Mr. Smith. Can you satisfy my curiosity? Without waiting for Tony's response, Coulson continued, since returning from Afghanistan, I noticed you have acquired a lamp-like ornament on your chest. Could you enlighten us about its nature? However, Tony was not as forthcoming as Smith and retorted, what I carry on my person is none of your concern. It is my freedom. Taxpayer money is not meant for your inquisitive exploration. With that, Tony set down his wine glass and noticed Pepper Potts on the dance floor. He turned to Smith and said, please continue your meal. I see my assistant and I need to speak with her. Not everyone should be allowed in here. Without further ado, Tony made his way towards Pepper Potts on the dance floor. Having faced rejection from Tony, Coulson felt somewhat helpless, knowing he could do little against someone of Tony's stature. Meanwhile, Smith chose to ignore Coulson and began to enjoy the delicacies on the table. Observing one person leaving and the other indulging in fine food without paying him any mind, Coulson felt no discouragement. Today's accomplishments had exceeded his expectations, leaving little room for discontent. As for Smith and his associates, they merely needed to report the truth regarding the origins of SHIELD, which was once the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Time passed as Smith savored delectable cuisine, while Tony, after a graceful dance with Pepper Potts, learned that his company had not ceased its international arms sales division as he had declared. Instead, it continued its dealings in weaponry. This revelation was brought to him by a reporter brandishing photographs of munitions, which incited a profound anger within Tony Stark. Following their conversation, he hurriedly exited the gala to confront Obadiah. However, the outcome was even more unacceptable. It was Obadiah himself who had petitioned the board to restrict his employment. This revelation infuriated Tony, especially as he discovered that the town mentioned by the reporter was Ethan's hometown. He resolved to visit it personally once his armor was completed. Tony wasted no time at the charity gala. Before departing, he informed Smith of his intentions and drove back to his villa. Watching the hurried exit of Tony Stark, Smith surmised that he must be aware of Obadiah's duplicity. After all, Stark Industries had announced a halt to weapon production and sales, yet immediately thereafter, they were selling arms in the Middle East, with buyers being members of the Ten Rings. This was indeed a scandal in the industry. It appeared that Tony was intent on destroying the weapons, but Smith had no desire to witness such events and returned directly to the Assassin's Guild after his meal. Chapter 86. The double agent seeks readers. Meanwhile, back at his villa, after 4 hours of anticipation, Tony Stark's latest armor had been completed. Now seated on his sofa, he affixed the components of his right arm while watching the news broadcast before him. In the report, he saw that the war-torn region of Megala was in dire straits, with countless people displaced, a place now referred to as Hell's Road. As he tightened the armor with a screwdriver, his expression remained impassive, absorbing the grim news. The recent wave of violence was attributed to a group of foreign militants known locally as the Ten Rings. At the mention of the Ten Rings and the appearance of Zara on screen, memories of his dark days in the cave flooded back to Tony, evoking a profound humiliation. He muttered to himself, "So, the last time Smith came to kill, you were fortuitously absent. It seems luck has favored you this time. I hope you remain so fortunate." This was Ethan's hometown. Surely nothing would happen to him. Tony harbored concerns for the doctor who had once aided him. When they parted ways, he had wished to employ Ethan as his personal physician, desiring to keep him in New York. However, Ethan had resolutely insisted on returning to Megala, claiming that his family resided there. Unbeknownst to Tony, Ethan had long since lost his family. The television shifted to a harrowing scene, where a man was subjected to hanging, while numerous refugees wept below. In that moment, Tony's expression transformed from calm to one of rage, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. The man depicted in the scene is none other than Ethan, who had once aided him. At this moment, Tony had firmly secured his armored arm and, with a flick of his wrist, flung the screwdriver aside, unleashing a repulsor blast at the television. Boom! The screen was obliterated, yet Tony's fury remained unabated. He strode deliberately to the bulletproof glass beside the basement door, gazing at his reflection, and unleashed 3 repulsor blasts, shattering the glass into fragments. Pleased with his handiwork, Tony removed the armor from his arm. He intended to confront Megala, seeking vengeance for Ethan while also aiming to destroy the weapons sold by Stark Industries. Time swiftly passed until morning. Tony arrived at his equipment area, utilizing mechanical arms to don the latest Mark III suit, and set off towards Megala. Meanwhile, in the Assassin's League, Smith had not yet had the chance to exercise when the gentleman approached him. "Leader, the intel you requested has yielded some leads. Through our extensive inquiries and the resources we have mobilized in Russia, we have confirmed that the Red Guardian, Alexei Shostakovich, is imprisoned in a deep well prison in Siberia, a facility constructed during the Soviet era to confine political prisoners and super soldiers." The gentleman then produced a photograph of Alexei, who appeared bloated and despondent, shackled by heavy iron chains that restricted his movement. Satisfied with the swift progress made, Smith listened intently as the gentleman continued. "As for Yelena and Melina, we have only located Melina, who is currently living alone on a farm in Russia, raising pigs. We have observed her from a distance using binoculars but did not approach, as she remains highly vigilant. Unfortunately, we have yet to find Yelena. This may require additional time." Upon hearing the report, Smith responded with satisfaction. "This information is sufficient. Yelena may indeed be challenging to locate. We shall proceed with a gradual search, focusing particularly on Budapest." The gentleman nodded and arranged for personnel to continue investigating Yelena's whereabouts. As he watched the gentleman depart, Smith pondered the one individual yet to be found, Yelena. Based on his understanding, Natasha's sister was still under the Red Room's control. Her liberation from this grip had only occurred after pursuing another Black Widow from the Red Room, receiving an antidote that restored her rationality. Currently, the only means to reach her would be to place a request with the Red Room's leader, Dreykov, to dispatch Yelena. However, the pressing issue remained the antidote. It was known that the Black Widow had yet to develop one, and even locating Yelena would be under her controlled state. Nonetheless, there existed a strategy to address this predicament. Eliminating Dreykov and isolating Yelena for a period could naturally diminish her conditioned state, akin to Natasha's experience. Prolonged absence from influence would eventually result in the waning of the effects. Another matter is to have Bulma or other scientists develop an antidote, or to experiment with whether the treatment chamber could be of any benefit. Nevertheless, the existing intelligence is sufficient for a discussion with Natasha. Smith dialed Fox's number and opened with, "Fox, please ask Natalie Rushman to come over. I have some matters to discuss with her." Fox, somewhat puzzled, thought that Natalie Rushman's work should not involve Smith. "All right, I'll have her come find you. What is going on that requires my secretary?" Smith chuckled and replied, "Fox, your secretary is quite remarkable. She is currently an agent of SHIELD, known as Natasha Romanoff." Upon hearing this, Fox instinctively reached for the firearm at her lower back, a surge of anger coursing through her, not at Natasha the undercover agent, but at her own oversight in failing to recognize the other as a spy, subsequently exposed by Smith. "I'll kill her right now," Smith interjected. "I do not wish for you to kill her. Rather, I need her assistance. She may become our ally." At that moment, the term double agent flashed through Fox's mind. Could Smith truly win her over? "Very well, I shall heed your advice. In the future, I will ensure a more thorough vetting of my secretary's backgrounds to prevent any spies from infiltrating." Smith smiled, unfazed by the notion of espionage. Even if they managed to infiltrate, what difference would it make? Did he truly believe the Assassin's Guild was devoid of spies from other organizations? Over 1,000 years of history not only signifies depth, but also implies the inevitable presence of outside interference. He had no doubt that there were agents from SHIELD and HYDRA within their ranks. After all, the Assassin's Guild comprised not only highly skilled individuals, but also average assassins of modest capabilities, and even ordinary workers responsible for weaving. The art of gunplay, bending bullets, and the ability to slice through them with a blade are not skills that just anyone can master, and the technique of bullet time requires the support of bloodline power. Chapter 88. Natasha Romanoff, the Assassin's Guild. In Smith's office, Natalie Rushman knocked and entered. "Chief, you summoned me?" It was Natasha's first visit to this office. She hadn't even been to the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild prior. Despite being Fox's secretary and having witnessed Smith's formidable power, she did not belong to the guild. Smith regarded Natasha as she entered and said, "Please, have a seat." Once she settled, Smith continued, "Should I address you as Natalie Rushman or Natasha Romanoff? Or perhaps by the moniker Black Widow?" Upon realizing that her identity had been uncovered, Natasha was taken aback, although Coulson had sent her a warning the previous night, alerting her that the Assassin's Guild had knowledge of SHIELD and to be cautious of exposure. She had not anticipated that she would indeed be detected. Though her heart was shaken, Natasha exhibited no semblance of panic, nor did she engage in any foolish act of fleeing. She was acutely aware that the chasm between her strength and that of Smith was vast. Her only gamble was that he would not take her life. After all, summoning her to his office was certainly not intended for her demise. Natasha offered a faint smile and remarked, "The intelligence capabilities of the Assassin Alliance are indeed formidable. You have swiftly uncovered my identity. It appears I may soon find myself unemployed. I wonder, Mr. Smith, what is it that you require of me?" Observing Natasha's composed demeanor and articulate speech, Smith responded, "Natasha Romanoff, a spy trained by the Soviet Red Room, codenamed Black Widow. Born in Stalingrad, USSR, your true name is Natasha Romanoff. Prior to your tenure with SHIELD, you served the Red Room. At the tender age of 11, you, along with Yelena, Melina, and Alexei, infiltrated the United States, establishing a temporary family in Ohio. After 3 years of successful concealment, you escaped to Cuba, where you received further training in the Red Room until you graduated as Black Widow and began your operations." At this juncture, Natasha's initial composure began to wane. She had presumed that Smith was merely aware of her status as a SHIELD agent, but she was taken aback by the depth of his knowledge. Smith, unfazed by the shift in her expression, continued, "After the year 2000, while executing a mission in Budapest, Hungary, you encountered your most formidable opponent, SHIELD Agent Hawkeye, originally tasked with eliminating you. He refrained from doing so upon witnessing your prowess and instead invited you to join SHIELD. Smith paused, and Natasha seized the moment to interject. "Impressive, truly impressive. I can hardly believe you have acquired such detailed intelligence. I would not be surprised to learn that spies exist within SHIELD. Acknowledging the truth of his statements, she inquired, Mr. Smith, what is it that you wish to convey to me? Recognizing that Smith's extensive knowledge indicated further matters at hand, Natasha awaited his next words. Smith smiled slightly and continued, there is no rush. You are aware of some things, yet there are others that remain unknown to you. And it is these secrets that will form the crux of our forthcoming dialogue. In order to ensure your complete allegiance, SHIELD has orchestrated a grand performance. Eliminate Dreykov and dismantle the Red Room. The agents for this task are you and Barton. Upon hearing Smith's declaration, Natasha grasped the essence of his message, murmuring, a grand performance? Smith replied, do you truly believe the Red Room has been destroyed? That Dreykov is dead? And that his daughter, whom you perceive as a source of guilt, has also perished? In disbelief, Natasha exclaimed, impossible. I witnessed the explosion that obliterated his office. The explosive power of the bomb ensured the inevitable demise of Dreykov and his daughter. Smithdale scoffed, uttering, have you seen their bodies? I heard that at the explosion site. Dreykov's underage daughter has become an indelible shadow haunting you. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, you truly have a spy within SHIELD. Aside from the department responsible for psychological profiling, even Hawkeye Barton could only speculate about this matter. At that moment, Natasha found herself fundamentally convinced that there was indeed an infiltrator from the Assassin's Guild within SHIELD, with her only doubt being whether the individual possessed some form of memory-detecting superpower to observe the past. However, according to SHIELD's records, no such superpower had been documented, and it was suspected that such abilities did not exist. Smith neither confirmed nor denied the presence of spies. While there had been none previously, the future remained uncertain. Natasha continued, what evidence do you possess to prove that Dreykov and his daughter are alive, and that the Red Room has not vanished? In all the years I have undertaken missions, the once active Red Room agents have since disappeared after that incident. Furthermore, why do you assert that the operation was merely a performance, a play to ensure my loyalty? Natasha's questions flowed forth, reflecting her tumultuous past with the Red Room and her current affiliation with SHIELD. As for her loyalty to SHIELD, though she deemed herself sufficiently devoted, the organization may not share her sentiment. After all, she was an agent forged in the crucible of the Russian Red Room. Not having become an Avenger, she merely changed her workplace, continuing to engage in similar undertakings. She was acutely aware that her loyalty was earned through countless life and death encounters. And compared to the brutality instilled by the Red Room, SHIELD was merely a facade of respectability. She had some understanding of the training models outside of SHIELD Academy and recognized that she was not a product of their direct lineage. In response to Natasha, Smith remarked, of course, I will reveal the truth to you. Evidence will be laid before you. After all, an operative of your caliber cannot merely rely on empty words. At that moment, Smithdale retrieved 2 photographs from a drawer, placing the image of Alexei before Natasha. As she picked up the photograph, she noted the prison backdrop. Although the man appeared significantly heavier and more disheveled, she recognized him, the man who had briefly assumed the role of her father in that temporary family. Though it was a makeshift family, Natasha regarded it as a glimmer of light in her otherwise dark past. Chapter 89, The Recruitment Operation. He was a hero of the Soviet Union. How could he be imprisoned? Upon seeing Natasha recognize the person in the photograph, Smith refrained from explaining why the Red Guardian, Alexei, was imprisoned while Captain America was glorified as a godlike figure. Instead, he handed Natasha another photograph of Melina. As she took the photo, she gently caressed the image, murmuring, Mother, you have even found her. Smith observed Natasha's emotions being stirred and intensified his approach, stating, not only have we located the 2 individuals who temporarily assumed the roles of your parents for 3 years, but we have also uncovered information regarding your biological mother. At this moment, Natasha, her eyes reddened, calmly replied upon hearing news of her mother, I am merely an orphan discarded like refuse. Smith raised a finger and shook his head, saying, the information we have is quite contrary. You were not abandoned. You were taken by the Red Room due to your participation in the genetic potential screening program. Your mother even sought out the then director, Dreykov. But the outcome was tragically evident. Dreykov personally ended her life. Of course, you may inquire about this directly with Dreykov when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Natasha could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She had always believed she was an abandoned child, unaware that her mother had loved her enough to sacrifice her life in the quest to find her. It was only today that she learned the truth. Smith, uncertain whether Natasha's emotional display was genuine, recognized that as a top-tier agent, she could feign such feelings. However, having witnessed the unfolding narrative, he believed her sentiments were authentic. He continued, "As for your sister Yelena, I regret to inform you that I do not have a photograph to provide. However, according to our intelligence, she is currently the next iteration of the Black Widow, still serving the Red Room." Upon hearing that Yelena was still working for the Red Room, Natasha wiped her tears and looked at Smith earnestly, asking, "The Red Room truly has not been destroyed? Was that mission merely a FAID orchestrated by SHIELD? Smith refrained from giving a definitive answer, instead stating, "This is something you must determine for yourself. However, I will take you to meet Melina, who can attest to the existence of the Red Room." He then inquired, "Do you not wish to avenge your mother? She went to great lengths to locate you, only to be murdered by Dreykov, and your sister Yelena remains ensnared by him." Smith understood that telling Natasha the truth about SHIELD's deception might not earn her belief. Yet, introducing her to her former kin, even to the supposedly deceased Dreykov and the expansive Red Room, could solidify her resolve. After all, the credibility of information gathered through investigation vastly differed from that conveyed by others. Natasha composed herself and asked, "Sir, what is it that you require of me?" Upon hearing her address him with respect, Smith nodded in satisfaction and replied, "It is not a matter of what I need you to do, but rather what you wish to accomplish." After a brief silence, Natasha declared, "I wish to meet Melina, to ascertain the fate of Dreykov and the existence of the Red Room. I aim to rescue Yelena and utterly dismantle the Red Room. That place should have been obliterated 8 years ago." Smith applauded and remarked, "Excellent, a commendable ambition. But how do you intend to proceed? Do you plan to do this alone? Do you still believe you can mobilize SHIELD? In truth, do you have faith in them at all? Do you genuinely believe that a single individual can obliterate the current SHIELD? If you comprehend the impossibility of that, then you must also acknowledge that you cannot destroy a Red Room that has grown even more formidable than before." At this point, Natasha found herself at a loss for words. Her faith in SHIELD had significantly waned, and her affiliation with them had only made her acutely aware of her inability to dismantle the organization, much less annihilate the current Red Room. Smith had not erred in his assertion. For Natasha to have the capability to dismantle the Red Room, all elements must align perfectly, and without an antidote. The Natasha from that time would have perished on the spot, let alone succeed in destruction. In the present circumstances, should Natasha dare to act recklessly, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. "I may not be able to achieve it, but I shall exert every effort to cause destruction, even if it means death. I will ensure he does not emerge unscathed." Upon hearing Natasha's declaration, Smith chuckled and then spoke, "Allow me to illuminate a path for you. First, we shall rescue Alexei and bring him to Melina. With Alexei by your side, Melina will not expel you outright, and you will gain the knowledge you seek. As for the rescue of Yelena, the downfall of the Red Room, and the elimination of Dreykov, those matters shall be addressed later." Natasha rose from her seat, her expression solemn as she inquired, "Why do you wish to assist me?" Smith did not reveal his motives at that moment. Instead, he countered, "Before you infiltrated our ranks, did SHIELD not inform you of the Assassin Alliance's mission?" At this, Natasha recalled the intelligence she had reviewed upon accepting this assignment, which contained not only Smith's personal details, but also the organization's developmental history and culture. "All is ephemeral, all is permissible?" Smith continued, "Justice must be pursued by our own hands, even if it means staining them with blood." Natasha indelibly etched Smith's visage into her memory, though she was already convinced to a great extent. The remaining doubt would need to be resolved through their forthcoming actions. "Now, let us proceed to the deep prison to rescue your temporary father." Alexei. Smith led Natasha out of the office, and after confirming John Wick's capability to pilot a helicopter, they boarded a private aircraft bound for Siberia. Meanwhile, within the Triskelion, Coulson consolidated the intelligence Natasha had conveyed during their communication the previous night along with his own analyses, compiling it into a document before contacting Director Fury. Upon learning that Fury was in his office, he hastened there. Coulson knocked on the door of Nick Fury's studio, and as it opened, he strode swiftly to Fury's side, presenting the materials and commencing his report. Chapter 90. Guess who I'm guarding against, Director? This contains the latest intelligence regarding the Assassin Alliance and Smith. Based on Natasha's observations and my own information, I have deduced the following points. Firstly, due to the downfall of the Hand Association and the Hell's Kitchen organization, the Assassin Alliance's financial situation has significantly improved, with projected revenues not falling below $200 billion. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury remarked, "Is that all?" I recall that the assets of the Hand Association and the organization are far more substantial. Surely, the properties owned by the latter exceed these figures. Coulson elaborated, "Indeed. Their assets are greater, yet the Assassin Alliance can only assume a fraction of them. In terms of legitimate enterprises, aside from those willingly transferred by the organization, the Alliance acquired very little from the Hand Association's lawful ventures. Moreover, the underground industries, including arms dealing, flower production, organ trafficking, human smuggling, telecommunications fraud, and assassination, have not been taken over by the Assassin Alliance. They merely extracted all liquid cash and some real estate." Nick Fury nodded and stated, "Since there are no heirs, let us formally assume control of all legitimate businesses." Coulson continued, "Personnel have already been assigned to facilitate this." Secondly, Natasha reported an important piece of information. Smithdoll possesses a light wave attack that requires both hands to generate, exhibiting immense destructive power capable of demolishing a building with a single strike. The maximum potential damage and range of this attack remain undetermined. Thirdly, Smithdoll currently maintains a close relationship with Tony Stark, attending charity galas together and benefiting from the recent decline in Stark Industries stock, likely due to their shared friendship fostered through rescue efforts. Fourthly, Smithdoll disclosed that they have developed a device, which may be the key to locating Tony Stark in the vast desert. The device will be sold separately, accompanied by a product launch. Fifthly, all tasks associated with the Assassin Brotherhood are currently being undertaken by underground assassins under contract, with members of the Assassin Alliance not participating. Additionally, regarding Smithdoll's origins, our operatives embedded within the Assassin Alliance, tasked with compiling histories and biographies, have not acquired substantial information, only relaying that Smithdoll is an orphan referred to by the higher-ups as a divine gift. Upon hearing Coulson relay these 5 crucial pieces of information, Nick Fury glanced at him and instructed, "Have Natasha investigate which scientist is responsible for the laboratory within the Assassin Alliance. Her position as secretary to Fox should provide her an opportunity to access this information. Given that the Assassin Alliance is beginning to launch products, Coulson, you should make a trip there. Even if the items prove to be of little use, we could procure a batch as a gesture of goodwill. If they indeed hold significant value, a comprehensive reassessment of the Assassin Alliance will be necessary. Furthermore, strengthen our connections with Smithdoll when needed. We may facilitate certain privileges for their enterprises. Instruct the Intelligence Department to investigate the case of missing infants in the Brooklyn area from 18 years ago, to see if this leads us to uncover Smithdoll's origins. A person cannot simply appear out of thin air." Coulson, upon hearing the director's orders, felt no surprise. He understood the director's intentions to cultivate a relationship with Smithdoll. However, without a suitable adversary, it is challenging to unite everyone on a common front. And perhaps the intelligence agency needs to exert more effort. "Indeed, Commander." Upon receiving the director's orders, Coulson did not linger and took his leave. Watching his subordinate depart, Nick examined the documents on the table, organizing them neatly before setting them aside. He had obtained intelligence from a few surviving elders about the potential damage that grenades and explosives could inflict on Smithdoll. This information significantly alleviated Nick Fury's concern regarding the threat posed by Smithdoll. If the only defense required was against small-caliber firearms, then there were indeed numerous strategies to confront such an individual. However, discerning the physical limits of Smithdoll's defenses posed a considerable challenge. The few video recordings could only serve as references, indicating that this matter required meticulous planning. If only Carol Danvers were present, her formidable abilities would effortlessly ascertain the opponent's limitations. With this thought, Nick Fury opened his safe and retrieved a specialized pager. This device was none other than the signal for Captain Marvel, a trump card left by Carol Danvers upon her departure from Earth, a card he had never utilized over the years. One reason was Carol's instruction to refrain from activating it unless faced with a cataclysmic threat to Earth. Another reason was that after ensuring the Skrulls were settled, he had not encountered any formidable adversaries that SHIELD could not handle on its own. Contemplating Smithdoll's moniker as the Nigger Slayer irritated Nick Fury. How could someone so ostensibly virtuous harbor such racial prejudice? Were it not for his insights into Smithdoll, how could Nick Fury, as the director of SHIELD, have not yet met such a significant figure? It was imperative that he personally engage to forge an alliance. Given Smithdall's character, a clandestine meeting could easily result in his immediate demise upon uttering a word. Nick Fury shook his head, dismissing the notion of a personal encounter. The task of winning over Smithdall should be left to Coulson. After closing the safe, he did not return the Captain Marvel pager within, but instead tucked it into the pocket of his trench coat, uncertain of whom he was preparing against. Meanwhile, Tony piloted the latest Mark III suit to the town of Migula, where a harrowing massacre and rampant looting were underway. Members of the Ten Rings gang were treating local women and children as mere cargo, loading them onto trucks, while adult men and the elderly were met with ruthless execution. At that moment, a father was calling out for his son, who was also crying out for his father. Just as the father was about to be shot, Tony, clad in the Mark III armor, descended from the sky. The Ten Rings members, initially poised to execute the civilians, immediately grasped their assault rifles, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Tony. However, the barrage of gunfire inflicted no actual damage to the Mark III armor. Even the paint remained untouched. Chapter 91. The death of Ethan in the face of these terrorists. Tony spared no effort, advancing with a powerful punch that sent the gunmen soaring into the air. Subsequently, he unleashed a palm blast on the remaining armed assailants, obliterating them to the point where not even their corpses remained intact. With Tony's relentless assault, the armed men present were swiftly annihilated. Even when threatened with hostages, no complications arose. With the assistance of JARVIS, all the terrorists were eliminated. After neutralizing all the members of the Ten Rings present, Tony approached the site where Ethan was subjected to hanging. There, he beheld Ethan suspended, his body marred by countless wounds, clearly having endured inhuman torment before his demise. Witnessing this scene, Tony's eyes quickly reddened. He never anticipated that their reunion would be under such tragic circumstances. He lamented that he should have taken Ethan to New York. However, no amount of regret could alter the past. Tony soared to the gallows, cradling Ethan's lifeless body with one arm, while with the other, he reached to sever the rope constricting Ethan's neck. Yet, before Tony could rescue Ethan, a distant rumble heralded the arrival of a tank, which unleashed a shell directly at Tony, bringing him crashing down. The explosion reduced Ethan's remains to a bloody mist, splattering the already crimson Mark III with a fresh coat of blood. Rising from the ground, Tony found a piece of Ethan's flesh clinging to his arm. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he roared to the heavens, "Ah, damn Ten Rings! You have not only slain my friend, but have also ensured that his remains are lost to the winds." Before Tony could retaliate, another shell was fired at him. This time, with a swift turn, he evaded the incoming projectile. The explosion erupted behind him as he raised his right arm, a compact missile launching from his limb, aimed squarely at the tank before him. The ensuing blast illuminated the sky, and the tank erupted, claiming the life of its driver instantly. After neutralizing this tank, Tony surveyed the town, hunting down and eliminating every member of the Ten Rings, personally destroying all the weaponry they had procured from Stark Industries. With everything addressed, Tony departed from Migula. In his absence, Zara approached in a truck, transporting his armaments and ammunition. He had not witnessed Tony's display of might, but caught a glimpse of Tony's silhouette as he ascended into the skies. Meanwhile, at the top of the Trident Tower, in Alexander Pierce's office, Sitwell entered with documents in hand. He presented a dossier to Pierce, detailing comprehensive information about SHIELD. Director, this is the complete dossier on SHIELD. Currently, Director Nick Fury has mobilized considerable resources against them and has enlisted Phil Coulson to engage with the matter. According to the intelligence gathered, Smith Dorr possesses extraordinary power and serves as the leader of a time-honored organization. This individual's formidable abilities rank among the most destructive encountered by SHIELD to date. However, analysis of the intelligence indicates that the Assassin's Guild, to which he belongs, is a principled organization, primarily targeting heinous criminals and underground forces. It is known that organizations such as Hell's Kitchen, the Continental Hotel, and the Hand have met their demise at the hands of this individual. Nevertheless, he harbors a deep-seated prejudice, particularly against people of color, having been referred to in the underworld as a nigger killer and a hunter of Negroes. Alexander Pierce, reviewing the information at hand, found himself intrigued. He had not anticipated the emergence of a being of such destructive potential in the history of SHIELD. Is there a chance to recruit Smith Dorr? Hitweiler interjected. It depends on the identity we present. Inviting him under the Assassin's Guild's principles or as a member of HYDRA would prove exceedingly difficult, even if we were to offer an exorbitant price. Moreover, I must add that if he were to discover our affiliation with HYDRA, the Assassin's Guild would likely opt for outright war. Delving deep into the secrets of our organization, this is not merely a matter of profit, but a clash of ideologies. As for the identity of SHIELD, there remains a glimmer of hope. Nick Fury is currently having Coulson work on this matter. Although the individual possesses considerable power, it is believed that the allure of a consultant's role could attract him. Upon hearing Hitweiler's report, Pierce chuckled. No wonder Nick Fury dispatched Coulson for the recruitment. I would love to witness Fury's expression when he reviews Smith-Dorr's dossier. I wonder if Dorr would shoot him on sight. Pierce then composed himself, continuing. Since we are not suited for direct recruitment, it matters little. As long as he joins SHIELD, it is virtually the same as joining our ranks. The only difference lies in the procedural steps involved. The Assassin's Guild was something I became acquainted with during my tenure as director. It is a stubborn and unyielding entity. I never anticipated my luck would yield an extraordinary individual from their ranks. Hitweiler continued, Director, according to internal SHIELD sources, Coulson has sold some intelligence to the Brotherhood of Assassins in exchange for access to their wax bath. The only drawback of this wax bath is its lack of portability. It cannot facilitate treatment on the go. However, its effectiveness surpasses all methods currently at our disposal. Beyond the wax bath, the Brotherhood of Assassins also presents an opportunity to leverage their power, Hitweiler added. Upon hearing his assistant's remarks, Pierce's interest was piqued. Please elaborate. Hitweiler proceeded to explain. The wax bath's efficacy allows for recovery from knife wounds, gunshot wounds, contusions, and fractures, as long as the injuries are not immediately fatal. A mere 24 hours in their wax bath ensures full recovery. The effects have been verified by SHIELD agents. But the process requires complete disrobement for treatment, and post-treatment necessitates following their protocols for showering and medical examinations, preventing the transport of samples. Currently, the SHIELD is unable to access the wax bath and its decryption, yet its effects are well suited for certain individuals within our ranks. Additionally, the intelligence sold by SHIELD pertains to individuals who have evaded justice. We can sell the information about our enemies, allowing them to carry out their own missions. The gold acquired from these transactions would serve as slots for the healing baths. After a moment of contemplation, Pierce chuckled and remarked, It seems the other party can indeed be of service to us. As long as we can utilize them, the form does not matter. They need not necessarily join us. Just as SHIELD is not comprised solely of our own. Take our beloved director, for instance. At this point, Pierce also broke into laughter, with Hitwell joining in the mirth. Ha ha. Chapter 92. The Red Sentinel. Meanwhile, at Edwards Air Force Base in California, the explosion at the munitions depot has drawn the military's attention. Simultaneously, an unauthorized, unidentified flying object appeared on the military radar. But the satellites could only detect a heat source moving rapidly without being able to lock onto it. Upon confirming that the explosion was not orchestrated by the Air Force, inquiries were swiftly made to the CIA, Navy, and Army, all of which denied involvement and even questioned whether it was their action. After a series of fruitless inquiries, an officer commanded, immediately summoned Colonel Rhodes from the Weapons Development Department. Upon receiving the directive, Rhodes hurried over while those inside continued to report their findings. We have cross-referenced all known databases with no results. As Rhodes approached, he inquired, Is there aerial surveillance in that area? A black Air Force soldier responded. There are airborne early warning radars and Global Hawk reconnaissance drones in that region. Rhodes looked at him and asked, So, this thing just appeared out of thin air? Why did the radar not register it? A soldier quickly explained, Its radar cross-section is too small, sir. Rhodes pressed further, Stealth technology? No, sir. It's just that it's too small. We believe it is likely an unmanned aerial vehicle. The officer in charge turned to Rhodes and asked, Colonel, what is this thing? Rhodes pondered for a moment and recalled a conversation with Tony, who had approached him at the Air Force Base regarding a significant project he wished to invite him to join, which Rhodes had declined. Let me make a call, Sergeant. Please step aside. At that moment, Tony Stark, who was on his way back, received a call from Rhodes. Hello, Tony. Who is this? It's Rhodes. Tony, glancing at the caller ID on his helmet's virtual screen, teased, Sorry, what did you say? I said it's Rhodes. Speak up. Hearing the noise on the other end, Rhodes inquired, Why is it so loud? Tony replied, Oh, I'm cruising in my convertible. Rhodey covered one ear to ensure he could hear Tony's words clearly before speaking. I need your assistance. Upon hearing Rhodey request help, Tony immediately retorted sarcastically, "How intriguing. The wheel of fate turns, doesn't he it?" Rhodey dismissed Tony's tone and got straight to the point. "Indeed, if we are speaking of intrigue, we have discovered that not far from where you were imprisoned, a weapons depot has just been obliterated." Before Rhodey could finish, Tony interrupted. "Oh, that area was already chaotic. It seems someone intervened on your behalf, am I right?" Rhodey inquired. "Why are you so out of breath, Tony?" Tony fabricated a response. "I was running in the canyon." Rhodey countered. "Weren't you out for a drive?" Tony continued spinning his tail. "The car reached the canyon, and I decided to get out and jog for some exercise." After a moment of silence, Rhodey asked, "Is there truly nothing in that vicinity that I should be aware of?" Tony replied, "No." At that moment, a soldier in the command room shouted, "Target detected. The 2 raptors we dispatched have located it." Observing the footage, Rhodey remarked, "Excellent. For this object before me is about to be blown to smithereens." Meanwhile, Tony noticed the 2 fighter jets behind him. After a battle of wits with the aircraft, he ultimately collided with one of the raptors, but fortunately, no casualties occurred as the pilot ejected in time. Nevertheless, Tony revealed his new suit to his friend, Colonel Rhodey, assuring him he would take responsibility for the downed raptor. Back at his villa, Tony Stark was in the process of removing the mechanical arm and dismantling his armor when his friend Pepper Potts visited. She was taken aback by the bullet marks on the suit. "All right, you caught me." Elsewhere, the Red Guardian, Alexei Shostakov, was living his daily life in a deep prison, engaging in arm wrestling and boasting with his cellmates, a rare source of amusement for him. Just then, having easily bested an opponent, he boasted, "You would never guess that I once held the nuclear codes of Russia." At that moment, another burly man approached, sitting down across from Alexei, extending his arm for an arm wrestling match, and taunted, "You did win. After all, your opponent, Captain America, has been dead for nearly 60 years. Alexei grasped the man's hand and declared, "Captain America, Steve Rogers." With a powerful effort, he won effortlessly. Alexei raised his arms and proclaimed, "The era of the Red Guardian has arrived. Without the Captain, America will ultimately fall beneath my iron fist. Even if he were alive, he would not stand a chance against my strength. I do not need to carry that shield like a precious pacifier." As Alexei boasted, a more robust man sat down before him and inquired, "So he has his own museum to celebrate his heroic deeds, while you have been cast into a deep prison?" Taken aback by the retort, Alexei replied, "Are you mocking me, little bear?" The atmosphere grew tense, and in an instant, Alexei unleashed his strength, fracturing the man's wrist. The man howled in agony, while Alexei erupted in laughter. Though he was fabricating tales, such trivialities were beyond the capacity of these lowly individuals to challenge. At that moment, the prison intercom crackled to life. Alexei Shostakov, male. With a mocking tone, Alexei exclaimed, "Ah, behold this great bear. Cry now, little girl." After donning his clothing, he sauntered toward the guards. Upon reaching the male collection area, a guard remarked, "The famed Red Guardian, when you respond, tell your fans to add a touch more butter." Clearly, the food intended for him had already found its way into the guard's stomach. Just then, a guard inside pushed a drawer open, revealing a pile of opened letters and a toy. "Hurry up and take it," he urged. Alexei glared at the guard inside but had no choice but to claim his correspondence. Sitting down, Alexei examined the Red Guardian figurine he had received, scrutinizing it closely. Once a creation of the Soviet Union during the Cold War, designed to rival Captain America, he had been delayed for 3 years due to Dreykov's plans, only to find himself imprisoned following the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Chapter 93. The Rescue. Alexei pressed the pentagonal star on the figurine's chest, and immediately, lights illuminated, accompanied by the sound of a charge. Noticing a pull tab on the back of the figurine, Alexei gave it a tug. The Red Guardian advanced. The horn sounded. Listening to the sounds emanating from the figurine, a melancholic smile crossed Alexei's face. Once he was the hope of the Soviet Union, now reduced to a mere prisoner. In the next moment, the figurine's head suddenly popped off. Alexei instinctively caught it, discovering that the connection point housed a device resembling an earpiece. Casting a wary glance around, he noted that the guards remained oblivious, and he swiftly inserted the device into his ear. The moment he donned the built-in earpiece, he heard Natasha's voice. "Today is your lucky day, Alexei." Meanwhile, John Wick piloted an armed helicopter, hovering above the depths of the prison where Alexei was confined, while Natasha and Smithdale sat across from each other. Smithdale donned a combat power detector, activating it to begin searching for Alexei. Observing the disparity in combat abilities between the two sides, Smithdale speculated that any individual on Earth from Dragon Ball with a power level exceeding 5 points possessed the ability to manipulate their chi, even subconsciously. They could achieve a power level of 10 without breaching defenses. In the realm of Marvel, aside from Kunlun's inefficient utilization of chi, others remain oblivious to their own energy and are unable to harness it, rendering even the most formidable combatants incapable of fully demonstrating their prowess. Take, for instance, the Five Fingers of the Hand Association, born of Kunlun, who, in a fit of rage, can unleash a terrifying combat power of 40 to 50 points. Now, he is eager to assess the Red Guardian, who stands as a counterpart to Captain America, and discern whether he possesses a different caliber of combat capability. With the activation of his X-ray vision, Smith-Dawes' life energy detection reveals a series of values before his eyes. 5, 6, 5, 4, 6, 7, 40. Among these, the sudden appearance of a 40-point reading surprises him. He recalls an important piece of information. The maximum combat strength of an ordinary human is 8 points, and the super soldier serum endows its user with a physique 5 times that of a human limit. Thus, a combat strength of 40 points seems reasonable. However, this 40-point reading pertains to bodily energy, signifying that, while the Red Guardian and Captain America may exhibit such numbers, they lack the understanding of chi manipulation and must rely solely on brute force in their attacks. Consequently, their actual combat effectiveness may fall short of a martial artist who wields a 9-point strength and comprehends chi. Having validated his suspicions, Smith-Daw grasps that the cultivation and application of chi should not be disseminated lightly. Even if an opponent boasts several hundred or thousand points of bodily energy, their practical performance in combat might only yield a mere few dozen or 100 points, with their destructive capacity being lamentably low. Natasha, intrigued by the monocle adorning Smith-Dawes' face, notes its humanoid emblem and the scrolling digits, though the precise function eludes her. Observing the operational platform where Alexei's position is indicated, she speaks up. Alexei, I am Natasha Romanoff. She introduces herself, ensuring Alexei recognizes her identity, as this is not a time for unmasking one's true self. Upon reaching the door near the southern wall, Alexei, initially puzzled, recalls the name Natasha Romanoff, reminiscent of the individual who portrayed his eldest daughter during his time in America. Glancing at the southern wall's location, he contemplates why Natasha Romanoff seeks him, uncertain if this is a ruse by Dreykov or something else entirely. Yet, he comprehends that this presents a fleeting opportunity for escape and promptly embarks on action. He sets aside the figurine in his hand and approaches the guard. The guard, noticing Alexei's approach, promptly inquires, "What is wrong with you? Can't you read? Step back." In response, Alexei shatters the glass with a punch, seizes the guard by the collar, and yanks him out, swiftly incapacitating another guard. He then strides toward the southern wall. Observing his movements, Natasha cautions, "To the left, and make no excessive noise." However, in the next moment, the prison alarms blare. Other inmates, witnessing Alexei's actions, immediately shout, "The Red Guardian is escaping." At this moment, a multitude of prison guards obstructed Alexei's path, brandishing riot shields and batons. Yet, they were no match for him, as he effortlessly sent them flying. Even without understanding the nuances of chi manipulation, Alexei's physical prowess, enhanced to 5 times that of an ordinary human, rendered him invincible. Ultimately, he utilized the riot shields and the prison gates to confine the guards. Natasha, listening to the sounds emanating from her earpiece, inquired, "You've caused quite a commotion, haven't you?" Smithson chuckled and replied, "Not merely a commotion. The entire prison is aware that the Red Guard is attempting to escape." Alexei fought his way out of the prison, kicking down the protective door, revealing a vast expanse of white snow, surrounded by numerous barriers and extensive security measures. "What now?" Natasha asked. "We will escort you from this place," she continued. Gazing upward, Alexei spotted a helicopter hovering above. At that moment, John Wick piloted the aircraft, while Smithson, observing the increasing number of guards, glanced at Natasha and said, "While I believe you can rescue him, the risks are simply too great. I cannot afford to waste time on this. Leave it to me." With that, Smithson stood, opened the cabin door, and leaped out. Witnessing this, Natasha grasped the parachute pack, shouting, "You didn't take a parachute." John Wick then remarked, "Such encumbrances are unnecessary." Looking down, Natasha saw Smithson exit the helicopter and soar toward Alexei using an aerial technique. Stunned by the sight, Natasha murmured, "Goodness, he can fly." John Wick stated solemnly, "I do not comprehend why I am assisting you, but you must understand. His strength is beyond your imagination." Turning to John Wick, who was piloting the helicopter, Natasha pondered the implications of his information. If she was correct, his relatively recent affiliation with the Assassin's Guild had already led him to hold Smithson in high regard, bordering on personal adoration. What remarkable abilities had John Wick witnessed in Smithson? Chapter 94. Successful rescue below. At various exits within the prison, a throng of inmates surged forth alongside Alexei. Meanwhile, the guards within Deepwell Prison activated the alarms, and the perimeter guards, fully armed, began their defensive maneuvers, even deploying heavy weaponry stationed within the prison. As the guards established their positions, they opened fire on the fleeing prisoners below. In an instant, Smithson soared to Alexei's side, seizing him firmly. Behind Alexei, a throng of inmates surged forward, recognizing that the one capable of flight was undoubtedly connected to the Red Guard, hoping to be rescued alongside him. Smithson frowned slightly and admonished, "Step back. All of you, return to the prison." Regarding the prisoners confined within these walls, apart from Alexei, who has been wrongfully imprisoned due to political issues, there is not a single virtuous soul among them. In the face of Smithdal's scolding, the group of prisoners did not retreat in fear. Instead, they reached out towards Alexei. Aware that Smithdal had come to rescue him, and having witnessed his extraordinary ability to fly, Alexei urgently exclaimed, "Quickly, take me away from here. I cannot bear to remain even a second longer." At that moment, the guards also took notice of the situation, and observing the gathering of numerous inmates, they issued a warning shot, while some brandished electric batons to apprehend the fleeing prisoners. Against the fully armed guards, the rebellious prisoners stood no chance. The bullets whizzed towards Smithdal, and his distinctly different attire made it evident to the guards that he was the enemy. The bullets struck Smithdal with a sound reminiscent of metal colliding, flattening the bullets as they fell to the ground. The guards, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes. Even the red-clad guards could not withstand the bullets fired from assault rifles. Alexei gasped in astonishment. In the outside world, such a formidable human being has emerged. Unlike Smithdal, who remained unfazed, and Alexei, who hid behind him, the other prisoners were not as fortunate. Some of the bullets that missed Smithdal struck them instead. The wounded prisoners cried out in agony, and a few astute individuals began to scatter in search of escape, realizing that Smithdal would not assist them. They sought their own means of survival, yet there were still those with irrational hope clinging to Smithdal as their savior. Smithdal raised his hand, unleashing two energy blasts that sent the attacking guards flying. Boom, boom. After neutralizing the guards that interrupted him, Smithdal conjured a single energy sphere with one hand. Addressing the prisoners before him, "Turn around and return to your cells." However, upon seeing a glimmer of hope, the prisoners disregarded Smithdal's threat and stood their ground. Smithdal shook his head. "Since you refuse to go back, then you shall not return." Boom. He hurled the energy sphere into the midst of the prisoners, causing chaos as they were thrown into disarray, resulting in untold casualties. Witnessing this scene, Alexei stood silently to the side, voiceless, while the prisoners finally reacted to Smithdal's aggression, frantically fleeing in all directions, with only a few returning to their cells. Just as Smithdal dealt with the remaining prisoners, a team of guards noticed the armed helicopter overhead and immediately opened fire. The bullets struck the cockpit glass, prompting John Wick and Natasha to instinctively duck, while they swiftly adjusted the altitude of the aircraft. At that moment, several soldiers wielding electric batons charged forward. Seeing this, Smithdal moved with remarkable speed, sending the soldiers sprawling. Meanwhile, a watchtower had mounted a heavy machine gun, unleashing fire upon the helicopter. Observing this, Smithdal directed an energy blast at the tower. Boom. In an instant, the watchtower was obliterated, yet the subsequent explosions triggered an avalanche. Smithdal observed the prisoners fleeing in panic outside and cursed under his breath, "Fools." He then seized Alexei and directed his flight towards the helicopter. Natasha, witnessing the scene, promptly opened the cabin door and shouted, "The avalanche is coming. We must evacuate." At that moment, snow cascaded down furiously. Smithdal glanced back at the prisoners and guards frantically rushing towards the prison and shook his head, refraining from intervening. It would be unreasonable to obliterate the entire mountain behind the prison with a Kamehameha wave. Once the two entered the helicopter, Smithdal finally released Alexei. "We've got him. Let's retreat," he declared. As the avalanche roared down the mountain, Alexei stood at the helicopter's doorway, shouting down, "Farewell, you bastards," before shutting the helicopter door. Natasha gazed at the surging avalanche and mused. In the face of nature, humanity remains insignificantly small. Smithdal, however, shook his head, asserting, "That is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. Such natural calamities pose no threat to me. Stopping it would not be difficult, but the destruction to the landscape would be too great. It is not worth it for those people." Upon hearing Smithdal's words, Natasha paused. If what he said was true, his strength must be terrifying. At that moment, Alexei expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for rescuing me." He then turned to Natasha, adding, "I never expected you would think of me. It truly makes me proud, especially that you came to find me. It means a great deal to me. However, the world outside has changed so drastically, with such formidable beings emerging. As he spoke, Alexei gave a thumbs up to Smithdale. Natasha introduced, "This is Mr. Smithdale, arguably the most powerful being in this world." She continued, "Of course, you may also refer to him as God. It was he who informed me of your imprisonment here." Upon hearing the title, Alexei was taken aback, although it sounded somewhat arrogant. Given Smithdale's earlier display, perhaps such a designation was not unwarranted. In the Middle Ages, his prowess would have undoubtedly earned him reverence. Alexei extended his hand, saying, "Once again, thank you for your assistance, Mr. Smithdale." Smithdale shook his hand in return, stating, "There is a reason for my rescuing you." With curiosity gleaming in Alexei's eyes, Natasha inquired, "Are you familiar with the Red House?" Alexei, astonished, replied, "Ah, wow, look at you, always in business." Natasha responded earnestly, "Believe me, this is no jest." Chapter 95, Self-Deception? Alexei remarked, "Little Natasha, you have been indoctrinated with Western ideologies." Natasha clarified, "I chose to go west not because of ideology." Alexei questioned, "Really? Was it not for a mission then?" Natasha disregarded Alexei's derision and inquired, "Could you inform me of the whereabouts of the Red Room?" Alexei cast a glance at Natasha, as well as at John Wick and Smith, and replied, "I do not know." At that moment, Natasha interjected, "I am well acquainted with the methods of interrogation." Upon hearing her words, Alexei hastily asserted, "I truly do not know." In response to Alexei's denial, Natasha directly positioned herself before him. "Come now, you and Dreykov." Before she could finish, Alexei interrupted, "Dreykov? General Dreykov, my friend? Grant me glory. The first and only super soldier of the Soviet Union. I could have been more renowned than Captain America, yet he buried me in Ohio for that foolish mission. 3 years. So tedious, it drove me to despair." Meeting Natasha's gaze, Alexei continued, no offense intended. The 3 years Alexei referred to were those he spent as a father to Natasha and Yelena. "And why must I languish in prison for the rest of my life? Why? Why did he imprison me? Do you know the reason? Perhaps it was because I wished to discuss the decline of this nation. Or perhaps because I expressed my disdain for his hairstyle. I might have casually mentioned that I hoped the party could truly embody the essence of a party rather than a frustrating organization. But no, instead, he condemned me to a life in prison while he ran away and hid. I am not the one who, do you understand? I am not the one who killed his daughter." At this moment, Natasha comprehended that Alexei's imprisonment might have been influenced by her actions. Simultaneously, she reacted and asked, "Are you saying that Dreykov incarcerated you after his daughter's death?" Alexei nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I do not know who bombed his office. I heard his daughter perished in that explosion. In his fury, he cast me into this place while he himself fled." Upon hearing this, Natasha grasped the full extent of the situation. The attack had not killed Dreykov, and SHIELD had not eradicated the Red Room. It was all a facade. Yet, she still turned to Smith, as his account differed. Smith spoke, "Dreykov's daughter is not dead." Alexei, astonished, exclaimed, "She is not dead?" He then turned to Natasha and asked, "Are you seeking the Red Room?" Natasha nodded in affirmation. Alexei, resigned, replied, "I have been imprisoned. Do you truly believe I know where he has established his base?" Smith interjected, "Since you now understand that Dreykov is alive, our next step is to meet Melina." Alexei paused, then stated, "Melina? Indeed, we should meet her. If you are searching for Dreykov, you cannot bypass her. She has been working for Dreykov far longer than I have. I recall that she resides on a farm in the outskirts of St. Petersburg." Natasha incredulously inquired, had she truly been working for Dreykov all along? In that moment, Natasha felt as though the intelligence she had garnered within SHIELD was nothing but a fabrication. She had previously believed that the Red Room had been destroyed, that Dreykov was dead, that Melina had perished, and even that Dreykov's daughter had died because of her, a burden she had carried with profound regret. However, she now discovered that he was not only alive but perhaps thriving. Her faux father had been imprisoned by him, her sister was under his control, and her biological mother had met her demise at his hands, while her surrogate mother was working for him. What then was the nature of her so-called redemptive endeavors within SHIELD? Was it mere self-deception? John Wick, who had been piloting the helicopter, glanced at the fuel gauge and remarked, "We have enough fuel to fly to St. Petersburg." Alexei, curious at this juncture, asked Natasha, "What do you seek from Dreykov?" Natasha met his gaze and replied, "Yelena is under his control. I need to rescue my sister, eliminate Dreykov, and dismantle the Red Room." Initially, Dreykov had intended to mock Natasha for her presumptuousness, but upon glancing at Smith, he conceded, "With him around, you indeed possess the audacity to destroy the Red Room. I remember Yelena. She later became the world's most formidable child assassin. Her efficiency and ruthlessness are unparalleled. But what do you mean by under control? Natasha explained, a neurotoxic virus that interferes with one's will. Alexei grasped the situation and declared, that is a despicable tactic. I will do my utmost to assist you. Under Natasha's skeptical gaze, Dreykov asserted, do not doubt the resolve of the Red Guardian. Meanwhile, at Melina's residence, a makeshift maze had been constructed in the yard, housing several pigs. Melina, while observing her tablet, issued commands, go straight, then slightly to the right. As a pig emerged from the maze, Melina rewarded it with a treat, saying, very good, my darling. At that moment, the thunderous sound of a helicopter caught Melina's attention. She looked up to see a camouflaged, armed helicopter in her line of sight. Frowning slightly, she opened the gate and shouted to the pigs, to safety, quickly, hurry. The pigs seemed to comprehend the command, retreating towards the nearby building. After securing the experimental pigs, Melina noticed that the landing site appeared to be in her vicinity, prompting her to swiftly head to the armory and equip herself fully. She was certain that this armed helicopter was not dispatched by Dreykov. Fully armed, Melina, through her binoculars, spotted Alexei and Natasha disembarking from the aircraft, accompanied by two unfamiliar men. Recognizing two of them as acquaintances, she lowered her binoculars. Soon, the four approached the exterior of Melina's abode, and from across the fence, Alexei called out to her, darling, we are home. Melina stepped outside, and then turned to walk towards the house. Alexei spoke, follow me. Melina opened the door and entered, saying, welcome to my humble abode. Please make yourselves at home. By the way, who are these two handsome gentlemen? Chapter 96, The Red Room. Natasha explained, this is John Wick. John Wick nodded solemnly, his face betraying no extraneous emotion. And this is Smithdahl, whom Alexei also rescued. Melina extended her hand in gratitude, saying, thank you for saving this fellow. Smithdahl smiled and shook her hand. Melina turned to the four and said, come in for a drink. Although Melina led everyone into the room, Natasha trailed closely behind her, while Alexei entered and began to observe the furnishings within. Smithdahl brought John Wick to the dining table in the living room. At that moment, Natasha noticed Melina opening a concealed door and placing her weapons inside. She cautioned, I advise you against any tricks. Melina explained, I need to put away my weapons. Natasha inquired, are there any traps nearby? Is there anything we should be aware of? Melina stepped forward and looked at Natasha, saying, I raised my child not to fall into traps. Upon hearing this, Natasha turned and walked towards the living room. Noting that the layout of this room resembled that of the house she remembered in Ohio. Meanwhile, Alexei dashed back into the room to retrieve his Red Guard uniform. Struggling to don it, Melina approached the dining table with some appetizers and 2 bottles of vodka, placing them down before taking a seat. Observing the three in silence, Melina said, let us have a drink. Just then, Alexei emerged from the room, now clad in his Red Guard attire, presenting himself before the others. It still fit him well. Melina whistled appreciatively, while John Wick quipped, with such a hefty frame, are you sure you can measure up to Captain America? Melina clapped her hands and laughed. After all these years, I haven't washed this outfit even once. Come, let us drink. Once Alexei took his seat. After a few small toasts, Melina spoke, Natasha, although we have formed a makeshift family for merely 3 years, your mission to rescue Alexei and return here, what is it that you seek? At this point, Alexei interjected, though it is a temporary family, it remains warm. I still remember how beautiful you looked in your wedding dress. However, this warm family still lacks a member, does it not? Melina paused momentarily, then said, you wish to rescue Yelena? Natasha then asserted, we are not only here to rescue Yelena, but also to kill Dreykov and utterly destroy the Red Room. Upon hearing Natasha's grandiose declarations, Melina shook her head and remarked, you cannot defeat one who can manipulate the will of others. You have never witnessed the pinnacle of our endeavors in America. Even with Alexei, you would not succeed. I am aware that you have joined the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau. Natasha recognized that Melina was reminding her that merely having ties to the Red Room and SHIELD was insufficient. In Natasha's heart, SHIELD had become an unreliable entity. Natasha spoke up, it is now rebranded as SHIELD. With Mr. Smith's presence, these matters are of no concern. Melina cast a surprised glance at Smith, who sat nearby. Pondering what manner of individual could instill such confidence in Natasha. Was he a high-ranking official within SHIELD? Rather than directly countering, Melina demonstrated the might of the Red Room. She rose from her seat, brandishing a tablet, and approached the table. After a few deft manipulations on the device, she declared, Come in. The next moment, the door swung open, and a pig ambled into the room. Natasha inquired, was it this pig that opened the door? Melina nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It did. Subsequently, she fed the pig and cooed, good boy, Alexei, good boy. Alexei, taken aback, retorted with irritation, you named a pig after me? Melina looked up at Alexei and replied, do you not see the resemblance? Smith chuckled, noting that the current rotundity of the Red Guardian indeed bore a comparison to that of a pig. Alexei, in a huff, declared, after this mission, I shall shed the weight. My physique will rival that of any American. At this juncture, Melina continued her demonstration. Observe how it can sit like a dog. Remarkable, is it not? John Wick interjected, you can actually control animals. Melina continued to command, cease breathing. After another swift manipulation on the tablet, the pig named Alexei suddenly halted its breathing, remaining perfectly still. Melina addressed the audience. We infiltrated the Northern Research Institute in Ohio, which is, in fact, a SHIELD research base. They have conducted meticulous studies and dissections of the human brain, creating the first and only blueprint for basal ganglia cells. This serves as the center for cognition, autonomously operating and capable of programmatic learning. Turning to Alexei, Melina explained, we did not steal weapons or technology. We acquired the key to unlocking free will. At that moment, the pig collapsed due to the lack of oxygen. Witnessing this, Natasha asked, what are you doing? Melina replied, I am illustrating how contemporary science can precisely command a subject to cease breathing, leaving them with no choice but to obey. In that instant, Natasha realized that she had been exposed to SHIELD since the age of 11, and she comprehended why the Red Room had grown so formidable. Very well, you have articulated your points with clarity. That suffices, Melina remarked. Do not fret. Alexei can survive for 11 seconds without oxygen. She then manipulated the controls on the panel, restoring his ability to breathe. John Wick, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that technology had advanced to such an extent. It was evident that only by engaging directly could one truly witness the wonders of the world. Observing the pig rise, Melina gently stated, good child, now return to safety. The pig then ambled leisurely out of the room. Melina continued, when the world is under control, it operates on a higher plane. Dreykov has subjugated agents across the globe through chemical means. Natasha inquired, is it true that Yelena was controlled by this method? Melina replied, that is not my responsibility, but it should be apparent to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that Dreykov has a method for controlling his agents. Do you think Yelena could evade it? In a place like the Red Room, do you think you could still resist? Chapter 97, The Scapegoat of SHIELD. Smithdahl, although aware of these matters, posed a question. These chemical agents cannot merely control a person through air contact, can they? Melina nodded and elucidated. We are not yet at that level. If mere air contact could exert control, the entire world would have long been under Dreykov's dominion. Surgery is required, meaning that as long as one can incapacitate the target and take them away, Dreykov can exert control over that individual. John Wick remarked. Even this method could allow control over many. Smithdahl nonchalantly replied, if it is merely this, then there is nothing to worry about. I will intervene and resolve the situation. Melina was somewhat taken aback. Even a super serum recipient like Alexei could perish if caught in a dire predicament. At that moment, Alexei turned to Melina and said, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Rising, he walked further into the room, and Melina followed suit. In the living room remained Smithdahl, John Wick, and Natasha. Smithdahl then said, we have encountered those we needed to meet, and you are now aware of the veracity of the intelligence I shared. I do not wish to squander time on explanations. We will launch a direct assault on the Red Room, rescue your sister Yelena, and eliminate Dreykov. Upon hearing Smithdahl's plan, Natasha nodded and responded, I will ascertain the location of the Red Room, and once confirmed, we shall proceed. Smithdahl smiled and inquired, should we not inform SHIELD? Natasha rolled her eyes and replied, do you believe I can still trust them? Who knows what their true intentions are? I have grave suspicions that the neurotoxin under Dreykov's control is, in fact, supported by SHIELD. Just consider Melina's tone. It seems that Dreykov's operations in the United States are no less formidable than those in Russia. In the room, Alexei recounted to Melina the capabilities of Smithdahl and the circumstances surrounding his rescue. Upon hearing this, Melina incredulously inquired, are you certain you are not suffering from hysteria or attempting to deceive me? With a serious expression, Alexei replied, I am unaware of Smithdahl's true background or his affiliation with SHIELD. But during these years of your absence, have you encountered anyone as formidable as him? Melina shook her head. Never have I heard of such a being. Alexei continued. Thus, we have arrived at a pivotal choice. Previously, I placed my trust in Dreykov, who subsequently imprisoned me. This time, I have faith in Natasha. Smithdoll is undoubtedly an invincible force. Melina regarded Alexei earnestly and asked, Are you certain that your description is devoid of any exaggeration? Reflecting on Smithdoll's perspective regarding the avalanche, Alexei responded, Perhaps my portrayal barely scratches the surface of his true prowess. I even suspect he may not be affiliated with SHIELD. I sensed an indifference, even disdain, from Smithdoll and John Wick upon hearing the name of that organization. At this juncture, Melina recognized her lack of options. She could only trust that Alexei spoke the truth. An organization like the Red Room should not exist. What do you propose we do? The collapse of the Red Room will undoubtedly create a significant uproar, making it challenging for us to conceal ourselves. Emerging from the room, Melina and Alexei returned to their seats. Melina gazed at Natasha and earnestly stated, You wish to know the whereabouts of Dreykov and eliminate him, correct? Natasha nodded, Indeed. I intend to kill him and utterly dismantle the Red Room. Melina glanced at Smithdoll, her curiosity piqued by his extraordinary capabilities. A man who could withstand bullets unscathed, fly, and whose strikes rivaled those of a howitzer. What kind of serum could forge such a powerful individual? The malevolent existence of Dreykov was destined for obliteration. Dreykov's base, however, was not situated on solid ground. His Red Room stronghold was a fortress suspended in the sky, concealed within the clouds and perpetually shifting its location. Just recently, I had emerged from the base and could only ascertain a general vicinity. Any further delay would render even that uncertain. Upon learning of the aerial fortress, Natasha immediately thought of SHIELD's airborne aircraft carrier, having witnessed it firsthand. At that moment, anyone claiming that the Red Room had no ties to SHIELD would find her utterly unconvinced. Natasha inquired, How do we gain entry to that sky base? Melina replied, I possess a method to facilitate your entrance into the base, and it is rather simple. If I report that I have captured you, given his interest in you, he will undoubtedly send someone to escort you up for an operation. All it requires is for me to disguise myself as you, while you take on my appearance. Thus, you shall meet Dreykov in my guise. Smith understood what Melina was about to say and interjected directly. Natasha, you also possess chemical agents that prevent you from confronting Dreykov directly after contact with him. There is no need for such complexity. Melina, simply provide me with the approximate location. At Smith's words, Melina glanced at Natasha, reassured by his confidence that a solution existed. Melina continued, My plan is to carry a tracking device so that you may fly directly here based on its coordinates, provided your flight range is sufficient. However, if you have a more effective method, a direct assault could also serve as an excellent strategy. Subsequently, Melina relayed the potential locations of the Red Room base to everyone. Her curiosity piqued about how Smith would locate the airborne base. She mused that mere blind flying and visual search would be challenging, given the base's concealment within the clouds. Unbeknownst to Melina, Smith's method was remarkably straightforward. Once the approximate location was determined, he would ascend and activate the combat power detector for reconnaissance. With the detection range of the second-generation combat power detector, locating the base would take mere minutes, as the combat power readings at high altitude would provide the best coordinates. Now that we have a general area, let us prepare to depart, he stated. Chapter 98. The Red Room. John Wick piloted the helicopter to the area indicated by Melina, gazing upward from their altitude, but there were no signs of the Red Room's aerial base. We have arrived in the vicinity, Smith remarked, casting his eyes toward the sky, convinced that the base lay hidden among the clouds, easily found by following them. Melina watched as Smith opened the cabin door, the howling wind rushing past, though fortunately, the helicopter was not flying at a great height. Mr. Smith, how do you plan to locate the Red Room? Smith turned to the group and replied, Natasha, I will take you for revenge. Natasha stood, approached Smith, and embraced him, as if hanging on to him. Smith shook his head. This method of flight was not particularly elegant. He lifted Natasha in a princess carry and addressed John Wick. John, take them down. We will return once we have dealt with the enemy. John Wick nodded. No problem. Boss, wishing you a triumphant return. Alexei exclaimed, Hey, I want to contribute too. However, Smith merely gave him a helpless look before soaring out of the cabin with Natasha in his arms, unwilling to be burdened by the weight of her presence while flying. Watching Smith take off with Natasha, Alexei wore a look of regret. It was a pity not to participate in such a monumental task as destroying Dreykov in the Red Room, for it would render future boasts less fulfilling. In contrast to Alexei's disappointment, Melina gazed after Smith, pondering the means by which humanity had acquired the ability to fly. Smithdal activated the combat power detector, embarking on an aerial reconnaissance while ascending towards the dense cloud cover. Natasha, with her arms wrapped around Smithdal's neck, pressed her head firmly against his chest as the fierce wind howled past them. A fleeting thought crossed Natasha's mind, adorned with a cape. Smithdal could easily be likened to Superman. If only he possessed laser vision, he would truly embody the essence of a superhero. Yet, she pondered, who would play the role of his Lois Lane? Unbeknownst to Smithdal, Natasha's musings remained concealed within her heart. At that moment, he soared through the clouds with remarkable speed. And as the distance increased, data swiftly materialized on the combat power detector. A smile crept across Smith's face. "I found you." Natasha, bewildered, questioned, "Is this really it?" Upon breaking through the clouds, she saw no equipment in sight. Could it possibly be cloaked? She then inquired, "Where is it?" Ignoring Natasha's question, Smithdal accelerated towards the location indicated by the detector. After traversing layers of cloud, a colossal structure emerged before them. Natasha gasped. They truly built the base in the sky. Smithdal scanned the aerial platform, which was cleverly concealed within the clouds, further obscured by layers below, shifting in tandem with the cloud movements. The structure boasted several landing pads, each hosting aircraft. Smithdal chose one platform as his entry point and flew directly towards it. With a swift motion, Smithdal landed on the landing pad, gently setting Natasha down before declaring, "This is the Red Room. We must rescue your sister first." At that moment, both the landing pad and the entrance to the base were sealed shut. Smithdal approached and delivered a powerful kick. Boom. What was once an impenetrable door was sent flying by his strength, a testament to his monstrous power. Natasha couldn't help but exclaim in awe, drawing her twin pistols as she followed closely behind Smithdal. Upon their arrival at the landing pad, the guards in the Red Room's monitoring room caught sight of the duo. Though incredulous and unable to comprehend the situation, they immediately relayed the information. Suspicious individuals detected at landing platform 5. I repeat, suspicious individuals detected at landing platform 5. However, before 5 seconds had elapsed, the door of platform 5 was breached. Witnessing this, the guard hastily pressed the alarm button, causing red alerts to flash throughout the Red Room base, with loudspeakers blaring. Intruders at landing platform 5. Intruders at landing platform 5. At that moment, Dreykov sat in his office, savoring vodka, accompanied by his fully armed daughter clad in armor, standing guard beside him. Upon hearing the alarm, he paused, setting down his glass, and promptly approached his computer. After scanning with a ring, he activated the system. A colossal virtual screen materialized in the office, displaying the operational status of the entire Red Room base, with platform 5 marked in red, indicating a malfunction. The remaining screens displayed various surveillance areas within the Red Room base. Soon, Dreykov spotted the two intruders, his gaze quickly fixating on Natasha Romanoff. With a gentle touch on her avatar, relevant information about her materialized beside it. Natasha Romanoff. I never anticipated that one day you would return here. What a delightful surprise. Subsequently, Dreykov tapped on Smithdal's avatar and spoke. Let me see who your companion is. The screen soon revealed Smithdal's information. However, upon seeing it, Dreykov was momentarily taken aback. He had considered the possibility of encountering someone without a record or perhaps a SHIELD agent. But he never imagined it would be the leader of the Assassin's Guild. How did they become entangled? At that moment, Dreykov was filled with questions. As a former Soviet spy chief, he was well aware of the long-standing existence of the Assassin's Guild. He had even conducted special investigations. Knowing their base was in New York, after understanding the organization, he had not paid it much heed, regarding their ideology with disdain. Nonetheless, it mattered little how they had intertwined. This time, he would treat them as a fortuitous gift delivered to his doorstep. Dreykov was aware that Natasha had previously been injected with a biological agent, and the moment she detected his pheromones, she would be unable to attack him, making her easy to capture. She would serve as a pawn to place within SHIELD. As for Smithdal, after injecting him with a biological virus to control him, he could leverage his position as the leader of the Assassin's Guild, essentially acquiring an organization for free. What a day of double fortune. He was merely curious about how they had discovered the Red Room and gained entry. No aircraft had been detected on the landing platform, but perhaps capturing them would unveil the answers. Chapter 99. The White Widow. Yelena inside the base. The trainee Black Widows continued their training unperturbed by the alarm, led by Natasha's sister, Yelena. At that moment, a squad of fully armed guards, wielding assault rifles, rushed towards the entrance of the fifth landing platform. As Smith-Doll and Natasha turned a corner, they encountered a team of approaching guards head-on. Upon seeing each other, the guards immediately raised their weapons to fire. In the next instant, Smith-Doll surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging at the guards. Bang! 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 The guards scattered like fireworks, some colliding with the corridor's ceiling, others crashing into walls, and some even smashing into the doors on either side. Their protective gear shattered instantaneously, rendering them lifeless. Although Smith-Doll did not exert his full strength, even holding back, he was far beyond what the guards could contend with. It was as though mere contact would result in death. Following closely behind Smith-Doll, Natasha stood in astonishment, exclaiming, "Smith, if you told me you were Superman, I would believe you. You're not from Krypton, are you?" Clearly, even an operative like Natasha had perused comic books featuring Superman. Smith smiled faintly. He was certainly not from Krypton, and if one were to pinpoint his origins, it could be said he hailed from planet Vegeta, as he possessed the bloodline of a scion. Noticing Smith's silence, Natasha rushed to his side and exclaimed, "You were truly magnificent just now." The duo pressed on, with Smith guiding Natasha toward areas exhibiting higher combat power, for Yelena was the next-generation Black Widow following Natasha, and she bore the moniker of the White Widow. Therefore, it was logical to seek her out based on combat strength. However, the combat power detector in Smith's possession revealed that within the Red Room base, not a single individual surpassed the 8-point threshold. Most lingered around the numbers 5, 6, and 7, as Smith and Natasha carved their way through the opposition, with Smith wreaking havoc while Natasha cheered him on. Her constant praise nearly led Smith to believe he had brought along a companion named Purr, in stark contrast to their unabated slaughter. Dreykov in his office was drenched in sweat. Initially indifferent to Smith, Dreykov's demeanor shifted when Smith confronted a squad of guards. After witnessing the ensuing battle, he was seized by a chill. How could he be so formidable? Not even a super soldier could match his prowess. Having once overseen the Russian super soldier program, he was acutely aware of the limits of such enhancements, as Alexei had been one of his chosen subjects, and he knew their strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes all too well. Observing Smith's relentless onslaught, Dreykov realized he could no longer remain in the vicinity. He immediately ordered all guards and agents to converge on the intruders. After summoning a squad of elite guards, Dreykov seized a control panel the size of a tablet and initiated his retreat. This control panel connected him to all the female agents outside the base. Only a fraction of the members remained within, as he had dispatched many to operate in the shadows, manipulating various factions. With a mere thought, he could influence oil prices and stock market fluctuations, even orchestrating famine for portions of the global population at his command. Thus, this control panel was an invaluable asset he could not relinquish. Meanwhile, as Dreykov issued his orders, the Black Widows in training seized their weapons and charged forth, while the base's guards swarmed towards Smith and Natasha. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, sheer numbers proved futile. Smith, observing the relentless tide of foes, raised his hand and declared, "Playtime is over." Boom, boom, boom. Energy blasts erupted from Smith's fingertips, obliterating the enemy and leaving nothing but remnants in their wake, while the surrounding structures suffered tremendous devastation. Despite the carnage, the engine of the Red Room remained unscathed, steadily soaring through the sky. At that moment, Natasha spoke up. "I am aware of the training grounds for the Black Widows in Dreykov's office. Melina has detailed the layout of this place for me." Smith nodded, and the two made their way toward the training grounds of the Black Widows, a location marked as possessing the highest combat prowess. After dispatching another wave of approaching enemies, a group of women armed with weapons appeared before Smith and Natasha. In an instant, Natasha spotted her sister Yelena among the crowd and called out, "Yelena." However, Yelena showed no response, as these individuals had already fallen under Dreykov's control. "Smith, the blonde one, is my sister Yelena. Please do not harm her." Just as Natasha pleaded for Yelena's safety, the would-be Black Widows launched an assault on Smith. Observing the Black Widows, Smith noted the diverse array of skin tones among them: Caucasian, Asian, African, and even more specific variations, indicating that Dreykov had meticulously considered various races and ethnicities in his cultivation of the Black Widows to facilitate his control. In the face of their assault, Smith refrained from using energy blasts, effortlessly deflecting their attacks with a mere wave of his hand. The projectiles and bullets they hurled fell to the ground in a cacophony, yet the women continued to charge fearlessly at Smith. Without holding back, he retaliated mercilessly, sparing only Yelena while dispatching the others with brutal efficiency. In his eyes, there was no notion that women were beyond his capacity to defeat. To him, there were merely enemies, allies, and strangers. Soon, Under Smith's relentless onslaught, the formidable Black Widows, once deemed invincible by ordinary standards, were reduced to just Yelena. Yet, even in her controlled state, Yelena continued her charge. Smith swiftly maneuvered behind her, delivering a precise strike to her neck that rendered her unconscious. He had carefully moderated his strength. Otherwise, the blow would have been lethal rather than merely incapacitating. Natasha rushed over, cradling her sister as she began to fall, and expressed her gratitude to Smith, saying, "Thank you." Realizing that their mission was nearly complete, Smith's combat power detector registered an unusual phenomenon. A group was moving not toward them, but sprinting toward the lift platform. In an instant, Smith comprehended the situation. Dreykov was attempting to escape.